Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. The autumn wind passed, and the leaves fell into the sea. The evening fire burned the clouds and dyed the sky of Konoha red. The most powerful ninja village in the ninja world is rendered extremely peaceful. A child with pale hair that looked like moonlight was alone with his eyes closed, standing alone in a simple exercise field facing 6 surrounding targets. Swish! Carefully recalling Uchiha Itachi's shuriken skills in his memory, the white-haired child suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hands. 3 sharp kunai were picked up between the immature fingers, and then suddenly jumped up from the ground. The body that has not yet begun to develop stretched as far as possible in the air, and the 6 kunai in the hands suddenly turned into after the black streamer. It instantly shot to 6 targets around the body. Ding ding! 2 crisp impacts sounded in the air, and only 2 of them came first, and the 4 kunai hitting on the front instantly reflected several changing trajectories. In the end, the 6 kunai, without exception, all hit the bullseye accurately. Perfect, for such a child who looks only 4 or 5 years old. Such shuriken skills are undoubtedly enough to be breathtaking. This is still a fart. At such a young age, he has performed such exquisite shuriken skills, but the child sighed and sat down on the ground with a frustrated face. How good is shuriken? No Sharingan, no Byakugan, let alone Rinnegan and Tenseigan. There isn't even a decent blood succession boundary. Looking down at his immature hands, the child couldn't help but sighed up to the sky. What can I do? I am also very desperate. The child is 5 years old this year, and his name in this life is Yakushi Yu. He is a war orphan picked up by the ninja of the Konoha medical team from the battlefield of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. No parents, no name, no country, until he was classified as a war orphan by Konoha and handed over to the head of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi Nanoyu, and then he had the name Yakushi Yu. As a traveler, Yakushi Yu knows that the Hokage world in front of him is a world that pays attention to bloodliness. The bloodline of the ancestor of Chakra Tsutsuki Kagaya and the sacred tree in ancient times directly derived all the abilities and ninjutsu in this world. Yu knows very well that in this ninja world in the future, everything will revolve around the powerful bloodlines of Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Tenseigan that are powerful enough to destroy the world. Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, distinguished heavenly gods, Izanagi, Susanoo, Shinra Tianzheng, Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. In the later stage, every ability that is powerful to heaven-defying, without exception, all needs to rely on blood to become a master. I don't have the limit of blood succession. What can you do in this world where geniuses walk all over the floor and are so many as dogs? Thinking of the future development of the ninja world in front of her, Yu felt that her future was gloomy, and a wry smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. If it weren't for the direct blood of Tsutsuki Kagaya, it would be nothing more than advanced cannon fodder at best. After all, Yu is familiar with the plot development of Hokage Ninja World. If you don't rely on the bloodline handed down from the Tsutsuki clan and the sacred tree. Normal humans, no matter how strong they are at best, can only achieve the same level as the shadows of the 5 ninja villages. Why is Uchiha Madara able to look down upon the ninja world? Why can Senju Hashirama quell Sengoku to end the chaos? Why can Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke be able to open and hang indefinitely? Because all 4 of them are sage of 6 paths. Tsutsuki Hagoromo's own sons, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, and the protagonists have a halo. So in this ninja world, no matter how genius others work hard, they can't compete with them. In Yu's eyes, the reality of this world is such a cruel reality. Forget it, I don't want that much. If you don't have a plug-in, you have to practice hard. Maybe the plot hasn't started yet. I've already sacrificed in this war. After thinking about it for a long while, Yu, who was occupied by negative emotions, shook his head vigorously, stood up again from the ground, and the flame of fighting spirit began to reignite in his eyes. The road to heaven is infinite, the big deal is for me to study the future Emperor Guy will work hard to practice 8 inner gates. Don't become a dragon even if you burn your life. Do you yearn for power? Just as Yu got up and planned to continue to practice harder, a strange voice rang in his mind without warning. Enchanting and charming, Yu didn't know how to describe such a voice, but ignored all obstacles and went straight into his mind and soul. Do not. I crave milk. Suddenly hearing this strange and enchanting voice, Yu almost blurted out in a conditioned reflex. Strangeness. Is it because you are too tired to have hallucinations? But after reacting, Yu looked around her vigilantly. Looking at the surrounding woods with wind, grass, low altitude, and no one, Yu stretched out his hand blankly and scratched the back of his head besides himself. Where was there a half-person figure around him? Do you yearn for power? Just when you thought he was hallucinating, the enchanting female voice rang in the depths of Yu's soul again. Who is it? Don't be sneaky. Come out for me. Hearing this unfamiliar voice sounded again, I saw a few more sharp shurikens in the hand of the young and tender young man, and his little face looked at his surroundings warily. In this ninja world full of killings, especially in the age of war, these most basic ninja qualities are already familiar to you, who has been practicing for a year. Yo yo yo! At a young age, I already have the posture of a ninja. He seemed to be able to see the vigilance of Yu's whole body at this moment, only to hear the extraordinarily enchanting voice, and the ghost continued to sound in the depths of Yu's soul. Although you don't have a plug-in, but you have a pretty face. The enchanting voice was like a pair of gentle hands stroking Yu's cheeks. Indeed, in this life's Yu, although the heavens did not give him a powerful blood inheritance boundary, he gave him a good skin. Hobai's hair color was like moonlight, her fair and handsome face was more delicate than that of a girl, plus a pair of big amber eyes like magnificent gems. Even in Konoha village, Yu is the little boy most popular with those little girls in Obazan. However, with the soul of the uncle, he has to be needed by those little girls in Obazan frequently, and Yu's heart is almost broken. Chapter 2. What's the use of a good-looking face? What I want is power. Power, do you understand? Hearing the strange and enchanting voice, there seemed to be a trace of abuse in the tone. Originally, I was wondering if I had fallen into the illusionist Yu, but suddenly my whole person began to become irritable. If you don't have power in this ninja world, don't you understand even a bunch of shit? Ever since crossing into this world, Yu, who knows the development of the plot in the future, dare not leave his cultivation for a moment. After being brought back to Konoha on the battlefield of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, Yu spent a year of hard work and finally succeeded in extracting physical energy and spiritual energy to fuse, and began to embark on the path of chakra cultivation. However, due to the fact that he was too young, although he could successfully extract chakra, due to physical limitations, Yu's chakra volume could not reach Genin's level. The third ninja war that just started, the Six Paths pen that will destroy Konoha with a single brush in the future, and the fourth ninja war that determines whether the world will eventually exist or not. In the face of these stories that have already happened and will happen in the future, Yu's heart has been suppressed for too long since he came to this world. Of course I understand. But this is not an illusion, you don't have to bother to find it. Feeling Yu's almost violent emotion at this moment, only heard this enchanting voice began to become lazy. I am hiding in the depths of your soul. It is your desire for strength that has awakened me. In the depths of my soul. No wonder your voice doesn't seem to come from the outside world. Just now I thought I was illusory. Silently listening to this voice from the depths of my soul, I saw that Yu's big amber eyes narrowed slightly, and his mind gradually began to liven up. Then what the hell are you? What can you give me? I am a demon. Feeling the strong desire for strength in Yu's heart, I just listened to this poppy-like voice and gave him a soft pause, as if to pull him into the abyss of hell. Just give me your soul, and I can give you the power to control everything. Demon. Hey, it's really cliché. After subconsciously vomiting, Yu secretly squeezed her immature fist, her eyes flashed with a deep desire for power, You want my soul, right? Take it. As long as you give me enough power to dominate this world. Just take it all. Since coming to this ninja world where iron and blood are intertwined, Yu's desire to become stronger is as strong as a drowning person's desire to breathe. Very good. Seeing that Yu agreed to the deal without hesitation, the demon in the depths of Yu's soul nodded with satisfaction. Then I will leave you the law of the devil. The law of demons? What the hell? Listening to the words of the devil in the depths of his soul, just as Yu was surprised, he felt a completely strange power suddenly flooded into his body. This unfamiliar power is completely different from the chakra he is currently practicing. Yu only feels as if his whole body has been reforged, and his body is gradually undergoing earth-shaking changes. What is this? My body seems to be different from just now. Looking at his hands and body with a little surprise, Yu always felt that he seemed to be different from before, but he couldn't tell the details. Aha, it seems that you are lucky, you actually got the string fruit rule. But at this time, the demon in Yu's body began to be a little elated. String fruit. For a moment on Yu's face, a thunder flashed in his heart. Holding the form of trying, the immature little hand suddenly slammed towards the front with full force. Boom! A surprising scene happened. I saw that Yu's fingers swung out a thin, transparent, and invisible thread that was almost invisible to the naked eye. With the full force of Yu's blow, with a bang, the target stake in front of him was cut in half. And the ports are neat and smooth, as if cut by an invisible sharp blade. This is... Suddenly seeing his palm swiped out, there was such an effect unexpectedly, and Yu couldn't help being stunned. But soon, he reacted, isn't this the string fruit in one piece? For the first time, I thought of the ability of Don Quixote da Flamingo Paramecia string fruit in Heavenly Yaksha in One Piece 7 Warlords of the Sea. I don't know what is going on. Amber Lulu's eyes widened in amazement. What is the law of the devil? Isn't this the ability of devil fruit? In essence, there is no difference between the two. Although I am a devil, but now I don't have a body, I can't directly produce devil fruit for you. Facing the ecstatic feather, the devil in the depths of his soul seemed to have a smile at the corner of his mouth, so I will give you the power of devil fruit directly in the form of a law. You know, this is a purer power than devil fruit. At least, you won't be afraid of the sea because you are abandoned by the sea. Don't you need to be afraid of devil fruit in the sea? Listening to the words of the devil in the depths of his soul, Yu couldn't help but stunned. So speaking of it this way, isn't this so-called devil's law stronger than devil fruit? This sounds good like this. After returning to his senses, Yu felt his smooth chin and nodded with satisfaction. In this case, I don't have to taste devil fruit's rumored taste that is worse than shit. Not only that. Feeling the uncontrollable excitement in Yu's heart at this moment, he could only hear the demon in the depths of the soul continue to say, and with each level of your chakra in the future, I will hand you a brand new law of the devil. What? Suddenly hearing what the demon in her body said, Yu's handsome face couldn't help but her eyes gleamed. There is such a good thing. But don't be happy too soon. Sure enough, there is no such easy good thing in the world. The demon deep in Yu's soul immediately poured cold water on him. Like devil fruit, a person's body cannot accommodate two demonic laws at the same time. If that's the case, what use is it that you give me more demonic laws? Yu said that. The smile on Yu's face suddenly solidified. So, at this time, we need to use some media. The demons deep in Yu's soul guided Yu in a good manner. For example, this ninja world has a profession called Puppet Master. Puppet Master. Hearing the devil's words, Yu frowned slightly, and asked in a puzzled way, why? Can't you directly give the devil's law to my chosen target? Chapter 3. No. Because I can only give you the law of demons, or all the items you own. Facing Yu's question, the demon shook his head lightly. Whether it is weapons or other items, there is no way to exert the strongest power of the demon's law. So among the puppet masters, human puppets that were originally transformed from human bodies are the best choice. Is it a puppet? After listening to the demon's explanation in silence, Yu gradually began to think, in this case, it seems that I will find a way to get this secret technique in the future. Puppetry. Yu knows that it is a traditional ninjutsu unique to the Hokage ninja whirlwind country Sand Shinobi ninja village. It refers to the ninjutsu that uses specific methods to control puppets, corpses, etc., to carry out tasks such as combat and lurking. It has powerful destructive power. Ninjas who use puppet skills are known as puppet masters and have a higher status in the ninja village of Sand Shinobi in the Kingdom of Wind. Human puppets, the highest limit in puppet art, were created by Sand Shinobi's first-generation puppet master Menzaemon, and later through Sand Shinobi's genius puppet stylist Sasori, the powerful forbidden technique. The power of the human puppet is that by turning the human corpse into a puppet, it can completely preserve the target's chakra before his death, and then can use all the ninjutsu of the target's life, even the blood inheritance limit. What the puppet master said. Although in the original book, except for Cho and Sasori of Akasha, the strengths of Sasori have reached cage level, the rest of the puppet masters are all weak chickens. After hearing the devil's words, Yu finally calmed down and began to ponder carefully, but the human puppet, just being able to completely preserve the target's chakra and all ninjutsu, including the blood inheritance limit, is already very heaven-defying. If I made Mangeki Sharingan, Wood Style, and even Rinnegan and Tensagan's puppets, coupled with their power of the demon law, who would I be afraid of in this world? Thought of this. Yu seemed to see an infinitely bright broad road opened before his eyes, and two incredibly hot rays of light burst into his amber eyes. I'm afraid that when the time comes, even if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara come back to me, I can teach them too to rebehave every minute and every second. Moreover, String Fruit's ability to cooperate with puppetry is simply perfect. For the first time, after crossing into this cruel ninja world full of geniuses, Yu has real confidence in his future path for the first time. Even after facing all kinds of heaven-defying boss, facing all kinds of open geniuses. At that time, Yu, who has many devil fruit abilities in his hand, believes that he can finally dominate his own destiny and dominate this ninja world. It seems that you have found your own way. Feeling all the depression before Yu swept away at this moment, an unprecedented firm confidence was exuded in his heart. The devil's voice gradually disappeared in Yu's ears, but before disappearing, he did not forget to scare him. Very well, then from today, try to live in this world. Because if you die, your soul will be eaten completely by me. Will you eat my soul? Hearing the intimidation left in my mind before the demon disappeared, I saw the corners of Yu's mouth slightly curled up. If there is really such a day, then come on the devil. Great, as long as you have the law of the devil. I have enough confidence to rise up at the fastest speed, and then become the strongest in this world. Because the ability of String Fruit alone is far stronger than most of the blood inheritance limits in this world. And like devil fruit, there is no limit to the ability development of devil's law, as long as Yu works hard to use his imagination and creativity with the eyes of a traverser. It is only a matter of time to make the power of String Fruit reach and exceed the level of Doflamingo in one piece. Even as long as Yu finds a chance next. If you find a way to get the secret technique of a human puppet, it means that he will have a lot of puppets with devil fruit abilities. What kind of picture will it look like? The shining fruit that reaches the speed of light, the frozen fruit that freezes the entire sea, the lava fruit that can even be swallowed by flames, the shock fruit that can destroy the world, and other powerful heaven-defying demon laws. Thinking of the human puppets he created in the future and having the opportunity to possess these powerful heaven-defying demon laws, Yu couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Feather. I guessed you were hiding here to practice shuriken again. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the side, pulling Yu's mind back to reality. Looking back, I saw a dark-skinned boy with a black hat on his head, and two girls of the same age around him, walking towards Yu from the grass in the distance. Ulusi, Mayuna, Momika. Looking at the three little ghosts that appeared in front of him, a smile appeared on Yu's white face. It's you. The three of them are Yu's little friends in the Konoha orphanage, but they were taken into the orphanage earlier than you. I really don't understand why you practice so hard every day. Seeing Yu in front of him was silently cleaning the shurikens and kunao on the ground. I saw the boy in the black hat muttering a little bit of complaining. Do you want to be a ninja that way, and then go to the battlefield to die? The boy's name is Usse. It is in the original plot of Hokage Ninja, Yakushi Kabuto's childhood companion and brother. The girl with long light brown hair is Mayuna, and the girl with short dark brown hair is Momika. The three little ghosts are all as old as you, and they are usually the best friends with you in this Konoha orphanage. Boom. Sure enough, before Wu Luxi finished talking about this unpleasant thing, Tao Xiang shuddered severely on the side. Fool! Do you think Yu has no ninja talent like you? I saw Doxiang chattering in her mouth to teach usse next to her. The dean has taught you for so long and hasn't refined chakra, and it took less than a year for Yu Jiao to succeed. Damn it, Doxiang, don't think I don't know. Squatting on the ground holding his head in pain, Usse was unconvinced. You are just seeing how handsome Yu is. Know that I am a genius. While speaking, Wu Luxi showed a confident white fang again. Just a little bit of effort will be able to surpass you. Chapter 4. Will you die on the battlefield? No, I just want to try my best to survive in this world. Because of the future of this world, you can never imagine what it will become. Looking at the innocent fight between Wu Luxi and Doxiang in front of him, Yu smiled lightly on his face, but his eyes were looking at the wood Yetian Kong in the distance, his fists inadvertently clenched, but now there is string fruit. The power of. In the future, think of a way to get the secret technique of producing puppets, then this world will be my home field. Okay, Usse, Doxiang, stop making trouble with you two. At this time, Mayuna next to him raised his head and glanced at the late sky, and stopped Wu Luxi and Doxiang from continuing to fight. It's getting late, let's go over and meet the dean soon. It's really late, we should go back. Seeing Wu Luxi and Doxiang in front of them, they stopped fighting. I was thinking about going back soon and carefully studying the feathers of string fruit's ability. After I cleaned up all the shurikens and kunao on the ground, I left this simple exercise field directly. Just when the sky of Konoha was almost rendered by the setting sun. Ha, Urushi, Mayuna, Momika and the three little ghosts finally walked through the long grass and came to the meeting place with the director of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi no. Because the current ninja world is in the stage shortly after the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War. Around the meadow where the four of you and the others passed, all were traces of being raged by the merciless war. Everywhere in the eye are broken and burnt trees, or the ground exploded by people using ninjutsu and detonating charms. Occasionally, if you are lucky, you can even pick up some shurikens and kunao left by the ninja after fighting. Dean. After arriving at the meeting place agreed upon with Dean Yakushi no. I saw the sharp-eyed Doxiang next to you, and at a glance he saw the figure waiting not far away. Elder sister. After seeing the figure not far away, I saw Wu Luxi walking next to you, and directly ran all the way to the past. Momwaka, Urushi, Mayuna, you are finally back. After seeing you, Urushi and Momika Mayuna appear, only a figure not far away, her gentle gaze finally fell on you who was walking on the back. And you are back too. Wearing a loose kimono with a black background and white borders, and a white headscarf on it, it resembles the nuns in the churches that you has seen in his previous life. With light linen-colored long curly hair and a pair of black round frame glasses, this woman with a gentle smile on her face is the dean of the Konoha orphanage Yakushi Nanoyu. A year ago, on the battlefield of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain that just broke out in the Third Ninja War. It was she who brought you, who was at a loss, who had just crossed over, to the Konoha orphanage and kindly took it in. This kind-hearted woman with a gentle smile on her face, except for the identity of the head of the Konoha orphanage in everyone's eyes. As a traverser in another world, Yu is actually very aware of her other identity, once a member of the independent organization Root hidden underground by Konoha. An irreplaceable elite ninja in the espionage department, who specializes in medical ninjutsu, was once called the Walking Witch, wandering among the nations of the ninja world to obtain information for Konoha. The Dean. Looking at the Dean Yakushi Nanoyu in front of him, Yu also greeted softly, but his eyes flickered inexplicably. In all fairness, for the Konoha orphanage Dean Yakushi Nono, who brought him back from the cruel battlefield and kindly took in him, who had just crossed into this world in front of him. Yu has always been grateful, but because of her adult soul, she doesn't know how to express her affectionately. Who is this guy? At this time, Usse, who was standing in front of Yu, realized that there was not only Dean Yakushi Nono in front of him. In front of me, under a broken dead tree behind Yakushi Nanoyu, he was leaning against a child with silver grey hair, who looked about the same size as Yu and the others, or maybe even smaller. There was blood on his forehead, and if he was dying without proper medical equipment, he would die on this grassland in a short time. It's a child from that village, where the war was before. Looking at the mountain top far beyond Konoha, countless villages were being enveloped by the merciless war. Yakushi Nanoyu's eyes were a little unbearable. What to do, sister, this guy has bleeding on his head. At this moment, I saw Usse leaning close to the dying silver grey-haired child. It seems that we will live soon, and we are going to take him. Go. Don't say that, Usse, this is much lighter than your injury back then. Ignoring the look of Usse in front of him, fearing that the world will not be chaotic, looking at the dying poor child in front of him, Yakushi Nanoyu showed a gentle smile on his face. Don't worry, don't look at me like this, medical, I know how much ninjutsu. While talking, I saw Yakushi Nono gently gathering the chakra in his body into his hands, and suddenly a faint green chakra light was condensed. Let me come, Dean. You have consumed enough chakra along the way. But at this moment, a small hand suddenly stopped Yakushi's movement. Everyone stared back in shock, seeing that it turned out that Yu reached out to stop the director Yakushi Nono's medical ninjutsu. Chen, Si, Mao, Yin, Shen, Hai. Immediately afterwards, they did not wait for Yakushi Nanoyu and the four of them to react. I saw Yu standing in front of them put his hands together, and a series of 6 complicated handprints quickly formed in his hands. Healing. When everyone reacted, a group of light green chakra light group exuding vitality had fully bloomed in Yu's hand. This is Urushi, Mayuna, and Momika, the 3 little ghosts, were completely controlled by Yu's hand. This is only 1 year. Looking at the pale green chakra light group successfully condensed in the tender hands in front of him, Yakushi Nanoyu's face was full of surprise. Have you been able to use healing techniques so proficiently? Wow 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 wow! Seeing a feather as big as oneself in the next year, after a year of training, not only has he successfully extracted chakra, but he has also successfully used medical ninjutsu. I saw Usse on the side staring straight, and yelled in jealousy, it's a lie. You guy you! You can actually use ninjutsu. Chapter 5. Is it possible to use ninjutsu at such a young age? Yu really deserves to be a genius. Seeing that Yu in front of him could use the healing technique of medical ninjutsu at such a young age, the 2 girls beside Mayuna and Momika directly showed love in their eyes. You know that even the official medical ninjas in the village are nothing more than that. The little devil in this world. It's really precocious. Perceiving the love that came out of the eyes of the 2 girls Mayuna and Doxiang next to him, Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. He didn't expect that he would have 2 little girls so soon. But why does this white-haired kid look so familiar? His eyes returned to the silver grey-haired child who was being constantly healed and recovered by his own healing technique, and Yu frowned slightly. Looking at the silver grey-haired child in front of him, gradually recovering under his own healing techniques, Yu always felt as if he had seen him somewhere. But it seemed that a certain key object was missing, and you couldn't remember it for a while, so he didn't even think about it, and continued to concentrate on treating him. After being brought back from that battlefield, I stayed with me for only a year. Not only did you successfully extract chakra, but you also learned the healing technique yourself. Staring blankly at the thin back of Yu who was treating the silver gray-haired child with the healing technique in front of him, he saw Yakushi no standing there and staring blankly. This child's talent in ninjutsu is really amazing. And the effect of such an operation. Looking at the silver gray-haired child in front of him, he gradually woke up under Yu's healing technique, and Yakushi Nanoyu's eyes couldn't help flashing a hint of wonder. Healing technique is a medical ninjutsu that focuses chakra on the palm of the hand to achieve the healing effect. Looking at the entire Konoha shinobi village, most of the people who can use the healing technique are the official medical ninjas of the Konoha medical class. This is because it not only tests the master of the spell, but also requires the spell to have chakra control beyond ordinary people. But the feather in front of me. Only at the age of 5 years old, and after only 1 year of cultivation, he has successfully achieved this step. Such talents, even Yakushi Nanoyu, who has traveled to various ninja countries to perform spy missions in the past, has never seen him before. Looking at Yu in front of him, Yakushi Nono's memory seems to have returned to a year ago when he first met Yu in the battlefield where Konoha Shinobi, the country of fire, defeated the ninja of wind country Sand Shinobi. Look like. It's completely different from other crying and noisy battlefield orphans. The first time Yakushi Nanoyu saw Yu, although there was a trace of blood on his face, the special amber eyes were calm, even with a little curiosity. Like a baby just born into this world, Yakushi Nanoyu remembered this little boy with pale hair like moonlight at first glance. I'm Yakushi Nono, the dean of the Konoha orphanage. What's your name? I don't have a name. Then how about I pick a name for you, Yakushi Taizu? I don't like it. It's called Yakushi Mariko? Or Yakushi Shinchan is also good. Ball? Little new? Did I travel to the world of Sakura Momoko and Crayon Shinchan? Can't you think of a slightly more normal name? Hey! Looking at this gentle-looking woman with a dark heart that appeared in front of her, Yu who had just crossed over was frantically complaining in her heart. Ahem, I don't seem to like it. It seemed that the little boy's eyes in front of him began to look wrong. Yakushi Nanoyu was a little embarrassed, and finally recovered the gentle smile on his face after a dry cough. Then it's better to call you Yakushi Yu. I hope you can be like a bird in the future, free without restriction, and the sky is the destination. President. He is awake. Mayuna exclaimed from the side. He brought Yakushi Nono's thoughts back to the reality in front of him. I saw the silver gray-haired child in front of me, who had successfully recovered under Yu's healing technique. It's amazing. You. Seeing that Yu had successfully rescued the dying child in just a few minutes, usse was full of envy. What's your name? When the child was fully awake, Yakushi Nanoyu asked him with a soft smile. But it was the child with a blank expression in front of him who answered him. What about your parents? Seeing the child blankly, Yakushi Nanoyu continued to ask him. Hearing Yakushi's question, the child with silver grey hair darkened, but still did not speak. Don't know anything? Really? Looking at the child in front of him, Wu Luxi who was next to Yu complained and murmured. When I was treating him just now, I observed it. Staring at the silent child with silver grey hair in front of him. I saw Yu nodded thoughtfully. He probably had guessed the identity of the child in his heart. He probably suffered a blow to the head and has completely lost his memory. Well, let's take him back to the village first. Hearing Yu's diagnosis, Yakushi Nanoyu nodded in agreement. Usse, you can help him. Hey, why is this kind of thing always handed to me? Hearing that Yakushi Nanoyu gave this tiring work to himself again, Urushi beside Yu couldn't help but mumble. Fortunately, give me your hand. Although it was like this, Usse consciously stepped forward and carried the grey-haired child with one arm on his shoulder. Before night fell, Yu and Yakushi Nanoyu and the group of 6 quickly embarked on the road back to Konoha village. Because in this extraordinary period of the Third Ninja World War, if it gets dark, they will encounter heavy checks at the door if they want to return to the village. After 10 minutes of driving, Yu and Yakushi Nono finally returned to the Konoha orphanage. This is the location closest to the edge of the Konoha Shinobi village, and it can almost be said that it has been completely squeezed out of the center of the bustling village of Konoha. There is also a large wooden room in front of me, which is a bit similar to a classroom. This is Konoha's orphanage, that is, the home of orphans like you and Urushi Mayuna in this world. Finally returned to his home in the Konoha orphanage, only to see Urushi abandon the child on his shoulders. Sorry, you. At this moment, Yakushi Nanoyu next to him suddenly looked at you with apologetic expression, with your talent and ability in ninjutsu. If you can be sent to a ninja school to study, you will definitely become an excellent ninja in the future. Speaking of this, Yakushi Nono's eyes suddenly dimmed, but relying on subsidies from the country and the village, Obviously, Yakushi Nono saw Yu's talent and ability in ninjutsu. If he can be sent to the Konoha Shinobi school to study, Yu will definitely become an excellent ninja in the future. Chapter 6. However, when the Third Ninja War broke out, the village was extremely scarce of resources. The Konoha orphanage, relying solely on the aid funds in the country of fire and Konoha village, has made it very difficult to maintain the daily expenses of so many children in the ordinary orphanage. And today, I brought another child back. Yakushi Nanoyu now wants to collect the tuition for you to enter the ninja school, which is obviously unrealistic. No, Dean. Looking up at Yakushi Nanoyu's face was full of guilt. I saw you shook his head. It was you who brought me back from the battlefield and took me in. You taught me to refine chakra and medical ninjutsu. I am very grateful to you, and I know the current situation in the orphanage very well. While talking, you opened the ninja bag on his body, took out a black bag from it, and handed it to Yakushi Nanoyu. This is 5,000 taels. Where did you get so much money? He took the bag that you handed over and opened it, and it turned out to be a full 5,000 taels of coins. Yakushi Nanoyu's face was full of surprise, because this was already a reward for the official ninja in the village to complete a D-class mission. Have you forgotten that I have learned to heal, Dean? Seeing the surprise on Yakushi Nanoyu's face, Yu blinked her eyes playfully. Recently, I have been helping to treat the wounded ninjas in the village. These are the money I have accumulated. I hope to help to you and the orphanage. As for the tuition to go to the ninja school, although I really want to enter the ninja school quickly, and strive to become a ninja as soon as possible to be able to stand on his own. But now that the devil was awakened in his own body, and he also got the incomparable power of string fruit, Yu became less anxious. Moreover, the increasingly embarrassing expenditure and income of the Konoha orphanage during this period of time, Yu also sees all of it. So Yu continued to comfort Yakushi Nanoyu, I will think of another way by myself. After all, there are still a few months before the opening of the ninja school, isn't it? Feather. You are only 5 years old. As night fell, standing outside the door of the Konoha orphanage, staring at the pale hair in front of him, as bright as the moonlight in the sky, Yakushi Nono suddenly didn't know what to say. Although it took only a year to take Yu from the battlefield, the young Yu gave Yakushi Nono the feeling that it was completely different from any other child. Yu, who is only 5 years old this year, is not only unusually neat and tidy, but also able to think like an adult, and his words and deeds are also unusually sound and decent. Take this as my return to the dean and you and the orphanage for taking me in. Just when Yakushi Nanoyu wanted to say something, he smiled and pointed at the clock on the wooden house, and it's almost 9 o'clock. It's time to sleep in the orphanage. I'll go in first. After speaking, Yu turned around and walked into the wooden house. There was a thin back left, and he threw it to Yakushi Nono standing in place with great emotion. This kid. It's really different. Very good. Just develop the ability of the rule of lines to the level of Doflamingo in One Piece. At least until the 6 paths level horror figures in the later stages of this world do not come out, there is no problem with self-protection. At midnight, all the children around in the Konoha orphanage had fallen asleep peacefully. The sound of cicadas outside the wooden house was heard, but you stared at the ceiling and couldn't sleep anyway. I thought of everything that happened today. If you can't clearly feel the power of string fruit, you are rolling back and forth in your body now. You almost thinks that everything he has experienced today is just a dream. Turn your body gently on the bed. Looking at the rising moon outside the window, Yu's thoughts began to spread again. Such a bright and white full moon. Who would have thought that this is Sage of 6 Paths Tsutsuki Hago Romo, a container made by 6 Paths planetary devastation to seal 10 tails. I don't know if the Tsutsuki clan actually live on the moon. Having been sealed by his 2 biological sons for thousands of years, and betrayed by his closest relatives, it is no wonder that Kagaiji will destroy the entire world as soon as he comes out. Reminiscent of 20 years later, Tensagan, a descendant of the Tsutsuki clan, Tsutsuki, smashed the entire moon with one blow. You could not help but yearn for the supreme power that destroys the world and looks like a fairy. No matter what, starting tomorrow, practice hard. In addition to the ability to develop string fruit, ninjutsu, physique, illusion, and abilities that can be cultivated should not be lost. In the future, I will find another chance to get the secret technique of the human puppet, unlock all the powers of the Devil's Law, and then no longer have to fear anyone. After tossing and turning on the bed for a long time, you finally fell asleep. No words for a night. Feather woke up when a ray of warm sunlight shone on Yu's face the next morning. You slept unsteadily last night, maybe it was because too many unthinkable things happened yesterday. Day and night, night and day dreams, Yaliu had many strange dreams in succession. From time to time, I dreamed that I had defeated Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara and reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. From time to time, I dreamt that I, like the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang Hyaganiji, who had no life for the protagonist, died in the 4th Ninja War. I also dreamed that I, like the lowest ninjas, would eventually become the cheapest cannon fodder on the battlefield. It seems that too much happened yesterday, too much stimulation and excessive excitement, leading to sleepy dreams. After getting up and washing, Yu looked at herself in the mirror. A delicate and handsome face and a pair of big amber eyes, coupled with a shredded hair that was as white as the moonlight in the sky. Even Yu himself had to sigh that he really had a good skin in this world, a perfect little boy face. After freshening up, Yu put on a black kimono unique to Konoha orphanage. A white coat was draped over his shoulders. The style was similar to those worn by priests and nuns in those churches in Yu's previous life, and it was more delicate. Well, from now on, practicing hard is the only thing you have to do. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yu whispered to himself. Hit him. I don't even know my parents. Yu spies in the village. Just when Yu Zheng was about to go out to practice. Outside the Konoha orphanage, suddenly there was a chaotic noise. Chapter 7. Damn it. Inaz. It's you guys again. Why do you say that to us? After walking out of the wooden house in the orphanage, you only saw that on the grass not far away, Wu Luxi was leading the little ghosts from the Konoha orphanage, glaring at another group of similarly aged little ghosts in front of him. And the 2 girls Mayuna and Momika couldn't persuade Urushi, who was impulsive on the side. Humph! Did I make a mistake? You guys are all picked up from outside, who knows if it is a spy from another village. I saw the group of little ghosts in front of Urushi and the others. The little ghosts standing in the front looked about 5 or 6 years old, but their faces were sour and mean that they shouldn't be at this age. They are all children in Konoha village, and it is not a matter of a day or two to bully and exclude usse children from the Konoha orphanage. This is the realistic ninja world. After all, like the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto in the original book, he was screaming "I'm going to be Hokage" all day long in the sunshine, but the original painting space is limited, so it's just the tip of the iceberg that the audience shows. When there is light, there is darkness. Especially in this turbulent age when the Third Ninja World War broke out, it's normal to have a little trouble like the one in front of you. You are the spy sent by another village. Sure enough, the impulsive usse slammed the face of this little devil named Inaz with a decisive punch. Damn it, dare to hit me. I was caught off guard by usse who had a nosebleed in front of him, and I saw that Inaz quickly returned a punch. Let's go. Beat these guys who were picked up outside. Next, a group of little ghosts pushed me and shoved between them, and quickly scrambled together in twos. Mayuna and Momika who were beside her were distraught. Ah! It's usse and these boring little ghosts again. Seeing the fight between these little ghosts not far away, Yu yawned boredly. This is not the first time he has seen such a scene today. Even if he helped usse and the others to fight off these little ghosts, the same scene will still be shown again in a few days. Moreover, although I am not a ninja yet, I have successfully extracted chakra. If I participate in the squabbling between these children, it would be a bit of suspicion that adults bully children. And even if you want to make a small fight between these little ghosts, you can't make much of it. Now Ishin only thinks about how to cultivate and develop the feather of string fruit ability, and walks by himself. Hey! You! You dumb fellow! Can't help yet! Seeing you walking leisurely by the side, usse suddenly called him aloud, and then gave the little ghost in front of him a vicious punch. Not interested, this is your children's slapstick. Hearing Ulusse's voice, Yuta shrugged without looking back. This kind of petty fights between children, he is not interested in the soul of an adult uncle. Compared with these, Yu now only wants Ishin to practice and improve his strength. In that way, it is possible to protect yourself and the people around you who value it during this ninja world war and more changes in the future. Sudden changes. In the small wood next to him, a child with brown hair suddenly sprang out. He looked like he was about 7 or 8 years old, and rushed into the fight between usse and the children. With 3 punches and 2 kicks, Woluxi and the little ghosts from the Konoha orphanage were all knocked out. Wow! It hurts. A lot of strength. Ulusse, who was directly knocked to the ground with a punch, only felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. This guy. Looking back at the scene of Yu, his calm complexion changed slightly. Chakra. Because Yu was keenly aware that when the brown-haired child made a fist, there was a faint blue halo flashing across his body. It was obvious that he was using chakra. Is this kid a ninja? Looking at the brown-haired boy who suddenly appeared in front of him, seeing his obviously different skill and speed from other children, his amber eyes suddenly tightened. Ha ha ha! Are you convinced? My brother Itaeki. He is a top student in the ninja school. Seeing the little ghosts of Ulusse and their orphanage, all of them were knocked to the ground by the sudden appearance of young people. I saw Inaz arrogantly with his hands on his hips. You wild species picked up outside. Now you know how awesome it is. Boom. A dull crash sound. Inaz hadn't finished speaking, nosebleeds splashed on his face, and he was thrown out by a punch. Inaz. Seeing his brother was thrown out with a punch, the brown-haired boy Itaeki was shocked and stopped the movement of his hand subconsciously. A wild species picked up outside. Such words, I can't assume that I haven't heard. A tender and plain voice sounded, and a child with white hair and beautiful eyes, wearing a kimono gown at the Konoha orphanage, was already standing in front of them. It was the Yu who just looked on with folded arms that smashed Inaz with a fist. Feather. Seeing Yu's move, the girls next to Mayuna and Momika suddenly brightened their eyes, covering their mouths and exclaiming. Feather. And seeing Yu, who had not left loyally just now, smashed Inaz with a fist, and saw Olusi, who fell on the ground, blankly open her mouth, unable to speak. Students of the ninja school, are they considered half ninjas anyway? After suddenly appearing in front of the crowd and smashing Inaz with a fist, he looked at the angry Itachi in front of him, and saw Yu gently curled his lips in disdain. Clearly, I have refined chakra, and I even shot a few children. Even if ninjutsu is not used, the difference between people who have successfully refined chakra and ordinary people is still very big. Just like those who practice martial arts bullying ordinary people, Yiteze bullies the small with big things, and you can't see it very much. Smelly boy! Beat my brother! After seeing the white-haired kid who suddenly appeared in front of him hitting his brother Inaz, he even preached to himself, only to see Yitai bit his teeth, and a fierce color flashed in his eyes. Hey! 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 There were several slight breaking noises in the air. In anger, Yiteze threw 3 shurikens directly at Yu in front of him. Yu! Be careful! Seeing that the angry Yiteze in front of him used a ninja in such a child's fight, Olusi, who fell on the ground next to him, was shocked. Chapter 8. Feather. In the same way, I saw Yiteze throw out his shuriken. Looking at Yu, who was standing in place as if she was frightened and unresponsive, Mayuna and Momika beside her suddenly hung their hearts. Clang! 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 But soon, 3 clear metal collision sounds sounded. Urushi, Mayuna, and Momika, as well as all the little ghosts present, their eyes widened. Facing the 3 shurikens shot by the angry Yiteze in front of him, I saw Yu standing on the spot calmly, and the same 3 kunao magic appeared in his hands and quickly threw them out. In the incredible eyes of all children, the 3 kunao flew out of Yu's hand came first, and they hit the center circular hole of the 3 shurikens shot by Itachi in front of him, and nailed the 3 shurikens of Itachi up on the trunk next to it. My shuriken was actually killed. Seeing Yu's magical shuriken skills in front of him, I saw that Itachi's eyes were almost rounded. The students of the ninja school use ninjas against ordinary villagers in the village. Such a crime, the punishment should not be small, right? As if not aware of the unbelievable gazes of all the children present, looking at the incredible face of Itachi in front of him, I saw the corners of Yu's mouth slightly raised. Can achieve this effect. It seems that it is not wasted that I have been practicing in the same way that Uchiha Itachi threw the shuriken in the original book. Such a kid! How could it be possible to do such a thing? Recovered from the shock. Hear the words spoken plainly in the feather mouth in front of me. Imagining the punishment that she is likely to face next, Yiteze felt even more furious, and the chakra cheetah that lifted her body generally rushed towards the feather in front of her. Facing Yu, who seemed to be 2 years younger than himself, Yiteze was confident to knock down the little devil with a punch just like they did when they defeated Urushi. Boom! There was a dull crash, and Yiteze was shocked again. Yu in front of him, the palm of his hand grabbed his fist. This is chakra. Facing Yu, who was holding onto his fist tightly with his little hand in front of him. Perceiving chakra flowing inside the white-haired kid in front of him, Itachi's eyes widened. Such a small kid, who is obviously not a student of the ninja school, has actually refined chakra. You must know that chakra can be extracted at this age, and in the entire Konoha shinobi village, only Uchiba, Hyuga, and other large families can do it. It's better than chakra's words. I'm not necessarily weaker than you. With one hand, I stubbornly grasped the fist that chakra smashed in front of Itachi, and I saw Yu standing still. Although he was 2 or 3 years younger than Yiteze, the amount of chakra in Yu's body was already very close to Genin's level. And under the transformation of string fruit, although Yu's body has not yet developed, it is far stronger than the Yiteze in front of him. Paramecia devil fruit, Superman, the body naturally surpasses ordinary people. Less smug. Facing Yu's calm and indifferent expression, Yaitezi felt a strong anger in his heart for no reason. The top students in the ninja school can't handle a 4 or 5-year-old kid. If it spreads out, the guys in the ninja school don't know how to laugh at themselves. Boom! Accompanied by a crisp explosion, a burst of white smoke dispersed. Yaitezi, whose fist was grabbed by Yu with one hand, turned into a piece of wood in an instant. Its body replacement technique. Seeing the sudden change in front of her, Yu was startled. Speaking of which, this is the first time he has seen the ninjutsu used by a ninja. Body replacement technique, one of the most basic ninjutsu in the ninja school. It can instantly replace animals and plants with one's own identity to avoid attacks. Go to hell, kid! Accompanied by the violent roar, Yaitezi's figure has appeared behind Yu. There was already a handful of kyo in his hand, and he drew towards Yu's handsome face. Do not want. Seeing such a thrilling scene, Urushi next to him was suddenly shocked. They also didn't expect that it was just ordinary children fighting, things would actually get to this point. Why? Why? Turning to face the sharp kunai that Yaitezi's hand draws over. For no reason, an inexplicable boredom and irritation suddenly appeared in Yu's heart. People like the dean, she travels in various countries. How many times have to give up their lives and bring back information to the village? Obviously we have been pushed to the very edge of the village. Recalling Yakushi's gentle but persistent face. In Yu's eyes, the prosperity of Konoha in front of him is not known to how many people like Yakushi Nanoyu sacrificed themselves in exchange for it. Why you guys who know nothing still trample on this hard-won piece like this? The amber eyes gradually became red. Looking at Itachi with a smirk on his face in front of him, you could clearly feel the power of the demon roaring in his body. Boom! A clear body-breaking sound. The blood was splattering everywhere, and everyone present was stunned. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Accompanied by a scream like killing a pig. Before everyone's eyes, Yaitezi had fallen to the ground. The palm that held Kyo has been forcibly pierced by an unknown object, and it is completely bloody. If you call again, the next blow, I will pierce your head. A flat and indifferent voice sounded, and Yaitezi's screams like killing a pig stopped abruptly. The index finger of Yu's right hand, standing in front of Itachi, was gently raised and pointed at his forehead like a pistol. Bullet string. This is one of the most basic skills of string fruit. Raise the index finger and put away the other fingers, so that the thin thread made from the fingertips is fired at high speed like a gun. Its destructive power is strong enough to penetrate human bones with one blow, and even the opponent can easily hit the target from a distance. If practiced, even its impact can have the effect of making a building explode. No, do not want. Do not kill me. Although Yu Karate made a shot like a gun, it looked a bit tricky. But facing the index finger pointed at his head in front of him, Itachi's face was full of fear. Just now, it was the thin line from Yu's empty finger, which directly penetrated his palm like a bullet. Along with the look of fear on Yaitezi's face, a stinking breath filled the air. A puddle of inexplicable yellowish liquid flowed from between Yaitezi's legs and soaked the ground under Yu's feet. Although he was a student of the ninja school, he was still only a 7 or 8-year-old child. Yaitezi turned out to be scared to pee. Chapter 9. Get out! Before I didn't plan to kill you. Facing Itachi who was so scared and peed in front of her pants, Yu curled her lips in annoyance. Although he hates such a guy very much, he is not so impulsive to kill people casually in the village. Even when the war broke out, Anbu's eyeliner, the Konoha police force that the Yu Chiba clan served, is not shit. Weird, monster. He glanced at Yu in fear. I saw Inaz next to him, and quickly picked up his brother Yaitezi, and fled away like flying away with a few little kids in the village. Usse, there is nothing serious about your injuries. I'm going to practice first, and I will treat you when I come back tonight. Looking at the back of Inaz leading Yaitezi and a group of other little ghosts running away, Yu was silent. After turning around to talk to Usse, who was completely sluggish next to him, Mayuna and Momika, they patted some wrinkled clothes on his body, and walked into the small wood next to him. Feather. Unconsciously. Staring at Yu disappearing into the woods, I saw Usse who was standing still muttering to himself, "So you are so much better than me." The thin back of Yu in front of him turned out to be so far away in Waluxi's eyes at this moment. A year ago, when Yakushi Nanoyo was picked up from the battlefield. Yu's strength is almost the same as that of Urushi, and even weaker. But 1 year later, the talent of penultimate Yu began to reveal his talents and abilities. Blood succession boundary. As an ordinary orphan, Urushi may not know this concept, which is profound to the ninja world. However, the strength that Yu had revealed just now, as well as the monster-like performance, had begun to gradually be realized by the ordinary usse. He and Yu were originally from two worlds. Konoha. The bustling street. The outbreak of the Third Ninja World War, although it brought a tense guard atmosphere. But this does not affect the prosperity of the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. It's a bunch of guys who don't know the so-called. Walking on the street, looking at the constant flow of people around. Yu's originally a little bored mood was gradually diminished by the morning's eyes. Indeed, Yu has every reason to be angry. Yakushi no this woman sacrificed so much for the village, and she surrendered her life and traveled to other shinobu villages to obtain information for Konoha. Now he gave up everything and was willing to stay in the orphanage at the edge of Konoha as the dean. But those who are protected but don't know, not only didn't say thank you, but they were so aggressive. Why? What bullshit will to fire? What self-sacrifice protects peace secretly is the real ninja? Sorry, you who is a traverser can't agree. Tooth for tooth, eye for eye, this is Yu's forbearance. Forget it, I don't want to. After clearing up his mood, looking at the vast and prosperous Konoha shinobi village in front of him, Yu couldn't help but feel emotional. It's really a two-dimensional world. The size of this village is not much more than that of an international metropolis in the previous life. This is not an exaggeration. It is indeed the same as in the anime. The bustling Konoha shinobi village is vast. The whole village is full of ninjas, villagers, and traders. On the left and right are vast and boundless dense forests, and the front and back are two lowest mountains. On the cliff behind the village, there are three majestic and solemn heads Mui and Yan. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is now in office. Of course, Yu knows. Within a few years, there will be another iconic statue on it named Akaze Minato, Konoha's fourth Hokage. But that's all for the future. It's Konoha's 44th year now. Just last year, third Kazekage of the ninja village of Sand Shinobi in the Kingdom of Wind disappeared mysteriously. The disappearance of the strongest Feng Ying triggered a series of incidents, which finally ignited the prelude to the Third Ninja World War. Yu was brought back to Konoha for adoption by Yakushi Nanoyo on the battlefield of the Third Ninja Battle against Kikyo Mountain a year ago. This year, God Atake was just 1 or 2 years old after he was born. This year, Emperor Gai has not yet been promoted to Chunin. This year, Hatake Kakashi has not yet become a copy ninja. This year, the Mist Shinobi ninja village in the Blood Mist Shinobi, known as the Ghost Man, no longer killed the ninja graduation exams that let students kill each other, and killed all the students of the current class alone. A sensation in the ninja world. And because of Mist Shinobi's ninja graduation exam, his approach changed. Walking on the busy street while thinking. Many passers-by who came and went all cast their eyes on Yu's delicate little face. Whether it was Yu's pale hair color like moonlight, or Yu's handsome little boy face, they captured the attention of many passers-by. Even Yu could vaguely hear a few young girls and aunts talking about Kawi within not far away. Yu lowered his head slightly, quietly speeding up the pace of walking. The soul of an adult still couldn't adapt to this kind of little boy treatment. Boss. Please give me 2 chakra test papers. Soon after 10 minutes, you walked to an ordinary ninja shop. There are many similar ninja shops like Konoha. In addition to ninjas who perform missions, there are many imps who dream of ninja dreams all day long. Thank you for your patronage. Seeing you entering the door, the owner of the ninjutsu shop in Hyuxia martial arts suddenly brightened his eyes. While handing you 2 chakra test papers, he also took away the 22 notes in Yu Xiao's hand. 2 is the currency of Hokage ninja world, and 1 or 2 is almost 10 yen. Generally, ninjas can get rewards ranging from 5,000 taels to 50,000 taels for completing a D-level task. This shop. Could it be the ninja shop opened in Tenten's house in the future? After taking the chakra test paper, I looked at the owner of the ninja shop wearing a Hyuxia martial arts suit. Uxin thought that the man in front of him might be one of Konoha's 12 Xiaoqiang in the future, the daddy of the female ninja Tenten. After coming out of the ninja shop, squeezing the hustle and bustle of the crowd, you headed upstream in the opposite direction of Konoha Yanyan. On the opposite side of Konoha's iconic Hokage Yanyan and Fire Temple, there is an entire leveled back mountain. There are dense forests and canyons around the back mountain, where you found a good place to practice. Chapter 10. Yes, this is it. After walking for about half an hour, you finally came to the place of cultivation he was looking for. This is a low-lying gorge, with a clear stream flowing in the middle, and a magnificent waterfall continuously pouring down from the mountain. There are no people around 1 kilometer, and it is surrounded by dense woods, so there is no need to worry about others peeping. Before practicing, let's take a look at the attributes of your own chakra. You reached out and took out a chakra test paper from the ninja bag and held it in his hand. Concentrating on running chakra into his hands, he lost on the chakra test paper. Soon, you saw that the test paper in his hand had changed. After entering chakra, the test paper was first wetted and then crumpled into a piece. The nature transformation of water and thunder. After looking at the changes that appeared on the test paper, you muttered thoughtfully, if it can be integrated together, it will be a thunder that is freely controlled like water Landun. Landun is the blood boundary formed by the fusion of the chakra nature transformation of water and thunder. It can be understood as a kind of charged water or a soft thunder, which is a very powerful blood relay and boundary capability. For example, in the final ninja war in the original book, 6 Paths Uchiha Madara uses chakra, the magic technique to perform Land Shun. A laser-like technique spit out from the mouth sage art Landung Guangfeng, powerful enough to interrupt the black rod of yin and yang that Uzumaki Naruto inherited from the 6 Paths Immortal Surgery. Because it is the relationship of the traverser. After knowing his own chakra attributes, Nature immediately began to imagine how to better develop his abilities. However, the chakra nature transformation of the blood succession boundary level is not something I can consider for the time being. Let's practice and develop the strength of string fruit first. The imagination is wonderful, but the reality is that you is still a kid who hasn't even attended a ninja school for the time being, so working hard to develop the strength of string fruit in his body is Yu's most wise choice. Genin, Jnin, Jainin, Cage level, Super Cage level, the pinnacle level of ninja world that ruins the world, and the 6 paths level that creates the world and destroys the world in one thought. There is also a long line in front of you. The way to go. Monochrome line. Stopped his cranky thinking and focused on the small tree trunk in front of him. I saw you claws with one hand, and slammed at a small tree in front of him. A transparent and invisible thin silk thread that was almost invisible to the naked eye was made from Yu's fingers. Boom! A silk thread that is sharper than the piano thread cuts through the air. With the full force of Yu's blow, the small trunk with a thick bowl in front of him broke. The ports are neat and smooth, as if they have been cut by an invisible ferret. Very good. Looking at the small tree trunk that was severed by his own blow, Yu nodded in satisfaction. Just getting the ability of string fruit has such destructive power. If you practice hard, as long as you don't face the pervert boss in the later period, he can stand in the ninja world by relying on the ability of string fruit alone. String fruit is a very powerful heaven-defying devil fruit ability. The body can be transformed into a wire, remotely controlling others like a puppet, and the wire can be tied to the cloud and then flying in the air. You can control the body movements of multiple targets at the same time, and use invisible lines to cut people and objects, even to cut metal that is harder than steel. If you develop it to the depths, you can sew the wound with thread and automatically suture to repair your internal organs. If the training reaches the stage of Devil Fruit's awakening, the power of terror can turn all the surrounding non-biological objects into transparent lines. Then all thousands of lines can be gathered together to launch a penetration attack on the target. Doflamingo in One Piece has already developed the capabilities of string fruit very well. But what you has to do now is to be stronger and better than the one developed by Doflamingo. So, 5 color strings. Focusing on the small tree trunk that was severed by him, you continued to practice. The power of string fruit in his body was fully activated, and his hands became claws. What you had to do was to make 5 invisible sharp thin lines on 5 fingers at the same time, and instantly cut the remaining tree trunk into 6 segments with one blow. Hey! But after a hit, nothing happened, and you was empty in front of her. Whispering sound. Still not working. He didn't complete the moves he had imagined, and only saw that you curled his lips a little uncomfortably. It seems that the road to cultivation is really a long way to go. But you was not too disappointed, but worked harder to practice with great concentration. After all, I just got the ability of string fruit yesterday, and it is already very good to be able to use it for this later. The daylight drifted, and the time gradually came to the afternoon. The scorching sun shines on Yu's body through the gaps in the woods. Hey! You, who continued to practice, soon began to sweat, his chest was up and down, and his mouth was constantly gasping. The abilities of physical skills and string fruit have been practiced almost today. The rest is. After sitting under the big tree for a little rest, I gradually recovered my strength and chakra. I saw you walking to the edge of the river, closing his eyes and trying to concentrate chakra on the soles of the feet. After feeling chakra on the soles of the feet, he slowly stepped on the surface of the river. Wow! But caught off guard, you stepped on her whole foot in the water and was splashed with water. Climbing a tree and treading water is the foundation that a ninja must cultivate. It took me a long time to climb the tree to become the master, but I have not been able to step on the water for so long. It is totally unreasonable. A little embarrassed crawling out of the water, you standing by the river couldn't help but wonder. Compared to the original book, it took Naruto and Sasuke almost a week to master the master climbing trees and treading water. After the outstandingly talented Yu successfully refined chakra, it only took a day to be able to walk on the ground like trees and walls. But for some reason, Yu, who is also the foundation of ninja training, has been lagging behind the master. Wow! Wow! Yu, who didn't believe in evil, tried a few more times, but still kept falling into the water, making it very embarrassing. Ha 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 ha! Just when Yu was a little depressed, someone suddenly couldn't help laughing. Who? Hearing the strange laughter, Yu was startled. I was too involved when I was practicing treading the water just now, and I forgot to pay attention to the surroundings for a while. It's not like that. Climbing a tree is not the same as treading water. Climbing a tree is to gather chakra on the soles of your feet and fix your body to objects like a sucker. Treading on the water is the opposite. It gathers chakra on the soles of the feet and then gently releases them to increase their pressure on the water surface, thus walking like flying on the water surface. Accompanied by unfamiliar speech sounds constantly ringing. Yu looked back and saw a boy who looked about the same age as him was sitting on the trunk of a big tree not far from him, looking at him with big black eyes like a smile. Chapter 11. It's not adsorption. Is it released? It was too late to be surprised when the boy appeared. But after hearing the boy's words, Yu murmured suddenly. It turns out that he has always entered a misunderstanding of thinking climbing trees and treading water. Generally speaking, fan novels that travel to the Hokage world are based on these two ninjas. As a traverser, Yu subconsciously regarded these two ninjas as the same thing, so he made a small mistake of thinking inertia. Sure enough, fan fiction killed people. I will burn all those books as firewood when I go back. After understanding all the causes and effects, Yu felt pained in his heart. Successful. After figuring out the principle of treading water, I saw Yu concentrated again. Chakra stepped on the water on the soles of his feet, and finally had a feeling of stepping on the real thing. Carefully placing the center of gravity on the foot on the water surface, the other foot also released chakra from the bottom of the foot, and Yu finally stood on the water surface steadily. Is there a master's key so soon? Looking at the Yu standing on the river successfully in front of him, I saw the boy sitting next to him on the trunk of the big tree with a hint of surprise on his face. At the beginning, he often fell into the water, but he didn't expect that the Yu in front of him would succeed in one shot. So strong chakra control. After all, the little Sakura, who has strong chakra control in the original book, took a lot of time to fully master tree climbing and water treading. Seeing that Yu in front of him understood the key, he succeeded in one shot, and the master had the key to treading water. No wonder the boy would be surprised. Thanks, don't know what your name is. Successfully standing on the water smoothly, Yu was obviously in a good mood. At this time, I had time to take a closer look at the boy sitting on the trunk of the big tree. His black hair was slightly curled, with a cheerful and gentle smile on his face. The upper body is wearing a dark high-necked short-sleeved and triangular protective gear, and the lower body is wearing pants of the same color with a white bandage. A pair of black eyes look very big, the eyelashes at the end of the eyes are slightly upturned like eyeliner, and the nose is very special. It is a rare dumpling nose in Konoha. For some reason, when he saw this boy, Yu suddenly felt a little familiar, but suddenly he couldn't tell. Wait, you belong to the Uchiha clan. But soon, the expression on Yu's face changed slightly. Because he noticed the family emblem on the back of the boy's clothes in front of him, it was a red and white fan logo. This sign, let alone Konoha, is unknown to everyone in the ninja world. The Uchiha family descendants of Indra, the eldest son of Sage of Six Paths Tsutsuki Hago Romo. Inheriting the Eye of the Immortal, he is famous for Sharingan, one of the three major pupil techniques. Since the Sengoku era, the Uchiha and Senju clan are one of the two strongest clans in the entire ninja world. Later, Uchiha Madara, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and Senju Hashirama, the patriarch of the Senju clan, jointly established the Konoha village. The Uchiha clan that continues to this day is undoubtedly Konoha, and even the largest family in the ninja world. For Yu, the surname Uchiha is undoubtedly profound. Yu, who is familiar with the plot, naturally knows how powerful this family's bloodline represents. Not only Yu, I believe that every traveler has longed to travel to the Uchiha clan. Get the legendary Sharingan, Mangeki Sharingan, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and even the fairy eye of creation and destruction Rinnegan. Ah, you saw it. Perceiving the slight change in Yu's face, the boy's face showed a trace of helplessness. Speaking of jumping off the trunk of the big tree, she lightly landed on the grass and looked at the feathers. My name is Shisui, Uchiha Shisui. Hiss. Fortunately, when he heard the boy's name, Yu standing on the water took a breath and almost fell into the water again. Actually, is it really this guy? Some stared at the boy in front of him in a daze. In Yu's eyes, the thin figure of the boy gradually overlapped with a powerful figure called Shisui Shisui. Who is Uchiha Shisui? In Hokage Ninja, if you talk about Atakaga Uchiha Atake, you have to mention one person, that is Uchiha Shisui. Although Uchiha Shisui's appearance shots in the original book are only a few, but his amazing strength and talent have deeply shocked every audience. You knows that this kid is the offspring of 3rd Hokage's young companion Uchiha Kagami. He is Uchiha Itachi's mentor and Uchiha Itachi's best friend. After Madara, Izuna, and Obito, it is the 4th Uchiha to start Manjiki Sharingan. When he was young, he had a pupil talent that was comparable to that of Uchiha Itachi, and possessed the highest level illusion eye of the Yu Chiba clan distinguished heavenly gods. The strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods can directly invade the opponent's brain without the opponent's awareness, and permanently and completely modify the opponent's will, so that everyone seen by the caster becomes his puppet. And you also knows. Soon, in the near future, this little boy who looks as old as himself will become the most popular ninja of the Uchiha clan, with superior strength. Good at illusion and body flicker technique, he is known as Shisui, the strongest illusion ninja, Uchiha the strongest, etc., and his nicknames are too many to count. Almost no one in the ninja world knows, even 8 Tails Jinkriki Killer B, who has not been out of Yunli Gorge in Thunder Country for many years, has heard of his reputation. It's just that you never thought that he would meet Uchiha Shisui in the little boy period here today. Forward. Does my name surprise you? Looking at you with a surprised expression in front of him, Uchiha Shisui scratched the back of his head. Staring at you apologetically, he pointed his finger at the continuously pouring waterfall not far away. This is close to the family land of the Uchiha clan, and there is Nanhi River. So, I'm very sorry that I accidentally interrupted your practice. I see. The family land of the Uchiha clan is nearby. Hearing what Uchiha Shisui said, Yu glanced at the roaring waterfall not far away. My name is Yu, Yakushi Yu. Withdrawing his gaze, Yu gradually walked from the river to the grass. Looking at the cheerful and gentle child in front of him, he stretched out a hand. Yakushi Yu. Yu's name was chanted silently, and Uchiha Shisui stretched out his hand and held Yu together, with a smile on his face. It's nice to meet new friends again. In the same way, Uchiha Shisui was deeply impressed by Yu, who was very talented and outstanding in appearance. Hey! Shisui! We should go back. Why are you still here? At this time, rustling footsteps came from the woods next to him. Chapter 12. Accompanied by the sound, 3 children who looked 6 or 7 years old came out one after another from the nearby woods. Each is wearing dark purple, dark blue and dark grey ninja short-sleeved sweaters, with the Flame Fan family emblem of the Uchiha clan printed on the back of the clothes. Ah, my friend called me. I should go back to you, see you next time. Seeing the companion of the Uchiha clan calling him back, Shisui chuckled and blinked at Yu, then turned and left. What? So this kid is not from the Uchiha clan? This kind of boring kid, how worthy to be friends with Shisui, the genius of our Uchiha clan. But at this time the 3 Uchiha children had already walked to the grass next to them, and saw the child with short black hair in the middle hugged his hands in front of his chest and looked arrogant, and looked at Yu with a slight disdain. What the hell? Was ridiculed inexplicably just like this. Yu, who had already bid farewell to Shisui, was suddenly ridiculed by the Uchiha kid, and she couldn't help being a little confused. And what is going on with this kind of automatic hatred tone? Do you think you are Lord Madara? Facing the inexplicable sense of superiority of the 3 Uchiha children before him, Yu smiled helplessly. Sure enough, apart from the 3 alternatives of Shisui, Itachi God, and Obito, everyone in the Uchiha clan has the character of Long Aotian, and even the 2 pillars in the future are no exception. That, I said. Looking at the 3 domineering Uchiha kids, Yu said in a flat tone, I made friends with Shisui instead of the 3 of you guys. Since the Senju family of old rivals Morizi disappeared in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan has become the largest family in Konoha and even the ninja world. The glorious history has made each Uchiha tribe a self-respecting and domineering personality. Although I have not experienced the Nine Tails invasion, but it is not difficult to see that the arrogant behavior style of the Uchiha family has gradually created invisible friction and barriers with other Konoha families and ordinary ninjas. So that whenever I talk about the Uchiha clan, other ninjas in the Konoha shinobi village, there will be such weird expressions on their faces. What are you talking about, kid? Sure enough, Yu's voice just fell. The Uchiha kid with short black hair next to him was instantly irritated by Yu's plain tone. It seems I want to teach you well. Let you know what attitude you should use to talk to Uchiha. After speaking, I saw the Uchiha child with short black hair holding his hands on his chest and lowering the whole body. Chakra turned around. Obviously, these three Uchiha children were already students in the ninja school. Chuanjian. Cold. Yan. You three stop. Seeing the behavior of Uchiha Spring, the black-haired child next to him, Shisui's face suddenly changed slightly. Hat, do you want to teach me? Facing the Uchiha Spring, who was wiping his hands to teach him, I saw the corner of the feather beak standing in the same place disdainfully. The ability of string fruit in his body was secretly activated, and the middle thumb and little thumb of his right hand were gently raised. If it can be done, then try it. Parasite string. Countless transparent and invisible thin threads scattered in the air above everyone's heads, and then disappeared quickly. Don't stop me, Shisui. You just have a good temper. But at this time, I ignored Shisui's persuasion. I saw Uchiha Izumi's body sank slightly, and a malicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Like this kind of little devil with long eyes, you should have a good beating. Boom. It's just that Uchiha Izumi's words haven't been finished yet, he has already been punched hard in the face, and his nosebleeds hangs directly. This sudden change made everyone stunned, even Shisui next to him was no exception. Yan. What are you doing? Uchiha Spring turned his head with an incredible blood stain on his face. Seeing a familiar face with long black hair, it turned out to be his companion Uchiha. Damn it! My body is out of control. But like Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Yan also had an incredible face at this moment, and suddenly his eyes widened in horror. Izumi! Be careful behind! Boom! Uchiha Spring got another kick on the back. The one who attacked him was Uchiha Han on the other side. What the hell? Cold. Why are you two being attacked by two of his companions at the same time? I saw Uchiha Izumi, who was already embarrassed, both frightened and angry. I don't know what's going on. I can't control my body. Be careful. I saw Uchiha Han also look terrified, but his body involuntarily punched Uchiha Senma again. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the domineering Uchiha Chuan who was beaten up by two companions in embarrassment, Yu, who was still standing on the side, couldn't help but laugh. The thumb and little finger of the middle finger of the right hand moved lightly, and continued to manipulate Uchiha Yan and Uchiha Han in front of him to attack Uchiha Izumi. Parasite string. One of the capabilities of string fruit. Spread dozens of lines in the air, then fall like a meteor shower and insert them into the opponent's body, thereby manipulating their body movements. But because the line that you can control now is only wrapped around the skin of the target he controls, there is no way to interfere with the will of the target itself. This is. Looking at this incredible scene in front of him, he noticed the subtle movements of Yu's hand next to him, and Shisui's eyes widened slightly. Blood succession boundary. Seeing Yu displayed such a weird ability without Jian, Shisui, a genius of the Uchiha clan, immediately thought of blood succession boundary. It turned out to be your kid. At this time, I saw Yu standing next to him watching the play with a smile. Uchiha Izumi, who was repeatedly beaten up by his two companions, finally reacted. An angry flame burst into his eyes, and I saw Uchiha Spring roar and rushed towards Yu next to him. Crack! It just didn't go far. Uchiha Izumi's clenched fist's wrist was caught. I don't know when, Shisui has already stood by his side. What a quick action! Noting the feathers in this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that as an unborn genius of the Uchiha clan, although Shisui has not yet entered the ninja school at his age, he is already stronger than the students of the 3 ninja schools in Uchiha Izumi. Enough. Let's stop here. Grasping Uchiha Izumi's wrist with one hand, Shisui's tone was flat, but the aura in his eyes couldn't be rejected. But faced with Shisui's prevention, Uchiha Izumi was obviously still unwilling to be reconciled. I said it. That's it. Shisui suddenly interrupted Uchiha Izumi's words. Staring at the Uchiha spring in front of him, although he has not yet awakened the blood of the Uchiha clan, Shisui's fierce gaze is not inferior to the legendary Sharingan. Chapter 13. The 3 of you do this. It will only shame us Uchiha. In the face of these people in the Uchiha spring who have no means, Shisui rebuked in a deep voice, but there was an indescribable boredom and helplessness in his heart. No wonder everyone in the village looks like that when they see a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Damn it! Feeling Shisui's sharp gaze in front of him, Uchiha Izumi withdrew his fist bitterly. Although not reconciled, Shisui, as a genius in the clan, is more powerful than the 3 of them. Feather. I apologize to you on behalf of the 3 of them. After stopping the 3 of them at Uchiha Izumi, Shisui walked up to you, with a trace of apology on his face. Whispering sound. I haven't played enough yet. Facing Shisui's apology in front of him, Yu curled his lips a little uncomfortably. But having said that, the 3 fingers of Yu's right hand moved flexibly and stopped abruptly. But for Shisui's sake, I will let you 3 go. In the future, the famous shattering Shisui cannot fail to save face, not to mention the fact that people just did a small favor for themselves. For Shisui, a talented ninja with an upright personality, it is generally difficult for enemies to feel bad at him. While speaking, Yu retracted the parasite string he was manipulating. The bodies of Uchiha Yan and Uchiha Han next to them suddenly regained their freedom. Very strong ability. Is this your blood succession limit? I saw that you just now controlled his 2 Uchiha companions silently. At this time, I saw Shisui staring at the Yu in front of him with some scorching eyes. Obviously, Yu's extraordinary talent and strange and powerful abilities have aroused the intense interest of him, a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. Blood succession boundary. Feeling Shisui's scorching gaze in front of him, Yu shrugged a little indifferently. If you want to understand it that way, be it. A power like devil fruit can obviously only be understood as the limit of blood succession in the Hokage world. A blood succession boundary that is far stronger than most blood succession boundaries. If there is a chance, I really hope I can fight with you. Seeing Yu's indifferent attitude, Shisui suddenly felt like a fist hitting the cotton. But soon, he saw his conversation turn, and the expression on his face became hot again, but it will be the opening day of the ninja school in 2 months. I think you will also go there when I think about it. There will be a chance. Feeling the intense fighting spirit in Shisui's eyes, I saw Yu haha ambiguously. As for the ninja school, let's talk about it then. If I had enough of the tuition by that time. Yu said in a bitter heart to silently add. It seems that in the original book, Naruto is so poor that he can only eat instant noodles and can afford to attend a ninja school. It is probably 3rd generation that they opened the back door for him. It's not too early, I should go back. See you next time, Shisui. Glancing at the late sky, before Shisui in front of him regained his senses, Yu had turned and left, leaving only a waving back. Yakushi Yu, really a funny guy. Looking at the feathers in front of him, his back gradually disappeared on the grass. Shisui standing still murmured to himself, an inexplicable brilliance flashed in his black eyes. It seems that ninja school will not be as boring as I thought. Back to the Konoha orphanage, it was already night. Woluxi and the others have all finished their dinner, but on the way back, Yu took care of food and clothing by himself. Feather. You guy didn't come back until now. Seeing Yu walking in from outside the wooden house, Lucy stood up first. However, after seeing Yu's monster-like performance today, Lucy's eyes looked at Yu different from before. Some fear, some envy, and perhaps, some longing. Well, I'm a little late to practice today. And I met an interesting guy. As if he didn't see that Luxie's gaze was different from before, Yu just nodded slightly, only to find that all the minor injuries on Luxie's body had been healed. In the hall of the orphanage hut in front of me, besides the children such as Mayuna and Momika, there was also the silver grey-haired child who was rescued yesterday. They told me that you saved me yesterday. Thank you. Seeing Yu walking into the hall, a child with silver grey hair came to Yu's face. The wound on his forehead was bandaged, and a black samurai helmet was worn. In addition, there is a pair of big black round glasses on the immature bridge of the nose. Looking at the feather in front of me, which was a little bit taller than me, I saw the child's face flushed slightly, and I have a name now. The dean gave me a name. Kabuto, my name is Yakushi Kabuto, and the dean gave me her own glasses. Sure enough, it was him. After watching the somewhat shy kid in front of me put on the glasses given by Yakushi Nanoyu, the image finally began to match the character in my memory. Yu sighed softly in his heart, his eyes couldn't help becoming a little complicated. Yakushi Kabuto, one of the original works of Sunin Orochimaru's assistant, a grandmaster talent in medical, spying, ninjutsu and many other aspects. He is a very optimistic character in the original book. He is not only smart but also meticulous. His first appearance is not inferior to Hatake Kakashi, Konoha No. 1 technician. Yakushi Kabuto was only 20 years old at that time. Later, he absorbed the abilities of Orochimaru and his subordinates, and successfully cultivated sage mode alone in Rika Cave, one of the 3 holy places of immortality, and his strength once suppressed the cooperation of the 2 brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. In the final 4th Ninja World War, relying on the impure world reincarnation technique that surpassed 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama and Orochimaru, it became one of the boss that set off the final battle. As a child, as a war orphan in the 3rd Ninja Wars, he was adopted by the director of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi Nanoyu, and was later taken by Danzo to the root organization to threaten Yakushi Nanoyu on spying for him. In the end, because they knew too many secrets, Danzo used a trick to kill the 2 of them, and sent Orochimaru to solve them at the same time, but he was invited to join Otanin village by Orochimaru. Of course, Kabuto is standing in front of you now. He hasn't stepped into the evil path because of the death of Yakushi Nono, but he is just a kind and shy boy. Your medical ninjutsu is amazing. If I can, I also want to learn medical ninjutsu, so I can help everyone. Having said that, looking at the Yu in front of him, I saw the young Yakushi Kabuto's expression a little envy and longing. Chapter 14. At a young age, he can use excellent medical ninjutsu. Yu, who is standing in front of Kabuto, is undoubtedly the envy of all the children in the orphanage present. Hey! It's almost 9 o'clock now. You little guys don't go to sleep yet. And that new kid. But before you could speak, there was already a stern voice inside. I saw a fat ant with a bloated body and an old man with white beard and glasses walking into the hall from the back room. Wearing the black kimono and white shawl unique to the Konoha orphanage, they are the assistants of the 2 orphanages Ena and Fukamura who have been helping Yakushi no. Don't show such a scared expression. Although they look fierce, Aunt Yane and Grandpa Shenkin are actually very gentle people. Seeing that the young Kabuto in front of him seemed to be a little afraid of the fat ant of the orphanage who looked fierce and stern, Yu calmly opened his mouth to comfort him. In fact, those who can choose to stay at the Konoha orphanage regardless of salary and remuneration are not bad guys themselves. My name is Yakushi Yu. Should be 1 year older than you, just call me Yu. After speaking, Yu ignored Yakushi Kabuto's reaction in front of him and walked directly to the sleeping room. After all, after cultivating for a whole day, Yu also felt quite tired. The ability to get string fruit soon began to be used frequently, which is a great test of physical strength. Yakushi Yu. Looking at Yu's back left blankly, I saw the young Kabuto muttering Yu's name. Does he, do not like me very much? All the complicated gazes that Yu looked at him just now were seen by him. Although he was still young, Yakushi Kabuto, who was smart and thoughtful, noticed that Yu treats himself differently from other children. Kabuto certainly wouldn't know if there are no additional factors involved. According to the normal development of the plot, the most important person in future life, Yakushi Nanoyu, will be killed by himself. It's exactly the same as the trajectory of the plot. Yakushi Kabuto also appeared. Lying on the bed looking at the ceiling, Yu's thoughts surged in his brain. At the moment when he confirmed the identity of Yakushi Kabuto, he almost used the ability of string fruit to cut off Kabuto's head, but his reason forced him to suppress this impulse. But no matter what, I will protect Yaneiyu. Never let the plot repeat. Absolutely. He clenched his fists firmly and felt the power of chakra and string fruit surging in his body. Yu, who had been practicing desperately for a day outside, finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. Time flies, 2 months' time is fleeting. Soon, it was the day when the annual ninja school enrolled in Konoha Shinobiza village. In the past few days, almost all the ninja families in Konoha have been talking about their children's enrollment. Although in this era when the Third Ninja War is intensifying, ninjas are not a popular profession, but after all, they have high risks and high income returns. What's more, because it was a war period, Konoha's senior management mandated that every child in a ninja family must participate in ninja training to become a ninja, so as to send more combat power to the front line. For example, now Konoha's famous genius ninja Hatake Kakashi. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5. In addition to his outstanding talents, he was a special product of this period. Konoha Hyushin, in a forest covered by greenery. Ba, ba, ba. From time to time, there will be a burst of sounds like the singing of countless birds. Ugly Mao Shen. The order of Jian is so simple, I have no reason why I can't do this trick. 3 handprints were formed in front of him with both hands, and chakra in Yu's body was activated. A dazzling thunder and lightning erupted from the palm of his hand, but it disappeared quickly. Damn it! Why it still doesn't work? Seeing that the ninjutsu in his hand failed to launch, Yu Xiao's face suddenly showed unwillingness. That's right, Yu is cultivating Chidori. A-level lightning-style ninjutsu with a large amount of chakra concentrated on the hand that used the stab. The speed is so fast that it will make a special attack sound like thousands of birds chirping. The original book was created by Konoha's genius ninja Hatake Kakashi, and the advanced version is the S-class lightning style, Reikari, which is famous for its ability to cut off lightning. As we all know, the order of Chidori and Reikari is the 3 steps of Ugly. And his own chakra happens to have dual attributes of minds, so as a traverser, Yu has no reason not to practice this powerful ninjutsu that emphasizes both power and splendor. But Yu Teddy spent a month to practice this extremely difficult A-level lightning-style ninjutsu. Only then discovered how difficult it is to independently complete such a forbidden technique-level super advanced ninjutsu without human guidance. After 2 months of training, your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Chakra has also reached the genin stage, but ninjutsu with this difficulty is still a bit premature for you, right? Without warning, the voice of the devil rang in Yu's heart. In the past 2 months, Yu's nearly self-abuse style crazy practice was seen in her eyes. To shut up. However, the enchanting voice of the demon was directly interrupted by Yu Savage. Keep your eyes open. There was an unwavering expression in his amber-clear eyes. I saw that Yu's hands, who refused to give up, continued to seal, and a cloud of blue and white dazzling thunder and lightning illuminated the entire woods. Lightning-style Chidori. It is as if thousands of birds sing at the same time. In a dazzling blue-white electric light, a group of highly condensed violent currents finally settled in Yu's left hand. Actually, really completed by Yu. Seeing that chakra had just reached the genin level, Yu had actually completed the super advanced ninjutsu at the forbidden technique level of Chidori. The devil's always lazy and indifferent tone also revealed unconcealed surprise at this time. In the ninja world, according to the difficulty of ninjutsu, it can be roughly divided into 6 levels. E. Ninja school level, such as tracking technique, change technique, clone technique. D. Genin level, for example, earth-style heart decapitation technique. C. Chunin level, such as fire-style great fireball technique and summoning technique. B. Jainin level, such as shadow clone technique, fire-style Ha-Long fire technique. A. Forbidden technique level, super advanced ninjutsu. The conditions that constitute forbidden technique can be divided into 2 major reasons. One is the life of the technique and the operator, the other is that the result of the technique will be extremely violation of the laws of nature. S. Profound meaning level, for example, impure world reincarnation technique, Reikari. Of course, other than that, there are also the fusion of various nature transformation techniques such as blood succession boundary, blood succession elimination, and blood succession snare. Chapter 15. Done. This is Ursh's signature skill Chidori. Staring at the highly concentrated violent current on his left hand, Yu only felt that the cells in his body were all stimulated and activated by this powerful lightning-style chakra. Hey! The voice fell, and Yu's figure turned into a flash of light, and instantly disappeared in place. Boom! In a blink of an eye, there was a bang. When Yu's figure reappeared, the big tree 10 meters away in front of him had been bombarded by the constant screaming Chidori in his hand. It's so powerful! The violent current in his hand gradually dissipated. Seeing the powerful destructive power of Chidori in front of her, Yu couldn't help but marvel. But feeling that more than half of chakra had been consumed in his body in an instant, Yu suddenly showed a wry smile on his face. But this chakra consumption is not something ordinary genin can bear. Although it broke through to genin level chakra, and after string fruit's ability transformation, it is no longer the feather of an ordinary human body, and the amount of chakra is almost several times that of ordinary genin. But Chidori, the forbidden technique level super high lightning style ninjutsu, still consumed more than half of his chakra at once. You know, even Uchiha Sasuke, who played against Gaara during the Chunin exam, can only use Chidori twice a day. Tisk tut! Really extraordinary talent and perseverance. After seeing Yu's outstanding talent and amazing perseverance, I only heard the devil sigh, I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Come on! Didn't you still say that you want to eat my soul that day? Hearing the enchanting words of the devil in his ears, the wry smile on Yu's face was even stronger. He was not so foolish as to take the devil's words completely seriously. Ko, it depends on whether you can successfully survive in this world. Hearing Yu's words, the devil chuckled directly, it's okay to tell you the truth, you are not the first host in the world to wake me up. It's just that the previous guys are too useless, even if I gave them the devil's law, they were killed in the end. So after they died, I just ate their souls. In retrospect, it was really disgusting. The incredibly sexy and enchanting voice and tone, but they told the startling words, only to hear the devil sneer in Yu's ear, don't doubt, there is such a waste in this world, and there is more than one. So, continue to practice and live on in this world. After speaking, the devil's voice gradually disappeared. It seems to fall into a deep sleep again. I see. It seems that before me, there are still a few guys who are hapless than me. After listening to the devil's words, I saw Yu who stood still muttering to himself, and Chunin couldn't help silently mourning for the devil's souls. But in that case, then I can't let go. His gaze returned to the real world in front of him, as if he was stimulated by the devil's words just now, and Yu's gaze became firmer. 3 days later, it's the entrance ceremony of the ninja school. At least before that, another ninjutsu has to be completed. Feel the chakra gradually recovering in his body. Yu gritted his teeth and mobilized all the chakra in his body to gather crazily in the palm of his right hand. The first 3 stages of cultivation have been completed. Today's chakra is almost consumed, the last remaining stage. Success or failure is in one fell swoop. Accompanied by Yu's highly concentrated eyes. The blue chakra kept converging in the palm of Yu's right hand. Numerous violent chakra whirlwinds were produced, and a ball of light blue chakra light gradually appeared in Yu's hand. That's right. The next thing that Yu wants to practice is 4th Hokage, the yellow flash of the ninja, Namikaze Minato's unique ninjutsu Rasengan. In the original book, Rasengan's training methods and principles have been explained very clearly. In the past 2 months, in addition to the development of string fruits abilities and the training of physical skills, Yu has successfully completed the first 3 stages of Rasengan's training. So today Yu will not only practice Chidori, but also Rasen, and win the signature ninjutsu of the 2 main protagonists in the original book, Sasuke and Naruto. First of all, Rasen is a Muji, very suitable for ninjas like you who will fight at high speed in the future. It is a powerful A-level ninjutsu developed by 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, inspired by Tailed Beast Bomb. I believe people who have seen Hokage have the impression of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato that they are flying thunder god and rubbing balls. But in fact, 4th Hokage is not only about flying thunder god and rubbing balls. His chakra has 3 attributes, thunder, wind, and fire, and he knows many mainstream ninjutsu, as well as the toad magic of Mount Maiboku. But Namikaze Minato's fighting style is extremely fast, and Juin is a waste of time for him, so he rarely uses other ninjutsu. Although Yu now does not have the time and space ninjutsu that can be called bug like 4th Hokage Flying Thunder God technique. However, the combat system Yu developed for herself in the future, whether it is the ability to quickly launch physical skills with string fruit, or the ability to manipulate devil fruit puppets to fight, it has already been doomed to most of the mainstream of the ninja world that needs to be printed. Ninjutsu will not suit him. Therefore, Yu also wants to try to inject his own chakra nature transformation on the basis of Rasen, which is Muji, to create his own powerful ninjutsu. But before reaching the chakra of Jainin level, Yu hasn't been able to inject chakra nature transformation into Rasen for the time being. Successful. With Yu's unremitting efforts, a light group that constantly emits a blue chakra whirlwind finally appeared in the palm of Yu's right hand. Strangeness. Why do you always feel that Rasen is different from the protagonist Naruto? Before I could feel the excitement in my heart, looking at the successfully gathered Rasen in his hands, Yu always felt that it seemed to be a little different from the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto's Rasen in the original book, but he couldn't say it all at once. Try it and you'll know. With this thought, Yu subconsciously threw Rasen out of his hands. Yes, threw it out. Under Yu's eyes, his Rasen emitted a whirlwind in the air after throwing it out, and then quickly disappeared into the air. Failed. Seeing the Rasen thrown out of his hand disappeared midway, Yu suddenly opened his eyes slightly, and felt a little frustrated in his heart. Boom! But at this moment, the entire ground under his feet seemed to vibrate severely. In Yu's incredible gaze, Rasen, who had clearly disappeared, appeared again, exploding with amazing power and directly smashed the entire tree in the distance. Chapter 16. This is... Looking at this amazing scene in front of him, Yu opened his mouth blankly. Origin, it turned out. After standing there for a while, he finally reacted, with a look of surprise on his face, I understand. Original. He successfully cultivated, not the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto's Rasen. It's the son of the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto Rasengan of Uzumaki blogger. Readers who have read the blog post know that Rasen of Uzumaki blog is different. Not only can it be thrown out as a long-range attack, but it will be invisible as if it disappeared in the middle, even Byakugan can't see it. It's really interesting. I didn't expect to cultivate this special raised nan. After understanding, Chakra exhausted you and sat on the ground, but his face was filled with excitement that could not be concealed. It is Konoha's 44th year. The genius ninja Hitaki Kakashi created Chidori when he became Jonin at the age of 12. And the yellow flash Namikaze Minato that has not yet become 4th Hokage, and Raise Nan has not yet been developed. In other words, Yu is now the pioneer of the two protagonists' signature skills, Chidori and Raise Nan. Raise Nan who will disappear. It's too awkward, so let's call it Raise Nan. After practicing, the exhausted Yu lay directly on the grass. Looking through the broken branches of Madara in the woods and looking at the clear blue sky of Konoha, he gave his finished Raise Nan a good name. After all, in the world of Hokage ninja, there is nothing that can't be solved by rubbing the balls. If so, rub the balls a little bigger. Laugh. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The Konoha orphanage was crowded with people outside the huge wooden house. I really envy you kid. Among a group of children in the Konoha orphanage, I saw Urushi, who usually has the best relationship with you, cheering on you loudly. After going to the ninja school, you have to work hard. After all, you are the most talented guy in our orphanage. Although he usually refused to admit defeat, Usse still admired Yu's talent and hard work deep down. Woo, I can't bear you. Needless to say, Mayuna and Momika, these two Yu's little fans, directly showed a reluctant expression. Don't be so exaggerated, you guys. Seeing Urushi and Mayuna's unwilling group of little ghosts in front of them, the corners of Yu's mouth twitched silently. I'm just going to the Jonin school and I'm not going far. I'll be back tonight. I'm sorry. Today is such an important day, but I can't accompany you to the entrance ceremony. At this time, Yakushi Nanoyo who was standing next to him showed a trace of apology, and his gentle face was a little haggard. Recently, Konoha frequently has frontline injured ninjas gathering outside the village. As a medical ninja, she has been treating those ninjas who returned from frontline injuries recently and earning money from the orphanage by the way. Don't be silly, Dean. Facing Yakushi Nanoyo who was apologetic, Yu was comforting her like an adult comforting a child. The entrance ceremony is it's not a big deal, I'm leaving now. After speaking, the small figure of Yu disappeared directly into the woods as Yakushi Nanoyo and Urushi watched them. Ninja School. It is a few buildings with white background and yellow tiles, which are built not far from the Hokage office building. The words Konoha Shinobi School were written on it, and a banner was opened below. Everyone is welcome to participate in the entrance ceremony. The door was open, and Tujnan stood at the door doing reception work. The school playground was full of parents and children who had come to sign up. A lot of people. After simply handing in his information and application form at the admissions information department next to him, Yu looked around a little curiously. The playground of the huge ninja school is crowded with ninja parents and his own children. Occasionally, Yu will see some familiar faces in his memory in this year of ninja. I don't know that guy, did he come to school today? Looking around, but did not see Uchiha Shisui's figure, Yu couldn't help muttering to herself. But as soon as he finished speaking, from outside the ninja school, Yu saw a familiar figure walking in. Feather. I knew it. You will definitely show up today. From among the crowd, a feather with outstanding white hair was found at a glance. Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up and he squeezed through the crowd and came to Yu. Are you here alone today? Seeing Uchiha Shisui appear, Yu smiled. But seeing that Shisui was not accompanied by his parents, Yu couldn't help but hesitate. What? Feeling Yu's hesitant gaze, Shisui's gaze darkened. Yes, my grandfather, he died on the battlefield when my father was very young. And my parents also passed away when I was very young. After explaining in a pretentiously relaxed tone, Shisui's face soon returned to the usual cheerful smile. Looking at Yu, so, I was brought up by my grandma herself. Sorry. Unexpectedly, Shisui, who was always gentle and cheerful in front of him, would have such a tragic life experience. Yu stared at him, and immediately apologized. Yet, how did I forget? Shisui is the grandson of Uchiha Kagami. His family is no longer in this world. Fine. Seeing Yu apologize, Shisui smiled disapprovingly, but looked at Yu, who had come to sign up alone, revealing a trace of doubt. Yu, are you alone? Facing Shisui's puzzled gaze, Yu was taken aback, and then smiled, yes, I am the orphan brought back from the battlefield by the Konoha orphanage. This is not a lie. Although he was not an orphan in his previous life, he is indeed a war orphan picked up from the battlefield by the Konoha orphanage in this life. So this is a... Upon hearing this, Shisui suddenly realized. Seeing Yu, who was so talented and outstanding, Shisui couldn't help but feel even more sympathetic. Indeed, both of them are talented genius teenagers, and the same tragic life experience can indeed bring them closer together. Wow wow wow! So handsome! It seems that among the newcomers this year, there are also handsome guys. And when Yu and Shisui were talking, inside the teaching building of the ninja school, the windows were already full of people. Looking at Fengshen's handsome Yu and sunny and cheerful Shisui on the playground, a group of senior girls have already exploded. That black-haired guy is so cute with a smile. I saw a girl clutching her chest, her eyes exaggerated with love. I don't like that guy's dumpling nose. Look at that white-haired guy. He's so handsome. But several other girls put forward very different opinions. All of them were flushed, and they looked like they were about to suffocate in shock at any time. Chapter 17. Damn it! What's so great, just two little white faces. Let's find a chance and give them a lesson. The surrounding group of girls yelled like an idiot, which immediately caused a strong dissatisfaction from a senior boy next to him. SHHH, keep your voice down. That black-haired guy is no ordinary kid. I think you have heard of it, Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan. But soon, another boy next to him lowered his voice to remind him. Nanny. That kid is the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan. Obviously, this boy has also heard of Uchiha Shisui's name. Shisui, who has shown amazing talent since he was a child, has become a household name in Konoha at this age, just like the genius ninja Kakashi in previous years. Since Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan, is not easy to mess with. Then we can clean up the white-haired kid after school. At this moment, a malicious voice sounded behind everyone. What do you think of this suggestion? Hakata, there are also Katetsu-senpai and Izumo-senpai. A boy with brown hair, who looks about 7 or 8 years old. With a bit of resentment, Yu stared at the playground outside the window to sign up for the ninja school entrance ceremony. There was still an obvious wound on his palm, and it was Yi Taizai who had been severely taught by Yu 2 months ago. Also, it just so happens that we want to see what is so special about the kid who taught Yi Taizai like that. And behind Taizai are 3 boys sitting casually on the desks in the ninja classroom. A black hair with bangs covers the right cheek, and a long black hair is centered like a hedgehog. Playing with 2 kunao and shuriken contemptuously in his hand, he looked like a ninja school bully. Only the boy sitting between the two of them didn't like to talk, and his dark circles under his eyes looked a little sick. Xian. Hei Feng followed them like this, don't you plan to stop him? It seems to have heard the conversation between Yi Taizai and the others. I saw Mitarashi Anko, who was sitting on the desk with a big grin next to him, with a narrow smile on his mouth, turning his head to look at the amazingly beautiful girl with long purple hair beside him. No matter how foolish you usually, it would be too much to treat a newcomer who has just entered school today. Hearing Mitarashi Anko's words, I saw the girl sitting on the chair next to her, with a hint of helplessness in her big dark and clear eyes. Senior Anko, accompany me to stop them after school. He has long beautiful purple hair, a fair and flawless face, and a pair of big dark eyes and bright red lips. It is the character that rarely appears in the original work Yakushi Yu and I. Hiba and Shisui are 2 years older, and they are well-known beautiful girls and school girls in ninja school. Oh? Do you care so much about younger generations and newcomers? Haha. Xian, aren't you the same as them? Are you also fond of that white-haired kid? Seeing Uzuki Yuin's reaction, Mitarashi Anko smiled slyly and joked with her. Senior Anko. Uzuki Yugan, who was teased by Mitarashi Anko, was ashamed and embarrassed at once, and made a grotesque sound. Soon, the two girls were laughing and fighting together. The ninja school's pretty girl smiled, and all the boys around him stared blankly. Classmates! Congratulations on enrolling! You will all become ninjas in the future. I hope you can all learn something. As everyone knows that he has been targeted by Yu. At this moment, I was standing on the playground of the ninja school with all the parents and children, looking boredly at the old man wearing a red and white Hokage hat in front of him, and the old man in a white Hokage robe was talking on the stage. It's really drowsy. Is this old man third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who has been in office the longest? Looking at third Hokage, who was standing on a high platform in front of the entrance ceremony of the ninja school, a curious look appeared in his amber-clear eyes. If it weren't for the turbid eyes of the old man at the front desk, a wise edge would be revealed from time to time. You really had to think that the third Hokage in front of him was just an ordinary old man, not the famous Dr. Ninjutsu in the ninja world. Ninja school was founded by Konoha second Hokage Senju Tobirama. It was a period of war. In order to ensure the stability and efficiency of fighting ability and education, a ninja school was specially established for all ninjas to practice the most basic part. After basic learning in the ninja school, the ninjas will be promoted to genin, divided into different groups to practice with their own teachers, and accept tasks of different levels suitable for them, which can send a large number of talents to the village every year. According to Yu's understanding, Konoha Shinobi School is mainly divided into 5 stages: admission, basic, practice, application, graduation. As long as you pass these 5 stages of practice, you can successfully become a genin, go out to perform tasks and become a ninja on your own. And in this period of war in which the Third Ninja World War is in full swing, each ninja student in the ninja school will have their studies shortened as much as possible to strive to deliver more combat power to Konoha's front line in the shortest possible time. Finally, after a more than an hour-long entrance ceremony, the following are the students in the 3rd class: Yamanaka Kazuya, Abarame Shive, Inu Rita, Hyaga Setsuna, Narata Mohisa, Yakushi Ha, Shiranu Aki. Third Hokage on the stage finally mentioned the division of the students of this year's ninja school. Didn't you get a class with Shisui? But among the students in the same class, there are many children from big families. Hearing that Shisui were divided into 2 different ninja classes, you didn't move. But seeing that there are so many children of the famous Konoha clan in the 3rd class he was in, you couldn't help thinking, it's a pity that I couldn't be assigned to the same ninja class as you. After the entrance ceremony, Shisui came to Yu's face, saying goodbye with some regret. Anyway, they are all in the ninja school, and they will be long in Japan. See you tomorrow. Facing Shisui's expression of regret, you didn't feel so much emotion. Isn't this kid bent? Feeling Shisui's extraordinary enthusiasm for herself, Yu secretly slandered herself. Thinking of the gay fetters between Sasuke and Itachi and Shisui, and the Uchiha clan in the original book, Yu suddenly shuddered. After waving goodbye to Shisui, Yu directly embarked on the way back to the Konoha orphanage. Stop talking nonsense! Brat! If you don't want to be beaten, hand over everything on you. But just stepped out of the gate of the ninja school. The noise from the side path caught Yu's eyes. Chapter 18. Why does this kid look so familiar? I saw in the tree-lined path on the left-hand side of Yu, Two teenagers who looked about 10 years old and probably graduated from ninja school were pressing a 7 or 8-year-old child against the wall. Originally you didn't have any extra thoughts to take care of this kind of thing. But seeing the child who was pressed against the wall with dark skin and long dark hair tied up with a pineapple head, he looked very familiar. So he stopped and slowly said, "Hey, I said you two guys." Hearing that some people were nosy, the two teenage ninja school boys immediately turned their heads. But when he saw that the kid standing behind them was actually younger than the kid they were bullying, he suddenly smiled. "A kid who is younger than this guy, do you want to stand up and be more nosy?" Whoosh! It's just that they didn't finish both of their words, they felt a flower in front of them, and the you standing in front of them had instantly disappeared in place. Boom! Two dull sounds. The child with the pineapple head pressed against the wall just reacted. I was surprised to see that the two teenagers who were bullying him in front of him had been knocked to the ground instantly by you. Okay, so awesome. Seeing you, who was 2 or 3 years younger than him, knocked the two ninja school teenagers who were bullying him to the ground in the blink of an eye. The pineapple head child leaning on the wall blankly opened his mouth, and was speechless for a long time in shock. It hurts. Damn it, how can such a kid have such great strength? The two teenage ninja school teenagers didn't understand what was going on, they were knocked to the ground in a whirlpool, and fell to the ground, staring at the 5-year-old you in incomparable surprise. What are you doing in a daze? Are you still going? In the blink of an eye, they solved two teenage ninja school boys. You turned his head and looked at the pineapple head child who was leaning on the wall in a daze, and spoke indifferently. In the past time. In addition to string fruits ability development and ninjutsu training, Yu's most focus is on physical training. Especially after reaching the genin level chakra, dealing with the two ninja school boys who have just refined chakra is easy. Forward. Hearing Yu's plain voice, the young pineapple head leaning against the wall seemed to wake up like a dream. I was about to open my mouth and thank you, but at this moment, another voice came over in an untimely manner. Under these circumstances, are you still in the mood to take care of other people's affairs? With the voice that came, 4 mysterious figures had blocked the path where you and the pineapple head boy were. Yakushi Yu, right? After that incident last time, I specifically went to find out your name. After the 4 figures blocked the way of you and the pineapple head boy, there was a sneer full of hatred on the face of the incoming person. It was Itaeki, a student of the ninja school who was severely taught by you last time. Quick, go! It's Yaitei and Gang Zaitetsu. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the two ninja school boys who fell on the ground immediately got up and fled hurriedly. Only the pineapple head boy who was rescued by you, hesitated and gritted his teeth and chose to stand behind you. So it's you. The guy who diapered his crotch last time. Seeing that Itachi, who was severely taught by herself last time, led the other 3 senior ninja school boys and 2 in front and 2 back to block his way, I saw you slowly turning around. Not only was there no panic on his face, but a hint of mockery appeared at the corners of his mouth. What? Didn't the last time make you remember any more? Damn it's kid. Sure enough, Itachi gritted his teeth as soon as you said plain words. The last tragic experience lingered in his mind like a nightmare. Had it not been for his own unauthorized use of ninjas, his parents would have gone to the Konoha orphanage and you for a long time. In the end, they had to swallow their anger. After being sent to the ninja hospital for treatment, the 2 brothers Itachi and Inaz were also preached by their parents. Hey, are the newcomers in ninja school so arrogant now? Before Yaitei escaped from his anger, the young man with black hair and bangs covering his right cheek standing next to Yaitei had already stood up and snorted coldly. Itachi, are you being taught by such a kid? Then you are not growing up too much. At the same time, the young man with long black hair standing on the other side of Yu's side like a hedgehog seemed to be unable to stand Yu's indifferent attitude, and took a step forward with cynicism. These two guys. I was caught between two ninja school boys who looked like they were in their teens. Looking at the somewhat familiar faces of the two of them, Yu suddenly remembered the identity of the two of them, and his face was suddenly stunned. So that's it, is that the two dragon sets of Shinayu Izumo and Gangzite? The way you welcome new students is quite special. Gangzisha, Shinayu Izumo. Both are the elite Chunin of Mui in the original book. The tacit understanding and deep trust cultivated over the years have made the cooperation between the two almost seamless. They are all teenagers now, and they are senior students of the ninja school. What you didn't expect was that Chunin, the dragon set in these two originals, was actually the little overlord of the ninja school when he was a teenager. Okay, Senior Zisha, Senior Izumo. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and teach this kid a meal and go back. A sickly voice urged impatiently. I saw Yi Taezi, the last of the four of them, speak. Pale complexion, wearing a black turban, with severe dark circles, looked frail and sickly. Moonlight Blast. You recognized the identity of this boy at a glance. In the original book, Konoha's special Jonin, the protagonist Naruto, was the chief examiner of the third session of the Chunin exam. He is also the lover of Ozuki Yuga's childhood sweetheart, a short-lived ghost who died in the hands of Sand Shinobi Jonin Baki in the Orochimaru Konoha collapse plan. Of course, the Moonlight Gale in front of Yu's eyes is only 8 years old, one term younger than Gangzite and Shinayu Izumo, but they are stronger than both of them. There are so many familiar faces. It's a pity that they are all trivial tricks. After recognizing the identities of the three ninja school boys in front of him, Yu reached out and hooked his fingers at the four boys in front of him. Well, don't waste my time. You can take a few together, I'm still in a hurry to go home. Chapter 19. There is such an arrogant kid. Facing the seemingly arrogant actions and words in front of Yu, Gangzisha and Shinayu Izumo couldn't help but glance at each other, and at the same time saw the angry expression on each other's face. Then don't blame us for bullying the small. She couldn't help her anger anymore, and she saw Shinayu Izumo's face sinking in front of Yu's eyes, and quickly put her hands in front of her to make a gesture of Jian. Stop! But at this moment, a cold, tender voice came. Two beautiful shadows suddenly appeared, and they were instantly stopped between Yu and Shinayu Izumo. Zian. Senior Enko. After seeing the appearance of the two in front of him clearly, Moonlight Hayate suddenly looked startled. I saw two young girls appearing in front of everyone, one with bright purple long hair and beautiful skin. The other short dark purple hair is tied up behind his head, and his cute and pretty face always has a sly smile on his face. It was Uzuki Yuga and Mitarashi Anko who came here to stop Moonlight Hayate and Ataki. It's so shameless, Hayate. As a senior in the ninja school, how can you do such a thing? After finally arriving, Zian with bright eyes and white teeth stared directly at the moonlight blast in front of her, her tone mixed with anger and disappointment. Zian, I. In the face of Ozuki Zian's sullen gaze, Moonlight Hayate suddenly hesitated. Although he has not yet become a couple like in the original book, as a playmate who grew up with him, there is no way he can ignore Uzuki Yuan's opinions. What's more, in his heart, he has already developed an affection for the cold and beautiful girl in front of him. Finally caught up. Your luck is not bad, kid. At this moment, Mitarashi Anko, who was standing next to Uzuki Yuga, also breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced back at Yu who was standing behind him, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What the hell? He was about to take a shot to teach the Shinyuki Izumo and the others, but was blocked by Uzuki Yuga and Mitarashi Anko who suddenly appeared in front of him, and Yu couldn't help but feel a little stunned. It turned out to be, the two of them. But after seeing the appearance of the two in front of him clearly, Yu recognized the identities of the two girls at a glance. It is Konoha Miko's special Jonin Uzuki Yugan and Mitarashi Anko. Uzuki Yuan, although she rarely appears in the original work, the gorgeous purple hair, bright face, and slim figure hidden behind the Anbu mask make people deeply remember this role. Now Uzuki Yuin is just an 8-year-old girl, 2 or 3 years away from graduating from the ninja school. Similarly, Mitarashi Anko was only 9 years old in this period, and she was in the same class as Kamizuki Izumo Katetsu, and she was a senior elder sister who was 1 term older than Uzuki Yuga and Moonlight Hayate. Although she hasn't practiced with Orochimaru, one of Sunin, this girl is born with an evil and cunning temperament. What are you doing in a daze? Don't leave soon. Seeing that Yu was still in a daze behind her, Mitarashi Anko suddenly said with her arms akimbo. Although she is only 9 years old, she is accompanied by her cute face, exposed mesh underwear and ninja skirt. Already a full-fledged Oni-san, ahem. Already a full-fledged school sister. Interesting little girl. Facing Mitarashi Anko's scolding in front of him, while feeling a little speechless, the corners of Yu's mouth couldn't help but raise a subtle arc. Naturally, he could see that Uzuki Yuga and Mitarashi Anko had arrived here specifically to prevent Itaeki and Shinyuki Izumo from bullying their newcomer who had just entered school. It's not that easy to let this kid go. Anko, it's nothing to do with you two here, let me go. Seeing Uzuki Yuin and Mitarashi Anko who suddenly appeared in front of them, they were trying to stop the 4 of them, the arrogant imp, Yukeu. At this moment, Shinayu Izumo yelled out and took the first shot, and the seal of both hands was quickly completed. Water-style water glutinous rice noodles. After taking a deep breath, Shinayu Izumo opened his mouth and spit out a large group of unknown liquid toward the ground. Although it was not a high-level ninjutsu, Shinayu Izumo's strength was obviously much better than the 2 ninja school students who were beaten away by Yu just now. Oops! Izumo, this guy! I didn't expect Shinayu Izumo in front of me to suddenly make a move. Unprepared, Uzuki Yuin and Mitarashi Anko were directly stuck in place by the viscous liquid that spread quickly on the ground under their feet. Whoosh! Yu reacted extremely quickly. Faced with the unknown liquid that is constantly spreading under my feet, I feel that this special water style has super viscous properties. I saw him jump behind him, avoiding the special water style ninjutsu of Godai Izumo. This kid, what a quick response! Mitarashi Anko's eyes lit up when he noticed Yu's agile skill. The hand that was originally reaching for the ninja bag also subconsciously stopped. Ninfa summoning technique. Ninja summon. Seeing Yu in front of him leaping up in the air, Gangzatai, who worked closely with Shinayu Izumo, had already pulled out the ninjutsu scroll on his body. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke emerged out of thin air. In a blink of an eye, there was a huge ninja hammer in Gangzisha's hand, dashing towards the feather that was unavoidable in mid-air. Careful! Seeing that both Shinayu Izumo and Gangzai Tetsu in front of them were able to use ninjutsu so skillfully. Looking at Yu, who was unable to evade in the air, the young pineapple head standing behind couldn't help but exclaim. It works well. Unfortunately, it's just a little trick. But at this time, facing the steel that was sprinting up with a huge ninja hammer in front of him, I saw Yu, who seemed to be unavoidable in mid-air, but he snorted coldly and hooked his fingers indifferently. Boom! A scene that surprised everyone happened. I saw the steel iron, which was quickly sprinting towards Yu with a huge ninja hammer, as if suddenly tripped over something, and the whole person suddenly fell and flew out. This is... Seeing this sudden change in front of me, everyone present was stunned. They couldn't perceive at all, there was a thin, transparent, and invisible thread in the air. My leg. The whole body slammed the steel iron that flew out, and couldn't help but let out a painful cry. I saw that the calf he had tripped over by the thin thread made by Yu had already started to seep blood, and he could only cover his calf with both hands and sat on the ground without daring to move. You should feel lucky that you didn't cut your leg. Falling to the ground next to him, Yu stood up and looked at Gangzisha who was sitting on the ground holding his legs and cried out. Yu said calmly. In the One Piece world's top war, Doflamingo cut off the devil Little Ounce's leg in this way. Chapter 20. Although I didn't see what happened just now. But Xi Yan, this kid seems to be very strong. Seeing you falling on the ground next to him, he even solved the strong Gangzatetsu in the ninja school in a single encounter. At this moment, Mitarashi Anko's eyes suddenly burst into a strange light, as if he had seen a strange toy. It seems that the two of us made an extra effort today, Senior Anko. Lean against Mitarashi Anko. Looking at the plume landing in front of him, the cold and beautiful Oyuzian also smiled bitterly, but she couldn't help but reveal a hint of brilliance in her big eyes. Be careful behind. But in the next second, something seemed to be noticed. Uzuki Xi's complexion suddenly changed, and she suddenly reminded you of her. You are too smug, kid. It's just that Mao Yuzian's voice has just come out, and a shadowy voice has already sounded from behind you. It was the moonlight blast, and seeing Gangzatai was instantly resolved by you. At this time, I saw Konoha's special Jainin in the future, who had quietly appeared behind you for some time. Konoha's Sun and Moon Dance. Seeing the incredible ability of the white-haired child in front of me. The sword that Moonlight Hayate carried behind instantly came out of her sheath, turning into a sharp cold light in the air and slashing towards Yuzhen. This is Konoha swordsmanship, mixed with the one-stroke swordsmanship of the samurai Aizen. Although it has not yet reached the realm of using the shadow clone technique to perform the dance of the three-day moon in the original work. But being in the ninja school can use such Konoha swordsmanship, it can be seen that Moonlight Hayate's strength and talent are not simple. Has it almost reached Genin's level? Seeing the moonlight blast lurking silently behind him, he actually performed such a fierce Konoha swordsmanship. The plain expression on Yu's face did not change much, and the string fruit in his body was activated and turned around and waved. Kang! With the sound of the crisp metal clash, the moonlight gusts cut by the sharp sword in his hand suddenly widened his eyes. String! Even, was blocked by the line. I saw you standing in front of Moonlight Hayate, and a very thin silk thread appeared in the hand that was swung out, and she was able to resist the extremely sharp sword in Moonlight Hayate's hand. Your movements, too slow. After using the silk thread made in his hand to block the sword that Moonlight Storm had chopped over, a sharp light burst from his amber-clear eyes. Not good. Perceiving the streaming light from Yu's eyes in front of him, Moonlight Gale suddenly felt shocked, but his body was too late to react as if he had poured cement. Shadow Dance Leaf. Standing in front of the moonlight blast, Yu gave a soft drink, and his body sank instantly, and the suddenly raised right leg threw a fierce wind directly in the air. Boom! The sound of dull body impact sounded. In everyone's horrified gaze, the moonlight blast standing in front of Yu was directly hit by the powerful kick from Yu's chin. The whole person was kicked off the ground by Yu's foot, and the moonlight blast that rose a meter abruptly only felt a bang, and the brain went blank. In a blink of an eye, the man flew out like a kite with a broken line, and fell to the ground not far away. One move. Anyone who killed Moonlight Hayate with one move. How old is this kid? Is he a monster? Seeing Moonlight Hayate, whose strength at the ninja school was equal to that of his own, was hit by Yu's move in front of him. Seeing this incredible scene in front of him, Mitarashi Anko's small mouth opened slightly, shocked in words. Hate was unexpectedly caught by him. Uyuzian was also stunned. As a playmate who grew up as a child, no one knew the strength of Moonlight Gale better than her. The moonlight blast performing Konoha swordsmanship Sun Moon Dance was hit and flew by Yu. So what exactly was the strength of this white-haired boy who looked only 5 or 6 years old in front of him? Blast! Watching Gang Zisha and Yu use solution instantly. Now even the stronger Moonlight Storm was kicked by Yu. At this moment, Shinayu Izumo, who was standing next to him, was shocked. Damn it! What's the matter? My body, why can't it move? I was about to take out Kyo and rush up, but the next second Shinayu Izumo only felt his body numb. Then came the horrified discovery: no matter how hard he struggled, his body couldn't move. Have you hit the A-cup ointment? It seems lucky. At this time, a playful voice sounded. Standing still immobile, Shinayu Izumo's eyes widened in horror. I saw Yu's figure standing in front of him at some point, a fist magnified infinitely before his eyes. Boom! There was no chance for a cry of pain. Shinayu Izumo was directly knocked out by Yu with a punch. This technique is called a rabbit hair needle. The thin thread is wrapped around the chakra and then shot in a needle-like shape, piercing the opponent's meridian system, making the opponent unable to move. It is a skill that Yu has cultivated without having anything to do with the tricks of Satsuki Kagaya in the original book. The only difference is that Satsuki Kagaya uses hair, while Yu uses thin threads. And because there is no Byakugan's relationship, Yu can only use his knowledge of the human body to launch this trick. In fact, the chance of accurately hitting the target meridian and acupuncture points is not high, so Yu just sighed like that. There was silence. It was already evening. Looking at Moonlight Hayate and Kagura Chizuki, who fell on the ground and fainted before them, there was also Gangzatai, who was afraid to make a sound while sitting on the ground next to her with her hands on her calves. I saw Itaki and the Pineapple Head Boy remaining on the scene, as well as Uzuki Yuga and Mitarashi Anko leaning against each other. Everyone fell into a dead silence. It's a monster. Staring blankly at Yu, who was 2 or 3 years younger than him, he suddenly put the three of them, Shinyuki Izumo and Gangzatetsu, from the upper grades of the ninja school to the ground in a blink of an eye. I saw the young Pineapple Head standing next to him, talking to himself as if he had looked silly. If I'm not mistaken. At this moment, looking at the frightened young boy Itachi standing next to him, the corner of Yu's mouth was slightly cocked in a playful manner. The guy who was clamoring to clean up me just now, are you trembling now? Because he saw Itachi's legs trembling constantly, it seemed that there was another tendency to be scared to pee. Weird. Monster. How come there is a monster like you? Don't come over. Looking at Yu, who was gradually walking towards him, Itachi's voice was trembling unnaturally. Chapter 21. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Gradually walking in front of Itachi, Yu seemed to remember something suddenly, and a devilish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I told you last time, if there is another next time, I will hit your head with one blow. After speaking, Yu's right index finger was gently raised, and it was pointed at Itachi's head in front of him like a pistol. No, don't kill me. Looking at the fingers pointed at his head by Yu, I saw that the expression on Itachi's face had completely collapsed because of fear. He could already imagine that if Yu played this trick, his head would undoubtedly be smashed like a watermelon. Boom! Looking playfully at Itachi, who was about to pee out of his pants in front of him. A sly color flashed across Yu's face, and a deliberate bang in his mouth. Suddenly, Itachi in front of him fell to the ground. And when he rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth, he was shocked and fainted by Yu. Hey, it's really not scary. I really don't know how such a guy will become a ninja in the future. He glanced at Itachi, who was frightened and fainted in front of him. Yu curled his lips contemptuously, and his eyes fell on the Pineapple Head Boy who was completely sluggish next to him. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Since just now, Yu has always felt that this kid looks so familiar. But I always felt that there was something missing on his face, so I couldn't remember it for a while. My name is Irika, Domino Irika. Seeing Yu's eyes looking at him, I saw that the Pineapple Head Boy seemed to wake up from a dream, stammering almost incompletely even a word. Although he was a teenager 3 or 2 years younger than himself. But I saw the shocking power that Yu Zhan just revealed with his own eyes. The Pineapple Head Boy had never imagined that the newcomers who had just enrolled in the ninja school could still achieve this level. Irika? It turned out to be him. After hearing the Pineapple Head Boy say his name, Yu suddenly realized. It turned out that there was a horizontal scar on the nose, no wonder I didn't recognize it for a while. Domino Irakachunin, teacher of Konoha Shinobi School in the original book, the protagonist Naruto Sasuke Jr. Sakura and their head teacher. At the same time, he was also the protagonist Naruto's first personal mentor. As Janin's parents, both died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Although the strength is mediocre, it has played a vital role in the growth of the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto. Iraka. Looking at Iraka, the only promised boy in front of him, Yu's handsome face couldn't help showing a hint of helplessness. You were bullied by two ninja school classmates, you guys are too useless, right? Indeed, Iraka's parents are both Jainin from Konoha Shinobi village. But in the original book, Iraka's strength can only be an ordinary ninja school chunin. Even Mizuki, who is also chunin, a ninja school, couldn't beat that waste wood. From the perspective of a traverser, Iraka's strength is indeed a bit sorry for the audience and parents. No way. Not everyone is born with the talent of a ninja like you. Feeling the contemptuous gaze in front of you, I saw a wry smile on Iraka's face. He was born with a mediocre ninja talent, and he really embarrassed himself both as Konoha Janin's parents. And my ideal. I will become a teacher in a ninja school in the future, so I will be satisfied. But as soon as he mentioned his future ideals, the youthful face of Iraka immediately showed the brilliance of yearning. Well, as long as you are happy. You happy juk. Seeing the dream brilliance blooming on Iraka's face in front of him, you couldn't help turning Byakugan over. Seeing that he was the head teacher of the future protagonists, you couldn't bear to hit him. Mitarashi Anko and Uzuki Yuga. At this time, his gaze shifted to Mitarashi Anko and Uzuki Yu next to him. He noticed that the solid liquid under the feet of the two girls had gradually dispersed, and a smile appeared at the corner of the feather mouth. Anyway, thank you for today. After all, the two girls rushed over to stop Yatai from knowing them, trying to protect themselves, a newcomer to the ninja school. Although it didn't help me much, I still have to open my mouth to thank others, right? Well, this is a question of politeness. The rude brat. Just as soon as Yu spoke, a crossroad suddenly appeared on Mitarashi Anko's forehead next to him, gritted his teeth and said, "You should call us senpai or senior." Okay Anko, goodbye Anko. However, Yu directly ignored Mitarashi Anko's glaring gaze next to him, and turned around with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. I should go back, then the mess here will trouble you and Zien-sen. See you next time if you have a chance. When the voice fell, what was left for the two girls and Iraka was Yu's back, who had already waved away. Damn it! What AFG kid! The bright eyes stared fiercely at the back of Yu's departure, and Mitarashi Anko gritted his teeth. I'm called Yun senpai, but I'm called Anko. Glug. Seeing Mitarashi Anko gritted her teeth beside her, Uzuki Yun could not help covering her mouth and chuckles. But staring quietly at the back of the feathers in front of him that gradually disappeared in the setting sun, a strange ripple could not help but appear in his heart. Yakushi Yu. What an interesting person. Time is like quicksand at your fingertips, and the days pass by day. Since becoming a student of the ninja school, Yu has been learning ninja theory and basic knowledge in the ninja school. Change technique, clone technique, and body replacement technique have all been masters who have been skilled in Yu. These are the most practical basic ninjutsu in ninja battles. Although simple, they can often allow a person to reverse the battle situation on the field. Since enrolling, it has not surprised everyone. Shisui, a genius of the Uchiha clan, began to reveal his amazing talent as soon as he entered the ninja school. Whether it is ninjutsu, physique, ninja, or ninja theory knowledge, Uchiha Shisui all got the top scores in the ninja school. But to everyone's surprise, although Uchiha Shisui is exceptionally good, he only finished second in the ninja school. The position of the first chief was held firmly by an unknown civilian ninja named Yakushi Yu. This is undoubtedly surprising. As a result, some unidentified people were curious to find out who this kid named Yakushi Yu is. Sacred. Chapter 22. But Yaiteizi and Shinayu Izumo, a few of them, experienced the last bitter lesson. Every time I saw you at the ninja school, I almost walked around like a ghost. This day, in the huge exercise field of the ninja school, all the ninja students in the third class of you gathered. Students, today's project is an actual combat exercise. In order to increase actual combat experience and see their own shortcomings. Seeing that all the ninja students in the three classes in front of him have all arrived. The ninja instructor Ui Zhenhong nodded in satisfaction and announced loudly. So today's actual combat exercises will take the form of indiscriminate melee. Everyone can choose their own opponents, and they can also find their own temporary teammates in the battle. Actual combat exercises in the form of melee? Hearing the words of the class teacher Yuri Zhenhong in front of him, all the ninja students present below suddenly had a chat. Especially you, who was in the crowd, immediately felt several unkind gazes falling on him. It seems the way of education in the ninja school during the war is also different from that in the peacetime. As if not feeling the unkind gazes around him, you standing in the crowd thought thoughtfully. After all, in a real battle, anything can happen. This type of actual combat exercises can indeed directly see a ninja's actual combat strains and shortcomings. It is worth mentioning that instructor of the third class of ninjas where you is the man with black hair, red eyes, and a slightly clear face in front of him. It is Yuri Hong's father in the original book, Konoha Jainin, who died in the Nine Tails incident. Yuri Zhenhong. Although Yuri Zhenhong in this period has not yet become Jainin, he is the instructor who guided Chunin and Genin in the original book. However, he has almost reached the level of Jainin, and he is currently the strongest among all instructors in the entire ninja school. It is out of self-confidence in their own strength. Only when Yuri Zhenhong dared to use the indiscriminate melee, a practical exercise method that was very likely to have a casualty rate, to hone the strength of all the ninja students present as much as possible. So, practical exercises, start now. There was no unnecessary nonsense. After Yuri Zhenhong announced the start, he stood by and observed the actual combat. I'm sorry, Yakushi classmate. Sure enough, at the moment when Yuri Zhenhong announced the start of the actual combat exercise, a voice immediately came from behind you. While all the ninja students around started looking for shelters from the bushes and woods, only a ninja student in the same class had rushed to Yu's back and took out a punch toward Yu's back. It seemed as if there were eyes on the back. Facing the expected sneak attack, Yu only saw Yu's eyes jump. With a slight sideways, he avoided the fist attacking behind him by a small margin. Wow! It hurts. Hurry up and let go. Accompanied by a scream of pain, Yu's turned around and came behind the sneak attacker. Grab the opponent's arm and twist it slightly, and buckle the fork on the opponent's back so that it can't move at all. Shiranuishu, out. Seeing that within 2 seconds of the actual combat exercise, one of the ninja schools had been subdued by feather. I saw Yuri Zhenhong, who was standing by and observing, directly sentenced him out of the game, and a strange look flashed in his crimson eyes. As a ninja instructor in Class 3, Ui Mahong also attached great importance to the ninja student of Shisui, a genius who can beat the Uchiha clan in all aspects. At the same time, he also wanted to pass today's actual combat exercise to see what level of strength the young man who can beat the genius Uchiha Shisui in performance is probably reached. Swish swish. There were several sharp breaking noises in the air. Right in front of him, Yu just kicked Shiranuishu out of the game. There were already 5 or 6 sharp shurikens flying around, and they were all nailed to Yu's body in a blink of an eye. Ah! Teacher! That guy Yu was killed. After all, they were only children from the ninja school. Seeing this scene before them, several ninja students around suddenly screamed. Be quiet! Show me well! Xiri was really red on the side with a deep cry, and a sharp glow flashed in his crimson eyes. Boom! When the voice fell, I saw the feather shot by the shuriken in the front court, which directly turned into a piece of wood. Body replacement technique is used very well. Just now even I almost didn't see when he transferred the body. Seeing Yu's body replacement technique, Yuri Zhenhong nodded in satisfaction. Hey, the shuriken just now. The hiding positions of you guys have been exposed. A flat voice sounded, and Yu appeared alive again in everyone's sight. The body turned into an extremely fast phantom, and in a blink of an eye, all the ninja students who had thrown shurikens were knocked to the ground. Wow! It hurts. Teacher Yuri. Yakushi Yu is so amazing. After all 4 or 5 ninja students are down and out. I saw a few little ghosts rubbing the painful parts of their body, and walking to Yuri Zhenhong's side with a complaining expression. So handsome. Go on Yudian. Take down all these guys. At this time, I looked at Yu Chuchen's appearance and crushing strength in the field. A group of girls watching at the side was already excited and about to faint, and seemed to have formed a support group and cheered on the side. Yudian? Hearing the new appellation of a group of girls next to them, a wry smile appeared on the corners of the feathers on the court. This kind of exaggerated phenomenon is only possible in the world of the second dimension. Thinking like this in my heart, the steps under my feet didn't stop at all. I saw you in front of everyone walking like a stroll in the chaotic exercise field. Along the way, he successfully solved one sudden opponent after another. Secret technique insect jade. At this time, it was accompanied by a soft shout. A dense cluster of black insects suddenly spread in the air, and they continued to approach the feathers in the middle from all directions to besiege. A secret technique of the Aberame clan. There are only a few bugs, it seems that I haven't gotten to the heat. Facing the ninja student Abarame's Haibai who suddenly appeared in front of him, and the insects that were constantly surrounding him like a black faint smoke in the air. I saw the calm expression on Yu's face as usual. Although the secret skills of the Aberame clan are powerful, the level of this ninja school is not enough to pose any threat to him. Leaf Hurricane. With a soft drink, Yu's body sank slightly. The whip leg kicked strongly under the foot, instantly formed a strong whirlwind. Directly swept all the surrounding bugs, along with Abarame's Haibai in front of him. Chapter 23. So amazing! Is this guy really a ninja student in the same class as us? This time, it was not just a group of girls next to him. Even the boys who had been kicked out of the game were exclaiming. Really? Although it is because of the relationship between the war. The students of the ninja school have high basic ninja literacy. But deal with these little ghosts who have not yet reached the genin level. You hardly needs to use string fruits abilities and other advanced ninjutsu. With strong skills and physical skills, it has easily crushed this group of students in the ninja school. Perhaps only Shisui can make me show my real strength, right? Thinking like this in my heart, I faced one attack after another that seemed to me extremely simple. Yu became more determined that he had applied for early graduation after the master had completed all the basic ninjutsu of the ninja. After all, entering the ninja school was not for the purpose of messing around and pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. This kind of playing house game did not catch him cold. Are you Yakushi Yu? But at this time, an indifferent voice sounded. And Yu suddenly regained his gaze. Only a white figure quickly solved the surrounding ninja students and appeared and stopped in front of him. Let me see, you who can crush Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan. What kind of strength do you have? Long black hair like a waterfall, black kimono with white edges, and an unexpectedly handsome face. But what attracted Yu's attention was the pure white eyes of the boy in front of him. It seems to be a member of Konoha's oldest clan, the Hyaga clan. Hyaga Setsuna. Facing the Hyaga clan boy who suddenly appeared in front of him. I saw that Yu's otherwise plain gaze finally became a little serious. Because among the students of the same class in the entire ninja school, apart from Uchiha Shisui, who was assigned to other classes, this young man named Hyaga Setsuna was the strongest. It is a genius ninja of the Hyuga clan that has not been mentioned in the original book. Byakugan. No other nonsense, only the hands of the young Hyuga clan in front of Ujian. The pure white eyes suddenly opened, and hideous veins appeared directly on both sides of the temples. Was Byakugan awakened so early? Facing Byakugan, that Hyuga instantly activated in front of him. You just felt that her whole body was seen through by these sharp eyes, and her face couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. Byakugan is Konoha's oldest clan, Hyuga, the blood inheritance boundary. Although its eye-opening method is not as harsh as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. But being able to awaken Byakugan at this age is enough to show how outstanding the talent of the Hyuga clan boy is. Be careful. Gentle fist. After activating Byakugan, he seemed a little surprised to see you in front of him. I saw a reminder from the youth of the Hyuga clan, and a cloud of blue chakra bloomed on his hands. Gentle Fist. Hyuga clan's family history, Konoha's strongest genre of physiques. A boxing technique that can directly attack the vein system, and when combined with Byakugan, it can also point human acupuncture points. This is Gentle Fist from Hyuga. In front of him, Hyuga instantly turned into a phantom and swung the palms of both hands continuously. I saw Yu's figure retreating, constantly avoiding the blue chakra in Hyuga's hands in front of him. It is different from the Konoha Ryugang fist that Yu is now practicing. Hyuga's gentle fist pays attention to the upper plate action, usually the trick is to stick to the lower plate. The upper body uses the unique gentle fist to break chakra into the opponent's body to destroy the opponent's tendons and internal organs. After all, no matter how powerful a person is in the normal ninja world, he can't cultivate his internal organs. Usually, the internal injuries caused by gentle fist are fatal. Unless you reach the 6 paths level, or have Senju Hashirama's sage body or an immortal body transformed by Thulhu like Haiden. Konoharyu's Gangchuan pays more attention to the movement of the bottom plate. The tricks are usually open and close, and the attack is generally based on the legs. Use chakra to make your body more explosive and destructive. Its actions are swift and fierce, and it attacks the enemy and causes direct damage to the enemy's surface. Simply put, these two different genres have their own merits. So if you are hit by the gentle fist of Hyuga stream, even if it is just rubbed on the skin, Hyuga Setsuna can injure Yu's internal organs and meridians with the unique chakra of the gentle fist method. It seems that in addition to Hyuga Niji in the original, there have also been other outstanding geniuses in the branch house of the Hyuga clan. Looking at Hyuga instant gentle fist's fierce offensive, I feel that the strength of this boy is obviously not at the same level as other ninja students. Suddenly, the surprised Yu couldn't help but his thoughts flew. According to Hokage's original plot, from the beginning to the end of the Hyuga clan, it seems that there are no characters that can compete with the Uchiha clan. Among the younger generation of Uchiha, there is Uchiha Shisui, the strongest phantom ninja, among them, Uchiha Itachi, who reached Kage level at 13 years old. Even the later Uchiha Sasuke, although his performance in the early stage was mediocre, he was upgraded in the later stage, and even more awakened. Indra's reincarnated soul was inherited by Sage of 6 Paths and became one of the strongest in the ninja world. Not to mention the observant Uchiha Madara and the counterattack Uchiha Obito. In short, looking at the history of the Uchiha clan, there are too many wonderful characters. On the other hand, look at the Hyuga family. Except for Hyuga Tenin, which was mentioned in the original work. In Konoha's nearly 100 years, even a Kage-level powerhouse has never been born. The only genius ninja Hyuga Niji, as the first genius ninja to become Jainin in Konoha's Cenozoic 12 Xiaoqiang. Because he did not possess the protagonist's aura, he tragically died in the Fourth Ninja World War and became the only Xiaoqiang who sacrificed among the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiangs. Therefore, the appearance of Hyuga Setsuna, the genius boy in front of him, made you feel a little surprised. In the real Hokage world, there are many people and things that are not mentioned in the animation. Ended. At the moment when Yu's eyes were a little lost, I saw Hyaga, who kept playing Hyaga gentle fist in front of him, suddenly shouted. A sharp light burst from her pure white eyes, and her hands were spread flat in front of Yu's body in a peculiar posture. You are already in the realm of my 8 trigrams. I felt an invisible field enveloped my body. Facing the gentle fist posture that Hyaga put in front of him, Yu suddenly widened his eyes. This is gentle fist method 8 trigrams 32 palms. Without waiting for Yu to react, he burst out with a deep voice in his mouth. I saw Hyaga Setsuna had already crashed into Yu's arms. Both hands instantly blasted the secret gentle fist 8 trigrams palms of the Hyaga clan. The violent storm generally hit the 32 key points up and down Yu's body. No, you are over. However, facing Hyaga in front of him, the violent offensive that would kill him instantly. I saw that Yu's eyes finally became serious, and his body gradually began to emit a light of thunder and lightning. Chapter 24. This is. I noticed the blue-white electric current emanating from the feathers in front of me. I saw Yuri Zhenhong, who was standing next to the exercise field watching the battle, his eyes condensed immediately. What is this? At the same time, Hyaga Instant, who just played gentle fist 8 trigrams palms. Feeling the violent electric current suddenly released from Yu's body in front of him, he was stunned. Hiss! Accompanied by a violent electric current sounded. As soon as Hyaga hit her head into Yu's arms, her whole body was attacked by this strong current in the air. This genius boy of the Hyaga clan only felt a tingling and numbness all over his body. He immediately lost control of his body in the blink of an eye, and knelt down in front of Yu weakly. Damn it, this! Could it be Lightning Styles ninjutsu? Seeing that he was about to win, he knelt down in front of Yu with paralysis and weakness. I saw that Hyaga Setsuna's face was full of unwillingness, and his eyes were fixed on Yu in front of him. What? It's an unfinished lightning style ninjutsu. The violent electric current emanating from his body gradually dissipated, and for an instant, looking at Hyaga, who was already kneeling on the ground in front of him, Yu spoke indifferently. Chidori? No, this should only be regarded as a semi-finished Chidori flow. Chidori stream is a form change based on Chidori. Chidori is released from the whole body, and it is a Class A lightning-style ninjutsu that integrates attack and defense. But after all, Yukai Master Chidori was a ninjutsu soon. In a short period of time, Chidori can only be developed to the semi-finished stage. If it is the finished product of Chidori. Now Hyaga Setsuna in front of Yu was in a coma, and it wasn't just that his body was paralyzed. Okay. That's it. At this time, Yuri Zhenhong, who was watching the battle, suddenly spoke. Yu, your actual combat exercise has passed. You come out first, the others continue. Even Hyaga Setsuna, a genius boy of the Hyaga clan, was defeated so easily. Yuri Zhenhong can naturally see that Yu's strength is no longer at the same level as these teenagers in the same class. It doesn't make much sense for him to stay in the exercise field, and it will destroy the balance of other ninja students' actual combat exercises. What an awesome talent! Looking at the white-haired boy who walked down from the exercise field without expression in front of his eyes, Yuri Zhenhong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As a strength almost reaching the level of Jainin, he naturally knows how difficult it is to release the ninjutsu of the Thunder Attribute Chakra nature transformation from his body. But the Yu in front of him, a 5-year-old boy, a ninja student who had just entered the ninja school, could easily achieve this level. Under Yuri Zhenhong's seemingly calm appearance, there has already been a storm in her heart. The basic ninjutsu and theory of the ninja school are almost the masters. After exiting from the exercise field, he sat on the playground next to him. Looking at the ninja school classmates who were continuing the actual combat exercises in front of them, Yu murmured softly. It seems that after a while, you can almost apply for early graduation. You use current strength without exposing the capabilities of string fruit. Just relying on the ninjutsu and physique of the Hokage world is enough to finish all the opponents in the ninja school. So there is no point in staying here. It was Yu's original plan to be able to become a ninja on his own as soon as possible. What a wonderful battle just now. Yu-kun is still the same, worthy of a genius ninja. At this time, a cold but gentle voice came from behind, pulling Yu's thoughts back. Looking back, Yu's calm expression was suddenly stunned. Senior Xian. That's right, it was Uzu Xian who appeared on the playground behind Yu. Wearing a white sleeveless short ninja skirt, the shoulder straps are simply tied together, revealing a piece of white skin that is as jade. The appearance of this year's ninja school flower immediately attracted the attention of all three ninja students in the surrounding classes. Isn't that Senior Uzu-senpai? It's so beautiful. Damn it. Even the school's favor is taken away by the fellow Yakushi Yu. I saw Uzu Xian walking straight towards Yu, who was sitting on the playground next to her. Suddenly, a group of ninja students in the same class as Yu screamed with jealousy. How did you come? Ignored the envy and jealous gaze of all the little ghosts around. Looking at Yu Xian, who had walked in front of her, Yu couldn't help feeling amazed. If it is not for crossing into this world. Who can imagine that the Anbu female ninja who always wears a mask in Hokage will have such a cold and beautiful appearance and a curvaceous figure in reality? This chick is not bad, I like it. Hurry up and capture her. Take her, kid. Without warning, the demon's enchanting voice suddenly sounded. Capture your sister. Take possession of your sister. Suddenly came out and scared me. The sudden appearance of the devil made you almost convulsed with fright. After hearing the devil's words clearly, I couldn't help but spit out in my heart, say you are not a woman. I'm a woman, yes. Hearing Yu's inner complaints, the demon's enchanting voice suddenly revealed a trace of evil and cunning, but who has stipulated that women can't like girls? Besides, this type of girl, but my favorite dish. This is all right? Just when Yu was about to be completely shattered by the demon inside of Yu's normal 3 views and morals. I didn't have class today. So I brought my own homemade bento to eat with Yu-kun. A beautiful purple hair and fluttering Mao Yuzian had come to Yu's face. Gently lifted the 3-tiered lunch box in his hand that was delicately packed, a shy smile appeared on his face. Yu-kun, you shouldn't mind, do you? Mind? Neuropathy will mind. Of course I don't mind. It just happens that I am hungry, so I will trouble Senior Xian for you. Seeing Yu Xian, who was already sitting next to him, Yu couldn't help but move her index finger suddenly, and she didn't know whether it was because of the food or the beauty. Damn it! That woman! Why do Senior Mao Yu seniors stare at Yudian? Is it great to look good? It's not fair. On the nearby playground, Yu and Uzu Xian were sitting together eating lunch. A group of girls in the exercise field have also exploded. The appearance of ninja school flowers made these little fans feel an unprecedented crisis. In the teeth of several girls, I saw the innocent boy who was unconsciously grabbed and pinched in his hands. He had already started to roll his eyes and foam at his mouth. Chapter 25. Time goes by. In the ordinary life of the ninja school, a year passed. Following Yu's amazing performance in the ninja school, the name Yakushi Yu and Shisui, a genius of the Uchiha clan, were inadvertently spread out together. Now almost everyone in the village knows that after the son of White Fang Hotaki Kakashi, Konoha gave birth to 2 incredible ninjas. Konoha Hokage's office. Sitting with 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dans, and 2 other senior consultants Mito Kato Homura and Udaten Koharu. Apply for early graduation. The 2 applications placed in front of 3rd Hokage attracted the attention of the 4 top leaders of Konoha. Holding the pipe in his mouth, he exhaled thick smoke, and saw 3rd Hokage's old face frowning deeply. It's only 1 year of enrollment, isn't it too early? As time came to Konoha for 45 years, the Third Ninja War became more and more stalemate. The war with Sand Shinobi, the country of wind is still going on. Rock Shinobi of the country of soil suddenly raided Konoha through Kushinan village. Konoha has to face the tremendous pressure on both sides of the battlefield at the same time. The constant news from the front line immersed the entire Hokage office in a solemn atmosphere. I have never seen a student like that. It's not just the clone technique of the ninja school's graduation exam last year. All ninjutsu, physique, and ninjutsu tests have full marks. Hearing third Hokage's questioning, I saw Yuri Jinhong in Hokage's office stepped forward and knelt on one knee. There was a hint of inexplicable emotion on her calm face. All other aspects are also excellent, continue to keep him. Ninja school also doesn't make any sense. So Mr. Hokage, I suggest that Yakushi Yu apply for early graduation. Seeing Yuri Jinhong stepping forward to propose, another Chunin in the office also hurriedly stepped forward. Similarly, Master Hokage, I also propose Uchiha Shisui to apply for early graduation. It is the ninja instructor of the second class of the ninja school and the head teacher of Uchiha Shisui. Yakushi Yu and Uchiha Shisui. Looking at Yuri Jinhong and another Chunin, in the white smoke, third Hokage muttered these two names that were commonly discussed in the village recently. Especially when I read Shisui's name, there was a hint of nostalgia in third Hokage's old eyes. Uchiha Shisui is the offspring of Mirror. At the same time, both children applied for early graduation, but they are only in the first grade, right? Although surprised by the aptitude of the two teenagers, there was still a trace of worry on third Hokage's face. At the same time, his eyes turned to the other three Konoha executives around him, wanting to hear their opinions. It's the first grade. But isn't it great? Besides, there are precedents, isn't it? At this time, a low voice sounded, and Shimura Danzo, who was sitting next to third Hokage, spoke. These two boys should be Konoha's rare geniuses, right? The two of them graduated early is also for the good of them. Along with the low voice, Shimura Danzo's left eye was exposed outside the white bandage, hiding a trace of imperceptible greed and ambition. Since the establishment of Konoha's independent underground organization route, Danzo's desire for talent has grown stronger. For example, Hatake Kakashi, a genius ninja who graduated from a ninja school at the age of 5 years ago, is one of his long-awaited goals. Well, Danzo's words are not unreasonable. Although usually at odds with Danzo's opinion, today third Hokage rarely agrees with his opinion. After pondering for a while, I saw a trace of emotion on third Hokage's face. Unexpectedly, in just 1 year, these two little ghosts applied for graduation. What a sigh of talent! Yakushi Yu, Uchiha Shisui, the amazing talents of two teenagers can't help but remind him of his lover Orochimaru. No, even Orochimaru. They haven't reached this level at their age. Such a talented ninja should practice well in advance. Third Hokage put down the pipe and signed his name on the application. However, for the safety of these two brats, if you want to graduate early, you have to put them to the test. Yakushi Yu. It's really interesting, it's comparable to the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan. Seeing third Hokage next to him agreeing to the two teenagers' application for early graduation, Danzo's left eye was exposed, flashing with a deep and gloomy bird that no one could guess. If you guessed correctly, it should be the child adopted by that woman, right? 3 days later, the news that the geniuses of the Uchiha clan Shisui and Yakushi Yu applied for early graduation caused a sensation in the entire ninja school, and even many people in the entire Konoha village were talking about it. Have you heard of that? Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan, applied for early graduation. In the tavern, a Chunin chatted with his companion. I heard about it a long time ago. But besides Uchiha Shisui, there is another kid who also applied for early graduation. I saw another Chunin disapproving, and said, although Master Hokage has approved it, it is not easy for the two little ghosts to graduate successfully. I heard that in addition to the normal graduation assessment content, The two little ghosts have to fight against the three genins alone before they can graduate successfully. 3 genins? Isn't that too unfair? Hearing this, Chnin's eyes widened unbelievably. If you graduate from a ninja school, don't you just need to reach genin's level? This is also the news I heard while patrolling the Hokage office building. After all, this is the time of war. If you don't want these two little ghosts to sacrifice on the battlefield, the requirements for them must be more demanding. Just listening to this Chnin's words, the front turned, but Master Hokage didn't mean that they wanted them to defeat the 3 genins, but as long as they could survive the actual battle with the 3 genins, they would pass. That's it. It seems that Lord Third Hokage is also taking great pains for the children in the village. Konoha Back Mountain. Just when the whole village was discussing this matter. But Yu is still here alone, continuing his crazy practice day after day. 5 color strings. With a soft drink from Yakao, he saw his left hand become claws and swiped towards a big tree 10 meters away. Boom! 5 sharp and invisible thin lines tore the air. The child directly embraced the thick tree and cut it into 6 segments in an instant. The falling of the towering tree raised the scattered dust directly in the woods. Chapter 26. Leg shave string. However, Yu's movements did not stop. His body rotated in mid-air, and with the help of inertia, he suddenly threw a powerful whip leg. 8 almost transparent thin silk threads burst out from the toes kicked out by the feathers. Boom! The huge rock sitting in front of Yu thundered. The rubble splashed and was directly blasted into 2 halves by the feathers. Yu's prestige continued, and even the ground in front of him was cut into a long gully by Yu's blow. Rapid progress. Has the ability of string fruit been developed to this point in a year? Without warning, the enchanting voice of the devil rang in Yu's ears. In the past year, Yu, who has grown by leaps and bounds, has not only upgraded the monochromatic line training to 5 color strings, and gradually developed string fruit's other abilities and moves. This move leg shave string is one of them. Leg shave string 8 almost transparent thin silk threads are made from the toes, and the straight kicks released by the sharp silk threads are enough to kick the opponent into the air with one blow. This move is a bit similar to the kicking version of 5 color strings. Its power can make a building divided into 2, even the strong armor cannot be completely defense. Whispering sound. This level is far from it. Hearing the devil's praise, Yu still seemed unsatisfied. In the amber-clear eyes, there is a never-ending pursuit of power. Now is the fiercest period of the Third Ninja World War. In the face of this cruel meat grinder on the battlefield, no matter how strong it is, it will appear to be insufficient. Water-style hard whirlpool water blade. Thinking of the cruel and fierce battlefield outside, I saw Yu gritted his teeth cruelly, and a sharp light burst into his eyes. In the palm of his right hand, a divine hidden Raise Nan blooming with blue light was condensed as usual. After Raise Nan was condensed in the palm of his hand, Yu carefully injected chakra, which is the water attribute of his body, into it. Wow! A huge roaring sound of water rang out, and the god-hidden Raise Nan in Yu's hand has undergone an incredible change. I saw a highly concentrated water gun formed on Yu's right hand, like a spiral waterspout covering Yu's entire right hand. Shocking roars were constantly emitted from above, as if Yu's hand grasped a whole highly concentrated waterfall. This is... You are crazy. Hurry up and stop. This technique is too early for you now. Seeing the violent changes shown by Raise Nan, the god hidden in Yu's hand, the devil's voice was already screaming. Bang! But it was too late. Before Yu was too happy, the condensing high-pressure spiral water gun in his hand had exploded. The terrifying impact directly lifted his whole person away. Is it still failed? Damn it, it hurts. The feather that was thrown away far away sat up from the ground. Looking at the arm of his right hand, countless wounds have been torn out, dripping with blood. Healing jutsu. Without any hesitation, taking advantage of his arm movement now, Yu Jijian directly. A group of green chakra was directly condensed on the left hand. Under the treatment of this superb medical ninjutsu, I saw that Yu's bloody right arm finally recovered quickly. Healing jutsu, a higher level of medical ninjutsu than ordinary healing. Regardless of internal injuries and external injuries, chakra can reliably release it to reach an amazing recovery speed, and can give targeted treatment from a distance of 1 meter. The released chakra can also interfere with the circulation of chakra in the body of others, causing a drowsy state and other super high ninjutsu, which has powerful destructive power to the human body, so it is called combat medical ninjutsu. However, due to the extremely high requirements on chakra control, there are very few users, or even almost extinction. Even among the many medical ninjas, there are very few people who can use healing jutsu. It can activate all the cells in the wound and heal the wound in just 5 minutes. Even Tsunade, one of the legendary Sunnins, found it difficult in the original work. But it took a year. Yu, who is extremely talented in ninjutsu, mastered this super high medical ninjutsu at the age of 6. If anyone from the outside world knew it, it is estimated that everyone would treat him as a terrifying monster. Don't you have your arms? If you mess up like this again, even your life will be gone. Seeing that the serious injury on Yu's arm finally recovered under the super treatment effect of healing jutsu. But at this moment the devil's anxious tone clearly revealed that she was still angry. Hard Vortex Water Blade is an original move developed by Yu, referring to the S-level ultimate water style ninjutsu of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama in the previous game Ultimate Generation Storm. There is no such kind of ninjutsu in the Hokage world that Yu is in now. He can fight at long and short distances, create a water vortex in his hand and condense the form into a water javelin, which rotates quickly in layers and non-directionally. If you throw it hard, a huge waterspout will be formed as soon as you touch the target. The attack power is super strong, the power is huge and gorgeous, it is the strongest known water-style ninjutsu. If I just die like this, aren't you just right to devour my soul? The serious injury of his arm finally fully recovered under his superb medical ninjutsu. But feeling the devil's distressed and angry emotions, Yu couldn't help feeling stunned. Yu. I'm so mad at you. Seeing Yuguna's reaction, the devil couldn't help being angry. The voice simply disappeared from Yu's ears, and he entered a deep sleep state again. What the hell? Just so angry. Feeling the devil's anger disappear, Yu standing in the same place was a little confused. I really don't understand their women. It's more troublesome than practicing ninjutsu. But after regaining his thoughts, looking at the sleeves of his right hand that had completely shattered and disappeared, Yu couldn't help showing a bitter smile on his face. I didn't reach the level of Jainin. I wanted to inject chakra nature transformation into Rei's Nan, but it was still too reluctant. After all, it's not Naruto's pervert who possesses both Nine Tails and Uzumaki physique. 1 year later, the 6-year-old Yu is slightly taller than last year. The white hair is like moonlight, the eyes are like amber, and the childish face becomes more beautiful and handsome. 1 year of unimpeded practice, not only string fruits ability and ninjutsu practice have grown by leaps and bounds. Even chakra's level can break through to the level of Chunin. Under the transformation of Paramecia Devil Fruit, chakra reserves are not comparable to ordinary Chunin. Yu thought about it a little bit. The ordinary Chunin is not his opponent at all now. Even if he loses to Jainin, he can guarantee to retreat. Chapter 27. Tomorrow is the graduation exam. Teacher Yuri said that in addition to ordinary tests, 3rd Hokage will also arrange 3 genins for actual survival. In the evening, the setting sun stained the entire forest with redwood leaves, and in the afterglow of the setting sun, I saw a slight arc of disdain from the corner of the feather's mouth. Hey, according to my current strength, the 3 genins are naturally not a problem. I just don't know if Shisui can handle it. It was not that the improvement in strength caused Yu's self-confidence to inflate, but that with Yu's current vision and gaze, the 3 genins were indeed not in his eyes. I hope that tomorrow will not be too boring. Night fell. In the Konoha orphanage, which was about to go to bed at this time, there was a sudden excitement and discussion today. What? Apply for early graduation. Yakushi no, who had just returned to the Konoha orphanage with exhaustion, looked at Yu standing in front of him in surprise, as well as a confirmation letter in his hand to apply for graduation in advance. Because applying for graduation in advance requires the consent of parents and parents, so. Seeing the surprised face of Yakushi no in front of him, Yu didn't have much reaction. In this life, he doesn't even know who his parents are, so this confirmation letter for applying for graduation in advance can only be confirmed and signed by the dean of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi no, who adopted him. 2. So cool. You guy. Are you going to graduate early after only 1 year of enrollment? At this time, in the lobby of the wooden house, Yu and Yakushi were surrounded by children. The carefree Uluse's eyes widened at this moment, and all the colors of envy and surprise were written on his face. In other words, is Yu going to become an official ninja soon? It's really an out-and-out genius. At the same time, the other friends around also looked at Yu incredulously. Especially Momika and Mayuna and the little girls, their big eyes are filled with the glory of admiration and admiration. Only 1 year older than me. Are you about to graduate from ninja school? Yu is really enviable. At this moment, looking at the moon held by the stars in front of him, it seemed to have the feather of everything in the world. Even Yakushi Kabuto, standing in the corner of the side, has longing and expectation in his eyes under the big black spectacles. But Yu. It is different from the blind worship and look up of these children around. At this time, looking at the 6-year-old Yu in front of him, Yakushi Nanoyu's gentle face was full of deep worries and worries. You are only 6 years old and you are going to become an official ninja. Is it too early? Don't worry, Dean. Understanding the worries and concerns in Yakushi Nanoyu's heart, I saw a relaxed smile on Yu's face. To successfully pass the test designed by the 3rd Hokage tomorrow, I can successfully graduate from the ninja school and become an official ninja. Also, Dean, you gave Kabuto the glasses. Having said that, Yu paused slightly. From the new black kimono with white shoulders, I took out a pair of brand new black framed glasses and handed it to Yakushi Nanoyu. This is my reward for treating the ninjas in the village. Give you gift spot. This is. Looking at the present Hano handed him in front of him, Yakushi Nanoyu was taken aback. After opening the box, he found that it was a pair of black-rimmed glasses that Yu gave him. After putting it on, the white-haired teenager with a smile in front of her eyes suddenly became clear, but she felt that her eyes were gradually blurred. You kid. At night, the wooden house and candlelight gradually warmed the autumn at the end of the year. Early the next morning, the ninja school's exercise field was full of people. In addition to the ninja students and ninja instructors who normally watched the graduation assessment, other ninjas and ordinary villagers from many villages also came. After all, since the genius ninja Hitaki Kakashi, 2 more genius teenagers applied for graduation at the ninja school at the age of 6, which naturally attracted widespread attention in Konoha village. Everyone wants to see how these 2 Konoha's recently rumors of talented teenagers will perform. In fact, even 3rd Hokage, although not directly present, but in the office, he observed every move here through the crystal ball using the far glasses technique. Today, the Ninja Theory Foundation test and 3-body technique actually use 2 tests. For Yu and Shisui, there is no difficulty, and they passed the full score very quickly. The next step is the actual survival test that everyone is looking forward to. Yakushi Yu, Uchiha Shisui. These 6 genins are your 2 opponents for the next actual combat survival assessment. The task of the 2 of you is to successfully persist for 5 minutes in the battle against 3 genins, and survive, even if you pass the test. In the huge ninja school training ground, Yu Imahong announced loudly to the 2 teenagers, Yu and Shisui. As the strongest ninja instructor in the ninja school, he was successfully promoted to Janin's Yuri Mahong yesterday, and he is naturally the chief examiner of this highly anticipated graduation examination. Behind Ui Mahong, 6 adult ninjas wearing green vests and Konoha forehead protectors stood side by side. Judging from their vigorous and capable aura, these 6 ninjas are all elite genin who have performed hundreds of missions. So, which one of you two will come up for the assessment first? Now that Janin is truly red, Yuri and Shisui stared at the 2 young boys standing in front of him with a torch-like gaze. You, in the ninja school, your grades have always been ahead of me. This time, let me do it first. Just when Yu Zheng was about to go up, Shisui had already stepped to the front of Yu, turning his head and showing a narrow smile at Yu. As an unborn genius of the Uchiha clan, Yu has not been the only one who has grown by leaps and bounds in the past year. Judging from the subtle glow hidden in Shisui's black eyes, and the aura that he did not experience on his body, Shisui, his strength has completely surpassed ordinary genin. Then let you go first. Shisui. But don't let me see you crying after your failure later. Seeing Shisui rushing to the exercise field in front of him, Yu, who didn't care, raised his mouth and made a joke with him. Although a competitive relationship in the ninja school, the 2 of them are the best friends in private. Cut, if you can't even pass this level of assessment. Then I will use Sharingan to squeeze out cross-eyed eyes to show you. Hearing Yu's joking words behind him, Shisui, who had already walked into the exercise field, was full of pride. Looking at the 3 genin standing in front of him, a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 28. The test begins. Seeing Shisui taking the lead on the field, Yuri Zhenhong immediately announced the start of the assessment with a deep voice. That boy is the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan. It really looks like a talent. Although he is a genius of the Uchiha clan, is it too reluctant to face 3 genins at the same time? Seeing Shisui, a genius boy who was chanted by the Uchiha clan, came on the court, a lot of commotion was suddenly caused by the crowd watching. The Uchiha clan is now the largest family in Konoha and even the entire ninja world, and it has been a clan that has continued to this day since the Sengoku era. The genius teenagers who are rumored in the Uchiha clan will naturally attract everyone's close attention. The younger generations now are really amazing. They applied for graduation at such a young age. Looking at Shisui, a 6-year-old boy in front of him, only an ordinary-looking genin spoke. Are you the Uchiha Shisui? You can often hear your name in the village these years. Among the 3 genin, the genin standing in the middle showed a sigh on his face. He has heard the name of the genius Shisui in the past 2 years. Hey, what a genius of the Uchiha clan! It's just a kid who is only 6 years old. The last genin put his arms around his chest, with a hint of disdain on his face. No matter how genius he is only a 6-year-old kid. How could he be the opponent of genin, an elite who has been on the battlefield, let alone face 3 at the same time? 3 seniors, offended. Faced with the different attitudes of the 3 genin, Shisui, standing on the exercise field, was unmoved, and politely raised one hand and 2 fingers directly in front of him. The seal of opposition. This is the etiquette before the start of the ninja and ninja battle training. After the battle between the 2 sides, the seal of reconciliation must be concluded, which symbolizes that each other is a companion. Hey, it's a polite kid. Seeing Shisui in front of him was humble and polite, Genin's expression in front of him was slightly softened. Immediately, he stood up in front of him with one hand and 2 fingers, forming a mark of opposition. Swish swish. It's just that at the moment when this genin had just formed the seal of opposition, several stern breaking sounds rang out. I saw that in the air in front of him there were already a dozen shurikens spinning rapidly, shooting at them from all angles up, down, left, and right. So fast. Seeing Shisui's incredibly sharp shuriken skills in front of them, the 3 genin were shocked, and they suddenly dispelled the thought of underestimating them. Spread. Facing Shisui's impenetrable shuriken attack, Genin who stood in the middle gave a soft sigh, and the three decisively dispersed. That's too late. Seeing the three genin in front of him quickly disperse, Shisui's black eyes flashed with a hint of light. First solve one. Clang! Clang! Accompanied by the collision of two crisp metals, Genin's incredible gaze in the middle. I saw Shisui's two kunao, who shot first and later, shot the shurikens that were spinning in the air with incomparable accuracy. The two shurikens that had instantly changed their flight trajectory were directly pierced into his body from an impossible angle. Ito. As soon as he flashed to the side, he saw Genin, one of the three of them, had fallen down. The remaining two genins were shocked, and directly exclaimed. Wow! How can it be? First, there was a suffocating depression, and then a loud noise erupted from the crowd around. A 6-year-old boy has to face 3 genin at the same time, even if he can support it for 5 minutes is a suspense. But less than 5 seconds after the actual combat survival assessment started, a genin with rich actual combat experience has actually fallen. Seeing this incredible scene in the exercise field with my own eyes, everyone present was shocked. Good shuriken skills. Unexpectedly, I solved a genin directly. It really deserves to be a genius in the Uchiha clan who is famous for being an elite. I saw one genin in the crowd, and Janin couldn't help showing surprise. Shisui's exquisite shuriken skills just now, even he asked himself to be impossible to perform. Hey, these idiots! I underestimated Shisui's ability. Just when everyone was shocked by Shisui's amazing strength. Yu, who stood by and watched the battle, showed disapproval on his face. Graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7, awakened Sharingan at the age of 8, became Chunin at the age of 10, and became the leader of the Anbu squad at the age of 13. That's right, these pervert incomparable data are just the career records of Uchiha Itachi in the original book. But everyone may overlook one of the most terrible things, that is, Uchiha Shisui, as Uchiha Itachi's mentor and close friend, has set a record more pervert than Uchiha Itachi in this era of war. In the original book, before Uchiha Itachi grew up, Uchiha Shisui, who was a weak crown, was already known as the Uchiha strongest and was the mainstay of the Uchiha clan. When Itachi God became Genin, Shisui, who was a few years older, was already Janin and later Konoha Anbu's captain. Note that it was the captain, not the team captain. Put aside the Uchiha clan's highest level of illusion eyes distinguished heavenly gods, and the world-famous instant body technique not to mention. When Orochimaru saw the 11-year-old Itachi practicing, he believed that Itachi's shuriken skills had reached a level that ordinary ninjas could not match. As a tutor and close friend who guides Itachi to practice shuriken, Shisui's shuriken can be imagined, and he will never be under Itachi. So if you don't blow it, you can see Shisui on the exercise field in front of you with such amazing strength. Among all the people on the scene, Yu, who was a traverser, was the only one who was not surprised. Damn, it's Uchiha Kid! Seeing that Shisui had solved his comrades at once, the remaining 2 genins in the exercise field did not dare to be careless anymore. I saw one of genin quickly walked around behind Shisui under the cover of his companion, yelling loudly, and the sharp kunao in his hand struck Shisui's back directly. Careful! The crowd around watching suddenly felt tight, and it seemed that everyone present did not want the genius boy of the Uchiha clan to fall like this. Boom! But the sharp kunao in his hand just hit Shisui's back, the genin on the field suddenly changed his face, and Shisui in front of him turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Clone technique! How is it possible? When did the seal of the knot? Just when this genin was shocked, a black kunao had already reached his neck. Just when your partner was covering for you. It also created an opportunity for me to seal the seal. With a quiet voice, Shisui's figure was already standing behind this genin. Chapter 29. Another genin was solved. All the people watching around were marveling at Shisui's powerful strength. This is Shadow Clone Technique. A 6-year-old kid can actually use Shadow Clone Technique. At this time, some sharp-eyed ninjas in the crowd had already seen that what Shisui was using was not an ordinary clone technique but a shadow clone technique that could only be used at the Genin level. Shadow clone technique is a ninjutsu developed by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Unlike the phantom created by ordinary clone technique, shadow clone technique can create the same body as the caster, and chakra will be evenly distributed to each clone, which is an flawless B-level ninjutsu. Don't be too arrogant, kid, there must be a limit to arrogance. Seeing that both of his companions were brought down by Shisui, who was only 6 years old in front of him. The last genin on the exercise field finally began to realize that his face as genin was seriously threatened. Fire-style flame bomb. When the voice fell, only Genin and Shisui, the last players on the field, opened the distance. With both hands quickly forming in front of him, he took a deep breath and sprayed a huge flame bomb toward Shisui's open mouth. It's fire style. Have you finally used Genin? I can see the last genin on the drill field in front of me unleashing fire style ninjutsu. The crowd around watching the battle began to commotion again, and some people have recognized that this is a D-class fire style ninjutsu. Use fire style in front of the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. I really don't know if you should be careless or ignorant. Faced with the fire style ninjutsu that Genin, the last one on the field, released towards him, Shisui stood still, with a helpless smile on his face. A blazing light burst into his black eyes, and 6 handprints were formed on his hands in an instant. Fire style great fireball technique. Under the gazes of everyone on the scene, Shisui, who was only able to see Yuyan, took a deep breath. In a blink of an eye, a huge fireball has bloomed on the exercise field, and the extremely hot temperature is constantly distorting the air in front of everyone. It is the most common sea-level fire-style ninjutsu in Konoha Shinobi. The signature fire-style ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. What a mighty power, this kid is really an out-and-out genius. Looking at the huge fireball on the exercise field in front of me, I felt the extremely hot temperature in the air. All the ninjas and civilians who were watching were impressed by the amazing strength and talent of this Uchiha boy. Ah! It's so hot, so hot. The released flame bomb was instantly covered by a huge fireball, and it was about to be overwhelmed by Shisui's powerful fire-style ninjutsu. Only Genin, the last one on the drill field, began to scream in pain. This actual combat survival test. Uchiha Shisui won. Successfully passed the assessment. Seeing Shisui on the exercise field in front of him successfully defeated 3 genin. At this time, the invigilator Ui Mahong who presided over directly announced Shisui's victory. And 2 figures rushed out, and the 2 genin quickly went up to rescue the last genin. 1. I won. The 6-year-old kid actually defeated 3 genin. I saw with my own eyes that the graduation test, which was originally based on the premise of surviving 5 minutes in actual combat, ended with the 6-year-old Uchiha Shisui directly defeating 3 genin. The crowd around the exercise site suddenly exploded completely. What are you kidding? Isn't I dreaming? Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan, really deserves a reputation. This is too exaggerated. Is he really just a kid who hasn't graduated from ninja school? The battle is over, but looking at the Uchiha boy who is slowly coming down from the exercise field in front of him, and all the crowds around, they have not recovered from the incredible and wonderful battle just now. How about it? Don't feel stressed, you. After finally stepping down from the exercise field, Shisui squeezed his eyes jokingly. Stop if I guess right. Those just now shouldn't be your full strength, right? Facing Shisui, who had returned from winning in front of him, looking at the weird smile on his face, the corners of Yu's mouth couldn't help showing a smile, but his amber eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing an intriguing look. I can't hide anything from you. Unexpectedly, Yu could see through his hidden strength. Shisui suddenly showed a wry smile on his face, but it quickly turned into an eager expression, encouraging Yu. If you successfully pass this test, I think you should be able to see my full strength when I think about it. Having known each other for so long, Shisui has always been looking forward to and optimistic about the talented penultimate Yu, but the two have never really played against each other. If there is a chance today, Shisui will also take a look at himself and Yu, who is stronger. Next is the second game. It's Yakushi Yu's turn to play against 3 genin. The rules are the same. If you successfully persist for 5 minutes in actual combat, you will even pass the test if you can survive. Without waiting for the people around to watch, Shisui recalled the wonderful battle just now. At this time, I saw that the invigilator Yuri Zhenhong had already announced today's second actual combat survival assessment. Finally, it's my turn. Is it time for me to play? Hearing that it was finally his turn to play, Yu let out a sigh of relief. A bright light flashed through the amber-clear eyes, and gradually walked towards the exercise field in front of him. Is it started again? Yakushi Yu. I heard that he is also a genius. Look. That kid is on the court. Seeing that the second actual combat survival assessment on the exercise field was about to begin, all the onlookers around suddenly began to gradually calm down. After all, it's not a ninja of a big family. It's good to be able to survive the actual battle of 3 genin for 5 minutes. A miracle like Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan just now, should be difficult to reproduce, right? It's also hard to say. I heard that this Yakushi Yu is ranked higher than Uchiha Shisui in the ninja school. Shut up all to me. Watch it carefully, the results of the ninja school and the actual combat are completely two concepts. Although the crowd began to calm down, the private discussion continued. It's a pity that after Shisui successfully defeated the 3 genins' wonderful battles just now, the crowds around them can hardly expect too much for the next battle. After all, success cannot be replicated. Besides, Yu is not a ninja of a big family like Konoha. They cannot ask a child to do what the peerless genius of the Uchiha clan can do. Even some spectators around have already started to leave with little interest. Chapter 30. Feather. Go on. You are the best. Let those guys take a good look. You are the strongest genius in our orphanage. At this moment, Yu, who had just walked into the exercise field, suddenly heard familiar voices from the crowd of onlookers nearby. Usse. Mayuna? Momika? And. Turning his head and looking, Yu saw that it was Urushi and Mayuna and their little friends from the Konoha orphanage, squeezing out from the crowd nearby, raising his arms and shouting, cheering for himself. Dean? Are you all here? Not only that, but from the crowd nearby, Yu also saw Yakushi no. She is wearing the black-rimmed glasses she gave her yesterday, standing beside them in Usse, cheering for herself with her eyes silently. Go on, Yu. Let the whole Konoha, let everyone see your talents and talents. Standing in the crowd, staring closely at Yu standing in the exercise field in front of him. Yakushi's hands in the sleeves were tightly clenched, revealing her uneasy mood at the moment. Behave well. After passing by the invigilator Yuri Zhenhong's side, Yu heard this uncle, who is usually calm and reluctant, and also gave himself a soft word. After all, as the ninja instructor and head teacher of Yu's class, Yu Imahong has high expectations for Yu, a student who usually shows amazing strength and talent. No way, I didn't expect the dean and them all to come. It seems that I have to be a little more serious. At this moment, I felt that all the eyes of everyone present were focused on me. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yu's mouth, but his eyes gradually began to emit sharp light. The kid from the Uchiha clan just now performed amazingly, but I don't know what will happen to your performance. Standing in the middle in front of Yu was a mature-looking genin with the sturdy aura of returning from the battlefield on his body. Hey, kid, I advise you to go back to school and stay for a few more years. Don't be dazzled by the achievements of the Uchiha clan kid just now. They are the rare genius ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Genin, with the scar on his face, opened his mouth to Yu, with obvious disdain on his face. We are all ninjas who have been on the battlefield, not the same as a kid like you who has never been out of school. Children who haven't killed anyone, don't cry when you pee on your pants. Let's go home and have some milk. Another genin with a gloomy face, stood next to him and started mocking lukewarmly. It's really a headache, do you know? Facing the ridicule and disdain of the three genin in front of him, Yu standing on the exercise field suddenly spoke. What? Hearing Yu's sudden words in front of him, the expressions on the faces of the three genins were visibly taken aback. You can't survive one episode in the two-dimensional world, and it's often you guys with soft hands and hard lips. Staring at the three dragon sets genin who didn't even bother to remember their faces in front of them, a ridiculous arc gradually emerged from the corner of the feather's mouth. The rule of this actual combat assessment is to survive for 5 minutes, but I don't think it is necessary. Because, it only takes 5 seconds and I will end this battle. What is he saying? 5 seconds? With the modest sound from Mugakai, the entire huge exercise field was silent. Not only are the three genins in front of them, but at this moment, even the people watching the battle around are beginning to feel that this white-haired kid is crazy. Who does he think he is? Will Sengoku's Senju Hashirama end the chaos? Or is it Uchiha Madara, the ninja Shura who traverses the world? Ha 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 ha! What a kid who lives in a dream! Sure enough, as soon as you finished speaking the seemingly plain words, the three genin in front of him gave an angry smile. It's probably stimulated by the kid from the Uchiha clan just now. This kind of lifeless kid is usually the first to die on the battlefield. After speaking, genin, who saw the scarred face, directly took out a sharp kunao, with a cruel smile on his face. FK him. Maybe this kid was scared and stupid. Come on, let this ignorant kid know what a real ninja is. When the voice fell, I saw the three genin standing in front of you shot together, took out the weapons in their hands, and rushed towards you quickly. Although disdainful, the three genin didn't care too much in their hearts. The three genins who were defeated by the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan just now have become a joke. Has it started? You have 4 seconds left, ugly Mao Shen. Looking at genin, who was sprinting in 3 directions in front of him quickly, Yu's amber eyes condensed, and his hands had 3 seals instantly. Tweet. Chidori. In the horrified eyes of everyone, a group of dazzling blue and white thunder and lightning suddenly bloomed on the huge exercise field in front of them. Ba ba ba. As if thousands of birds were singing at the same time, accompanied by bursts of unusually harsh sounds, a group of violent thunder and lightning beams had appeared on Yu's left hand. The immense momentum attracted the attention of everyone present in an instant. This is... What kind of ninjutsu is this? Seeing the ninjutsu suddenly displayed by Nakayu in the exercise field before him, everyone present was shocked, because none of them knew this ninjutsu. The kind of chakra visible to the naked eye. What a joke! That level of ninjutsu! How could it appear to a kid who hasn't graduated from ninja school? Among the crowd of onlookers, a senior ninja called out. After all, in this period, no one has ever seen ninjutsu like Chidori. Hitaki Kakashi is only 11 years old and has not yet developed this A-level lightning-style ninjutsu. Forbidden technique. It's actually forbidden technique. That kid can actually use this level of forbidden technique. Not only that, but I heard the faint chirping of Chidori from the ninja school exercise field in the distance. At this time, even Yuan was in Hokage's office, and third Hokage, who used the teleglass technique to watch through the crystal ball, as well as Shimura Dan's and the other 2 Konoha executives, were directly shocked. I haven't seen such lightning-style ninjutsu, could it be that this kid himself? Known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, the third Hokage Grandmaster has 5 attributes of ninjutsu, but at this moment he realizes that he has never seen such a lightning-style ninjutsu. The vicissitudes of life and wise eyes have never been as surprised as they are now. Chapter 31. Yakushi Yu. What an amazing talent! With his left eye exposed, he stared at the thunderous white-haired boy in the crystal ball in front of him. Danzo's fists hidden in his wide sleeves clenched unintentionally, his eyes filled with endless possession and greed. It's going to be on. The battle will end in an instant. His gaze returned to the exercise field, looking at the three genin who had been completely frightened by Chidori. In the dazzling light of the violent current, Yu's body squatted slightly. Boom! As soon as the next leaves fell to the ground underneath the feathers shattered and exploded. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the feather on the exercise field in front of them instantly turned into a thunder light and disappeared in place. It's so harsh. What is that strange sound? Accompanied by the feathers that turned into thunder rushes, everyone only heard a burst of sharp and incomparable chirps in the air, and some even began to cover their ears with their hands. That's not a strange sound. That's a spike. The powerful lightning-style chakra brings a powerful physical activity. Just when everyone was shocked by the exaggerated momentum of Chidori, the invigilator next to him, Yuri Zhenhong, stared at the white-haired young man who turned into thunder on the exercise field. His calm face was completely moved. A simple stab can burst out such a momentum, this kid. It's just a monster. You are the first. At the moment when everyone was shocked and lost, the feather that turned into a thunderous thorn has instantly arrived in front of Genin with a cold face. What speed is this? Such ninjutsu! I will be killed by him. Seeing Yu, who had appeared in front of him instantly with a flash of thunder, saw Genin, who was originally cold-faced, completely frightened at this moment. Sizzle! Before this Genin could react, the violent Chidori current on Yu's left hand had instantly rubbed his neck. Genin with a cold face just felt his body numb and his eyes were pitch black, and he fell directly to the ground and lost consciousness. If this is not an assessment, I have penetrated your heart just now. Glancing at Genin who was down beside him, Yu disappeared again without stopping. Although it was just wiped from the side of his neck, Chidori's powerful current directly stunned him in an instant. Too fast. Genin was just seconds away by him. Seeing Yu on the exercise field in front of him, he brought down a Genin in less than a second. I saw all the people onlookers who were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Don't be too presumptuous, kid. Earth-style Earth-shore return. Seeing his companion fall down instantly, Scarface Genin was shocked and angry, and his hands immediately became imprinted. Rumble. After finishing the seal, I saw Genin with Scarface slammed his hands on the ground. Suddenly, a huge rock rose on the ground under his feet, directly blocking the angle of the feathers sprinting in front of him. It's a sea-level Earth style. It seems to be the elite of Genin. Seeing Genin's skilled Earth-style ninjutsu in front of him, in the crowd watching around, some people recognized this guy as an elite ninja in Genin. Boom! But the voice hadn't fallen yet, and I saw the huge rock rising from the exercise field directly exploded in an instant. Trying to block lightning style with Earth style, are you an idiot? In the horrified gaze of Genin's horrified eyes from the flying stones and the scarred face, he saw the feathers that turned into lightning thorns, which had already smashed the huge rock and came to him in an instant. Leaf hurricane. There was no extra nonsense. I saw you dashing in front of Scarface Genin turned around with a whip leg, and directly blasted Scarface Genin's whole body out. Under the stimulation of Chidori's powerful lightning-style chakra, the physical activity of Yu's body was greatly enhanced. Genin, who was kicked by Yu, only felt as if he was hit by a big hammer in his chest. The whole person flew out and hit the big tree next to him, and fell to the ground directly into a coma. No, don't come over. I saw my two companions being killed instantly by Yu. I saw Genin, the last remaining person on the exercise field, being captured by the astonishing aura in front of him. Boom! In the next second, this Genin only felt a loud bang in his ears. The feather that disappeared into a galloping electric light was already standing in front of him, and the violent roaring Chidori with his left hand passed by his head and made a stinging wound on his cheek. The whole big tree behind him snapped, startling countless birds in the woods. Exactly 5 seconds. Teacher Ziri, can you announce the results of the assessment? The violent current in his left hand gradually dissipated, and Yu asked calmly and indifferently. And Genin, who was standing in front of him, had already opened his eyes wide and didn't dare to move at all, and his legs were trembling constantly. If the chidori on Yu's left hand was a little bit off just now, then his head would have been exploded without a doubt. There was silence. The exercise field surrounded by crowds fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone looked dull at the amazing white-haired boy in front of them. Ahem. After hearing Yu's reminder, Yu Zhenhong, who was also shocked next to him, finally reacted. After 2 awkward coughs, he withdrew his shocked gaze and announced loudly. This actual combat survival test. Yakushi Yu wins. Successfully passed the exam. 1. Actually won. 5 seconds. Solved 3 genin in 5 seconds. Looking at the white-haired boy who walked silently from the exercise field in front of him, almost all of the people present thought they were dreaming. The silence on the scene was suppressed for a moment, and finally broke out completely. Oh my god! All 3 genins were killed in a second by him. Is this really something a 6-year-old kid can do? Ninjutsu just now. Have you all seen it? Crazy, everyone around is crazy. The mighty and gorgeous Chidori, the enchanting and talented young man. The miraculous performance of Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan, had already shocked them. And now, Yu's fight to kill 3 genin instantly like a monster, even more directly shattered their original definition of a ninja. Awesome! You are the strongest genius in history. At this moment, I saw usse and the little ghosts in the crowd, blushing with excitement, and the shocking picture made the brains of the little ghosts hypoxia. After coming down from the exercise field, Yu only saw Shisui next to him, and his calm face was already full of unprecedented heat and fighting spirit. Sure enough, my vision can't be wrong. You really are my destined opponent. Chapter 32. A destined opponent? Feeling Shisui's hot gaze next to him, Yu couldn't help but turn Byakugan. Why does this dialogue sound so familiar? Is your kid possessed by the might guy? Uchiha Shisui, Yakushi Yu. Both of you passed today's test and assessment. From today, you are the official Konoha shinobi. At this time, a calm and majestic voice came from the crowd nearby. Master Hokage! Master Hokage is here too! The surrounding crowd exclaimed in a low voice, one after another giving way to the road. An old man wearing a white Hokage robe and a hat appeared on the drill field. It was 3rd Hokage who was in Hokage's office just now. After watching Yu defeat the 3 genin in 5 seconds, he finally couldn't sit still. I personally came to the exercise field of the ninja school and presided over the most eye-catching graduation ceremony in history. Hearing the words of 3rd Hokage, only 2 genin walked up to Yu and Shisui. Each handed them a forehead protector engraved with the Konoha Shinobi Village logo. This also marks that from this moment on, Yu and Shisui are Konoha's official genins. It was really a wonderful battle just now. I am very happy that Konoha has given birth to 2 more talented ninjas. After standing on the drill field, I saw 3rd Hokage smiling and looking at the 2 genius teenagers wearing Konoha's forehead protector. But today's special graduation exam has not produced the first chief student. So Uchiha Shisui, Yakushi Yu. Are you 2 interested in the final duel? The final showdown? Hearing that, Yu and Shisui, who had put Konoha forehead protector on their foreheads, looked at each other and saw the eager light in each other's eyes. Yes. The first place hasn't happened yet. What Master Hokage said. Let's have another final duel. Both are geniuses. Who is the better one? 3rd Hokage's words directly aroused the intense interest of everyone present, and began to booze. The wonderful battle between Yu and Shisui, the 2 talented boys just now, has already made them want to stop. Everyone originally liked Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan. But after witnessing the same performance as the Yu monster just now, suspense arose in everyone's heart. These two geniuses, who is the better one? Worship the strong. Not only the Hokage world, but also the real world. Since Master Hokage said so. Come on you, I wanted to fight you a long time ago. After the words came, Shisui's figure had already been standing on the exercise field, staring at Yu Chao next to him and beckoning him. There's really no way you can, in that case. I felt Shisui's surging fighting spirit in front of me, and the eyes of everyone around him were all on him. I saw Yu shrugged helplessly, and walked towards the exercise field in front of him, with a smile on his mouth. Don't cry when you lose to me, Shisui. He also wanted to see what level of real strength has reached the world-famous Shisui in the future. Yakushi Yu, you just ended a battle. Do you need time to recover chakra? Everyone stared at the two opposing genius teenagers on the exercise field. Looking at Yu, who had just experienced a wonderful battle on his left hand, he saw Third Hokage ask. Unnecessary. Yu shook his head, indicating that he didn't need it. Chakra has broken through to the Chunin level, and the chakra reserves in his body are several times that of the ordinary Chunin. Especially after being transformed by string fruit, the physical strength and chakra recovery ability are amazing. The chakra that was consumed by Chidori just now has almost completely recovered. So, the battle begins. Hearing Yu's answer, I saw Third Hokage waved his hand directly, announcing the start of the battle. Swish swish. At the moment when Third Hokage's voice fell, there was already a stern burst of air in the air. Witnessing Yu's powerful ability to solve 3 genin in 5 seconds, Shisui's spirit was 12 points, and there were 8 shurikens in both hands in an instant. With a wave of his hand, the 8 shurikens immediately flew towards Yu from all angles up, down, left, and right. What an exquisite shuriken skill! Several elite Chunin in the surrounding crowd suddenly marveled when they saw the shuriken thrown by Shisui. Both skills and accuracy are almost the same as them, especially in skills and even still wins. As expected of Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan, only this hand shuriken cannot be handled by ordinary genin. Come on, you! Let me see your true strength! As the 8 shuriken swirled fast, Shisui was staring at the feathers in front of him, his black eyes bursting with dazzling brilliance. However, Yu stretched out his hands, and the same 8 kunao magic appeared between his fingers, facing the shuriken that Shisui shot over with a seemingly random wave. Ding! 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 Dang! All the 8 shurikens that Shisui shot were shot down by Yu and fell to the ground. Although in the past year, Yu has paid more attention to the cultivation of physical ninjutsu and string fruit abilities. But the shuriken that he once practiced hard has never forgotten, and it is not a problem to deal with the current Shisui. Great! It seems that the ninja foundation of Yakushi Yu is not inferior to Shisui, the genius of the Uchiha clan. Seeing the exquisite shuriken skill of Yu on the exercise field in front of him and Shisui's tit-for-tat, everyone who was watching suddenly brightened their eyes, and their appraisal of Yu was secretly improved again. Whoosh! Whoosh! And at the moment when Yu and Shisui's shurikens and kunao hit the ground, the two of them disappeared into the same place in an instant, bursting toward each other at an astonishing speed. Boom! The two figures quickly collided together. Yu's palm touched the knee that Shisui had hit, and Shisui's hand blocked Yu's fist. It looked like an evenly matched picture, but soon, Shisui's body began to tilt backwards unbearably. What? How could? At the same age, my strength is so much greater than me. Shisui was shocked when he felt the force of the impact coming from the other side. After the first head-on collision with Yu, he was shocked to discover that the power erupting from Yu's body was not like a 6-year-old child at all. My body may be a little different from ordinary people. If you fight with me, you won't have a chance. Looking at Shisui, who was holding back and retreating in front of him, the corner of Yu's mouth was slightly raised. If you fight with him, you can't have an opponent at the same age, even a genius Shisui. Chapter 33. Shisui, if you are not serious, the glory of the Uchiha clan will be dimmed from your hands today. While pushing Shisui's body in front of him, Yu spoke to stimulate him with words, trying to arouse all Shisui's strength. In that case, then I'm not welcome. The glory of the Uchiha clan cannot be tarnished. Hearing Yu mention the Uchiha clan, the expression on Shisui's face finally began to become serious. Whoosh! As the voice fell, Yu felt a flash in front of her eyes. A figure identical to Shisui sprang out from behind Shisui, leaping high into the sky. It's Shadow Clone. So fast. When was the seal made? Seeing Shisui's incredible shadow clone technique in front of him, even Yu couldn't help but feel a shock. He didn't even notice when Shisui was sealed. Be careful, Yu. Fire style great fireball technique. I saw another Shisui leaping high in the air without forgetting to remind Yu, and the seals on both hands were extremely fast. Suddenly, he took a deep breath, and he was about to spray a huge ball of hot fire toward the feathers under his feet. Fire style. Both hands were dragged by Shisui's shadow clone in front of him, and Shisui's body above his head was about to release fire style ninjutsu. But the calm complexion on Yu's face remained unchanged, but the corners of his mouth rose inexplicably. It's still too slow. Shisui. Is it? Perceiving the weird smile on the corners of his mouth, Shisui, who was about to release fire style ninjutsu, suddenly had a heartbeat. Ba ba ba. But it was too late, accompanied by a violent electric current. I saw Yu's hands in front of the two Shisui suddenly opened, and a violent electric current erupted instantly from all over his body. Shisui and Shisui's shadow clone only felt tingling and numb all over their bodies, and they could no longer move. Lightning style Chidori. Let the whole body release the electric current of Chidori. Although it lacks the destructive power of Chidori, it has a wide range, which can paralyze people and integrate offense and defense. After a year of practice, Yu finally mastered the shape change extended by this trick Chidori. Amazing ninjutsu! I saw the Chidori stream from Yushi with my own eyes at the scene, and I saw the eyes under the hat of third Hokage filled with wonder. When I was only 6 years old, I actually mastered this degree of nature transformation and morphological changes. This kid is simply a wizard. Boom! Boom! It's just that before everyone regained consciousness from Yu's gorgeous lightning-style ninjutsu, 2 slight explosions sounded. I saw that the 2 Shisui who were hit by Feather's Chidori current turned into 2 white smoke and disappeared. Actually, both are shadow clone. Seeing the sudden change in front of them, everyone was stunned, even Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Unexpectedly, your lightning style has changed like that. If it weren't for keeping a hand, I think I've lost now, right? Hearing the familiar voice coming from behind, Yu turned around subconsciously, but saw Shisui's swift kicking infinitely magnified in front of him. Boom! Unprepared, Yu reacted very quickly, sinking his hands to block it. But in the face of Shisui's heavy kick, Yu couldn't stop her inertia and was lifted into the air. Hey! Kicking Yu into the air with one kick, Shisui's attack did not stop, and the whole person disappeared in the same place in an instant. This is body flicker technique. Seeing Shisui's horrifying speed on the exercise field with his own eyes, not only the crowd watching around, but even the third Hokage next to him couldn't help but be surprised. Instant body technique, the collective term for all skills capable of high-speed movement, including high-speed physical technique, attribute escape technique, time-space ninjutsu, etc. Although it is not a high-level ninjutsu, but to be able to use the instant technique so freely in battle, the strength is at least above Chunin's level. Shattering technique. It's really worthy of the future shimmering Shisui. With his body floating in the air, Yu couldn't help feeling amazed when facing Shisui's fast-moving figure and the burst of heavy blows in front of him. At this age, he can use the Shun Shen technique so skillfully to fight, no wonder that Shisui will be famous all over the world by virtue of the Shun Shu technique, and he will get the title of Shisui. Wait, his eyes. Using the elbow to withstand another heavy blow from Shisui's instant technique. But at this moment, seeing Shisui's eyes in front of him, the expression on Yu's face was suddenly indescribable. Sharingan. I don't know when, Shisui's original black eyes have turned into a scarlet color. There is a black gojade printed on each side impressively, constantly reflecting the brilliance of the monster. Sharingan. It turned out to be Sharingan. Not only Yu, but third Hokage next to him also noticed the change in Shisui's eyes, and his old face suddenly revealed an incredible shock. Awakened Sharingan at the age of 6. What are you kidding? Seeing the changes in Shisui's eyes before her, Yu only felt that her head was swept away by 10,000 alpacas. You know, even the god of attack was also Sharingan who only awakened at the age of 8, but Shisui in front of him awakened Sharingan at the age of 6. How could you not be shocked? Sharingan, it is the blood succession boundary that the Uchiha clan relies on to shock the ninja world. There is a clear classification. Sharingan with single gojade has dynamic vision far beyond ordinary eyes and can see through high-speed physique movements. Sharingan with double gojade can replicate most ninjutsu and physique. Sharingan with 3 gojade can be pre-predicted, judging the opponent's movements and using the eyes to impose illusions on the opponent. In addition to these ordinary Sharingan levels, Yu knows that there are powerful Manjiki Sharingan and Eternal Manjiki Sharingan above 3 Tomo Sharingan, and even finally evolved into the eyes of Sage of 6 Paths Rinnegan. This is also the reason why Yu Gang had crossed over, regretting why he didn't cross to the Uchiha clan. Because whether it is for assistance or combat, Sharingan, with various heaven-defying abilities, is the premier plugin in the Hokage world. It's over, Yu. From the moment I opened these eyes, I can see through all your actions. Ignoring the shock of everyone present, Shisui's scarlet eyes widened, his eyes locked on the feather beneath him. Flash slice. Just the moment Yu's body fell to the ground, Shisui in midair instantly drew out the Koda key that had never been sheathed on his back, and activated the instant technique. The whole person turned into a stream of light, and the fierce slash fell from the sky. Although it was only a Sharingan with a single Gyu, it was enough for Shisui to see more movements, and his insight and agility were greatly improved. Chapter 34. Flash Slice, Flash Cutting, Shisui's own body art similar to Konoha Ryu and Shadow Dance. First kick the opponent into the air with a powerful kick, then jump into the air and use the instant technique to give the opponent a continuous heavy blow, and finally descend from the sky to make a powerful slash to the enemy in the air. All the attacks just now were blocked by Yu's superb physical skills, but now the Uchiha clan's blood inheritance limit Sharingan has been opened. Shisui has the belief that he will win this final blow. It turned out to be the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Awakened Sharingan at the age of 6. Such a talent is terrible. Is it over? What a pity. That Yakushi Yu is also an amazing genius. Looking at the exercise field in front of him, Shisui turned on Sharingan to drop from the sky and launch a meteor-like slash. Although Yu had already conquered them with his amazing strength and gorgeous ninjutsu just now, facing the world-famous Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, everyone present was sorry for Yu. As a civilian ninja, this 6-year-old boy was able to fight to this point with the genius Shisui who had awakened Sharingan, and had done what all of them could not do at this age. No, the real battle has just begun. A dull and familiar voice came from the exercise field, and the eyes of everyone present were involuntarily attracted to the past. Kang! Just when everyone thought Yu was defeated, the sudden violent metal collision made everyone's eyes widened again. I saw a huge spider web appeared out of thin air on the huge exercise field in front of me, which forcibly resisted Shisui's strongest slash from the sky. What it is? Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the huge spider web that appeared out of nowhere. This is Seeing that the huge spider web appeared out of nowhere in front of him firmly blocked the strongest slash that he was bound to win. The expression on Shisui's face condensed, and then a strange brilliance burst out from the scarlet Sharingan. Have it finally appeared? Your blood succession limit. Blood succession limits. Shisui's modest voice spread throughout the silent exercise field, and everyone present showed incredible expressions on their faces. That kid actually possesses the blood succession boundary. I didn't see Jian, and it's not a secret technique. At the same time, looking at the huge spider web released out of thin air from Yu's hand in front of me, I saw third Hokage standing next to him. The expression on his face finally changed completely. This kid, is it really? Gorgeous lightning style ninjutsu, amazing and powerful, if you still have the blood limit. Third Hokage suddenly realized that he couldn't find out what kind of vocabulary to use to describe the monster-like white-haired boy in front of him. Unexpectedly, Shisui, you awakened Sharingan of the Uchiha clan so early. There is no way, it seems that I can only stop warming up and end this battle soon. In everyone's horrified and lost gaze, Yu, who had resisted Shisui's strongest slash, opened his mouth indifferently. The left hand stretched out forward, releasing a huge spider web that looked like countless spider silk threads. Spider's web. This indestructible defense force is almost enough to block any physical attack, even Shisui's full blow can't break it at all. At the level just now, is it just a warm-up? You really dare to say? You. Through the huge and solid spider's web, staring at Yu's calm and indifferent face. Shisui's scarlet Sharingan burst out with a fierce spirit, and the short sword in his hand swiped vigorously. It's no use, Shisui. The thread I made cannot be cut by an ordinary weapon. Facing Shisui's eyes, the fighting spirit was still surging, but at this moment, the amber-clear eyes did not fluctuate. Now that the capabilities of string fruit have been exposed, let's end this battle directly. 5 color strings. The flat voice fell, and Yu waved his right hand, which seemed to be an understatement. 5 thin silk threads that were almost completely invisible, instantly tore the air in front of them. This is... Shisui's blood-red Sharingan's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the move that Yu could instantly activate without the need for a knot. The dynamic vision far beyond that of ordinary people allows him to vaguely perceive 5 extremely dangerous invisible threads in the air. Boom! Not far behind Shisui, a large tree was cut into 6 segments in an instant, and fell into the woods next to the exercise field to lift up scattered dust. Is that the line? Similarly, the third Hokage next to him also noticed the invisible thin lines released by Yu. But seeing Yu with his own eyes, the powerful destructive power that seemed to be caused by a single blow, he still couldn't help but be astonished. What an amazing destructive power! Xiandun? An ability that has never been heard. Is it a blood inheritance boundary unknown to the ninja world? Muttering thoughtfully in his mouth, third Hokage realized that he had never heard of such blood inheritance. Whispering sound. Is it the Shushin technique again? It's really troublesome. One shot missed, and looking at Shisui who disappeared in front of him, Yu curled the corners of his mouth a little uncomfortably, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. Leg shave string. This time, the destructive power of Yu's shot was even more astonishing. A powerful whip kick kicked out of Shisui, who was galloping in front of him. 8 transparent and invisible thin lines blasted out, immediately cutting the huge rock next to the exercise field into smashing pieces. Too strong. What a terrible destructive power! While continuously displaying the instant technique, galloping on the exercise field, avoiding the invisible thin lines that are constantly cutting and bombarding the feathers. The calm expression on Shisui's face finally began to become solemn at this moment. If you get hit by such a move once, the battle will really be over. Catch you! The brain was thinking about countermeasures quickly, but the sudden voice at this moment made Shisui's heart trembling at the speed of speed. Boom! A scene that surprised everyone happened. Shisui, who was constantly performing the instant technique on the exercise field, seemed to trip over something suddenly, and he staggered and flew out. String! When is it? That's it! Shisui, who was soaring in the air, looked back and saw that on the ground behind him, there was a thin, transparent line that was almost imperceptible horizontally. Just when you used the instant technique to avoid my pursuit. It's just a breeze for me to take the time to secretly make such a thread. It seemed that he had seen through Shisui's thoughts and looked at Shisui, who lost his balance in front of him and flew out. The corner of Yu's mouth was raised to explain, and his eyes revealed two incomprehensible brilliances. He has already won this battle. Chapter 35. Fire Style Impatience Claw Red. Having personally felt that Yu Yuan was stronger than he had imagined, Shisui was also forced out of all his potential. Losing his balance and being in the air, he quickly formed seals, spit out a flame from his mouth, then instantly threw out his six-handed sword, and his shuriken flew into the flame to divide the flame into 6 small fireballs. In a blink of an eye, 6 small fireballs wrapped around the six-handed sword violently attacked. If it hits, you will suffer double damage from fire style and shuriken at the same time. This amazing resilience and talent is worthy of being the strongest Uchiha in the future. Seeing the rotating shurikens and the fireball hitting in front of him, even you couldn't help but sigh Shisui's talent and perseverance beyond ordinary people. But that's it. Kang! 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 Several consecutive sharp metal collisions. I saw that the 6 flame shurikens that Shisui had just released were all cut in half by the sharp thin lines that you waved and grabbed. Taking this opportunity, Shisui, who had just landed, felt a flower in front of him before he could stabilize his body. A ninja sandal was infinitely magnified in front of him, and Yu's figure was already standing in front of him. Boom! An immense power came, and Shisui on the exercise field was kicked off by Yu in an instant. Even if Sharingan can see it, but the body can't react. This feeling must be very uncomfortable. Shisui. He kicked Shisui out in front of him with a kick, and saw that the movement of Yu's hand did not stop. The full chakra quickly condensed in the palm of his right hand. In a blink of an eye, a ball of chakra light that bloomed in a blue and white whirlwind had appeared in his hand. God Hidden Raise Nan. That technique. Seeing Raise Nan, the God hidden in Yu's hand, saw third Hokage watching the battle next to him, his eyes widened suddenly, as if he had seen something that shocked him extremely. I have never seen that kind of form change technique. Is this the kid again? And there is no need for not printing. As the doctor of ninjutsu, third Hokage naturally saw the great value of the peculiar ninjutsu in Yu's hand at a glance. After all, this is the A-level ninjutsu developed by Namikaze Minato in the original 4th Hokage Yellow Flash. What kind of ninjutsu is that? I have never seen it before. It's actually an A-grade ninjutsu again. And it's still Muji ninjutsu. That's enough. Is this kid the reincarnation of Sage of 6 Paths? Seeing the God-hidden Raise Nan displayed in Yu's hand on the exercise field at this moment, the crowd watching the battle around the scene, everyone was almost shocked to the stage of numbness. Just use this technique. Come to end this battle, Shisui. Focusing on Shisui, who was kicked out in front of him by his own kick, Yu did not hesitate to directly throw out the God-hidden Raise Nan in his hands. Everyone opened their eyes wide, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. However, after the God-hidden Raise Nan in Yu's hand was thrown out, a whirlwind was emitted in the air, and then quickly disappeared into the air. Gone. Did the operation fail? Seeing the God-hidden Raise Nan thrown out of Yu's hand disappeared in the middle of the way, everyone present was taken aback, and they couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Wrong. Among all the people in the entire exercise site, Shisui was the only one flying out at this time. Suddenly, his eyes widened with a pair of Sharingan. That guy Yu. It is impossible to fail the operation easily. Boom. Sure enough, the whole piece of air seemed to vibrate. In everyone's incredible gaze, Rei's Nan, who had disappeared just now, appeared again. An astonishing power broke out, and Shisui who was in the air in front of him blasted away. How can this be? Seeing that the disappeared ninjutsu appeared again, and it burst out with such amazing power. I saw this magical and absurd scene with my own eyes. Except for all the people present, even the third Hokage next to him couldn't help but exclaim in exclamation. What is this amazing technique? No one spoke, and the whole exercise field was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the Yu standing in front of them, and the fallen Shisui. Sorry, Shisui. I won. In the lost eyes of everyone around. After using the god-hidden Rei's Nan to win the victory, looking at Shisui who was lying on the ground not far in front of him, Yu whispered. I announce. This year's ninja school graduation examination. The first chief. Yakushi Yu. Second place. Uchiha Shisui. After a long time, third Hokage, who was standing next to him, finally withdrew his gaze, and immediately announced the final result of this much-anticipated graduation assessment. Win. Yakushi Yu won. He actually defeated the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan. The incredible kid. The incredible ninjutsu. Have you seen it? That ninjutsu just now disappeared. After hearing the results announced by third Hokage, all the people around the exercise site finally boiled over. Everyone with an incredible expression on their faces excitedly discussed the battle just now. Damn it, it's so painful. You guys, don't do anything lightly. At this time, Shisui, who fell on the ground not far away, finally managed to support herself and sat up. The clothes on the upper body were completely twisted into pieces by Rei's Nan. Although Yu had adjusted the size of chakra, the powerful destructive power of Rei's Nan still severely damaged Shisui's body. Sorry. I will treat you now. Seeing Shisui hurt like this, Yu also felt a little embarrassed, and slowly walked to him and squatted down. Healing Jutsu. The hands quickly formed a seal, and Yu's right hand was directly condensed into a green chakra, which was pressed against Shisui's body which was severely injured by the god-hidden Rei's Nan. Under the cure of this super high medical ninjutsu, Shisui's severely damaged body began to recover quickly. This kid is still a medical ninja. At this moment, I saw Yu using medical ninjutsu to heal Shisui. The exercise field, which had originally started to talk about the noisy, suddenly quieted down strangely again. Healing. Seeing the medical ninjutsu performed by Yu in front of Shisui, third Hokage was also stunned, but soon he noticed that something was wrong, and his old face moved again. No. That's healing jutsu. It turned out to be healing jutsu. That kind of kid. How can it be? Seeing Yu, who was only 6 years old in front of him, was using the super advanced medical ninjutsu that even the medical ninjas of the Konoha medical class might not be able to use. Third Hokage realized that the shock he had felt in his entire life was less than that of today. Chapter 36. Yu, Shisui. You two come to my Hokage office tomorrow. After finally retracting his incomparably shocked and complicated gaze, he saw third Hokage commanding in a deep voice, and the figure instantly disappeared in place. After all, it is an extraordinary period of the Ninja World War, and there are still a pile of war reports and documents waiting for him to deal with in the office. Have you heard? Master Hokage is going to summon the two of them alone. Yakushi Yu and Uchiha Shisui. It seems that Konoha will show up two great men in the future. Hearing what third Hokage had left before he left, everyone present was even more affirmed that Yu and Shisui, the two young boys, have unlimited future achievements, and they were summoned by third Hokage in person. Thanks, Yu. At this time, under the healing of Yu healing jutsu, the wound on Shisui's body finally fully recovered. What a great medical ninjutsu, I am convinced of this battle today. But don't be smug, I will definitely catch up to you soon. Looking at Yu's superb medical ninjutsu, Shisui couldn't help showing a trace of admiration. Is it? LOL. Then wait for you to catch up. Facing Shisui's convincing eyes but refusing to admit defeat, Yu shrugged disapprovingly. The awakening of the future Mangeki Sharingan's shimmering Shisui is powerful, but he will never stay where he is. Moreover, he has other reserved hole cards. If he successfully obtains the puppet secret art to increase the Devil's Law, Shisui will never be able to catch up with him in his life. After talking about Yu, he turned his head, only to see that Urushi and Mayuna and the little ghosts of the Konoha orphanage were already excited and rushed towards him. And Yakushi Nanoyu, also standing not far away from him, looked at him with gentle and complicated eyes. After Yu and the others had left, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. But from this day on, in addition to the genius Shisui of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's first genius Yakushi Yu's name has spread like a plague in the village. The gorgeous and stunning lightning-style Chidori, the disappearing ninjutsu god Hidden Raise Nan, and the unknown and mysterious blood succession boundary line escape. All of this has made Yu the focus of people's constant attention and discussion. Even in this turbulent era of war, the name of Yu's genius has a tendency to gradually spread from the village of Konoha Shinobi. The next day, everyone in Konoha was discussing yesterday's unprecedented graduation assessment. At this moment, a fierce debate is taking place in Hokage's office. I advise you to dye this heart directly. Danzo. Third generation took off the Hokage hat he was wearing on his head and threw it on the table, with a tone of voice that could not be denied. I can't give you both of them at the same time. Sarutobi, Yakushi Yu and Uchiha Shisui. These two men are the most promising geniuses in this generation. Shimura Dan's in front of Third Hokage also stared at him unrelentingly, with a unique low voice in his voice. Leave them to me, and with the strength of the root, they will definitely be able to train them to be the best. Ninja. After witnessing the unparalleled talents and abilities of Yu and Shisui in Hokage's office yesterday, Danzo finally couldn't help it anymore. He came to the office early this morning and directly asked Third Generation for the two geniuses. Terribly sorry. I think what Root is good at is not ninjas, but tools. Facing Danzo's lobbying, I saw that Third Generation's tone was still flat. Of course I believe in your abilities, but I also believe that if the two of them grow up in Anbu, they will definitely not be worse than you. Sarutobi. Seeing Third Generation categorically refused, Danzo immediately squeezed the cane in his hand. Are you determined to snatch them from me? If you have to think like this, then I can't help it. Facing Danzo's questioning gaze, Third Generation shrugged helplessly, but his tone couldn't be denied. You should know that I did this for Konoha. Seeing Third Generation's reaction, Danzo couldn't help but raise his voice. Last time I wanted to recruit Hatake Kakashi, you were blocked, and now you have to fight with me about these two people? Sarutobi, what do you mean? Enough Danzo. I am Konoha's Hokage after all. But Danzo was only halfway talking, and was directly interrupted by Third Generation. What kind of decision I have to make? It shouldn't be your turn to ask. Damn it. Danzo gritted his teeth, his eyes gradually cold. Ignoring what Third Generation continued to say, he walked out the door directly on crutches. Yes, he is Hokage, Konoha's supreme leader. Thinking of this, Danzo can't help holding the cane tighter. Remember, this is what you forced me, Sarutobi. Konoha can truly exert its true value only in my hands. This guy Danzo. Looking at the back of Danzo going out, Third Hokage sighed heavily. He used to be the disciples of Second Hokage when he was young, but now they are on completely different paths. Konoha, a bustling street. Yu walks in the endless stream of people. Today is different from the past. After yesterday's unprecedented graduation assessment, Yu, who was dubbed Konoha's #1 genius, will now be pointed out wherever he goes. Especially coupled with Yu's handsome appearance, even occasionally causing a lot of commotion, which made Yu feel even more uncomfortable. Ah! Unexpectedly, Yu Kid is still very popular with girls. Just when Yu Zheng wanted to speed up his pace and quickly get rid of everyone's gaze, a familiar voice suddenly sounded, and two slender shadows appeared in front of him. Anko. Senior Xian. Hearing this slightly ridiculous tone, Yu looked up and saw that it was Mitarashi Anko and the cold and gorgeous Uzuki Yuin. That. Yu-kun, I haven't congratulated you on your successful graduation and becoming an official ninja. After being mischievously pushed in front of you by Mitarashi Anko, Uzuki Yuin couldn't help feeling a little ashamed, and handed you a pack of 3 color balls that she held on her chest. This is the meatball that I waited in line for a long time to buy. Take it as a gift to congratulate you. Ball? Looking at the balls that Yu Xian handed her, Yu was slightly startled and took it. These balls are all limited purchases in Konoha's most famous ball store, which is the favorite store of Uchiha Itachi, Mitarashi Anko, and Yurihong in the original book. Although Yu is not particularly fond of sweets, he is interested in trying Konoha's most famous delicacy. Then, thank you, Senior Xian. After receiving the gift from Uzuki Yuin, looking at the beautiful girl who was clearly dressed up today, Yu couldn't help but shine. I can't finish eating so much by myself, let's just go together. You're still a little conscientious. Just before Uzuki Yuin could answer, the careless Mitarashi Anko had already taken a bunch of balls from Yu's hand and ate it, and looked at Yu and Uzuki with some kind of unkind eyes. I said, could you two be dating? Chapter 37. Dating. Puff. Hearing Mitarashi Anko's words, I saw Uzuki Yuin's cheeks flushed, and Yu almost choked on her saliva. It is true that the 9-year-old Yu Xian is pure and beautiful, and she has shown enough good feelings for herself. However, as a traverser with an adult soul, he still has a sense of guilt about dating an underage girl in the second element. Especially, Yu is only 6 years old now, and this is an insurmountable city in Yu's heart. Date or something. After all, wait until I grow up a little bit. Hey. Ahem, that. So after 2 awkward dry coughs, Yu looked at Xiafei's cheeks in front of Xiafei. Xian, Senior Xian, Yu. Senior, no more. But before Yu finished speaking, he was interrupted by the shameful Yu Xian. You should call me Xian. Xi, Xian. Well, the corners of Yu's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that it is impossible to dispel the thought of the young girl's premature love in a moment. But then again, your kid is really a monster. At this time, Mitarashi Anko's voice came over, and she was eating the balls in her hand while looking at Yu with an extremely strange look. I actually graduated from the ninja school in the 1st grade, and defeated the genius like Uchiha Shisui. It's just luck. Yu Gang tried to say something humble, but was interrupted by Mitarashi Anko next to him. It seems I have to cheer. You can't be overtaken by a junior kid like you too much. Mitarashi Anko swallowed the last ball in his hand in one bite, and his dark eyes were full of energy. You two keep dating, I won't bother you. Bye. After speaking, without waiting for Yu and Uzuki to react, Mitarashi Anko had already waved his hand and left their sight. It really looks like a female version of Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the carefree Mitarashi Anko, he disappeared from his line of sight, and his amber-like clear eyes flickered. But, she is about to meet Orochimaru, right? 1 year later, Mitarashi Anko is 10 years old, and this year is when she graduated from the ninja school. If it develops according to the plot, she should soon become a disciple of Orochimaru, one of Sunan, and perform tasks together. Anko has that kind of character. If you are on a date, I hope you don't mind Yu-kun. After seeing Mitarashi Anko leave, Yu didn't speak, but Uzuki Yuin, who was walking on Yu's left hand, looked at him with some anxiety. Mind? Of course not. I should be grateful to Xian for your love. After regaining his thoughts, Yu couldn't help but froze for a moment when looking at the depressed emotions on the faces of the girls next to her, and immediately reacted with a smile to comfort her. since I directly call you Xian. Then you can also call my name Yu. Okay. Then I will call you Yu directly. Upon hearing this, the bright girl smiled suddenly, and seemed to have regained her vitality. Let's go, you invite me to eat meatballs, and I invite you to eat ramen. The two of them strolled along the bustling streets of Konoha, and saw the store not far in front of the street. The words Yul Ramen caught Yu's eyes, and Yu had already decided what to eat for lunch. Good noon, what do you want to eat? The ordinary-looking man greeted Yu and Uzuki Yu enthusiastically as soon as he walked into the store before sitting down. Thank you for 2 servings of pork bones and barbecued pork ramen. Sitting on a high stool in the shop with Xian and looking at the ordinary face of the boss in front of him, Yu couldn't help but wonder, is this what the owner of Yul Ramen looked like when he was young? Looking at the store in front of him that even 6 Paths Pain Super Shinra Tianzhang could not destroy in the original work, Yu secretly sighed, it is indeed the legendary Tsutsuki Yele. Please wait, I'll do it right away. Although it was a little strange that the white-haired boy looked strangely in front of him, the future Uncle Yul still laughed heartily and went in to make ramen. Do you often come here for ramen? Sitting beside Yu, Mao Yuzian stared at him curiously. No, today is my first time here. Feeling Xi Yan staring at her, Yu smiled slightly. In her previous life, she had been to this store many times. 5 minutes later, 2 bowls of steaming ramen were served. Yu recovered and started to wipe out the ramen in the bowl with Xian. The barbecued pork is fatty but not greasy, the pork bone soup base is delicious and rich, and the handmade ramen is full of strength. Yu and Yuin both eat with gusto, and the taste is indeed very authentic. It is no wonder that Naruto, the protagonist in the original book, always loves this ramen shop so much. In less than 10 minutes, 2 bowls of ramen were wiped out by Yu and Yuin. After paying the bill, Yu took Xian and left Yul Ramen directly. So full. By the way, after becoming genin, do you have any plans for Yu? After coming out of Yul Ramen, Xian touched her slightly bulging belly and turned her head to look at Yu. Generally speaking, genin, who has just graduated from a ninja school, will be assigned to a ninja team led by Jainin to perform tasks. And in the special period of the Ninja World War, when Konoha's frontline combat power is severely insufficient, even genin may be assigned to frontline support or perform auxiliary tasks. Do not know yet. I think it might be arranged to enter Enbu or something. Hearing what Xi Yan said, Yu laid his hands on the back of his head leisurely. Remembering that third Hokage had summoned herself and Shisui to the Hokage office today, Yu was also wondering how third generation would arrange the next tasks for herself and Shisui. Anbu. Hearing what Yu said, Xian was startled and then heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, so Yu doesn't have to be arranged on the front-line battlefield. Anbu, the official name, is Assassination Tactics Special Force, similar to the Special Ninja Department. The members of Anbu are excellent ninjas selected from the village. They are mainly responsible for protecting Hokage and preventing foreign enemies from invading Konoha Shinobi's village. Sometimes they are also responsible for enemy detection and assassination tasks. The Anbu members wear white masks that imitate animals. The nature of the mission and all other information are kept confidential. Anbu is directly under the control of Hokage. There are multiple units under the unit, and the unit leader uniformly conveys orders and leads to perform the task. Although Anbu is performing dangerous work of the combat type, Yugan prefers you to stay at Anbu guarding Konoha rather than being assigned to a brutal battlefield on the front line. Chapter 38. So, come here today. I'm going to Master Hokage's office later. The two of them walked all the way to the crossroads of Konoha Street, only to see Yu suddenly stopped, smiling lightly at the sunset with purple hair like a waterfall in front of him. The meatballs you gave me are very delicious, see you next time. Okay. Although she felt a little bit reluctant, Xi Yan had to smile and wave to say goodbye to Yu when she heard that Yu had something to do, and she didn't forget to encourage him when she left. Keep on going, Yu, you are the best ninja. Don't worry, I won't lose to anyone. It wasn't until Mao Yuxian's long and graceful back disappeared at the end of the street that Yu finally looked back and turned and walked into an uninhabited path in the woods. Although the date with the two-dimensional girl is wonderful, Yu will not forget that it is the most urgent thing for him to improve his strength now. On the road leading to the Hokage office building, the wind rustled the trees on both sides of the road, and Yu suddenly stopped. From just now, I have been with me for so long. It's time to come out now. Yu, who stopped, said abruptly to the empty path in the woods in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the voice fell, two ninjas appeared in front of him. With cat face masks on their faces, they sandwiched Shisui one after another, blocking Yu's path. Yakushi Yu, is it? Master Danzo, please come with us. The cat face masked ninja in front directly blocked the road in front of Yu. Master Danzo. Sorry, I don't know him, please let me. Hearing this name, Yu's heart suddenly moved, but his face remained unchanged on the surface, and he walked forward on his own, bypassing the ninja in front of him. Shimura Dance. There was still a wave of waves in Yu's heart, and he knew the character Shimura Dance better than anyone who had read the original. The leader of Konoha's independent underground organization Gen is a disciple of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama and a competitor of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He acted cruelly and unscrupulously, and was deep-minded, absolutely an old fox. If there is no special need, Yu doesn't want to get involved with such troublesome characters. However, the two ninjas of the root organization obviously wouldn't let Yu leave so easily, and once again stood in front of Yu. Then you are offended, it seems we have to knock you out and take you away. The ninja in front took out a sharp kunai from his sleeve, and the ninja in the back drew the sword directly from behind, encircling Yu in the middle one after another. Looking at the two root organization ninjas who were blocking his way, Yu didn't need to think about it. It must be his performance on the graduation assessment yesterday that attracted the attention of Danzo, an old fox, so he wanted to absorb himself into the root organization. Unexpectedly, your roots were so bold in doing things, and you openly attacked the ninja in the same village in Konoha. The worst ninja who can be selected to enter Enbu and Gen is Chunin level. Through the aura from these two ninjas, you could probably feel that their strength should be at the level of Chunin. Hey, no one will know. Because soon, we will knock you out and take you back. When the voice fell, the root tissue ninja in front directly pierced Kumo towards the part of Yu's heart. This is actually just a false move, the real purpose is to force you to expose the flaws, and then let them seize the opportunity. Hey, Tuchnin. But it's a pity, I think you underestimated my strength. Facing the kunai that the root organization ninja pierced her heart, Yu suddenly looked cold. Lightning style Chidori Chiban. Yu moved faster than him, and saw a sudden wave of the sleeve of Yu's right-hand kimono. A piece of blue and white lightning gleamed, and dozens of extremely thin thunders burst out of the air. Chidori Kimono. Like Chidori, it is a morphological change developed and extended from the Chidori. Although the power is not as strong as Chidori and Chidori Ryu, the victory lies in the ability to attack from a distance, and the operation speed is fast and the number is large. This is... The Chunin of the root organization obviously didn't expect you to shoot so fast. Unprepared, Kyo tried his best to wave and resist, still being paralyzed by Yu's powerful lightning style. The body can't move. The body was stabbed by several Chidori Chiban, the powerful lightning style chakra directly paralyzed the muscles and nerves of this root tissue Chunin. At the same time, another root organization Chunin's Tato had already been killed behind him, and Yu's skin could almost feel the icy cold above the blade. Leaf Hurricane. Without turning his head back, Yu quickly slew his right leg backwards, and kicked away the Tato that Chunin had stabbed at the back tissue in a posture of Sasori's tail. Chakra Scalpel. As soon as he kicked the sword away, Yu quickly formed a seal with both hands, and his body instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared in the next second, Yu had already arrived behind the root organization Chunin, and a special blue chakra blade appeared in his hand. The blue chakra blade in Yu's hand quickly ran across the back of the Chunin's neck. The Chunin of the root organization snorted, and he didn't even have a chance to scream. He fell to the ground and instantly lost his combat effectiveness. Chakra scalpel. The hand that hits chakra can cut into the target body without any trauma. Although Yu's current strength can only maintain chakra scalpel at a length of 30 centimeters, he can cut the human body directly through any obstacles such as clothing, which is undoubtedly a lethal medical ninjutsu. Chakra scalpel. Seeing that his companion fell to the ground without a single wound on his body in front of him, he was suddenly shocked when he saw Chunin, the root tissue paralyzed by Chidori Chiban. Originally, because of Yu's immature appearance, he underestimated his strength, but he didn't expect that Yu is not only superb, but also able to perform such super high lightning style ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu so easily. Hey! However, a blue light flashed across his neck in front of him. The root tissue Chunin's eyes were red, and he fell directly to the ground and lost his breath. Facing these two root organizations Chunin, who had killed him, Yu had no intention of being merciful at all. It's really troublesome. Looking at the two root tissues Chunin, which had fallen without a trace of wounds, the blue chakra scalpel in Yu's hands gradually disappeared, but his brows were slightly frowned. This was his first real murder. Fortunately, chakra scalpel can kill the target without destroying any surface of the human body. There is no picture of a lot of blood gushing out, but it also avoids the discomfort caused by his first murder. Chapter 39. Papa. At this moment, a round of applause came from the side, and Yu was shocked. Looking back, I don't know when there was a man wearing a white kimono with a bandage on his right eye and a cross-shaped knife on his chin standing under the tree next to him with a cane. Simply and neatly. There is no mercy to kill people. Yakushi Yu, you really are a natural ninja. I witnessed the two Chunin who Yu shot quickly against the root organization, and saw that the man who appeared suddenly was expressionless, and his tone seemed to be complimenting. Shimura Danzo. Seeing the appearance of this man, Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. What a wonderful battle! Although the evaluation of Yu is high enough, I did not expect that. I still underestimated your ability. Danzo, who was standing next to him, praised, with a peaceful smile on his face, as if it was not his two men who died in front of him, but just two useless chess pieces. If you don't know his details, most people would really think he is a good benevolent person, but you, who has read the plot of the original novel, can easily see a strong sense of possession and ambition in his eyes. This is troublesome. I didn't expect Danzo to come here in person. Although the expression on his face has not changed, Yu's heart has already set off a stormy sea. From the aura that exudes from Danzo, it can be seen that this is a cage-level character. Although he is not a top figure in cage level, his strength far exceeds that of any Jainin. Although there are other whole cards, Chakra's level has just broken through the Chunin level feathers, and there is really no certainty in the face of Danzo. Yakushi Yu, come and join my route, you can definitely get more promotion than you in other departments. Danzo looked at Yu in front of him, and said his intentions straight to the point. My organization lacks a genius ninja who integrates combat and medical care like you. After years of development and growth, Danzo's root organization has gradually absorbed the various masters in Konoha, such as the Abarame clan and the Yamanaka clan, the ninjas of the secret technique clan. They have it in the root organization, and even Danzo intends to infiltrate Konoha's largest clan. The Uchiha clan attempts to meddle with the power of Sharingan. Yesterday in Hokage's office, after seeing Yu's enchanting talent and ability to defeat Uchiha Shisui, Danzo was like a vicious shark who smelled the fishy smell. He directly focused on Yu, a promising future. Genius boy. I'm very sorry, Lord Danzo. I'm rushing to see Lord Third Hokage. Facing the invitation from Danzo, Yu did not explicitly refuse. But for people like Danzo who hung everything for Konoha all day, and carried out the darkness in his heart, you really didn't have any favorable impressions. In the original book, when Danzo sealed himself with the idea of dying with Sasuke, many people seemed to think that the role of Danzo was whitewashed, but you didn't think so. As the saying goes, Konoha has nothing to do. Danzo's destruction of a village is definitely not groundless. People like Danzo, even if his starting point is really for Konoha, but so many dirty methods, so many innocent people become his experiments and victims. Even Nagato Yahiko, who originally wanted peace by Isshin, were also pushed into the abyss by Danzo because of his selfish purpose to destroy. As a team of partners in his youth, Danzo can send people many times for his ambitions. Third generation conducts a coup assassination. Such a person, such a behavior, can be washed out for Konoha? No matter how brilliant the goal in the heart is, the essence is still a despising evil demon who mainly acts badly. This is Yu's evaluation of Danzo. Although you never thought that he was a good person, you always hated Danzo, a man who used all means to achieve his own goals, but still had a high-sounding mouth. Hehe, don't rush to refuse. Seeing that you did not accept his invitation, Danzo was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said to you, you should be the adopted child of Yakushi Nanoyu. From your superb medical ninjutsu, you can see that you have completely inherited and surpassed her medical ninjutsu talent. But you may not know that your adoptive mother, Nanoyu, was also a ninja who worked for our route. She is the best intelligence ninja and medical ninja under me. She was once Konoha's medical squad leader. Danzo didn't finish his words, and his amber eyes were slightly narrowed. Of course he knows the past of Yakushi Nanoyu, but you doesn't know what Danzo's purpose is for suddenly mentioning this. You carefully observed the man called Darkness of Ninja World in front of him, and seemed to want to see something from the expression on his face. Look at you, don't seem to be surprised by what I said. Speaking of Yakushi No's past, he saw that the expression on Yu's face did not change as he expected, but Danzo's left eye was exposed, and his eyes couldn't help but look dark. But it doesn't matter, I think we will definitely have a chance to cooperate in the future. But soon, Danzo's face reappeared with a smile, I will wait for you at route because from the look in your eyes, I can tell that we are the same kind of people. Ha 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 ha. After leaving a gloomy laughter, Danzo in front of you turned around and left. By the way, take these two rubbish away too. Even a kid who just graduated from a ninja school can't solve it. The route doesn't need such waste. Only when passing the bodies of two route organizations Chunin, Danzo gave orders indifferently. Two other route organization ninjas appeared immediately on both sides of the forest, carried the body of the ninja previously killed by you using chakra scalpel, and then left immediately. Danzo and I, are the same kind of people? Quietly staring at Danzo's leaving back in front of him, chewing on what Danzo had just said in his heart, only the corners of Yu's mouth sneered disdainfully. As we all know, the world of Hokage ninjas has given birth to many problematic teenagers who have flaws in their hearts and are prone to go wrong because of wars and killings. For example, Gaara, such as Kimimaro, such as Yakushi Kabuto, each of them is a talented ninja, but also a ninja who suffers from pain, loneliness, confusion, and confusion. If you were not a transgressor, he would already have his own inherent worldview. After some enticement and brainwashing by Danzo or Orochimaru, it is very likely that they will also embark on a path of no return. But it is a pity that in this world, except for the people she cherishes, you will not be shaken by the words of others at all. Chapter 40. Soon, it's afternoon. Entering the Hokage office building, under the guidance of an Anbu ninja, you came to the door of Hokage's office. Come in. There was a calm voice from inside. Hokage-sama, brought here by Yakushi Yu. After entering the door, Anbu ninja bowed on one knee and saluted. Thanks, you go down first. Third generation sitting behind the desk said to the Anbu ninja in front of him. Then he turned his gaze to you, showing a kind smile. You You are here. Yes, Master Hokage. Feeling the gaze of third Hokage in front of him, Yu suddenly stepped forward to salute, and at the same time glanced at the huge Hokage office in front of him. Shisui was also here. Feather. Seeing Yu walking in, Shisui also opened his mouth to greet him. Shisui, you should go back first. I want to talk to you alone. Seeing Yu came to the office, I saw third generation ask Shisui to step back first, and at the end he did not forget to say, remember to report to Anbu tomorrow. Yes, Master Hokage, then I will go back first. Hearing third Hokage's words, Shisui saluted and walked out of the office. It's just that when he passed by Yu, he gave Yu a deep look. Anbu. Shisui was arranged by third Hokage to enter Anbu. Looking at Shisui walking out of the office, Yuan thought to himself. I wonder if Master Hokage called me today, what's the matter? After Shisui went out, only Yu and third Hokage were left in the office. While third Hokage was looking at him, Yu was also secretly looking at third Hokage in front of him. It was different from yesterday's graduation assessment, because it was a time of war, and the third generation in front of me wore an old-fashioned ninja armor today. Although he is only 54 years old this year, third generation's beard and hair have turned white, and he looks much older than Danzo, who was the same year as him. If it weren't for the powerful aura inadvertently revealed on his body, and the occasional sparkle in his muddy eyes, third generation looked no different from an ordinary kind old man. Sorry, I just sigh. I'm really relieved to see a ninja as talented as you can be cultivated in the village. Seeing Yu seemed to be a little uncomfortable with his own gaze, only saw third generation smile with kindness, and picked up the pipe in his hand. I called you over today just to ask your opinion. Will you accept Hokage's order to join the Konoha medical class? Medical class? Hearing this, Yu was stunned. I originally thought that third Hokage would arrange himself into Anbu, which is directly under Hokage, just like Shisui. But he didn't expect that third generation actually planned to put himself in the Konoha medical class. I looked through your information specially. You are a child adopted by the former medical officer Yakushi Nanoyu. Perceiving a surprised reaction on Yu's face, he saw third generation staring at him and explaining to him. Yesterday I also saw your extraordinary medical ninjutsu. Konoha's medical class is now seriously understaffed. That's why I have such an arrangement, do you agree? I agree. After reacting, Yu almost nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Working hard to increase one's strength is fundamental, and Yu doesn't really care about what department he is assigned to. Besides, it is now in the fiercest stage of the Third Ninja World War. Konoha had just defeated Sand Shinobi in the Kingdom of Wind, and was attacked by Rock Shinobi in the Kingdom of Earth. And the Warren of the Water Country is also ready to move on the front line, waiting for an opportunity to take a share in this war. As Namikaze Minato said in the original book, Konoha's combat effectiveness has never been so inadequate. Yu, who usually treats injured ninjas in the village to earn rewards, is also very clear. Konoha's medical ninjas are now in short supply, and frontline ninjas with large numbers of casualties are sent to the village for treatment every day. And he happens to have medical ninjutsu that surpasses everyone, so it makes sense to be targeted by third generation and Danzo at the same time. Well. Seeing Yu agreeing without hesitation, third generation nodded with satisfaction, his gaze softened, and then his conversation turned. In addition to medical ninjutsu, I also know your amazing talent in ninjutsu and combat. So to make up for your lack of ninjutsu practice after joining the medical class. Having said this, third generation's tone paused slightly, and then reached out his hand to point to the many ninjutsu scrolls displayed on the shelves around Hokage's office. I can promise you, all the ninjutsu scrolls here are open to you. And if you have time, you can also ask me in private. So good. Hearing what third generation said, Yu suddenly raised his head in surprise at the desk. Third generation was so generous to himself. Not only did he open all the ninjutsu scrolls in Hokage's office, but also gave himself the opportunity to ask him about ninjutsu in private. Unexpectedly, after agreeing to join the medical class, he even picked up a big deal. Who is third generation? He is Ninjao, who is praised as the god of ninjutsu and doctor of ninjutsu by the ninja world. Not only did they cultivate legendary ninjas like Konoha Sunin, but also all the mainstream ninjutsu of Grandmaster, including the escape of 5 attributes. If you can let him instruct him to practice ninjutsu, coupled with his extraordinary talent for ninjutsu, his strength will undoubtedly increase by leaps and bounds. Then, thank you Hokage-sama. Looking at this old man who was working hard for Konoha, you suddenly found that he was moved a little. No matter what the outside world thinks of third Hokage, whether it is kind, tolerant, or indecisive. But it is undeniable that he treats every ninja in Konoha as his own child. Even for Orochimaru, who has completely taken a path away from him in the original, third generation can't bear to hurt the killer. Perhaps as a ninja and politician, third generation failed. But as a benevolent and teacher, third generation is undoubtedly successful. Your talent and strength are the best I have ever seen. Even Orochimaru at this age is far from yours. After taking a deep look at you in front of him with his turbid sharp gaze, he saw that third generation took the white Hokage coat next to him behind him and put it on his body. Let's go, just now there is still time. I'll take you to the medical class first. After speaking, third generation took you out of the Hokage office building. Along the way, all the ninjas saluted when they saw them, their eyes looked a little surprised at the white-haired boy who followed Master Hokage. Here, the front is Konoha Shinobi Hospital. Following third generation around the Hokage office building, and walking a few avenues back, you and the others came to a white building. Follow me in. Before entering the building of the ninja hospital, you had already seen many wounded lying down all along the way. Following in the footsteps of third generation, the two finally arrived at a hall where Konoha medical class was written. Chapter 41. Ah, Master Hokage. Many medical ninjas coming and going in the hall are wearing white coats and white hats on their heads. I was so busy that after seeing third Hokage coming in, they came up to salute and say hello. No need to be polite, you, follow me into the medical room. Saying that third generation strode forward and pushed open the door of the medical room, you followed in. After entering the door, as far as you could see, there were nearly 100 wounded ninjas lying on white hospital beds. A dozen medical ninjas glowed with a faint green light on their hands, and were using healing techniques to treat the wounded. This is the medical room of the ninja hospital. They are all ninjas from our Konoha medical class. These wounded ninjas were all transported back from the frontline battlefield yesterday. After third generation glanced around, Shen Sheng and Yu briefly introduced it. Seeing Konoha's ninja suffered so many casualties, as Hokage third generation, he was naturally depressed. When Yunyu nodded, and immediately moved in his heart, walking to a medical ninja who was treating the wounded. Looking at the wounded who was lying on the hospital bed, he whispered, "Let me try it." "Try what?" The medical ninja who was trying his best to treat the wounded was taken aback. Looking up at you, who was only 6 or 7 years old in front of him, a trace of impatience appeared on his face suddenly. "It's busy here. The kids go to the side to play, don't hinder the rescue of the wounded. Let him try." The medical ninja just wanted to stop it when a low and majestic voice came, and the third generation next to him nodded slightly. "Master Hokage." Only then did he notice the arrival of third Hokage, and saw the medical ninja quickly step away. Healing Jutsu. After the medical ninja in front of him stepped aside, Yu slightly inspected the wounded part of the wounded, and his hands quickly formed a seal. A group of soft green chakra instantly wrapped Yu's entire palm, fitting to the wound of the wounded. Under the gaze of everyone, the wound on the body of the wounded on the hospital bed quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, the shocking wound turned into a smooth skin, as if it had never been injured. With the instant treatment, the wounded ninja gradually unfurled his frowning brows and gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and muttered in confusion, "Where am I? Am I not dead?" Seeing this magical scene, third generation showed a gratified smile on his face. A group of medical ninjas in white clothes all showed surprise expressions. "Who is this boy? It's healing jutsu. That's super advanced medical ninjutsu. What's the matter?" The serious injury recovered in an instant. Seeing this 6 or 7-year-old boy in front of him, he performed super advanced medical ninjutsu and healed a coma wounded in a blink of an eye. The faces of a group of medical ninjas all showed stunned expressions. "Really? You, it couldn't be more appropriate to put you in the medical class." Ignoring the surprised gazes of all the medical ninjas present, looking at Yu, who showed amazing medical ninjutsu skills in front of him, a satisfied smile appeared on third generation's face. Hemostasis, healing, these basic medical ninjutsu, most members of the medical class can use. However, healing jutsu, this super advanced ninjutsu, which is classified as A level, has very few or almost extinct users due to the extremely high requirements for chakra control, and even a very small number of people who can use it in the medical class. "Master Hokage, who is this?" Seeing Yu's superb medical ninjutsu, the medical ninjas in the medical room looked at third generation curiously, hoping that third Hokage could introduce the identity of this white-haired boy. "Ahem, let me introduce it to everyone." Seeing everyone's eyes, third generation coughed lightly and introduced them. "His name is Yakushi Yu, genin who just graduated from ninja school. From today I will arrange for him to work with everyone in the medical class." "Nani? Yakushi Yu? It's the genius Konoha has been rumored recently. Unexpectedly, he would have such a superb medical ninjutsu. Did you have this kind of ability just after graduating from the ninja school? You deserve to be called Konoha's #1 genius." After hearing that third generation introduced Yu's identity, a group of medical ninjas in the medical room suddenly began to discuss. Obviously, after that special graduation assessment, the name of Hanakoba's first genius has become the focus of discussion among everyone in the village. "I am Yakushi Yu, please take care of me." Facing the surprised eyes of everyone in front of her, Yu stepped forward and nodded lightly, impeccable etiquette. "Okay, Yu. From today, you will be here to do things well." After arranging Yu's work in the medical class, I saw third generation patted Yu's shoulder earnestly, "Don't let me down. Don't worry, Master Hokage." Feeling the gaze of third generation's expectations, Yu silently nodded and turned to look at the busy Konoha medical class in front of him. "It seems, I will spend a long time here. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it comes 3 months later." Boom, boom. At Konoha's back mountain, huge movements continued to be heard. Water-style hard whirlpool water blade. Along with Yu's light drink, I saw that the heart of Yu's right hand instantly condensed Rei's Nan. Wow! After the chakra nature transformation, which was infused with water properties, a huge sound of water continued to roar. The god-hidden Rei's Nan in Yu's hand suddenly changed drastically, and a highly concentrated water gun was formed on Yu's right hand. Like a spiral waterspout covering Yu's entire right hand, there was a continuous roar from above, as if Yu's hand grasped a whole highly concentrated waterfall. Finally finished. After 3 months of painstaking practice, I saw that this S-level ninjutsu, known as the ultimate water style, was finally completed in my own hands. A hint of excitement flashed in Yu's amber eyes, and he threw the high-pressure water gun that was constantly roaring in his hand directly. Boom! The extremely exaggerated shock was in Yu's shocked eyes. After the high-pressure water gun in his hand was thrown out, it was directly enlarged in a blink of an eye, forming a huge waterspout. Constantly sucking in the surrounding trees and land, and then fluttering out after being broken into pieces. This, terrifying power. Seeing the disaster scene caused by the new technique he completed, even Yu couldn't help being shocked. This power looks even more exaggerated than the wind-style Raise Nan Shuriken completed by the protagonist Naruto in the original book. There's really no way you can do it, or did you complete this technique? Without warning, the voice of the devil rang in Yu's ears. Chapter 42. Its amazing power. After such a small ninjutsu was released, it actually released the water of a lake. To what extent has your kid compressed chakra? Looking at the completely destroyed woods and the large lakes on the ground, even the devil couldn't help but feel shocked by the power of Yu, the ultimate water style. You are out again, demon. A smile appeared on Yu's face when he heard the voice that the devil hadn't heard for a long time. Hey, don't smile with me. I was still angry about what happened last time. Facing Yu's joy, the devil poured a bucket of cold water on him. You're still angry about that last time? Listening to the devil's pretentious tone, I saw Yu scratching his head a little embarrassedly, and then a hint of curiosity appeared on his face, but speaking of it, I really want to see what you look like when you get angry. Since the demon in her body awakened, Yu had fantasized about what a demon looked like more than once. With the enchanting voice of the devil, the demon Yu imagined should be a slouchy figure with a chest circumference above 3/6 a seductive face, and a stunner with just a single look. Hey? Why do I feel? As if feeling Yu's thoughts, the devil's charming voice became a little suspicious. You seem to be thinking about something unhealthy. Ahem, that. After regaining consciousness, Yu coughed slightly awkwardly. I hope you won't be too angry after seeing it. Because I'm developing another technique that is more dangerous than hard vortex water blade. When the voice fell, I saw Yu who was cultivating, and began to take off the kimono jacket on her body, revealing the sleeveless tank top inside. Your kid, what are you going to do? Upon seeing this, the devil was startled, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Boom! But before the devil could react, a huge chakra exploded on Yu's body. No, not so much chakra, but rather a group of highly compressed ninjutsu exploded violently. Rumble. The high-density compression ninjutsu that accompanies Yu's violent eruption. I saw Yu's two arms, each forming a violent hurricane, which instantly shattered all the rocks on the surrounding ground. In the end, a pair of white thunder and lightning that looked like wings was formed, attached to Yu's shoulders and back, and they looked gorgeous. What is this? Yu. Your physical strength. Seeing this burst of power from Yu's body, the devil's voice was shaking like an incredible. Because of the relationship within Yu's body, the devil could clearly feel that at this moment, Yu's strength had increased tenfold in an instant. Unlike the ninjutsu in the Hokage world and devil fruit in the pirate world, she has never seen such an ability. This kind of abundant power, is it already done? Compared to the forbidden technique of 8 inner gates. The back and shoulders were entangled with white lightning, and Yu could not help widening his eyes as he felt the power that was growing exponentially in his body. At this moment, he had no doubt that he could smash all the objects in front of him with a punch. No, it's not right. This degree of increase is far behind the 8 inner gates formation. But thinking about the horror power that was dozens or even 100 times higher than the 5 cage level when Might Guy opened the 8 inner gates formation in the original work, Yu still shook his head dissatisfied. It seems that it is far from reaching the stage of completion. Are you crazy? Hurry up and stop. Although I don't know what new technique Yu has developed, but feeling the power of Yu's body that is constantly doubling and running away at this moment, the devil's voice suddenly anxiously yelled in Yu's ear. Boom! But it was too late. Under the constantly doubling and soaring power, Yu's back and shoulders highly compressed ninjutsu has not stabilized, and the entangled white thunder and lightning finally exploded, and the terrifying power directly blew Yu's whole body out like a cannonball. Boom! After breaking 2 big trees in succession, Yu finally fell to the ground in embarrassment, with shocking wounds all over his back. Yin healed. But Yu seemed to be prepared long ago, and saw his back injury under the support of his powerful chakra recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is one of Hasho Master's advanced medical ninjutsu. Before being attacked, correctly judge the location of the hit and quickly concentrate a certain amount of chakra at that location. After being hit, the wound will automatically and quickly recover. Sure enough, it failed. Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise I would almost die. After lying on the ground for more than 10 minutes, Yuki finally fully recovered from the serious injury on his back. The dangerous new forbidden technique just now. Yes, it is the instant coax in Shinigami. In the past 3 months, in addition to treating the wounded ninja in the Konoha medical team, you spent the rest of the time watching the ninjutsu scrolls and practicing in the Hokage office. Occasionally, I would ask third Hokage for advice, and my ninjutsu practice has grown by leaps and bounds. The chakra reserves and levels in the body are constantly improving, so you has an idea to develop a new technique. 8 inner gates. Everyone knows that it is an advanced physical skill in the Hokage world. The full opening of the 8 gate can unlock all the restrictions in the human body. It is also called 8 inner gates formation. When activated, it will get dozens of times more than 5 shadows, even 100 times the power. The Might Guy in the original book started the 8 inner gates formation, and the burst of power even suppressed and beat Uchiha Madara in the 6 paths form. But the price is that the body will quickly exhaust and die. Even if there is yin and yang escape, it can only be left with lifelong disability. And Shunbo is the ultimate fighting technique combining Kid and White hits in Shinigami. The back and shoulders of the user will be wrapped in a high concentration compressed Kid, and the explosion will make Kid unite with his own hands and feet to fight. After being turned on, it can produce combat power that is 10 times or even dozens of times higher than its own, and every gesture has great destructive power. So you wondered, since the instant coax in Shinigami can combine Kid and White hits, can I also try to combine the ninjutsu and physique of the Hokage world to develop a system that is comparable to 8 inner gates, but with side effects? Isn't there such a huge forbidden technique? After reading a lot of ninjutsu knowledge, you finally succeeded. Even the instant coaxing of a semi-finished product can increase his physical strength tenfold. However, judging from the extremely dangerous and unstable form of instantaneous coaxing, it is not suitable for combat at all. It seems that if you want to completely complete this technique, at least it will be impossible in a short time. Looking at the almost completely destroyed woods in front of him, as well as his completely broken clothes and a messy body, and the exhausted chakra in his body, you couldn't help but a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 43. You changed the way ninjutsu releases. Compressing it and fusing with itself, it exploded, and finally successfully developed the forbidden technique like Shun Hao. Not only is the shape very gorgeous and eye-catching, but the effect is also very significant, easily getting 10 times more power than itself. If you say 8 inner gates, it is the kind of brainless desperate flow. So the instant coax developed by you is a technology flow with the brain. But the exhaustion of chakra's stamina was also very obvious. After just a few moments, you found that he already felt a shaky feeling now. You lunatic. It seems that you wish you would die soon, and then let me eat your soul. At this time, the demon in you was obviously so angry that he didn't know what to say. Well, don't rush to get angry with me. My shadow clone is passing news. It looks like the 3rd generation old man is looking for me. While calming the angry demon in her body, you suddenly received the message from her shadow clone, so she put on the kimono jacket again and left the forest that had long been destroyed. A few minutes later, 2 Anbu ninjas appeared in the woods where you was just now. This is... The 2 Anbu ninjas saw the almost completely destroyed woods and large lakes emerging out of thin air. They were speechless in surprise. They checked the traces of destruction in front of them, and then made a judgment. What an amazing destructive power, the terrain has been changed. This should be caused by the extremely strong water-style ninjutsu. Let's go back and report it to Master Hokage. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 Anbu ninjas left the woods instantly. Back to the Konoha medical class, there was an Anbu ninja standing in front of Yu's shadow clone. Yakushi Yu. Master Hokage summoned, there is a new task for you. Seeing Yu's body returned, I saw this Anbu ninja speak. I know, I'll pass now. Hearing Anbu ninja's words, Yu nodded, banged, and retracted the shadow clone that looked exactly like him. Today's work in the medical class is not busy, so Yu simply left a shadow clone here, while his body went to Konoha Hyushin to practice. After taking back the shadow clone, Chakra's return immediately gave Yu a feeling of filling his hollowed-out body again. In about 5 minutes, Yu followed Anbu ninja to Hokage's office. Hehe, you are here. After seeing Yu coming in, third generation smiled kindly, put down the pipe and said to Yu. Master Hokage, is there any new task for me? After entering the door, Yu found that besides third generation, there were 4 other ninjas in the office. 2 teenagers in blue turbans, one with black sunglasses on his face, and 1,000 books in his mouth. There is also a young boy wearing a green tights that makes people unable to look directly at him, with a black and shiny watermelon head, a pair of black brows that are so thick that he is embarrassingly thick, and occasionally reveals a mouth full of white fang. Goosebumps all over. Ebisu, Shiranui Genma, and the future Emperor Guy Might Guy. Needless to say, you recognized the 3 of them at a glance. As you looked at them, they were all looking at you with a curious look. It seemed that he wanted to try to connect the 6-year-old white-haired boy in front of him with Konoha, who was rumored in the village recently. You are Yakushi Yu, right? At this moment, a soft voice came, and Yu raised his head slightly, and a young girl was already standing in front of him. He has long dark curly hair and a ninja short skirt with red edges on a white background. He looks pure and charming. His big red eyes are looking at him curiously. I heard my dad talk about you. He said you are the best genius ninja he has ever seen. I finally saw you today. I didn't expect to be a very handsome little brother. Evening Red. Seeing the girl in front of her, you recognized her identity Jainin from the future Konoha Shinobi village, the sexiest and enchanting Oni-san in the original. But now, the 4 of them are almost 11 or 12 years old, and they are Chunin who have just been promoted this year. It turns out to be Senior Red. Thank you, I often hear Teacher Ziri mention you. Facing the gaze of the glamorous girl in front of her, Yu slightly lowered her head and said modestly. Yuri Hong is the only daughter of Yuri Maori, Yu's ninja instructor at the ninja school. Ahem, Yu, I am calling you over today because there is a new task for you. At this time, third generation let out a soft cough, attracting everyone's attention. New mission. Yu looked at third generation curiously. Well, this is an A-level mission to explore the battlefield. With that said, third generation brewed for a while, and explained the content of this mission to the people present. Konoha is facing the pressure of Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi at the same time on the battlefield. Recently, our ninjas discovered that the Misty Ninjas of the Water Country gathered a large number of ninjas at the border of the Fire Country, and it is estimated that there will be new actions. At this point, third generation's face was a little heavy, staring at the 4 young ninjas on their knees, and Yu standing beside them, and said in a deep voice, Genma, Ebisu, Guy, and Hong. The 4 of you are newly promoted Chunin. Now, as Hokage, I order you to go to the border to investigate the reality. Considering the possible circumstances along the way, I specially arranged you to assist the 4 of them as a medical ninja. Yes. You and the 4 young Chunin present in unison responded. After listening to third generation's mission instructions with Might Guy, the 5 of them withdrew from third Hokage's office. On the corridor outside the Hokage office building. Konoha's first genius. Recently everyone in the village is discussing you. Xiri Hong, who was walking with you, looked sideways at you with a playful smile. That's all because of everyone's love. Senior Red is far more beautiful than imagined. Wen Yunyu also turned his head and glanced at Xiri Hong, just in time to see the girl Qiao Xiao Yanran, as if making the surrounding scenery a lot of color. Really? Hearing Yu's sincere praise, Xirihong immediately covered her face with her hands, and smiled embarrassedly. Hey, what Konoha's first genius, but a kid who just graduated from ninja school. At this time, looking at Yu, who was walking with Xirihong in front of him, he saw 1,000 bonded Shiranui Genma in his mouth and said with some disdain. Yu turned his head, and found that Shiranui Genma and Ebisu who were walking behind seemed unfriendly. Don't be like this, Xianjian. Seeing that the atmosphere of the team seemed a little strange, I saw Might Guy walking next to him hurriedly opening his mouth to ease the atmosphere. Chapter 44. It was originally, what Konoha's strongest genius. I don't know what Mr. Hokage thinks, so he arranged for such a kid to hold us back. But at this time Ebisu, who was walking beside Shiranui Genma, also grumbled complaining. Recently in the village, people can often hear people talking about Yu's name as a genius. Today I finally saw me, only to find that he was just a 6 or 7-year-old kid. Moreover, Master Hokage arranged to perform tasks with them, so Shiranui Genma and Ebisu inevitably had some contempt and complaints in their hearts. How can you two do this? Yu is specially arranged by Hokage-sama to help us perform the task together. Hearing Shiranui Genma and Ebisu squeezing Yurihong suddenly became a little bit angry. A genius is not a genius, that's other people's opinion, I can't care about it. But at this moment, Yu who was walking by Yurihong had already stopped, her ember eyes looked at Shiranui Genma and Ebisu indifferently, but you two, seem to have a great deal to me. Opinion. Speaking of it, this is Yu Zhen's first time out on a mission. But for no reason, I was provoked by Shiranui Genma and Ebisu without a brain. Even a clay figurine has a 3-point fire, let alone him. Why, are you not convinced, kid? Facing Yu's indifferent attitude, ignorance Huagenma and Ebisu also stopped. Especially Shiranui Genma, holding Qianben with his hands on his chest and mouth, his face showed a trace of disdain and contempt. Wow! However, the voice of ignorance Huagenma just fell, and the feather in front of him and Ebisu disappeared in an instant. What a quick action! Seeing the extremely fast action of Yu in front of him, Might Guy, a physicist among the three, was suddenly shocked. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Accompanied by the fierce howling in the air, before everyone could react, Yu's figure appeared in front of the three of them. The body was spinning rapidly in mid-air, and his legs turned into a fierce whirlwind and slammed out. Boom! Everyone just felt their eyes flashed before they saw Ebisu flying upside down, slamming against the wall like a broken kite. So fast! Facing the extremely swift physique of Yu in front of him, seeing his companion Ebisu kicked out in the blink of an eye, I was shocked in the heart of ignorance Huo Xianjian, and the senbon dangling in his mouth was wrapped in chakra and burst out in an instant. Humph! Seeing Qianben flying over from Shiranui Xianjian, Yu who was in midair gave a cold snort of disdain, and gently dodged his head, and his body once again disappeared from Shiranui Xianjian. Instant technique. Seeing Yu's incredible speed, I do not know that Huo Suanjian's palm reflexed towards the ninja bag. But at this time, a finger had quietly pressed against his temple, causing his movement to abruptly stop. I will set off to perform the task tomorrow. You two are trash and in the mood to fight back here. In Shiranui Genma's horrified gaze, Yu did not know when he had already stood behind him, and the index finger of his right hand was gently raised against his temple like a pistol. If I can, I don't mind killing you two and then complete the task by myself. Tujnin. Can't resist this kid for 2 seconds? Staring blankly at Yu, Yurihong, Might Guy, and Ebisu who fell on the ground next to her fingers touching the head of Shiranui Genma, everyone was stunned. Damn it's kid, who do you want to scare? Under all eyes, a 6-year-old boy was threatened against his head like this, and I saw Shiranui Genma's complexion flushed, and he felt that his self-esteem had been severely trampled on. Boom! But I don't know what Huo Suanjian's mouth was saying. I saw that the thin line made on the index finger of Yu's right hand was shot out at high speed like a gun. After rubbing a blood mark on his cheek, the bombardment directly exploded a huge hole in the wall next to it. You should be thankful that this is Master Hokage's office building. I won't care about you too. Go back and clean up, and gather here tomorrow for departure. Ignoring Shiranui Xianjian who had been stunned before him, Yu curled his lips in disdain, and blew the non-existent gunpowder on his fingertips like a musketeer, and turned and left without turning his head. What a terrifying power! Staring blankly at the back of Yu's departure, Might Guy and Ebisu who fell on the ground seemed to be petrified. Is this his strength? No wonder so many people call Konoha's first genius. Seeing Yu Kai's terrifying power with his own eyes, he immediately eliminated Shiranui Genma and Ebisu who were Chunin. At this moment, there was a burst of splendor in the beautiful eyes of Yurihong who was standing in the same place. At this moment, she finally began to understand the words of her father, Yuri Zhenhong, who commented on Yu. The next day, early in the morning, the three of Might Guy and Xirihong were already at the gate of the village, ready to go. Later, Yu's figure also appeared at the door of the village, meeting with the four of them. You are here. I apologize to you for what happened yesterday. Seeing Yu appearing on time, Might Guy, who wears a watermelon rind hairstyle, stepped forward and apologized. Although Shiranui Genma and Ebisu stood beside them, although they did not speak, the fear revealed in their eyes from time to time showed that the two of them had been subdued. Especially Ebisu, one cheek is still swollen, obviously the injury that was kicked by Yu yesterday is not healed. Forget it, I won't be familiar with annoying flies. Facing Might Guy's apology, Yu just shrugged indifferently. I just hope that I won't be blocked when I perform the task, otherwise I will turn the two of them into two corpses. Did you two hear me? Seeing Yu did not pursue any further investigations, Yurihong immediately looked at Shiranui Genma and Ebisu next to her. Hey! I see. Hearing Yu's words, although Huo Genma and Ebisu were not convinced, they could only choose to swallow their breath. Recalling the strength that Yu showed yesterday that crushed the two of them, coupled with the task assigned by Third Hokage in front of them, they didn't want to have more trouble at this moment. Okay, let's go. Ignoring the two of them, Yu rushed out first, and his figure quickly disappeared in the woods. Let's catch up. Seeing Yu started to move, the Might Guy behind them quickly followed the pace of the moment. A long-distance raid for one day in a row. Yu and Yurihong finally passed through the Temple of Fire and came to the border of the Kingdom of Fire. The Land of Fire is rich in resources, and after Konoha Shinobi Village is almost all dense forests. Except for a few breaks in the middle, Yu has always moved forward at a speed that is not hurried or slow, just keeping a distance with Might Guy and sprinting in front. Such a schedule is not difficult for the ninja. The frontier is the border, be careful. Our task is to detect the number and intelligence of Wu Ren and try to avoid fighting. After crossing a meadow, Yu and his group of 5 finally came to a dense forest. After Might Guy gave a reminder, the figures of the 5 people rushed in quickly. Chapter 45. What? Just when Yu and his group of 5 arrived at the border of the Fire Country, Third Generation, who was in Konoha Hokage's office, looked at the information that the genin had just sent, but his face suddenly changed. Yes, Master Hokage. Facing the shock of Third Hokage in front of him, the face of the ninja who was kneeling on one knee in front of him was heavy. The previous information was wrong. This time, the number of Wuren dispatched is far more than we thought. According to the detective ninja report, I heard that Miss Shinobi's ninja swordsmen also participated in this operation. There were even large and small wounds all over his body, and he rushed over to report to Third Generation before he could deal with the injuries. 7 ninja swords. Hearing this, almost everyone in Hokage's office couldn't help but gasp. Ninja Swordsman. The full name is Miss Shinobi Ninja Swordsman, which is an inheritable title of Miss Shinobi Ninja Village, not a real organization. The 7 people are equipped with a famous sword that is very suitable for their own ninja, and their abilities are comparable. They are dedicated to completing some difficult tasks for Kirigakuer, the country of water, and all of them have reached the level of Jainin. It can be said that the ninja swordsman is the iconic existence of Mist Shinobi, the country of water. The 7 people in the past have gained a reputation in the ninja world, all of them are assassination elites who kill people without blinking. It's actually Mist Shinobi's 7 ninja swordsmen. Then you and Guy, who were just sent out yesterday, aren't they? It's no wonder that 3rd generation will be so shocked. Originally it was just an A-level investigation mission, but he didn't expect Warren to send a large number of ninjas, and even the 7 ninja swords participated in it. Thinking of the 5 members of Yu and his party who had just been sent out to perform the task yesterday, the expressions on 3rd generation's face were heavy as if dripping water. These are the future elites. Konoha hasn't grown up yet, especially Yu. Throughout Konoha's history, 3rd generation has never seen a teenager with ninja talent like that. If any accident happens, it will undoubtedly be a great loss for the entire Konoha shinobi village. Guy is in them too. Sorry, Lord 3rd generation, I will support them now. Hearing such shocking news in Hokage's office, I saw a middle-aged man wearing a green tights and thick eyebrows very similar to Might Guy. Before he waited for 3rd generation to speak, he rushed out. Die? Don't be impulsive. Seeing the man in front of him rushed out regardless of his own stopping, 3rd generation was shocked, and finally couldn't help but sigh. Could it be, it looks like you have already made a decision. Even if you are swearing to death, you must protect your most important things. It seems that the mission went smoothly. Along the way, I didn't encounter a ninja of Kiri Shinobu. The 5 members of Yu and his party have entered the dense forest on the border of the fire country. Ebisu couldn't help but speak as the ninja who didn't meet Mist Shinobi along the way. Don't be careless. This is the border of the country, and we may encounter ninjas from the enemy country at any time. While jumping in the dark forest, Shiranui Genma opened his mouth to remind Ebisu and the others. Although I was taught by you yesterday, it is after all the new generation of Konoha. These most basic ninja qualities still have Shiranui Genma. Wait a moment. But at this time, Yu who was in the front seemed to have noticed something, and he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Yu. Seeing Yu in front suddenly stopped, the 4 of Might Guy and Yurihong who followed behind stopped at the same time, looking vigilantly at the surrounding environment. Bullet string. As soon as the voice fell, Yu standing in front of the 4 suddenly made a move. With a sudden flick of his right hand, a thin thread was created on the fingertip of the index finger and fired at high speed like a gun. Boom! There was a crisp bursting sound, and a big tree next to the crowd was shot through by feathers, and sawdust was flying. A ninja hidden behind the big tree was shot through the head by Yu without even a chance to scream. The corpse fell from the thick branches and hit everyone's eyes heavily. It's Mizunen. The sharp-eyed Shiranui Genma saw the forehead protector worn on the forehead of this ninja with 4 watermarks engraved on it, which symbolizes the identity of Kirimanen, the country of water. At the same time, the 4 people behind him secretly marveled at Yu's meticulous observation and the amazing lethality of his shots. Thanks to you, Yu. Otherwise we haven't found the enemy's ambush. Seeing that the hidden enemy in the forest was instantly killed by Yu's shot, the 4 people behind him breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Yurihong gratefully looking at Yu's back. Be careful, there is more than one enemy. After killing a Wujin Shinobu in an instant, Yu did not relax at this time, and the expression on his face became more solemn than before. Have you been discovered by such a little kid? It looks like Konoha really deserves to be the cradle of genius. As Yu's voice fell, an unfamiliar voice sounded in the gloomy forest. In the shocked eyes of Might Guy and Shiranui Genma, 7 mysterious figures had appeared in the forest in front of them at some point. No, we are surrounded. I do not know who Xianjian was the first to react, but it was too late, and all the angles of retreat of the 5 of them had been surrounded. I can't escape now. Taking a step back subconsciously and leaning against Shiranui Genma, Ebisu said. Wait a minute, who are these guys? However, at this moment, after finally seeing the appearance of the 7 ninjas in front of him, Yu suddenly contracted his pupils and couldn't help his heart tremble. Isn't that Mist Shinobi's 7 ninja swordsmen? Not only Yu, but Ebisu who was next to him had already recognized the identities of the 7 ninjas in front of him at a glance. His face was full of horror, and the voice on his mouth was deformed because of tension. Damn it, why Mist Shinobi's 7 ninja swords appear here together? The 7 ninjas that appeared in front of them were all wearing the forehead protector from Mist Shinobi Ninja Village, each with a different ninja sword in their body and in their hands. The appearance is very easy to distinguish. It is the Mist Shinobi who is famous in the ninja world: Loquat Juzo, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost, Curry Skewer Ball, Grass Bait Man, No Pair, and Black Hoe. Individual. The 7 people without exception are all Jainin level strengths, and they are constantly exuding powerful power and astonishing murderous aura. Unexpectedly, even the little ghosts of other Shinobu village know us. It seems that we are also famous. Seeing Konoha in front of the 5 little ghosts, he recognized his 7 identities at a glance. I saw Loquat Shizo holding the decapitating knife inserted on the ground in one hand, and a strange smile appeared on his face with a crossed knife scar. Chapter 46. Oh, there is a small gap in the blade. It looks like it needs to suck some blood so that the iron can regenerate. He deliberately made a weird Sanyan laughter, and saw that Loquat Juzo grabbed the huge beheading knife in front of him with one hand, killing intent in his eyes. They are all Mist Shinobi's best assassination elites. Facing Konoha's ninjas, even the 5 imps and the 7 ninja swords will not be merciless. Damn! Why is it just the 7 ninja swords? Facing the 7 ninja swordsmen who blocked his group from going, Yu couldn't help clenching his fists. Yesterday, when 3rd Hokage arranged to perform tasks with Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu, he had already had an ominous premonition. But I didn't expect that they were actually the same as in the original book. At this time, they encountered all the members of Mist Shinobi's Ninja 7. If it's just a Jainin. But now I have to face 7 Jainin at the same time, and it's still the 7 ninjas. Feeling the horrible murderous aura emanating from the 7 murderous Jainin in front of him, Yu's heart sank to the bottom. If you are alone, you might still have a chance to escape, but there are 4 other little ghosts besides yourself, and the chance of escape is obviously even slimmer. Guy. Just as Yu was thinking about countermeasures in his heart, the sudden voice from a distance attracted everyone's attention. Dad. Hearing this familiar voice, Might Guy behind Yu was stunned. It was a figure emitting green chakra energy all over, at a very fast speed from far to near, and in a blink of an eye, it came to Yu and the group of 5 people, stirring up the dust on the ground. Hey, finally caught up. Might where? Seeing the sudden appearance of the man in front of him, Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Through the features that are almost identical to those of Might Guy, Yu recognizes the identity of this man at a glance. Guy's father, Genin of 10,000 years from Konoha Shinobi village, Might Dai. Is this 8 inner gates? Looking at the green chakra energy radiating from Might Dai's body in front of him, a strange color flashed in Yu's eyes. He recognized that this was the state that would only appear after the 8 inner gates opened the 3rd gate. Dad, what are you Genin doing here? Seeing the father of Konoha 10,000 years Genin suddenly appeared in front of him, Guy was a little confused, obviously he hadn't figured out the situation. Stop talking, run away. Let me buy time here. I just didn't wait for Guy to continue speaking, only to see Might Dai who was in front of him with a big hand wave, his body directly stopped in front of Yu and the 5 of them. Let's run? Dad, what are you talking about? The opponent is all Jainin. And it's still the 7 ninja swords. Seeing his father Might Dai stopped in front of him, the expression on Might Guy's face couldn't help getting excited. It's impossible to beat them with Dad alone. But I still have the dead door of 8 inner gates. Now is the time to swear to the death to protect your most important things, isn't it? Feeling the excitement of his son, Might Dai in front of them turned his head and gave Guy a thumbs up, revealing a mouthful of the signature white fang. Dead door. Is he going to open the 8 inner gates formation? Looking at him, Might wore a foolish smile, but for some reason, Yu had an unprecedented touch in his heart at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Konoha's genin. A genin actually wants to stop the 7 ninja swordsmen. At this moment, I saw the Might guy who suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, a genin of Konoha who actually said to stop the 7 genin of them, and saw the 7 ninja swords in the forest. All couldn't help laughing wildly. But soon, the 7 ninja swordsmen couldn't laugh anymore in the next second. 8 inner gates formation. Open. With a loud shout in front of Might, the chakra all over his body was concentrated on the dead door in his body. Boom. An unimaginable violent breath erupted. Before Yu and the 5 boys could react, they were blown to the side by the terrifying wind in front of them. Blood-red steam. This is 8 inner gates formation. Feeling the terrifying power erupting from Might Dai's body in front of him, the eyes of Yu, who was blown away to the side, kept widening. Raising his hand to block the dust that was constantly blowing in front of him, he did not expect that he could actually see the 8 inner gates formation with his own eyes today. That guy, what did he do? Seeing the extremely astonishing changes on Might Dai's body, and feeling the terrifying chakra in front of him, all the 7 ninja swords were stunned. In the shocking eyes of everyone, Might's hair, eyebrows, and beard were all dyed red. Chakra's flow speed reached ultimate in an instant, and bleeding red steam continued to flow all over his body. It's not just withering. I will turn it into a nutrient for the new green leaves, and when the green leaves germinate and the new year arrives. It's the climax of youth. The burning hottest moment. The terrifying blood-red steam and chakra energy radiated from all over his body, and Might Dai's eyes, which could not find his pupils, locked the 7 ninja swords in the forest in front of him. As the voice fell, the entire forest floor exploded, and Might Dai had instantly turned into a blood-red light, rushing towards them. This kind of chakra. This speed. What a joke. Looking at Might Dai, who was attacking like a red monster, the faces of the 7 ninja swords changed. Let's go, Guy. You can't let your father die in vain, our task has not been completed yet. Seeing the 8 inner gates formation of Might Dai sacrificed himself in front of him, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu held Might Dai tightly and dragged him out of here. Let's go, since the 7 ninja swordsmen will appear here. That means there is a problem with our intelligence. It seems that this mission will definitely not be that simple. Looking back at the man who turned into a blood-red beast, a complex color flashed in Yu's eyes. As a genin, Might wears such an astonishing power. After opening the dead door, the Might guy at the pinnacle of Janin in the original book opened the 8 inner gates formation. What kind of power should it reach? Although he wanted to watch the 8 inner gates formation vs ninja swords battle with his own eyes, he still chose to turn around and bring them out of this gloomy forest. If nothing else, after today's battle, Might Dai will exhaust chakra sacrifice. And the famous Mist Shinobi 7 people, there will be only 3 people left to survive: Loquat Jozo, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, and Black Horeya. Feeling the fierce fighting erupting in the forest behind them, Yu and his group of 5 finally escaped from the forest and came to the endless grassland outside. Everyone, be careful! Just stepping out of the forest, more than a dozen shurikens and Kyowa with detonating charms have flown towards them. Chapter 47. Water-style water barrier. Without waiting for others to react, Yu quickly formed seals with both hands. A wall of water resembling a sea wave was violently ejected from the mouth. The wall of water encircled all 5 of them in a circle, and resisted all the surrounding attacks. Boom! 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 The water style that Yu displayed in an instant blocked all the shurikens and kunai that hit, and the detonating talisman continued to explode on the water wall. Besides the 7 ninja swordsmen, Are there other enemies? Standing in the wall of water released by usse Hong and Might immediately took out the 4 of them. Unexpectedly, such a superb water-style ninjutsu was used in such a place where there is no water. It doesn't seem to be a simple kid. On the grass outside the forest, dozens of ninjas have gathered at some point. Looking at the forehead protector on their heads, it was Mist Shinobi's ninja, and I saw the middle-aged Kiri Shinobi who stood in the front speak. So many Mist Shinobi. Mist Shinobi actually sent so many people. The wall of water that was constantly scouring in front of me finally fell, and seeing dozens of Shinobu suddenly appeared on the grass in front of me, the expressions on Guy and Ebisu's faces suddenly changed. What's the matter? How many reinforcements Konoha has sent? How many adults of the 7 ninja swordsmen did not solve these little ghosts? Looking at the 5 members of who had successfully escaped from the forest in front of them, they felt the violent fighting movement continuously transmitted from the forest, and saw a hint of doubt on the face of a Mr. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get rid of these little ghosts, and then go in and support the 7 ninja swords. At this time, Mist Shinobi Jainin, who was standing at the forefront, directly ordered in a deep voice. Although I don't know how many reinforcements Konoha sent this time, he was able to hold back the footsteps of the Ninba 7. But feeling the constant vibrations of battle in the forest in front of him, the head Mist Shinobi Jainin has no extra patience to spend time here. Yes. Hearing the order of Mist Shinobi Jainin, I saw that a group of Mist Shinobi smiles suddenly appeared on the faces of and their eyes. Let's go on. Use the fastest speed to screw off the heads of these little ghosts. Everyone rush to me. Interrupt the limbs of these Konoha imps. Let them know what a real ninja is. The battle was on the verge, and the ground kept shaking. The dozens of Warren in front of him, with a hideous look on their faces, rushed towards the 5 of and the others. Ruined. With so many ninjas, we can't escape. Seeing dozens of Kiri Shinobu appearing on the grass in front of him, facing the situation on this side, Ebisu's face was full of despair. Even though Rihong and Might Guy next to them did not speak, their expressions were still sad. The real battlefield is really cruel. First, the 7 ninja swordsmen just now, and then the current Wujin ninja elite troops. They Konoha's youngest ninjas would encounter such a lifeless situation when performing missions. It's too early to give up now. 1 Jainin, 12 Chnin, the others are Genin, we still have a chance. Leave it to me Jainin, you guys try to hold on. Looking at the dozens of elite ninjas rushing over on the grass in front of him, only the youngest in the group of 5 can remain calm. Wow! As soon as finished speaking, a violent waterfall sounded continuously from the palm of his hand. The violent waterfall water was continuously compressed and rotated, and a highly concentrated high-pressure water gun appeared in the palm of Yu's palm. Water-style hard whirlpool water blade. That is. Shiranui Suanjian's eyes widened, his eyes fixed on the hard vortex water blade released from Yu's hand, and even the Qianben dangling from his mouth fell on the grass in surprise. This level of nature transformation. Looking at the ultimate water style displayed by Yu's hand, Yuri Hong and Might Guy next to them were also dumbfounded. I finally understand why he is called Konoha's first genius. Seeing the spiral high-pressure water gun in the hands of the youngest Konoha boy in front of him, Mist Shinobi Jainin felt intensely disturbed, and immediately yelled at the surrounding Mizuna, "Get out of the way! That kind of water style!" Boom! Before he finished speaking, Yu had already thrown the high-pressure water gun in his hand. Mist Shinobi Jainin reacted in a timely manner and immediately used the instantaneous technique, protecting his hands in front of him and his body quickly retreated. Only felt a burst of great power lift him out, and after a loud bang, this Mist Shinobi Jainin only saw the high-pressure water gun thrown by the feathers in front of him disappearing in the middle. After a while, it reappeared out of thin air, suddenly forming a huge waterspout, and the terrifying power directly sucked all the dozens of mists present in the scene, twisted it into pieces and then threw it out. Blood filled the grass. The shocking waterspout gradually disappeared. Looking at the lake formed on the grass in front of me, and the dozen or so ninjas with no corpses on the side, I saw that the faces of the remaining mist ninjas were all covered with incredible expressions. Damn, you can actually use this level of water-style ninjutsu. That Konoha kid is not a simple character. Mist Shinobi Jainin, who escaped a disaster, only felt a tingling pain in his arm. It was just rubbed a little, and it was hurt like this. A 6 or 7-year-old kid, a ninjutsu killed a dozen of their elite ninjas. As the strongest known water style, the power of the hard vortex water blade far exceeds everyone's imagination. Good, amazing power. After looking at the terrible damage caused by Yu's ninjutsu, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu froze for a while before finally reacting. Yu is amazing. Looking at the back of the white-haired boy in front of him, Xirihong's charming face was also full of shock. As expected, he is the strongest genius in our village, even better than that guy Kakashi. Seeing Yu's shocking ninjutsu effect, the might guy at the side finally regained some confidence, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit again. Okay. Everyone in one go. Break out from here. All of a sudden the morale increased, and the 4 people behind you took out the ninja and leaned against each other. You guys, go and deal with those little ghosts. Mist Shinobi Jainin spoke to the group of Kiri Shinobi behind him. Go and kill the white-haired boy. After speaking, Mist Shinobi Jainin stared at the opposite Yu, with a bloodthirsty smile on the corner of his mouth. Pulling out the tattoo on his back, he directly used the instantaneous technique, and in a blink of an eye he swept across the grass in front of him and rushed towards Yu. Seeing the leader Mist Shinobi Jainin take the lead, I saw a group of Mist Shinobi also roaring towards the 4 of Might Guy and Yurihong. Chapter 48. It's just right, I want to see Jainin's strength too. Seeing Mist Shinobi Jainin, who was rushing towards his side with the instant technique in front of him, realized that the opponent's target was him, a burst of sharpness appeared in his amber eyes. Snapped. With a light step on the footsteps, Yu also disappeared in place with a instantaneous technique. When the next second appeared, Mist Shinobi Jainin was already on the grass. Clang! There was a violent metal crash, and I saw that Yu and Mist Shinobi Jainin had already touched each other. String! The sword that was swiftly slammed out in his hand was blocked by a thin, transparent, and invisible thread. A hint of surprise appeared on the face of this Mist Shinobi Jainin. Is it so? Is it the limit of the blood? A lot of strength, is this Jainin's power? A transparent and invisible thin line was quickly created in his hand to block the sharp sword, and he felt the tremendous force that was constantly surging in Mist Shinobi Jainin's hand, and Yu suddenly felt stunned. We must end the battle quickly. Although modified by the demon's law, chakra reserves are several times more than ordinary Jnin. But after all, Yu was only 6 years old, and his undeveloped body directly confronted an adult Jainin. After all, it seemed a little strenuous. What are you kidding, such a small kid? Seeing that Yu Chenggong, who appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old in front of him, actually resisted the burst of power in his hand, the expression on Mist Shinobi Jainin's face was full of weirdness. But it quickly turned into a hideous color, and Konoha of the enemy country gave birth to this monster-like genius ninja, and the killing intent in Mist Shinobi Jainin's heart became more and more overflowing. But it's a pity. The kid is the kid, it's still a bit too tender after all. When the voice fell, Mist Shinobi Jainin, who was standing in front of Yu, turned into a puddle of water in an instant. Moisture. Upon seeing this, Yu was shocked and turned around abruptly, but it was too late. Go to hell, kid! With a burst of roar, I saw Mist Shinobi Jainin quietly appearing behind Yu, and the sharp sword in his hand cut off Yu's body in an instant. Feather. Noting that Yu was beheaded by Mist Shinobi Jainin, Might Guy and Yurihong, who were being besieged by a group of Mist Shinobi, suddenly exclaimed. It's you who deserve to die. Do you think that you are the only one who can use the water body? However, Mist Shinobi Jainin's body was slashed in the middle, and the expression on his face revealed a hint of mockery. In the shocked eyes of Miss Shinobi Jainin, his body turned into a puddle of water. What? Seeing that the feather that was beheaded by himself in front of him was also a water body, Miss Shinobi Jainin's eyes exposed outside the white bandage suddenly widened, only to feel a bitter murderous intent behind him. 5 color strings. Just before Miss Shinobi Jainin suddenly turned around, the feather that appeared behind him was already full of claws, swinging 5 extremely sharp thin lines towards him in the air. Damn it! What a quick action! Seeing you appearing behind him can perform such a sharp move without Jian, Miss Shinobi Jainin gritted his teeth and hurriedly swung his sword to resist. Clang! The collision of the thin lines from the swing of the sword and feather in his hand caused a sound like a metal clash. Immediately afterwards, Miss Shinobi Jainin only felt a pain in his body, and several enchanting blood blossoms bloomed directly on his body. Damn it! His body couldn't stop backing up a few steps, and the sword in his hand was stuck on the ground. Miss Shinobi Jainin could not help but gritted his teeth while looking at the bone wound on his body. Jainin from Miss Shinobi Ninja Village, Country of Water, fighting with a 6-year-old kid from Konoha Shinobi Village, Country of Fire, turned his body with color in the blink of an eye, and this made him faceless. Hey, is it blocked? Facing Miss Shinobi Jainin, he saw that the opponent in front of him hadn't been cut off by his 5 color strings, and Yu slightly curled his lips, with a regretful expression on his face. Moisture body sea level ninjutsu that creates a clone of water with water, its ability in water will be relatively improved. Although it is the ninjutsu that Mizuno Kuni is good at, there is also a water-style ninjutsu scroll left by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama in 3rd Hokage's office. In 3 months, it was enough Yu to record most of the above water-style ninjutsu and apply what he learned. That's amazing! Yu. At this time, the Might Guy and the others who were fighting next to them saw that the youngest Yu in the group actually suppressed Miss Shinobi's Jainin. While marveling in his heart, he couldn't help but increase his morale. I have to admit, I underestimated you just now, kid. With his eyes locked on Yu standing in place, he drew the sharp dachi from the grass. The constant pain in the body made this Miss Shinobi Jainin finally start to look at the 6-year-old white-haired boy in front of him. But from this moment on, I will let you understand the gap with Jainin. The eyes exposed outside the white bandage were cold, and Miss Shinobi Jainin's hands quickly formed seals while speaking. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. After the powerful water-style ninjutsu was launched, a large stream of water emerged out of thin air at Miss Shinobi Jainin's feet, quickly forming a roaring water dragon, roaring towards the feathers in front of him. B-grade water style. Facing the water style ninjutsu released by Miss Shinobi Jainin in front of him, Yu's eyes condensed, and his body did not retreat but rushed up and jumped high, kicking directly at the water dragon roaring and impacting in front of him. Leg shave string. 8 almost transparent thin silk threads burst out with the toes kicked out by the feathers. Wow! The grass under the feet was cut along the way, water splashed with the violent sound, and the water dragon roaring and impacting in front of him was directly blasted away by the air. Although it takes a short time to obtain the ability of string fruit, after Yu's continuous development and training, coupled with the exquisite physical skills, the power has been amazing. It's over, kid. But the water dragon had just been blasted away by the feathers, and the splash of water hadn't completely fallen. The figure of Miss Shinobi Jainin actually followed the water dragon, rushing out of the continuously falling water, and kicking Yu in the chest. The tremendous strength brought by an adult Jainin almost made Yu almost spout a mouthful of blood. Boom! But in Miss Shinobi Jainin's stunned gaze, the feather that was kicked by him in front of him turned into a piece of wood. Body replacement technique. Miss Shinobi Jainin was shocked, but quickly reacted. The rich combat experience made him conditioned to turn around and stab him immediately, splashing blood. Sure enough, Yu, who appeared behind him in the next second, was directly pierced by him with a knife. I said, it's over, kid. The sharp sword in his hand pierced the body in front of Yu, and finally saw a happy smile on Miss Shinobi Janin's face. Sizzle! Just as he finished speaking, Miss Shinobi Janin was shocked and his eyes widened in disbelief. A palm-gathering violent electric current penetrated his heart from behind. Chapter 49. Ba ba ba. As if thousands of birds were singing at the same time, the dazzling blue and white electric light reflected the staring expression on Miss Shinobi Janin's face. It turns out that the one I kicked just now is the main body. The body was pierced by you with 1,000 birds from behind, but the feather that was pierced by himself in front of him turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. The expression on Miss Shinobi Janin's face was wonderful. How is it possible? I'm not reconciled. It's useless to be unwilling. This is the battle of ninjas. Looking at the fallen opponent in front of him, Yu slowly withdrew his left hand to release Chidori. Feeling the strong unwillingness in Miss Shinobi Janin's heart, I saw Yu Ping said calmly, "You are too underestimating the enemy, and you care too much about my ninjutsu and the limits of blood inheritance, but you have overlooked the most important point. In addition to ninjutsu, physique and illusion, tactics are also the homework that ninjutsu must do." Tactics? Boom! Falling to the ground feebly, Miss Shinobi Janin's eyes began to lose sight. Before dying, he barely raised the last trace of consciousness to figure out the cause of his failure and death. It turns out that it was not body replacement technique that was kicked by me just now. It was that he deliberately took a blow from me, used a change technique to turn into a stake to confuse his vision, and then let the shadow clone attack from behind me, making me mistakenly think that shadow clone is his body. Actually solved my Janin with the E-level ninjutsu of the ninja school. What a terrible kid. Hiss. It's Janin after all, this kick is really powerful. Seeing that Miss Shinobi Janin finally died in front of him, Yu couldn't help rubbing his chest with grinning teeth, obviously feeling that one of his ribs had been broken. After all, it is the strength of an adult Janin. If it weren't for fighting to end the battle in the shortest time, he wouldn't be so dangerous. Captain Water Mirror. What are you kidding? Shuijing Janin was killed by such a kid. I saw Janin, who led their Miss Shinobi elite troops, being killed by a 6-year-old kid like you. Suddenly, all the Vunin around the scene were dumbfounded by this absurd scene. Konoha Bad Rock Rise. Shocked and distracted, Might Guy seized the opportunity to blast out a swift elbow, hitting his face and fainted. You actually killed that Janin. It's amazing, as seniors, how can we hold back? Seeing that you, who was only 6 years old, actually killed Miss Shinobi's Janin, the passionate Might Guy suddenly performed physiques and rushed towards a group of Miss Shinobi. You is really too strong. Damn it, I can't even solve these guys. The red on the other side, under the siege of Tuchnin and a few genin, came to the left and right. Feeling this huge gap, the bright girl couldn't help biting her lower lip, struggling to make a move. Hey, little girl, just give up resistance. Seeing the young and beautiful Konoha ninja in front of her retreating under the influence of her own people, one of the mists couldn't help but let out a burst of wretched laughter. Speaking of which, that kid is really scary, he actually killed Shuijing Janin. But you still don't have a chance. After all, the gap in the number of people lies here. Another Wu Shinobu also spoke, trying to use the offensive of words to speed up and overwhelm the opponent. Don't be delusional. We can definitely break out from here. Xirihong gritted her teeth to avoid the kunai waved in front of her eyes, her red eyes filled with anger. Hey, you should take care of yourself first. A Warren took the opportunity to go around behind Yurihong, and the sharp kunai cut the clothes on her shoulders, revealing a piece of white skin. Wow! Unexpectedly Konoha's female ninja is so tender. The other few Warren saw the part of Yurihong's shoulder that had been cut, and suddenly spit out various foul language in their mouths. Damn it! Yurihong gritted her teeth and became angry, but in fact, she was barely able to survive under the attack of Tuchnin and several genin. At this moment, the nasty words in Mizunan's mouth in front of Xirihong turned into a scream. A palm of his hand had pierced his heart with a violent electric current, and I saw that Yu in the distance beside him had already touched quietly for some time, and his hand was bursting with thunderous chidori. Damn it! Be careful! It's that kid! Seeing the white-haired boy who had just killed Mist Shinobi Jainin suddenly appeared in front of him, the surrounding mists were shocked. Go to hell! Illusory magic Sakura! Seeing that his comrade was suddenly attacked and killed by Yu in a blink of an eye, the attention of the other misters around him was all attracted by Yu. Xirihong immediately seized the opportunity, squatting on the ground and performing illusion skills at Jian, and quickly smashed out a sharp edge from Kyo in his hand. I saw that the few mists who had just spoken to tease her were still immersed in the illusion of countless sakura flowers flying away, and she had already wiped their necks with blood. Chidori Star Break! At the same time, seeing the other Wu Ren who took the opportunity to rush up next to him, Yu's eyes were cold. The violent chidori light in his hand soared, and he waved his hand and shot directly at them. Sizzle! Boom! Hit by the chidori flying out of Yu's hand, I saw a violent electric current entangled on the bodies of several misty ninjas, and then in a blink of an eye, they were directly blasted into coke by the power of the chidori's full burst. Chidori Star Break, another form of chidori's extension. It is a move developed by Yu based on the ninjutsu used by Uchiha Sasuke in the last. After the end of the final battle, Sasuke once used this technique to completely smash the half of the huge meteorite that fell on Konoha village, greatly increasing its power compared to ordinary chidori. Although Yu is far from able to do that exaggeration, it is already a very powerful move. Are you okay, Senior Red? Seeing a few Wu Ren being killed instantly by himself, Yu stepped forward and helped Xirihong who was sitting on the ground. I'm fine, but fortunately you arrived in time. After getting up, Xirihong simply cleaned up the wound on her shoulder, and smiled at Yu. Don't call me Senior Red, just call me Red. I'm not a few years older than you. Then I will call you Sister Hong. Yu is also welcome. Turning to look at the battle between Might Guy and Shiranui Genma, I will treat you after the battle is over. I will help them solve the enemy together. Although most of the enemies have been killed, there are still 9 Jnin and a dozen Genin besieging the 3 of Guy. Kill a Jainin, use the S-Class Ultimate Water Style Hard Vortex Water Blade, and use Chidori and other ninjutsu continuously. After the battle just now, Yu's chakra and physical strength have been consumed tremendously, and now he can't care about healing himself and Yuri Hong's injuries, and String Fruit's ability directly exploded. XS Whip String. Aiming at the group of misty ninjas who were besieging Might Guy in the distance, Yu raised his hand and shot a thick line directly. It was over 100 meters in length, incredibly powerful, and even directly cut the entire ground in front of Yu. Chapter 50. What is this? A Wujin who was attacking Might Guy hadn't reacted yet. The whole person was cut from the middle by the excess whip string released from Yu's hand in an instant, and the pungent blood mist sprayed into the air, and the scene looked bloody. What happened? Seeing Yu's brutal moves, the remaining Wu Ren was shocked, and subconsciously fled around. Want to escape now? Don't you think it's too late? Seeing Wu Ren's actions in front of her, Yu sneered with disdain, and suddenly raised her arm. The horrible lines with a length of more than 100 meters danced flexibly in the air, bursting out with powerful power, and directly cut the few mists that were too late to avoid into pieces. Okay, what a domineering move! Seeing the excess whip string being used in front of me to harvest Mizuna's feathers like slaughtering chickens and dogs, the 3 of Might Guy and Shiranui Genma, who had stopped fighting in their hands, couldn't help their eyes widening, and their mouths made a sound like a dream. Is that Yu's blood succession boundary? Exceeding the whip line is the strongest move that you can do with the ability of String Fruit. Although it cannot directly attack a target several kilometers away like the Overstrike whip with a length of more than 1000 meters, the reduced version of the Overstrike can be swung flexibly to form a multifaceted cut and slap. You Konoha kids! Looking at the white-haired young man who looked like a demon not far away, I saw the last Mist Shinobi on the grass issuing the deepest and most vicious curse, Mist Shinobi's Ninja 7 will not let you go. Boom! A cloud of blood sprayed, and before the words were finished, the air violently exceeded the whip line and cut him into 2 sections. The blood penetrated the green grass. 7 ninja swords. Humph, I think they can't even protect themselves now. Hearing the words left by the last Vunin before he died, I saw a smile of disdain from the corner of Yu's mouth. Is the power of 8 inner gates formation talking and laughing? In the face of this kind of power beyond cage level, it is a question of how many people of the 7 ninja swords finally survived. Finally, with Yu's unimaginable strength and Might Guy's combined efforts, their 5 young Konoha shinobi actually wiped out the elite force of the Mist Ninja. 1. We finally survived. Seeing that all the enemies in front of me finally fell, I saw Shiranui Genma next to him collapse to the ground. Today's real ninja fight is undoubtedly a purgatory test for these 11 or 12-year-old teenagers. It's really risky today. Fortunately, thanks to you, otherwise we would all be ruined. The Might Guy on the side also sat down on the ground. It was originally a simple investigation mission, but I didn't expect to encounter Mist Shinobi's 7 ninjamen, and then be surrounded by Mist Shinobi's elite troops. If it hadn't been for you to explode with shocking power, it is estimated that a few of them would have been wiped out long ago. But looking at the almost completely destroyed forest in front of him, as well as the calming movement in the forest, thinking of the sacrifice of his father Might Die, the boy guy still couldn't help crying. While there is still a little chakra, I will treat everyone and get out of here. I don't know if Wujin will have other reinforcements. Using medical ninjutsu for a simple treatment, feeling the chakra and stamina that he had left, Yu urged them. Yu is right, let's leave as soon as possible, or else. Hearing Yu's words, Ebisu stood up from the ground supporting her body. Sudden changes. Before Ebisu's words were finished, Yu, who was walking towards him, suddenly had a warning sign in his heart. Boom! 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 With a series of strong explosions, everyone including Yu was caught off guard by the sudden explosion. Damn, there are enemies. I was too careless. Lifted a few meters away by this sudden explosion, Yu fell on the grass without time to check the heavy injuries on his body, raising his head and staring at the figure appearing in the dust and fog in front of him. Is it the detonation talisman? It hurts. I can't move my body. On the other side, Might Guy and Xirihong were in more serious condition, and they couldn't get up directly on the grass. The situation before them pushed them into the abyss once again. Madman! What a madman! Such physical skills! That idiot Genin didn't even want his own life. Accompanied by the unfamiliar voice, the figure in the dust finally showed its outline. Mist Shinobi's forehead protector, with a white bandage on his head, a black eye mask on his left eye, and an odd-shaped knife that looks like a huge scroll in his hand. It is densely packed with detonating charms. There are no pairs. Recognizing the identity of the man in front of him in an instant, Yu, who fell on the grass, suddenly sank in his heart. This guy is actually Wulai Jinba, one of the 7 ninja swords they encountered in the forest just now. The blasting knife droplet in his hand is a ninja sword that is perfectly integrated with the explosion. It has a continuous explosion of scrolls, which is very lethal. Using blasting knife technique to throw the explosion scrolls of the bursting knife droplets around the enemy, can cause a large-scale explosion that cannot be escaped. In the original work, it was learned from the mouth of another 7 ninja swordsman, Li Shiquanwan, that if Wu Li Jinba uses the strongest explosion technique to destroy this knife, the powerful explosion produced can even kill the ninja with the immortal body. Seeing that a few of them were about to escape from birth, they didn't expect Wulai Jinba to escape from the forest at this time. The 5 members of Yu, who fell on the grass and couldn't move, all showed unwillingness on their faces. Dead, 7 ninjamen were killed. So many people. Red steam. That guy is just a monster. Muttering in his mouth as if unbelievable, I saw that Wu Li Jinba's state is not very good at the moment, his body is covered with large and small wounds, and he looks embarrassed. Obviously, in the forest just now, he had seen the most terrifying aspect of 8 inner gates with his own eyes. Damn it, isn't this guy killed by might in the original? Looking at the sudden appearance of Miri Jinhachi, and calculating the chakra and stamina he had little left, Yu fell on the ground and began to think anxiously about countermeasures. What are these corpses? Thoughts have been immersed in the terrible battle just now, and his eyes finally returned to reality. Looking around at the 5 little ghosts who fell on the ground in front of Yu and their group, as well as the corpses of dozens of elite Mizunin around, their faces were surprised. Just relying on you little ghosts, actually killed all the Wujin elite troops led by Shui Jing. Chapter 51. Never mind. But it seems that today's luck is not terribly bad. After reacting from the astonishment and consternation, looking at the 5 little ghosts who fell on the ground and couldn't move, Wu Li Jinba's face began to show an incomparable grinning smile. Although I met a terrible lunatic. But killing you little ghosts, it's back to you. The explosive knife flying in his hand was raised high and suddenly swung down. Wu Li Jinba's first target to be killed was Xiri Hong, the nearest to him. Red. Damn it guy! Stop it! Seeing that Wu Li Jinpachi was going to be the first to kill Yuri Hong, the Might Guy and Shiranui Genma who were lying next to him screamed. That's it! She collapsed on the ground feebly, looking at the blasting knife and droplets that Wu Lizzie hacked down in front of her. Yuri Hong's face couldn't help showing unwillingness, and her red eyes subconsciously glanced at the feather lying on the opposite side, but saw the incredible one scene. Boom! There was a clear sound of breaking the body, blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned, and Wu Li Jinba, who was standing in front of Xiri Hong, was also stunned. A thin line fired out at high speed penetrated his left shoulder blade from behind like a bullet. Obviously I can't move, how come? His left shoulder blade was pierced, and his arm hung weakly. As an elite Jainin, Jinhachi, Wu Li, resisted the severe pain, and instantly changed the blasting knife and droplets he was holding in his left hand to his right hand. He suddenly turned to look at the youngest white-haired boy behind him, but his eyes widened in amazement. On the grass in front of everyone, I saw that Yu's badly injured body could hardly move, but he used the remaining chakra to create a few blue chakra threads. As if controlling a puppet, forcibly manipulating his body to stand up and fight again, his amber eyes burned with unconcealable fighting spirit and light. Feather. Seeing Yu in such a state, and feeling the light released from Yu's eyes, Xiri Hong and Might Guy were all suppressed. Hey, obviously aiming at the heart, damn it is just a little bit. Seeing that Wu Li Jinba in front of her had not been killed by herself, she saw a trace of helplessness on Yu Xiao's face. What is that? With his left hand slumped down weakly, Wu Li's Haiba stared at the feather that used a few blue chakra threads to force his body to fight. His face couldn't hide his surprise. Chakra threads is Sand Shinobi's puppet technique. Not Sand Shinobi's puppetry. This is a messy sky puppet developed by myself. Facing Wu Li's horrified gaze, Yu, who used a few blue chakra threads to force him to stand up, looked at him, bundle the chakra threads and connect them to the part where he cannot move, so that his body that cannot move is like a puppet. Mandatory operation to drive it. Whether it is a broken tendon or a broken bone, it becomes meaningless in front of this operation. This is a ninjutsu that exists to fight to the bones. That's right, pretending to be a puppet. This is the highest fighting spirit in Shinigami who cannot swing his body flexibly due to aging or serious injury but still wants to fight to the end. Refer to Hokage's puppet technique in Sand Shinobi Ninja Village, Hokage Whirlwind Country. You developed this technique alone. It's just that you didn't expect that he would actually use this technique one day. Pretending to be a puppet. Looking at you, who was manipulating his badly injured body like a puppet, even Wu Li couldn't help but feel the flame of Wu in Yu's eyes at this moment. Obviously, the body can't move because of the explosion just now, but are you still struggling to fight to death? You. Hearing Wulai Jinba's words, Xirihong and Might Guy, who fell on the ground around them, only felt that the white-haired boy who was younger than them in front of them seemed to be full of brilliance. That is the light of a strong man. A ninja with this will is destined to become an existence standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Boy, what's your name? Staring at you, who stood up again with a messy sky puppet in front of him, his right hand suddenly squeezed the blasting knife droplet, and saw Wulai's very complicated eyes gradually fierce and severe. If you don't die in my hands today, in the future, your name will surely resound through ninja world. Lightning style Chidori. Feeling the gaze of Wu Li's 8-killing intent, you used a messy sky puppet to manipulate her Jian to release Chidori. Yakushi Yu. Remember this name that killed you. Thousands of flying birds sang together, and Yu said his name. The physical activity brought by the powerful lightning style chakra gave him some energy. This is already his last chakra, and his eyes are fixed on Wulai Jinba before him, and Yu begins to sprint with lightning speed. When Kakashi developed the Chidori technique in the original book, Namikaze Minato told him that the powerful cell activity brought by Chidori makes itself move too fast, which will make it impossible to see the opponent's counterattack, so this trick is not complete. It was not until later that Kakashi obtained Obito's Sharingan, who possessed dynamic vision beyond ordinary people, that he perfected the art of Chidori. But in fact, Namikaze Minato's words are only half right. For the 12-year-old Kakashi at the time, Chidori's powerful sprint speed was indeed dangerous. But for people with fast enough reflexes, they can adjust their body to insight into the opponent's counterattack in actual combat. Examples include 4th Raikage, Killer Bee, Senju Tobirama, and even Namikaze Minato himself. None of the characters who appeared in Hokage's later period had Sharingan, but all of them were faster than Kakashi, who used Chidori. Facts have proved that as long as the reflex nerves and strength are strong enough, it is completely possible to control the level of ninjutsu of Chidori. Although Yu's current strength cannot be compared with the above characters, his own outstanding ninja talent and string fruits transformation, Superman's reflexes are enough for him to perfectly control the sprint speed brought by Chidori. It's amazing lightning-style ninjutsu, but that's the end of it. Looking at Yu, who burst out at an astonishing speed in front of her, she saw Wulai Jinha suddenly waved the explosive knife droplet in her hand, and a compelling cold light bloomed in her single eye. Explosive sword ninja method, fat break and strike to death. The huge explosive scroll above the blasting knife and droplets swayed in the air, and countless detonating symbols began to ignite. He wanted to form an explosion circle and blast the feathers in front of him into ashes. Fight! Seeing Wu Li Jinba, who was getting closer, Yu gritted his teeth and speeded up the sprint again. He must kill Wulai Jinba before the explosion scroll detonates, or all of them will die here. Chapter 52. It's amazing. Concentrate so many lightning-style chakras in your hands. The ninjutsu that stimulates physical activity to obtain super speed, sprinting and assault is perfectly integrated. When meeting on a narrow road, the brave wins, and the feather eye that turns into a rapid thunder light is about to enter the explosion range that is very perilous. But the strange voice that suddenly sounded at this moment made both Yu and Wulai Jinba both startled. This is... Vaguely, as if only seeing a yellow flash of light flashing in front of him, Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. A man! A man appeared out of thin air between Yu and Wulai Jinhachi. With golden hair, wearing a Konoha army green ninja vest, young and handsome, with a warm smile on his face, but the azure eyes are fierce. You have done well. Next, leave it to me. The blonde youth who suddenly appeared in front of him said to Yu. And at the moment when the explosive scroll in Wulai Jinhachi's hand exploded, he stretched out his hand and clasped the left wrist of the pike. Yellow flash! Namikaze Minato. Looking at the man in front of him who cut through the darkness of the ninja world like a ray of golden sunlight, Yu was completely stunned. A name that resounded through ninja world, instantly flashed across his heart like an electric light. Boom! 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 Wu Li Jinba's explosive scroll finally detonated, forming a circle of violent explosions that directly exploded into a vacuum in the middle. But at this moment you only felt that he was spinning around, and in the blink of an eye he was taken to the grass next to him by the yellow-haired man. Actually, was rescued by fourth generation. After escaping Wu Li Jinba's explosive scroll, you couldn't help but open his small mouth slightly when looking at the man in front of him who seemed to be very safe. Although he was not wearing the iconic white Hokage robe, you still recognized this handsome guy with no friends as Namikaze Minato, who now resounds through the ninja world in the name of Yellow Flash. The future fourth Hokage, the father of the protagonist Naruto, is one of the most perfectly portrayed characters in the original. This kid. While Feather was looking at Namikaze Minato was also looking at the white-haired boy who was rescued by herself, and was shocked secretly in her heart. That kind of ninjutsu, that kind of talent, that kind of combat consciousness, and that kind of determination. Namikaze Minato, who had arrived after the appearance of Wu Li Jinhachi, witnessed Yu's performance throughout the process. Whether it's the ability of string fruit, or the disguised puppets who don't stop fighting to pieces, or the gorgeous Chidori, Namikaze Minato found that he couldn't find any words to describe this boy. As long as he is given time to grow up, this young man will definitely become a character that will shake the entire ninja world. But now, let's get rid of this guy first. After all, the Yellow Flash sung by Ninja World, remembering that there was an unsolved enemy next to him, I saw Namikaze Minato put down his feathers and took out a trident special kunao. Yellow hair, and the incredible instant technique just now. Could it be that this guy is the legendary? Seeing you being rescued instantly, and looking at the young man with extraordinary yellow hair in front of him, Wu Li's eyes widened in shock, and a terrifying name appeared in his heart. Mist Shinobi's 7 Shinobi. Sorry, I have left a mark on you just now. Just before Wu Li Jinha finished speaking, Namikaze Minato's eyes were cold when standing in front of you, and the whole person disappeared into place in an instant. So fast! Is this the legendary Flying Thunder God technique? FK is too convenient. Seeing the incredible space-time ninjutsu of Namikaze Minato in front of him with his own eyes, you couldn't help but roar in his heart. However, Chakra was exhausted and overdrawn, and his body was traumatized by the explosion just now. Under the excitement, you only felt black in front of him, and even fainted unconvincingly. Do not move. At this time, Namikaze Minato had appeared behind Wu Li Jinba, with the trident special kunao in his hand against his throat. This speed. Touching the cold kunao on her neck, Wu Li Jinba's explosive knife droplet in her hand had no time to raise it, and it froze in mid-air, with a helpless wry smile on her face. Cut, I finally started to be somewhat understood. Why are those guys on the battlefield so afraid of the name Yellow Flash? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Li Jinba had turned into a cold corpse and collapsed. The special kunao in Namikaze Minato's hand cut his neck mercilessly. In just an instant, Namikaze Minato killed a Jainin in seconds, and he was also the elite Jainin in the Mist Shinobi 7. The power of Flying Thunder God technique is terrifying. If Yu is still awake, he will definitely sigh that it is indeed one of the most buggy ninjutsu in the original book. Water. Teacher Minato. Seeing Wu Li Jinba falling down, looking at Namikaze Minato who suddenly appeared in front of him, I saw Might Guy and Yurihong who fell on the ground next to them, their mouths gaping blankly. No time to explain. I also just returned to the village from the battlefield, and I was urgently sent by Lord Hokage. Hurry up and bring this kid on, and I'll talk later. It's just that Namikaze Minato directly interrupted what they wanted to say, and the azure eyes were stern. Judging from the occasional wounds on his body, one can see how fierce the battle is on the front line. Yes, Mrs. Minato. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Might Guy finally recovered some chakras, only to see Yurihong staggering forward and putting the unconscious Yu on his shoulders. A group of 6 people hurriedly left the forest and grassland. In a trance. Yu feels as if she is floating on the water, and as if she is sinking into the abyss. Why are you so careless? Can't wait to dedicate your soul to me. Vaguely, Yu seemed to see a long straight black loli with scarlet eyes and an enchanting face, standing in front of him. Deceived. It is said that the lordosis is raised and the bust is above 3/6. What about the sexy and enchanting hot Oni-san? Actually, it's a poor milk boy loli. He was roaring like this in his heart. Suddenly a surprise sound awakened Yu from his coma. Yu! Are you finally awake? Opened his eyes in a daze. Yu Yurihong's enchanting face was the first thing that Yu saw, and her big red eyes were full of caring. Red? Where is this? Yu, who had just woke up, looked around blankly, but kept thinking about the girl she saw in a coma just now. That girl should be a devil, right? Chapter 53. Are you okay, Yu? I ran over as soon as I heard the news. It really scared me to death. Just before Xirihong could answer Yu's question, another nice voice robbed her directly. A scent of fragrant wind passed by, and as soon as he sat up from the hospital bed with his body supported, Yu was hugged tightly. Xian. If the familiar long purple hair has a fragrance that seems to be absent, Yu can't recognize the person who is hugging him. Damn it, actually more popular with girls than Kakashi. Ms. Minato, who is this kid? Seeing Yu in front of him enjoying the care of 2 stunning girls, Xirihong and Mao Yu Xi Yan, a strange voice sounded a little unconvincing. After breaking away from Yu Xian's embrace, Yu could see the surrounding environment clearly. Konoha's ninja hospital, inside a simple ward. In addition to Uzuki Yuin, Yurihong, and Might Guy, there are Namikaze Minato and the 3 little ghosts standing in the room. A silver white-haired face was wearing a mask, revealing a pair of blind eyes. A short black hair wears a blue-orange ninja sweater with a goggles on his forehead. The other is a girl, with short brown hair and large dark brown pupils. A purple pattern is painted on the left and right sides of her cute and pretty face. Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Lin. Without thinking about it, you recognized the 3 of them at a glance. Don't say that, Obito. Although I have been performing tasks outside. Looking at the envy and jealous expression on Obito next to her, Lin chuckled, and looked at Yu with some curiosity, but I also heard about it. Yakushi Yu, Mu Yi's first genius. Finally saw it today, unexpected kawi. Kawi. Hearing Lin's words, the corner of the feather mouth that was touched by a certain nerve twitched. In this period, the Kakashi trio were still 10 and 11 years old. Kakashi has not yet become Jainin, Lin has not sacrificed, and Obito has not become a cruel masked man. N.A. Nani? Konoha's first genius. Sure enough, when he heard Yu's title so loud, Obito suddenly widened his eyes and cried out strangely, such a kid. Actually even worse than Kakashi. Uchiha Obito, is Konoha's #1 genius. Idiot. Kakashi, who was leaning on the wall, hit him mercilessly. What are you talking about? Kakashi, I want to fight you. Looking at Obito and Kakashi who are bickering in front of him, there is an inexplicable smile at the corner of Yu's mouth. It is difficult for him to not think of Naruto and Sasuke in the original book. The 2 of them are just like that, just get used to it. Seeing you in front of me, I was a little surprised, and I saw Namikaze Minato smiled. It's you, that kind of injury healed in one night, it's really amazing. Thinking of the fascinating battle of the white-haired boy yesterday, Namikaze Minato couldn't help flashing a strange color in his eyes. So I was in a coma for 1 day. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Yu murmured, and checked his body by the way, and found that all the injuries had been cured, and the exhausted chakra and physical strength were almost restored. And after the fierce battle yesterday, Yu's strength has increased significantly. What happened yesterday? Thank you Mr. Minato. After returning to his senses, Yu opened his mouth and thanked Namikaze Minato in front of him. Yesterday's battle, although he might not lose, but at least Namikaze Minato's appearance saved him from taking risks. In fact, if it wasn't for Chakra and excessive physical exertion yesterday, and was injured by a sudden explosion, and he was in full bloom against Woollei, Yu didn't need to fall into such a passive situation. After all, he still lacks experience and is too careless. Yu secretly reflected on it in his heart. Don't worry about it, Yu. At this age, I believe no one can do better than you. As if seeing through Yu's thoughts, Namikaze Minato reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Well, I have to report to Master Hokage about the battle on the front line, so I'll leave. The voice hadn't fallen yet, but Namikaze Minato's figure had disappeared in the room. Flying Thunder God again. Seeing the Flying Thunder God technique displayed by Namikaze Minato again, Yu's eyes were full of envy. Except for summoning technique, the known space-time ninjutsu in the Hokage world is very rare. Except for Uchiha Obito's Kamui, Uchiha Sasuke's hand power, Tsutsuki Kagaya's Tianzi Yuchua and Huangchuan Hirazaka, the rest is the Flying Thunder God technique developed by second Hokage Senju Tobirama by Namikaze Minato. Every time space ninjutsu is almost an existence that can be called invincible bug. Namikaze Minato, the yellow flash that seems to have become the fastest in the ninja world, is the best proof. As long as you leave Flying Thunder God's technique, you can reach it instantly, and Namikaze Minato's reflex nerves are extremely strong in the ninja world, so as long as Namikaze Minato doesn't die, he can be invincible no matter how strong he is against opponents. However, in Third Hokage's office, apart from the water-style scroll and other ninjutsu left by second Hokage Senju Tobirama, you did not find any information about Flying Thunder God technique. Forget it, if you have a chance, ask the old man third generation. Making up his mind, Yu put on his kimono jacket directly. Let's go, Sister Hong, Xi Yan. Seeing Yu walking out of the ward, the two girls, Yuri Hong and Uzuzian, looked at each other and followed. The remaining Kakashi trio, Might Guy and Shiranui Genma, then walked out of the ward one after another. It is worth mentioning that, seeing his destined opponent Kakashi, today's Might Guy did not yell to challenge him as usual, but was unexpectedly silent. You could tell that Might Guy's sacrifice yesterday hit him quite a bit. Hey! The white-haired kid! As soon as he walked out of Konoha Shinobi Hospital, Yu was stopped by a voice coming from behind. They all said that you are Konoha's strongest genius. Although this is a bit of a suspicion of bullying, but I want to challenge you. Yu stopped and looked back to see Uchiha Obito standing in front of the hospital with his hands on his hips and laughing like a fool. As long as I defeat you, I can prove that Uchiha Obito is Konoha's most powerful genius. Ha 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 ha. I really look forward to the look on Kakashi's face at that time. This idiot. Seeing Obito's behavior, Yu couldn't help talking with Kakashi beside him, and then the two looked at each other in surprise. Chapter 54. Then I will assume you have agreed. Let you see the genius of the Uchiha clan. Seeing that Yu had no response, Obito, who was standing on the steps at the entrance of Konoha Shinobi Hospital, gave a sly smile, and the whole person leaped high and rushed directly towards Yubi who was standing in place in front of him. Obito! Don't be like this! Seeing Obito's reckless behavior, Lin exclaimed, but it was too late to stop him. This guy, is it really one of the final bosses who set off the fourth ninja war in the future? Looking at Obito, who screamed at him like an idiot in front of him, Yu couldn't help feeling a little confused. As the saying goes, bad guys get better and get lunch, and good guys get bad. Obito before Blacken is a crane tail that is even more useless than the protagonist Naruto, but Obito after Blacken can be transformed into the boss behind 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Take control of Akatsuki's organization and confuse Yahiko and Nagato. Control 4th Mizukage and create Mist Shinobi's high-pressure tyranny. Release 9 tails to invade Konoha, killing Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina in one fell swoop. Catch the tail beast and declare war on the entire ninja world alone. Gaming with Lord Madara, he became the second 10 tails Jinchuriki in the world, and once became the strongest existence in the ninja world. You couldn't understand why the gap between the front and the back could be so huge for the same person. Boom! In a flash of lightning, facing Obito who rushed in front of him, I saw you standing on the spot with various steps, clasping Obito's fist that was slammed with one hand. Leaf Hurricane. Focusing on Obito's grasped arm, you instantly rose into the sky. His body twisted suddenly, kicking and breaking the air fiercely, and blasted Obito out with one kick. After experiencing yesterday's cruel battle, now dealing with Obito's soft-footed shrimp, you feels it is a kind of leisure and entertainment. What a quick action! Originally planned to stop Obito, but seeing the swift and fierce physique in front of him, Kakashi, who was wearing a mask next to him, suddenly revealed a gleam of light. Boom! A cloud of white smoke rose, and Obito, who was kicked by Feather, instantly turned into a wooden stake. Haha! You were fooled! Uchiha Stream Obito continuous play. At the same time, Obito's triumphant voice sounded. Obito's figure had appeared in the sky behind you, a quick forward flip, and the heel of his right foot slammed down towards the back of Yu's head. You! Be careful! Seeing this scene, Doyuzian next to her couldn't help but remind you. Lightning style thousand birds flow. However, Doyuzian just started to remind her that she suddenly opened her hands without turning her head back, and an extremely violent electric current sounded, and gorgeous blue and white electric currents filled the air in front of everyone. Obito, who was about to win the victory, only felt a tingling and numbness all over his body, and was instantly shot down to the ground by the super current that burst out of you. Obito. Seeing Obito be defeated by you in a blink of an eye, Lin next to him suddenly ran over. The lightning style ninjutsu just now. On the other hand, Kakashi's eyes widened, and his head was occupied by the gorgeous lightning style ninjutsu just now. As the genius ninja who developed the A-level ninjutsu Chidori at the age of 12 in the original book, the lightning style Chidori used by HA seems to have an inexplicable attraction to him by nature. Compared to Shisui. Why are both ninjas of the Uchiha clan, but the gap between the two of you is so big? Looking at Obito, who was lying in front of him, Yu's tone showed a trace of disdain and helplessness. Let's go. After speaking, Yu stepped directly over Obito's body and left proudly. Standing nearby, Suzuki Yuin and Yurihong mourned for Obito on the ground for a second, and then followed him in the direction Yu left. Damn it, come back to me. I haven't lost yet. Obito fell to the ground, still roaring unwillingly. Forget it, the tail of the crane. Even if you practice for another 10 years, you can't be that guy's opponent. It's just that Kakashi's words are like a basin of cold water, and Obito's thoughts are drowned out. The level of nature transformation and morphological changes just now, even Jainin may not be able to do it. Looking at the back of you disappearing at the end of the road, Kakashi's words were cold but realistic. Even Kakashi, who is a genius, said the same. It seems that Yakushi Yu is really incredible. Hearing Kakashi's words, Lin felt a little distressed for Obito, but she couldn't help being deeply shocked when she thought of Yu's gorgeous ninjutsu and amazing skills just now. Konoha, Hokage office. I've heard Minato tell you about yesterday. Sitting behind Hokage's desk with a pipe in his mouth, looking at you in front of him, third generation's tone was a bit complicated. Kill Mist Shinobi's Jainin, and eliminate dozens of Mist Ninja elites. Only 6 years old. Has your strength reached this level? It's just luck. Feeling the look of third generation in front of him as if looking at a monster, Yu touched his nose a little embarrassingly, rarely saying a few words of humility. If it weren't for Mr. Minato to arrive in time later, I'm afraid we would all be more miserable. Although Dai's sacrifice is very pity. But anyway, I was finally relieved to see your children come back safely." Seeing that the Yu in front of him had not become swollen because of his superior strength, third generation nodded in satisfaction. As the ninja who taught the legend of Sunin, third generation has seen how many talented ninjas expand themselves because of their talents, and they die before they grow up. After 3 months of getting along, third generation found that he admired Yu, a talented young man, more and more. Although the business is busy, third generation has few opportunities to guide Yu on the spot, but Yu's innate talent for ninjutsu is all in his eyes. Not only that, even Yu would often put forward some strange and unconstrained ideas, which often brought him some inspiration. To call you over today, there are 2 main things. With white smoke spitting out of his mouth, and wise eyes staring at the white-haired boy in front of him, third generation broke the silence. The first thing, this year's Chunin exam, is about to begin. Chunin exam? Hearing this, Yu's face was taken aback. Now is the fiercest period of the Third Ninja War, how could Konoha still hold the Chunin exam normally? This is also helpless. Although it was a time of war, in order to maintain the image and face of the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Seeing the doubt in Yu's heart, third generation took a breath and explained to him through the white smoke. The Fire Country daimyo and Konoha executives unanimously decided that this year's Chunin exam will be held as usual. Chapter 55. The other 4 great nations are excluded. This time Kushin Ohashi, Takanan, Rain Shinobi, Genin from shinobi villages will come to Konoha to take this Chunin exam. It is not ruled out that they will take the opportunity to spy on Konoha's information and the possibility of falsehood, so this time the Chunin exam is also an opportunity for Konoha to frighten these small neighboring countries and show their strength. Gently tapping the desk in front of him with his fingers, third generation Shen Yu explained the background of the Chunin exam. The situation on the front-line battlefield is now stalemate, and Konoha's combat power has never been scarce. The ninjas in the village are basically sent to the front line to support, and the remaining manpower is limited. Of all the genins, I am most optimistic about Yu and Shisui. Speaking of this, third generation took a deep cigarette, staring at Yu with turbid and wise eyes, with expectations in his eyes. Shisui was sent by me to perform a special mission, so Yu. The Chunin exams performed well this time, so that those ninjas from Ninja Village and other forces can see the strength of our Konoha. Yes. I won't let Master Hokage down. Facing third generation's expected gaze, Yu took on the task without hesitation. It's just taking the Chunin exam, which is not a difficult task for his current strength. Wait a minute, Yu, there is one more thing. Just as Yu turned and left Hokage's office, third generation suddenly stopped him, his eyes hesitated. What's wrong? Is there anything else, Master Hokage? It is rare to see third generation showing such gazes, and Yu is a little stunned. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, you should be familiar with the 3 of them. In the smoke, third generation stared at Yu standing at the door with some burning eyes. Of course, it is said that the name of Sunin is unknown to the entire ninja world. I don't know why third generation suddenly asked like this, Yu subconsciously nodded. Crazy Ghost Jiraiya, Princess Tsunade, Cold Kun Orochimaru. Among the 3 disciples taught by third generation, the strength of the PN, gambling, and drug trio has all reached cage level. Whether it is to the feather of the traveler, or to the people in this world, it is undoubtedly a thunderous existence. If you pass the Chunin exam successfully. Looking at you with a blank face, he saw a meaningful smile from third generation, but he said something that shocked you. I plan to accept you as my closed disciple and become the junior disciple of the 3 of them. What do you think? What? Yu opened his mouth wide, and was stunned at the door of the office. Third generation. Want to accept me as a disciple? This matter is not in a hurry. Go back and think about it. Just before Yu could speak, third generation had interrupted him by speaking again. Take the Chunin exam 3 days later, remember to perform well. Semi-consciously. You didn't know how he got out of Hokage's office. Walking on the bustling streets of Konoha, Yu was full of what the third generation said just now. Is it because of my strength and talent? You didn't understand why third generation would love him so much. If it is as he said to choose a closed disciple before retirement, then Shisui, a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, will undoubtedly be a better candidate than himself. But third generation chose himself, which made you a little flattered and at the same time a little confused. Can I really repay his expectation? 3 days later, Konoha Chunin's examination began. The classroom in the first examination room was crowded with ninjas from neighboring countries early in the morning. Ha 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 ha. Come and see. That little kid has come to take the Chunin exam too. In the exam room, a ninja wearing Rain Shinobi village forward protector seemed to have discovered something surprising. It's no wonder that Konoha is so tight on the battlefield now, and the ninjas in the village have probably all been sent to the battlefield. Another Rain Shinobi next to him also said strangely, so the little ghosts who haven't graduated from ninja school are sent out to take the Chunin exam. Rain Shinobi. Feeling everyone's eyes cast on him, ignoring the conversations of a few dragons, Yu sat quietly in his seat thoughtfully. Obito hasn't blackened yet, and Yahiko hasn't died yet. The current Rain Shinobi village should still be ruled by the hands of the salamander, right? Rain Shinobi village. It rains all the year round. It is located at the junction of the 3 countries of earth, wind, and fire. Due to the influence of wars between the big countries, there are constant wars all the year round, causing the ninjas of Rain Shinobi village to hate the ninja villages of the big countries such as Konoha. In addition to Rain Shinobi, you also saw many other ninjas in Ninja Village. Although the other 4 major countries are at war, the ninjas from Kushinen Village and Taki Ninja Village still participated in this Konoha as usual. Chunin exam. The Chunin exam, as the name suggests, is the exam of Genin or Chunin, which is basically held twice a year. It is also an important occasion for countries to observe national strength and another invisible battlefield for resources to compete with each other. Because the ninja village is a symbol of the comprehensive strength of this world country, a strong ninja village will naturally be able to receive more tasks, while a backward ninja village can only continue to reduce its scarce resources. Ching everyone, be quiet. I am Hyagodian, the chief examiner of this Chunin exam. Next, I will preside over the first exam. The chaotic examination room suddenly became quiet, because a ninja with long black hair and white eyes came up on the podium. Chunin from the branch house of the Hyuga clan. It seems that there is a serious shortage of manpower in Konoha village. Seeing the strength of the chief examiner on the stage at a glance, you couldn't help but sigh. Let a Chunin preside over the written test of the Chunin exam, which is enough to see how scarce ninjas are in Konoha village. This is Byakugan, the blood inheritance of the Konoha Hyuga clan. I advise everyone, don't even think about cheating in this exam. After handing out the papers, I saw that the examiner Hyagodian directly opened Byakugan, and his sharp eyes swept over all the ninjas present, directly preventing them from cheating. Damn! It's Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. After getting the difficult ninja theory test paper, he felt the perspective of the examiner Hyuga took in Byakugan on the stage, and saw a cursed curse, and he stopped the ninjutsu he used to cheat. Shusha! In the quiet classroom, the sound of pencil writing echoed, and Yu looked at the test paper in her hand as usual. Although these ninja theories are not lowly difficult, they do not bother him. After all, when he was in ninja school, his theory class scores have always been ranked first. It is worth mentioning that because there is no relationship between joining the ninja team, this time Yu took the Chunin exam alone. Chapter 56. Although third generation also proposed to him yesterday, he should be assigned to another ninja team to take this exam. However, he politely declined. Out of understanding of his true strength, third generation had no objection and agreed to his request to take the Chunin exam alone. Examiner, can I hand in the paper? In Fenbijishu, Yu finished the test paper in about 20 minutes. Raising his hand in the surprised eyes of all the ninjas, he got up and threw the test paper to the examiner and walked out of the examination room. Yakushi Yu. Looking at the name on the test paper in his hand, the examiner Hyagodian seemed to recognize Yu's identity. It seems that this kid is the genius that everyone in the village has been talking about during this time. Really, how can that kid hand in papers so quickly? Couldn't Konoha open the back door for the ninjas in his village, right? Seeing that Yu had submitted the test papers so quickly, the group of genin who was thinking and meditating in the examination room suddenly began to mumble. Don't worry, the kid from Konoha won't be proud of it for long. Wait a minute, is the second test survival exercise, and then give him a good lesson. Several Rain Shinobi, who were thinking hard about the answer, had sullen gazes in their eyes. Yu, who walked out of the examination room, silently leaned on the railing in the corridor and closed his eyes to refine chakra. He carefully observed all the ninjas in the examination room just now, and they were basically genin level strengths. Although some ninjas already have genin level strength, this level is not yet a threat to him. In a blink of an eye, 40 minutes passed, and the first exam was over. The ninjas in the examination room began to submit test papers one after another. The examiner stood on the stage to review and began to report the results. I announce. The list of ninjas who successfully passed the first test of the Chunin exam is as follows. Tien no Kuni Genin Wind Magic Light, Kushin Village Genin Langwimaru, Rain Shinobi Village Genin Purple Rain, Konoha Genin Yakushi Feather, Konoha Genin Byun Yekang. In about 10 minutes, the names of all 61 people who successfully passed the first test were announced from the examiner. I am Abarame Toniiro, the chief examiner of the second test. Congratulations to everyone here for successfully passing the first test. At this time, a ninja wearing a green vest and black sunglasses walked into the examination room. There are a total of 120 ninjas taking part in Konoha Chunin's exam, and there are still 61 ninjas left. Next, please follow me to the test room for the second test. A ninja from the Abarame clan. Looking at Abarame Toniiro, the examiner of the second test, you couldn't help but think of Abarame's Haibai, a student in the ninja school and his class. After a 5 minutes journey, Genin, who successfully passed the first test, followed the lead examiner Abarame Toniiro's footsteps and came to a vast and dense forest. Here is the second test, the test room for survival exercises Death Forest. After bringing everyone to the Death Forest, examiner Abarame Toniiro began to explain the rules of the second test to everyone present. Now each of your groups will get a scroll of heaven or earth in hand. The rules for the second exam are very simple no matter which group, as long as they reach the destination through the Death Forest within the next 3 days and get the scrolls of heaven and earth at the same time, even if they pass this exam. As for the remaining 21 groups with a total of 61 people, I will randomly distribute 10 scrolls of the sky and 10 scrolls of the earth to your team. In addition, the ninjas who participated in the Chunin exam separately will be distributed to him separately later. A scroll of heaven. So, after distributing all the scrolls, Abarame Toniiro subconsciously glanced at Yu standing alone in the crowd, and immediately announced, if there is no problem, everyone else, let's go in. Take the Chunin exam alone. Hey. Did you hear that? As soon as Abarame Toniiro finished speaking, the ninja below caused a commotion. Should it be that kid? Actually holding the scroll of the sky alone. Ha. I really feel sorry for him, he can't even get the 2 teammates together. Several ninjas in Rain Shinobi village have already started to look at you with malicious eyes, and they have thoughts in their hearts. A 6-year-old kid, taking the Chunin exam alone, with the scroll in his hand, the feather has undoubtedly become a piece of fat in the eyes of genin around him. A group of ignorant dragons. Who is the prey and who is the hunter, can you really distinguish it? Feeling the malicious gaze of the surroundings, I saw the corner of the feather's mouth disdainfully. After taking the scroll of the sky, he directly rushed into the Death Forest first. Quick! Catch him! That kid has a scroll of heaven in his hands. Seeing Yu entered the death forest first, the groups of ninjas outside immediately began to act, and then followed in like sharks smelling a fishy smell. Being stared at by so many people at the same time. Then what happened to the kid? Seeing all the candidates entering the death forest, the examiner Aberame Toniero standing outside opened his mouth slightly. As the second test site of Konoha exam, the death forest is full of poisonous insects and beasts. It is definitely not an easy task for an ordinary ninja to survive such a harsh environment and successfully reach the end. Immediately after entering the death forest, Yu saw that the groups of ninjas behind him had quickly followed him, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Look at it. That kid is there. Following Yu into the death forest was a group of 3 genin from Grass Ninja Village. They spotted Yu standing under the tree in front of them for the first time. Hey kid, you can't run away. If you are acquainted, I advise you to give the scroll of heaven to. While talking, a genin from Grass Ninja Village has caught up with Yu and stopped in front of him. Just before he could finish speaking, the 5 fingers of Yu's right hand stretched out lightly in front of him. Hiss. This unlucky Cao Nin village genin directly stared with his eyes wide, his hands tightly covered his neck, blood could not stop coming out of his neck, an extremely sharp thin thread had already cut his throat. It seems that luck is pretty good, it turns out to be the scroll of the earth. In the horrified eyes of his 2 companions, Yu took out a scroll from the clothes of the corpse of Kushinen on the ground and held it in his hand. Unexpectedly, I got the earth coiling shaft so soon. If this is the case, then I will wait for you at the end. Smoothly took the scroll of earth from Kushinen's hand, and felt the group of ninjas approaching around him, and the smiles on Yu's face grew brighter. Sky's path. After speaking, Yu ignored the other 2 Kushinoba who rushed up next to him. He actually stepped directly on the line invisible to the naked eye in the air in front of him, and headed towards the terminal tower. Sky's path, using lines that are so thin that they are invisible to the naked eye, bind the clouds in the sky to move at high speed in the sky. Although it is a bit difficult for you to tie the tangible and intangible clouds in the sky, it is still easy to tie the trees in the forest to move quickly in the air. What? That kid can actually fly. One missed a hit, and seeing Yu in front of him stepped on the air to leave, the remaining Kushinen was suddenly dumbfounded. How can it fly? Stupid. That's just a blindfold. His companion gave him a violent shudder directly, and then rushed towards the end quickly. Quickly catch up. We must get the scroll back. Chapter 57. What? That kid got the scroll of earth so quickly. Hearing what Yu said, all genin who entered the death forest in the back boiled. The scroll of heaven and the scroll of earth are all in the hands of that kid. Let's hurry up and follow. The ninja from the other group took the initiative and rushed out in an instant. There is the direction of the end point. Do you think that kid will set a trap on the road? At this time, a genin from Rain Shinobi village hesitated and looked at his companion. What are you afraid of? That kid is alone. So many of us. Rain Shinobi's companion gave him an angry look and rushed out immediately. But, that kid has 2 scrolls in his hand, how do we divide so many people? After catching up with his companion, genin from Rain Shinobi village asked again. Idiot! Of course whoever gets it first is the one. Rain Shinobi's companion gave him an angry look, and grabbing the scroll from that kid is better than grabbing the scroll from other ninja groups, right? Oh, that's right. Facing his companion Byakugan, Rain Shinobi scratched his head in embarrassment. A group of ninjas from different ninja villages ran wildly in the death forest. It's just, will things really be as simple as they thought? The daylight is skewed, and the time has come to the afternoon. Madara, the tree shadow in the death forest, was dimly lit, and a figure quickly moved forward in mid-air. And behind this figure, a large group of ninjas were chasing this figure madly in their own group. The action is quite fast. Stepping on a thin line in the sky that was invisible to the naked eye under his feet, he moved forward quickly, looking back at a group of ninjas catching up in the forest below him, Yu showed a playful smile. Not in a hurry, they attracted the group of ninjas to continue to the direction of the end, and their bodies avoided the kunai that shot from below from time to time. Hey, hey! I said, how this kid runs so fast. The one who ran at the front said breathlessly. Stepping in the air, how did that kid do it? Could he really fly? Looking at Yu, stepping on the air quickly in mid-air, the other Kushinen became more and more incredible. You guys hold on a little longer, the end is immediately ahead, wait to see where this kid can go. The other genin from Takanen village were not to be outdone, and rushed forward. It should be there. Stepping on the jumping feather in the air with ease, and vaguely saw a tower not far in front through the leaves of Madara, his eyes lit up. After a few breaths, Yu, who rushed out of the death forest, made a flexible somersault, and landed on a clearing in front of the terminal tower. Finally reached. Except for the one I killed just now, there should be 59 ninjas. Turning to look at the group of ninjas who had rushed out of the death forest to the clearing, Yu quickly threw the 2 scrolls in his hand onto the clearing next to him. Haha! Run again! Why didn't your kid run away? Finally ran to the clearing in front of the terminal tower, looking at Yu, who had nowhere to escape in front of him. I saw Cao Ren laugh triumphantly after catching up. You have been chased by so many of us for so long, you kid can run. The other Kuo Ren was a little panting, and traversed the entire death forest in one breath, which was indeed a test of physical strength. What? Do you know that you are afraid now? Seeing you throwing both scrolls on the ground, Ataki Shinobu thought he had given up the exam. Knowing that I have nowhere to escape, so I just put down the scroll. It seems that this kid is not too stupid. At this time, several genin from Konoha also hurried to see this scene. Puff! Looking at the group of ninjas who surrounded him like hungry wolves, you couldn't help but chuckle. After running such a long distance all the way to the end, he didn't even show a drop of sweat on his face, and he drove them fast or slow along the way. Well, since everyone is here. Seeing that almost all the ninjas had arrived, Yu finally showed a harmless smile on his face, then you will hand over all the scrolls on you. Yu finished speaking seriously with a look on his face, and all the ninjas present were stunned. Ha 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 ha! What did he just say? Cao Ren clutching his belly, tears almost burst out of laughter. He said he wants us to hand over all the scrolls. The other Rain Shinobi also laughed angrily, looking at the Konoha Shinobi beside him with a playful expression. I said, man! Are you Konoha genin so arrogant? Too much praise can destroy a genius. Hearing that, genin Konoha next to Rain Shinobi shook his head regretfully, and sighed, this kid is a genius in our Konoha generation. Maybe too many people's praise has made him become self-inflated. Got it. I think this kid was scared crazy by so many of us, and started talking nonsense. The other Taki Shinobu curled his mouth in disdain, and his murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Don't talk so much nonsense. Since you don't do anything, then I'm not welcome. In the gap between these ninjas' words, I saw that the former Kushinen had already taken the lead, and he rushed to use front with a stride. The goal was the 2 scrolls on the ground beside his feet. Leaf Hurricane. However, there was a fierce wind roaring in the air at this time, and you saw a round side kick, an astonishing physical skill erupted, and directly blasted the Kushinen cannonball out, slamming it on the next big tree and fainted. Passed. I said. Did you allow you to move? One kick kicked the first shot of Kushinen to fly, only to see you standing in place with a glance, and said indifferently. Be careful. The strength of this kid is not easy. Seeing the powerful physical skills bursting out in front of you unexpectedly killed a genin in one face, Taki Shinobu's expression on the side changed and he rushed forward with 2 teammates. If the normal process is followed, this survival exercise will probably take about 3 days to end. The battle was about to start. Facing the ninja rushing up all around him, there was an evil smile at the corner of the feather mouth. The middle finger, thumb, and little finger of both hands were raised, and they moved gently in rhythm. But since everyone is so anxious now, I will let this game call its curtain in advance. Parasite string. Countless thin, transparent and invisible threads scattered in the air above everyone's heads, then disappeared in the blink of an eye, and quickly pierced their bodies and skins. Sizzle. There was a crisp sound of breaking the body, blood splattered everywhere, and Taki, who was the first to rush up, turned around unbelievably. It turned out that his companion pierced his body with Kunao behind. Chapter 58. Why does this happen? My body, what the hell is going on? Looking at the stubborn companion in front of him, Taki opened his eyes wide in horror. The sharp Kumo in his hand was once again out of control, and he drew towards another companion next to him. Purple Rain! What are you doing? The same weird picture was also staged on other ninjas. Suddenly, he was shot by more than a dozen Chibans, and Genin from Rain Shinobi village was shocked and angry. I don't know what's going on. I can't control my body. Be careful. However, this ninja named Ziu had a more frightened expression on his face than his companion. The body is manipulated like a puppet, and Senbon in his hand is constantly shooting at his companions and other ninjas around him. Damn, what happened? My body. What kind of magic is this? Quickly get out of the way. There is a detonation symbol on my kunao. You all give way to me. The scene fell into chaos for a while, and in the open space in front of the key tower, ninjas were killing each other everywhere. All the ninjas seemed to be crazy, constantly fighting each other with their weapons and ninjas. Coco, ha 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 ha. At this time, only one person was still smiling. The middle finger, thumb, and little finger of both hands were constantly twitching. Looking at the death drama he directed by himself, you finally couldn't help laughing out demons. It's him. It's that kid. It must be the ghost of him. What kind of magic is this? Seeing Yu, who was laughing frantically next to him, a few ninjas finally reacted. This damn kid! I'll kill him! Watching the ninjas fall down one after another, Rain Shinobi was stabbed by his companion but was not hit by the parasite string. Rain Shinobi bit his teeth. He directly picked up the umbrella-like ninja in his hand and rushed towards Yu. Go to hell, kid! Ninfa like the rain! As if deeply stimulated by this death drama, I saw this Rain Shinobi roared and threw out the umbrella in his hand. Like rain from the umbrella, he flew out countless sharp thousands of books. Are there so many people left? Facing the thousands of copies that Rain Shinobi shot over, Yu didn't have a trace of expression, and the attack without blind spots in front of him seemed to make him unable to raise his eyelids. As he said, I saw Yu gently hooked his finger. Suddenly, a ninja rushed out to stand in front of Yu, and for him to block all the senbons that Rain Shinobi shot over. Purple Rain! After seeing the figure in front of him clearly, Rain Shinobi, who had released Chiban, roared like crazy. It turned out that it was his companion who was controlled by Yu to block all his attacks. Since you gave me so many thousand copies, it doesn't seem to be the past if you don't return something. Seeing Rain Shinobi in front of him turned into a corpse and fell, Yu's calm eyes did not fluctuate, but the sleeve of the kimono in his right hand suddenly waved. Lightning-style Chidori Chiban. A piece of blue and white thunder and lightning gleamed, and hundreds of extremely thin thunders burst out of the air. In the shocking eyes of everyone, Rain Shinobi in front of Yu didn't even have a chance to scream, and his body was directly stabbed into a hedgehog by countless thunder. Ah! The remaining thunder thousands fell into the crowd nearby, a scream sounded, and a large swath of ninjas instantly fell down. Seeing you have so many people left, why don't you let me help you? Looking at about 20 or 30 ninjas left in front of him, the feather beak corners are like a devil cocked. In everyone's astonished eyes, there was already a divine hidden raise nan on his right hand. Water-style hard whirlpool water blade. Before he could react to what had happened, everyone in the clearing only heard a cascading roar of water, and saw that the god-hidden Rei's Nan in Yu's hand had become a high-pressure water gun that was constantly spiraling. What kind of ninjutsu is that? How can genin display this level of water style? Seeing the huge movement of the high-pressure spiral water gun in Yu's hand, a ninja's face suddenly changed. I don't know, I have never seen such a water style. But that level of nature transformation, as long as we are wiped out, we are all over. Another ninja swallowed hard, his eyes full of fear. As known as the strongest S-level ultimate water style ninjutsu, with their genin level, it is naturally impossible to understand how ultimate form change and nature transformation this is. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom burst out. Fearing to destroy the scrolls on them, Yu chose to be merciful. So the hard vortex water blade in his hand was directly thrown onto the open space in front of him, but the huge waterspout that burst out in an instant still sent all the ninjas around him fiercely. Ah! The ninjas who were affected by the hurricane-like currents flew out one by one and hit the forest and the ground around the clearing. They were either seriously injured and fell to the ground, or they lost their lives after smashing the trunk. What is this water-style ninjutsu? After witnessing the catastrophic scene caused by Yu's hard vortex water blade, he watched as the ground was transformed into a lake, and there were wailing ninjas lying all around. There were only a few Konoha. Genin can still stand on the side. Looking at the white-haired teenagers who looked like demons in front of them, a few of them were even paralyzed on the ground in fright, their eyes widened and looked at Yu in horror. You guys are lucky. For the sake of the ninja in the same village, I will be gentle with you. Looking at the few Konoha genin who had completely lost their fighting spirit in front of them, the demonic smile on Yu's face became more and more brilliant, and he gradually walked towards them. Ah! Don't come here, devil! This guy is a demon. Seeing Yu walking towards him, genin, a Konoha next to him, finally collapsed, screaming madly in his mouth. But soon, the roar of collapse came to an abrupt end. Yu, who walked in front of him, knocked him out with a kick. Then he showed his exquisite physical skills and easily brought down all the remaining ninjas on the court. Under Yu's completely crushing physical attack, the storm-like offensive directly brought down all the remaining ninjas. Finally done. But doing this, isn't it a bit too much? After solving all the ninjas, Yu muttered to herself, standing alone in the clearing. Then he lifted the ninjas on the ground one by one like trash, took out the scrolls on them and threw them on the open space next to them, and then threw them all together. Chapter 59. The setting sun was sinking, and in a blink of an eye it was dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun spread throughout the Death Forest, and the occasional bird song made it even more empty here. In the Death Forest where the second Chunin exam was going on, it was exceptionally abnormal at this time, and it was terribly quiet. I don't know how long time has passed, and finally two Chunin on duty slowly walked into the terminal tower of the Death Forest. Hey, I said. I saw one of them, Chunin, opening the door and complaining constantly, we too don't need to come here so early? It's only been a long time. Those genins are probably still fighting for the scrolls in the Death Forest. Not always. In every Chunin exam, there will always be some great genin. Maybe it has reached the end at this time. After unlocking the seal on the door, another Chunin spoke and pushed open the door of the tower in front of him. This is... But after the door was opened, the two Chunin were shocked by the picture in front of them. Have someone finally come? The efficiency of your work is really unflattering. A leisurely and flat voice sounded, and a young man with white hair and a handsome face happened to sit on top of a bunch of ninjas in time, looking at the two of them with faint eyes. Under his feet, piled up are a bunch of heaven and earth scrolls. Why, how could this happen? The two Konoha Chunin were so scared that they couldn't speak, one of them even sat down on the ground. 21 scrolls, all of them are here. I think I have passed this exam now, right? Ignoring the two Chunin who were scared and stupid next to him, Yu said casually and stepped into the gate of the tower. But the next third exam. Yu, who had walked into the tower, showed a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. I think no one can participate except me. It's not good. Hokage-sama. At third Hokage's office, a ninja suddenly opened the door and rushed in. Such a flustered look. What a decent way. Seeing that the ninja under his ninja broke in without knocking on the door, third generation, who was reading the frontline battle report, frowned slightly. Ah. I'm sorry, Master Hokage. After entering the door, the ninja was out of breath, but the results of the Chunin exam have come out. The result came out? Why is it so fast? Third generation, who was looking through the documents, obviously hadn't reacted yet, but soon he was stunned. No, the second afternoon of the Chunin exam has just begun. Sharp eyes stared at the ninja in front of him, and third generation's face was full of doubts. The third test will not start until 3 days later. How can the result come out now? Yes, Yakushi Yu. That guy defeated all the ninjas in this Chunin exam, and one person took all the scrolls in their hands. Feeling the cage-level aura from third generation inadvertently, a layer of cold sweat suddenly oozes from the ninja who reported, and he said tremblingly. What did you say? After listening to his report, third generation was surprised that the pipe from his mouth fell on the table. Hiss. After reacting from the shock, third generation couldn't help taking a deep breath, and finally calmed down after thinking for a while. You go to the Death Forest now and bring him over to me. Yes. Hokage-sama. The ninja in front of him activated the instant technique and disappeared directly into Hokage's office. That brat is crazy. Third generation picked up the pipe again and spit out a puff of smoke. There was such a big noise. After coming out of the Death Forest, I heard Lord Hokage summoning himself. Yu follows the ninja who leads the way, and is full of thoughts on the way to Hokage's office. He knows the truth about shooting a bird and pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, but he can't completely agree. The wood shows up in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. At first it sounds reasonable, but when you think about it, it is the argument of the weak. If a tree dares not even be taller than other trees, how can it become a towering tree? If a person does not even have the courage to show himself, how can he become a truly strong person? It is Yu's life creed to be the top of the mountain, looking at the mountains and small mountains. For example, let's say Yakushi Kabuto, a role that is not inferior to Kakashi in the early stage of the Hokage world. Not only does he have a flexible mind that surpasses ordinary people and an ingenious mind that can perceive people's hearts, but Tsunade also praises medical ninjutsu for his ability to perform skills surpassing himself at his peak. However, the role of a small person for a long time has gradually lost himself. Even if the master becomes the impure world reincarnation and sage mode in the later period, he can only make small moves by hiding behind his back. But if he changes to Uchiha Madara's character, will he pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Will he be weaker than others? Of course not. Uchiha Madara will definitely use his strength to tell everyone who is inferior to him, he is the strong one. That's why Uchiha Madara will become the Shura of the ninja world, and he and Senju Hashirama will be respected as the myth of the ninja world. People are more afraid of him than Senju Hashirama. Although Yu is only 6 years old now, of course he can't compare with ninja myths like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. But with superb ninjutsu, string fruits ability and other whole cards, he already has the strength to fight Jainin head-on, and he is no longer a weaker that everyone can handle. Hokage-sama, brought here by Yakushi Yu. A few minutes later, the two reached the door of Hokage's office, and the ninja in front of them knocked on the door of the office. Well, you go down first. Third generation behind the desk put down the papers in his hand, and his eyes fell on Yu who had just entered the door. Don't be so cautious, just sit down. Thanks, Master Hokage. Yu was also welcome, and directly sat on the sofa next to him. I asked your kid to behave in the Chunin exam this time. Your behave was a bit too much, right? Third generation stared at Yu sitting on the sofa with an expression of helplessness. I really don't know what to say about you. It's okay? Isn't this the task you gave me, Mr. Hokage? Yu also gave a bright smile to third generation. You let me perform well in this Chunin exam, so that those ninjas from Ninja Village and other forces can see the strength of our Konoha. Now, I don't think any one of them would dare to question Konoha's strength anymore, right? You. Third generation was speechless for a while, with a hint of helplessness on his face. I really can't do anything with you as a kid. But being so troubled by you today can indeed deter the guys who peeped at Konoha. Third generation pondered for a moment, and then said, what happened to the genin of Konoha in Chunin's exam today? Konoha's ninjas are merciful to me, at best they are just injured. What you is telling is the truth. Compared with the tragic Rain Shinobi, Kushino, and Takanen, the Konoha genin in the Death Forest today has indeed been merciful. So be it, based on your excellent performance in the Chunin exam. Third generation said halfway, then paused. As Hokage, I hereby promote you to Special Genin. Special Genin? Yu was stunned. He thought that third generation would arrange for him a Chunin at most, but he did not expect to be promoted to Special Genin all at once. Different from the all-round development of Genin, Special Genin refers to a ninja with unique talents and development in some aspects. It is slightly worse than Genin, but much stronger than ordinary Chunin. Its strength and status are between Chunin and Genin. There is another thing, how are you thinking about it? After speaking, third generation took a deep breath and looked at Yu in front of him. Chapter 60. About that matter? Yu was slightly startled, and then reacted immediately, took a deep breath, and looked firmly at third generation. It's my honor to be favored by Master Third Hokage, of course there is no objection. What's a joke? He is an orphan picked up from the battlefield, he can be accepted as a closed disciple by Konoha's Third Hokage, and he will disagree only when his brain is kicked by a donkey. Ha 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 ha, very good. I'll pass on the good news in a minute. Seeing you agree, third generation burst into laughter. He was also very relieved to be able to accept such a talented disciple in his later years. However, boy Yu, should you change my name now? Teacher Sarutobi. The Chunin exam is over. Mu Yetian is the only ninja Yakushi Yu defeated all the ninjas of this year in this Chunin exam, and was promoted to a special Genin by Third Hokage and accepted as a closed disciple. The news that Konoha spread like wildfire. The 6-year-old special Genin has also become the closed disciple of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it is said that Sunen's little brother. When this news was brought back to his village by the ninja who took the Chunin exam today, the entire ninja world was shocked. Uchiha ethnic land. Yu is already special Genin. And he was accepted as a disciple by Master Hokage. Shisui, who had just returned from a special mission, was stunned. The gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger. No. I have to take the Chunin exam after the Hyuxia New Year. Hearing this news, Shisui began to practice more desperately. I can't be left behind by that guy. Root, underground base. Special Genin. Sitting on the stage listening to the report from his subordinates, Danzo showed a greedy expression on his face. Yakushi Yu, I didn't misunderstand you, what a genius. But, as if thinking of something, his face showed a gloomy anger again. He actually became Sarutobi's disciple, damn it. Sarutobi, did you make this idea? Subconsciously squeezing the armrest of the seat, Danzo's eyes showed deep resentment and ambition. Sooner or later, I will sit in Hokage's position. Let everyone know that darkness is the true meaning of ninja. Konoha Orphanage. Special Genin. Also became the disciple of Lord Third Hokage. Hearing the news that Yu brought back, Yakushi Nono and everyone in the huge wooden house were shocked. So, because of the relationship between the work of the Konoha medical class and practice. From tomorrow I will move out, but no matter what. Looking at Yakushi Nanoya, who was completely stunned in front of him, and the group of dumbfounded friends around him, Yu said seriously, "Dean, you are all my family. Indeed, it has been more than 2 years since I came into this world." Under the influence, Yu has regarded Yakushi Nanoya and the entire Konoha orphanage as his family. But you are only 6 years old. Staring blankly at the feather that has become a special Jainin at just 6 years old, Yakushi Nanoya realized that he had never imagined what kind of ninja this boy would become in the future. Special Jainin. What kind of concept is that? I saw that you, who was as big as myself, had become a special Jainin, and was also favored by third Hokage as a disciple. The eyes of a group of friends from the Konoha orphanage around him looking at Yu is beyond description. Especially usse, staring at Yu stubbornly. "You, don't lie to me, you guy, must be the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths, right? Is Sage of Six Paths reincarnated?" Hearing this, Yu touched his nose a little funny. It seems, this is not the first time someone has described him like this. "You, after moving out, will you come back to see us?" At this moment, the two girls, Mayuna and Momika, looked at Yu in front of them with some timid eyes. Inevitably, Yu's excellent performance has caused a sense of distance between them. "Doxiang, come here." Seeing Doxiang, who had written all his thoughts on her face, Yu suddenly looked straight and waved to her. "What? Oh." Just walking over with some curiosity, Doxiang suddenly cried out and covered her forehead. "I just said that we are a family. How could I not come back to see you?" Yu flicked Momika's forehead just like Uchiha Itachi flicked Sasuke's forehead in the original book. "It hurts, every time." Doxiang scented his forehead, but couldn't help but show a smile on his face. Yu's intimate behavior undoubtedly brought them closer again. Jainin in particular. Disciple of Master Hokage. Standing in the corner, silently looking at Yu, who was surrounded by everyone, Kabuto's eyes were not without envy. The talent of the evildoer, the perfect appearance, the support of everyone, and now there is such a prominent identity as the third-generation disciple. Obviously the same age, the same birth, and the same orphan picked up by Yakushi Nanoya from the battlefield. Now Yu, unknowingly, already has so many things that they simply can't reach. Perhaps at the beginning, they were people from different worlds. Time flies, time flies. More than a year passed after HA became the disciple of Konoha's special Jainin and third generation. The third ninja war finally had a new result. The Sand Shinobi ninja village in the Kingdom of Wind was defeated, and there was already a tendency to make peace with Konoha. On this day, the mansion of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The courtyard is connected to the surrounding woods, with a wide open space in the middle. Fire-style fire dragon fireball. Accompanied by a deep and soft drink, the 3 huge hot flames directly turned into a blazing mad dragon, which continuously raged and bombarded the feathers from the front, left and right directions. This is a B-level fire-style ninjutsu. It is powerful and dances like a violent dragon. It is very difficult to get the fire dragon to obey the caster's meaning, and only a skilled ninja can learn it. But in the hands of Dr. Ninjutsu Sarutobi Hiruzen, these 3 lifelike fire dragons can turn enemies into ashes in an instant. A Class B fire style is so powerful. Ms. Sarutobi, really worthy of being a man called the God of Ninjutsu. Facing the powerful fire style ninjutsu unleashed by third generation in front of him, Yu said in admiration, but his hands were already imprinted instantly. Water style water dragon bomb technique. A large amount of water gushed out of thin air in the air, quickly forming a huge water dragon, roaring and hitting the fire dragon fire bomb released by third generation. Chapter 61. Boom! The roaring huge water dragon collided with the scorching fire dragon flame bomb. The violent explosion was mixed with a large white water vapor, which obscured the sight of Yu and third generation. This kind of water style can be displayed in such a place where there is no water. And also successfully restrained my fire style, I have to say. Seeing that the advanced fire style he released was blocked by Yu's water style ninjutsu, the turbid and sharp eyes of the third generation revealed a hint of relief and amazement. Your progress speed really makes all ninjas feel ashamed. It's not over yet. Ms. Sarutobi, don't be too careless. However, at this time, the sound from the white mist made third generation had to cheer up again. Combined ninjutsu lightning water dragon bomb. With Yu's hands forming the seal again, I saw that the huge roaring water dragon in front of third generation blasted away his fire dragon fire bullets, and it was unabated. It was wrapped and covered with a layer of violent lightning, and it continued to attack him suddenly. Lightning water dragon bomb mix a large amount of lightning style chakra in water style water dragon bomb technique and release it. It also has the impact of water style and the paralyzing effect of lightning style. It is the fourth ninja war in the original book, fifth Mizukage, a powerful combination of ninjutsu released by Terumi Mei, and fourth Reikage Ai Heli. It's only been over a year. Have you perfectly blended water style and lightning style to this point? Looking at the huge thunder and lightning water dragon roaring and raging in front of him, third generation couldn't help but marvel again. Every time he thought he was used to Yu's growth rate, this monster-like teenager could always refresh his worldview again. Earth style wall. In the rumbling noise, I saw third generation's hands suddenly pressed to the ground. The ground vibrated violently, and a large piece of rock and soil instantly formed a solid wall in front of him. Boom! The roaring huge thunder and lightning water dragon directly hit it. This advanced earth-style ninjutsu is extremely resistant to both water style and fire style, but under the super combination ninjutsu attack released by Yu, the support collapsed in less than 2 seconds. Soil clone. The entire huge wall of soil in front of me was shattered by my own powerful ninjutsu, but seeing the third generation hit by the lightning water dragon bomb turned into a puddle of mud, the expression on Yu's face suddenly changed slightly. When is it? Just now, when your sight was blocked by my earth style. You are still too tender, boy Yu. At this time, the familiar voice of third generation sounded. Yu conditioned his reflex and turned his head, only to see that a few spinning shurikens in the air were already flying towards him. Ninfa Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Not only that, but the third generation's hands that appeared next to him quickly formed a seal. The shurikens that had been shot in front of Yu changed into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. In a blink of an eye, it turned into countless shurikens overwhelming the sky, instantly blocking all the angles of Yu's escape. So fast! Unexpectedly, third generation's operation speed would be so fast that it was caught off guard, and the feather that was stuck in place was directly shot into a sieve. What? But in the next second, watching the feathers shot by countless shurikens in front of them turned into a puddle of water scattered on the ground, the expression on third generation's face was indescribable. Water body? When are you? The seal of the knot. Hey, just like you. Just now you used earth style to block my sight, and at the same time, you also created a chance for me to get a seal. At this time, Yu's body appeared silently behind third generation, with a sly smile on his face. You brat! He secretly sighed Yu's terrible fighting talent, but when the words reached his lips, they turned into a laugh. You two are endless. Do you want to tear down the entire yard? The battle was about to continue, but the roar that came at this time directly interrupted this wonderful master-disciple duel. It's already time to eat now, and I'm still having trouble outside. Third generation and Yu were so scared that they both curled their necks at the same time, turned their heads and saw a middle-aged and elderly woman with brown hair and serious face, standing at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at them with one hand on hips. Sarutobi Lake Biwa, wife of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, mother of brothers Sarutobi Shinashuk and Sarutobi Asuma, and the grandmother of the future Konoha Maru. It's terrible to make the old lady angry. That's all for today's duel practice. Feeling the murderous aura from Lake Biwa in Sarutobi, I saw third generation looking at you with a wry smile. After speaking, the body turned into a cloud of white smoke and slowly disappeared. It's actually Shadow Clone. Seeing this scene, Yu's originally self-satisfied thoughts suddenly disappeared. Damn it, really ginger is still old and spicy. After more than a year of practice, Yu's chakra level finally broke through the boundaries of Jainin. Chakra's reserves are even more ordinary. Jainin can't compare, and the actual combat experience has also improved significantly. However, there is still a long-term gap in comparison with third generation, which has been a real cage-level ninja that has been on the battlefield for decades. Not to mention anything else, just talk about the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique just now. The third generation was able to make a full 8 seals in the short time it took the Shuriken to fly out. Whether it's Ji-Yin, performing spells, and grasping the timing of the battle, they are unmatched by a young ninja like you. Shuriken, as we all know, it is a way for every ninja in the Hokage world to fight and greet, and everyone will use it. But according to Yu's complete statistics, in the entire Hokage animation from beginning to end, no character with a name has ever died on the Shuriken. Shuriken is indeed very low, but it also has its unique advantages. First of all, Shuriken is a long-range attack method, and it is faster than ninjutsu. Usually facing the enemy at a medium and long distance, directly throwing out the Shuriken is often a better choice than taking the time to release ninjutsu. Secondly, Shuriken does not consume chakra, and can often be used as a low-cost tactic in ninja battles. Ha 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 ha! Boy, you're far from it. Seeing Yu's depressed look, I saw third generation couldn't help laughing. But, you didn't use your blood inheritance boundary. So in today's duel, the two of us are even tied. Third generation will naturally not forget that Yu and his unique blood succession boundary line have not been used. In the short battle just now, Yu was able to stand against himself for so long based on his ninjutsu cultivation base. Third generation estimated that Mou's current strength, not counting the limits of blood inheritance, was enough to be equal to ordinary Jainin. The 7-year-old Jainin. What a pervert! Looking at the childish feather in front of him, third generation couldn't help but feel a fearful sigh in his heart. Chapter 62. Let's have lunch together. Today Lake Biwa made a lot of dishes, you will love it. With that, third generation patted Pai Yu on the shoulder and invited him into the house for lunch. Next time, Mrs. Sarutobi. Today I also made an appointment with the dean and them. Facing the invitation of third generation, Yu politely declined. After more than a year passed, the feathers grew taller. The kimono jacket on the Konoha orphanage was replaced with a black ninja sweater. Against his moonlight-like pale hair and delicate face, he looked even more handsome. That's it. Then I won't keep you for dinner, go. Hearing Yu's words, third generation nodded. Of course he knew that the head of Ugakai was Yakushi Nono, head of the Konoha orphanage. Then I will leave first. Ms. Sarutobi, and Master Biwako. After speaking, Yu bowed slightly, with impeccable words and demeanor. What? Boy, you won't stay for dinner. Fortunately, I made tempura and fried shrimp in a special cook today. The back of Wang Yu's departure, Sarutobi Lake Biwa, standing next to third generation, mumbled. Although she is a serious and rigid middle-aged and elderly woman, in her heart she still loves Yu, the closed disciple of her husband. Go in. Withdrawing his gaze silently, third generation entered the house with Sarutobi Lake Biwa with a wry smile. Since Konoha was founded, I have seen any kind of ninja. But only this kid, I really can't see how far he will grow in the future. It took 20 minutes. Yu walked from the third generation mansion to the Konoha orphanage on the edge of the village. The difference is that today, a large shed was built in the woods outside the wooden house. Standing or sitting, the inside was packed with injured ninjas, and occasionally some ninjas from the medical class were treating them. The children of the Konoha orphanage are also helping to bandage the wounds or hand over a bandage, and the director Yakushi Nanoyu is also performing medical ninjutsu to treat the wounds of the injured ninja. Master Yu. Master Yu. Seeing Yu walking in from outside, some injured ninjas greeted each other along the way. Yes, Master Yu. Like the legendary Sunin, after becoming a disciple of Third Hokage, Yu's identity inevitably undergoes a huge change. So many injured ninjas. It seems that the battle on the front line is more tragic than expected. He nodded slightly in return, looking at so many injured ninjas in front of him. You could fully imagine that the ninja world war had reached a white-hot stage. Kabuto, can you still treat? While using superb medical ninjutsu to treat the ninja in front of him, Yakushi Nanoyu had no time to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and glanced at Kabuto, who was not far away. No problem, Dean. It is worth mentioning that after being picked up 2 years ago, the 6-year-old Yakushi Kabuto has also learned medical ninjutsu and is using healing techniques to heal the wounds of the ninja in front of him. Although it's for the orphanage, we still have to take care of these ninjas, really. Seeing that the entire Konoha orphanage was busy taking care of the injured ninjas, Urushi, who was helping next to him, couldn't help but complain. You can't make money by doing nothing. Usse, can you help bring the bandage over? Hearing Urushi's complaint, Kabuto wiped the sweat from his forehead. The injury of the ninja in front of him was severely beyond his expectations, and his own healing technique could not heal him. No, let me come. But at this moment, Kabuto and Urushi were both stunned by the sudden sound. Healing jutsu. A group of green chakra covered the ninja's wound, and Kabuto's serious injury that Kabuto could not heal was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feather. Seeing the handsome boy who suddenly appeared next to him, Kabuto and Urushi couldn't help but exclaim. It's just that Urushi's tone is a surprise, but Kabuto's tone is a bit complicated. Impressive. My incurable injury was successfully treated by him in a blink of an eye. Seeing that Yu's superb medical ninjutsu instantly healed the ninja in front of him, Kabuto gently pushed the black round glasses on the bridge of his nose, and his eyes were not only enviable, but also unclear. Okay, what an amazing medical ninjutsu. As expected of Master Third Generation's disciple. Konoha vibes genius. Thank you. Master Yu. Seeing that such a serious injury on his body was completely healed in an instant, the ninja in front of him stood up excitedly and said to Yu gratefully. You are welcome, this is my job. Facing the excited praise of the ninja in front of him, Yu looked calm and calm. Since he revealed his talent and became a disciple of Third Hokage, he has long been tired of compliments and boasting like this. In this world, after all, strength is the root, and Yu will not let go of his cultivation because of the eyes of others. Healing jutsu. What an amazing skill! At this moment, a low and hoarse voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Who is this man? Turning his head to look, Yu's amber pupils suddenly shrank. A pale complexion, long black hair, a pair of long and narrow snake eyes, a slender figure wearing a Konoha ninja vest, and a smile on his face reveals an indescribable evil. To use the words in the original book to describe this man is like something in human skin. Orochimaru. Looking at the man walking towards him and feeling the terrifying aura of him as if he had come out of the sea of blood in the Corpse Mountain, this name appeared in Yu's heart in an instant. It seems that you are the genius who has been rumored recently by Konoha. The new disciple of Mrs. Sarutobi, my little brother Yakushi Yu, right? After walking in front of Yu, Orochimaru was looking at Yu with great interest. The evil snake eyes occasionally flashed a few weird spirits, scaring the two teenagers, Kabuto and Urushi, who could not speak. It turned out to be Orochimaru-senpai, one of Sunin. I often hear Mr. Sarutobi mention you. He always says that you are his best disciple. Standing up from the ground, staring at Orochimaru in front of him, Yu's heart was full of stormy waves, but there was no change in his face. It was as if standing in front of him at the moment was not the frightening Orochimaru, but just an ordinary ninja. Really calm and composed. Just because of this demeanor, I think I probably understand why Mr. Sarutobi would look at Nakaba-kun. Staring at the calm Yu in front of him, I saw a light flashing in Orochimaru's long and narrow snake eyes, and his long tongue subconsciously spit out, without concealing the curious and greedy look on his face. Chapter 63. As expected of Hokage's strongest boss in the early stage. What a disgusting and dangerous guy. Feeling Orochimaru's evil and greedy gaze in front of her, Yu only felt a layer of goosebumps all over her body. This kid is not bad too. Seeing that Yu had no response, Orochimaru withdrew his gaze angrily and turned to look at Kabuto sitting next to him on the ground. There was a dangerous light in his eyes. Your name is Kabuto, right? I think you are very good. The talent of a ninja. Do you want to be a ninja? I think you can be a good ninja. As one of the legendary Sunin's genius Orochimaru, Kabuto's talent can be seen from his eyes. He can use medical ninjutsu so skillfully at the age of 6. Although it is far less than the genius of feathers, it is also throw out a big street of ordinary ninjas. I don't have any ideas in this regard. Looking at Orochimaru, who was full of danger, Kabuto looked up at him with a little fear. My medical ninjutsu was taught to me by the dean. I want to make a little money for the orphanage like this. Stay here to help the dean. The dean is so kind to me and gave me all her glasses. I haven't been able to give her a gift yet. Having said that, Kabuto glanced at Yu next to him a little enviously. If it's you, you can definitely give the dean a better gift, right? Really? That's a shame. Hearing Kabuto's answer, Orochimaru was a little regretful, but glanced at the feather next to him, and soon an inexplicable smile appeared on the evil charm's face. But I believe that human talent cannot be concealed. It's like you-kun, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Is this the aura of cage level? If I were to face Orochimaru now, will I succeed in surviving? Looking at the back of Orochimaru leaving with a deep smile, Yu clenched his hands unconsciously, and the desire to become stronger in his heart became stronger. Cage level to be precise, there is no so-called cage level in the Hokage world. Ninjas who have surpassed Jonin, have unique abilities and are well known in the ninja world, are generally called S-rank ninjas. They can be ninjas in Ninja Village, or ninjas who travel around the country but are still loyal to the original ninja village such as Jiraiya and Tsunade in the original works. It can also be an S-rank ninja that is highly valued by various countries. For example, the 10 people in the Akatsuki organization are all S-rank ninjas gathered from various ninja villages, and their abilities are even comparable to those of the 5 major villages. Therefore, all ninja villages take precautions against them. Because S-rank ninjas usually possess special abilities, such as blood succession limits or secret art, blood succession elimination or Jinkraki, they are in awe of people and dare not confront them head-on. Therefore, the shadows of the 5 ninja villages must be S-rank ninjas, but the S-rank ninjas may not all be the shadows of the 5 ninja villages. Of course, from the perspective of the Yu-traveler, there is a higher level above the cage level ninja. For example, 6 Paths Pen and the 5 shadows of the past cage level, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the pinnacle of ninja, and even Kaguya Hime, sage of 6 paths, Satsuki Peach style, etc., who have reached the 6 paths level. But that's a story. Now before you, there is a great moat from Jonin to cage level that an ordinary ninja cannot cross in his lifetime. The road to cultivation is a long way to go. In Konoha Shinobi village, the lively streets are beginning to shine. After healed all the injured ninjas, Yuryui and Yakushi Nanoyu and the others ate something together, and then dragged a somewhat exhausted body to his new home in Konoha. Feather. Suddenly a beautiful figure appeared in front of you with the sound of surprise. Xian. She has long beautiful purple hair, fair skin like jade, and she has a graceful figure. Who is it if it's not Mao Yuxian? More than a year passed, and the 10-year-old Yuxian became even more graceful. I haven't seen you for a long time. You didn't come for my graduation exam the other day. Looking at the feathers in front of me, which were a little taller than last year, and looked more handsome, Mao Yuxian's tone unconsciously brought a hint of resentment. Ahem, no way. The most difficult to accept the grace of beauty, feeling the faint gaze of Ozuki Xian before me, I saw you coughing a little embarrassingly. I have been busy with the medical class some time ago, as well as the practice of teacher Sarutobi. You lied to you. I didn't really blame you. But before you could finish explaining, Mao Yuxian interrupted him and spit out her naughty tongue at him. Speaking of, I haven't congratulated you on your promotion to Special Jainin. Walking by Yu's side affectionately, I saw Uzuki Xi's eyes with star-like brilliance, 7-year-old Special Jainin, and also became the disciple of Lord Third Hokage. You, as expected, who you are. What a genius who can't be. But I'm far behind, just graduated from ninja school. Speaking of this, I saw Mao Yuxian's eyes dimmed slightly. With his enchanting talent, Yu became Konoha's Special Jainin at the age of 6, and he also became a disciple of Third Hokage, legendary Sunin's little apprentice. The huge change in identity and status made this young girl who had just begun to feel an unreal sense of distance. Chuchen's appearance, perfect talent, and special status, everything seems to be so unreal for the teenager she admired. Boom! The crisp sound, as well as the slight pain on the forehead, instantly pulled back Yu Yuxian's scattered thoughts. What are you thinking about? As if seeing the girl's thoughts, Yu was so angry and funny, she couldn't help but snap her fingers on her forehead. Graduated from the ninja school at the age of 10, and the heroines don't let the eyebrows be shaved. Xian is also an excellent ninja, okay? This is the truth. In the original book, you can become Anbu's Special Jainin at such a young age. Uzuki Yuga's ninja aptitude is also the best choice among Konoha's many ninjas. It hurts. Touching her red forehead, Mao Yuxian's face returned to smile. Obviously, Yu's nickname for her had all the worries in the girl's heart disappeared. But then again, you are the disciple of Lord Third Generation, and Anko has become the disciple of Lord Orochimaru. The two of them walked together in the endless stream of people, watching the occasional slapstick children passing by the street, and admiring the shops surrounded by people. While talking, Uzuki Yuin seemed to think of something suddenly, and the pretty-faced Jainin couldn't help but smile. Looking at it like this. Does she have to call you Uncle Yu or Senior according to seniority? Look, according to Anko's character, she will definitely go crazy. Chapter 64. Anko? Hearing Uzuki Yuga's words, thinking of Mitarashi Anko's desperate look, Yu couldn't help but smile. But is that little girl Anko still Orochimaru's apprentice after all? But thinking of the Orochimaru I met today, compared to the huge gap in momentum, Yu still inevitably gave birth to a trace of haze. It is true that Yu possesses the ability of string fruit, and has not fallen behind in the cultivation of the power system of the Hokage world. He has the ability to fight Jainin at such a young age. In the eyes of anyone, he is a genius ninja with unlimited future. But in Yu's opinion, so what? Are there still few geniuses in the Hokage world? How many people can survive the final ninja world war and survive? Unlike other animations, the power system of the Hokage world will have a discontinuous growth in the later period. In the early stage, perhaps Jainin and Kage-level ninjas will be a powerful force that cannot be ignored. But in the later stage, in front of the 6 paths level boss, what is the difference between Kage level and a slightly stronger ordinary person? Throughout the entire original work, only Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the two sons of Sage of 6 Paths, can completely ignore the logic and forcibly open the game, inexplicably cross N levels, and directly face opponents at the 6 Paths level. But Yu does not have the so-called protagonist halo, nor does he have a father like Sage of 6 Paths, so Yu will not pin his hopes on these illusory things. And before the final Ninja World War 10 years later, Yu Ying, Super Shadow, Ninja Pinnacle, and 6 Paths need to be crossed with their own strength. The more difficult it is to practice at the lower level, so what about Jainin even if he is 7 years old? Is there really plenty of time left for him? Hey! It's Yue. Walking silently with Yu Zian, a familiar voice came from the street next to him. Guy. Yu put away his thoughts and looked back, and found that Might Guy was waving vigorously at him on the opposite street. Standing next to Guy were Shiranui Genma and Ebisu. I said. You. Ignoring the gaze that you didn't want to be with, I saw Might Guy in a green tights rushing over, staring at Uzuki Zian beside you as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Is this your girlfriend? This is Mao Yu Zian, she is. Feeling that Zian immediately blushed, Yu Zheng wanted to explain. This is so touching. But what made you speechless was that the Might Guy in front of him was moved to tears. Beyond Kakashi's talent. And have such a beautiful girlfriend. Is this youth? This guy? He resisted the urge to kick Might Guy away, and saw that Yu's twitching mouth never stopped. Get away with your youth. And do I have a girlfriend? What the hell are you moving there? That. You. At this time, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu also walked over. We are going to eat barbecue, you also come with your girlfriend. It just so happens that we can also thank you for your life-saving grace in the last mission and celebrate your promotion to Special Jainin by the way. Female, girlfriend. Hearing being called that way again, the temperature of Xian's cheeks kept rising, and it seemed that she was about to be in shock. Are you going to Xian? Looking at the blushing Xian beside her, Yu asked her for her opinion. In that case, then, let's get together. Xi Yan replied with a soft voice, seeing Yu did not speak to explain the relationship between the two, the blush on her face became more alluring. Seeing Xian's promise, Yu took her and Might Guy to the barbecue restaurant with the three of them. Long-term tasks and training have been straining nerves, and today finally ushered in a rare relaxation. Accompanied by the beautiful woman, Yu spent a leisurely barbecue night. Early the next morning, when the sky was still light, Yu was awakened by a knock on the door. Coming. Sleepy Yu walked to the door and opened it, and saw an Anbu ninja standing at the door. Master Yu, Master Hokage, and the three high-level officials would like you to come over. This Anbu ninja directly understood his intentions. Ms. Sarutobi and the three senior leaders? Suddenly called me over early in the morning. Hearing the words brought by Anbu ninja, Yu suddenly became completely drowsy. It would be okay if only the third generation summoned, but now it turns out that third generation and three Konoha executives summoned together, which means that Danzo is also there, and the very quick response Yuma sniffed out that this summon was not easy. Please wait a moment, I'll be here soon. Feather did not neglect, after a simple wash, put on a black ninja sweater, and directly followed Anbu ninja to the Hokage office building. 5 minutes later, Hokage's office. The Anbu ninja in front of Yu knocked on the office door. Come in. There was a familiar voice from third generation. Hokage-sama, brought here by Yakushi Yu. Okay, you go down first. After entering Hokage's office. Sure enough, Yu saw that in addition to third generation, the other three Konoha high-rises Danzo, Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura were also there. This made Yu secretly wary in his heart. It seems that things are not that simple. You have come to Yu, sit down. Third generation paid special attention to Yu as always, and asked Yu to sit down directly when he saw Yu come in. No need, Lord Hokage. The three high-level Konoha adults are there, so there is no place for me to sit. Seeing that today's call is extraordinary, Yu directly declined. There is a degree of advancement and retreat. Sarutobi, it seems that your newly recruited disciple is not only outstandingly talented, but Yu's advancing and retreating words and demeanor caused a round of praise from Mitokado Homura present. Wearing a pair of glasses, his age is about the same as third generation, and he looks no different from an ordinary old man, just a bit more prestigious. Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu, like Danzo, were both teammates of third generation when they were young, and they are now the chief executive of the Ministry of Administration that assists Hokage in managing Konoha's government affairs. It is equivalent to the elders in the village. One is to assist Hokage's work to give some correct opinions, and the other is to serve as a bridge between the country of fire and Konoha, conveying the country's information, and accepting the financial expenditure allocated to the village by the country. Xiang Daming responded to some of the situation in the village. Are you Yakushi Yu? You can often hear your genius deeds in the village recently. Similarly, Udan Koharu was also looking at the white-haired boy with a handsome temperament and decent speech before him, and nodded in satisfaction. The appearance and behavior are impeccable. It seems that Sarutobi has another good disciple. Chapter 65. The two consultants have praised. Hearing the praises of Mitokado Homura and Udan Koharu, I saw that Yu was neither humble nor overbearing, and there was no emotion on his calm face. At the same time, Yu also secretly observed Danzo, who was sitting silently in the corner. Since becoming a disciple of third generation, Danzo and Gen's people have never troubled him again. Yu can't help wondering if the old fox has given up the idea of soliciting himself. Ahem. At this time, third generation coughed lightly, attracting the attention of everyone present. Yu, today we called you over, because there is a very special task for you. Special task? Really? Hearing this, Yu's eyes flashed, knowing that the focus of this summoning was coming. Some time ago, those who passed the Konoha shinobi's bloody battle on the front line. The Ninja World War finally has a beneficial result for our village. After organizing the language a little bit, I saw third generation speak directly. Sand Shinobi is defeated, and their fourth Kazekage has agreed to our agreement. Was Sand Shinobi defeated? Hearing what third generation said, Yu was unmoved. As a traverser, he actually knows the direction of this war better than third generation. Konoha's vitality was severely injured in this war, and it had an even greater impact on Sand Shinobi. During the Third Ninja War, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind was defeated at the ninja village in Sand Shinobi, and the village's investment was greatly reduced, and the task was handed over instead. Give Konoha, forcing Sand Shinobi village to embark on the path of elitist cultivation, and deepen the conflict between the two shinobi villages that originally had a gap. The birth of one-tail Jinkriki Gaara in the original book is a product that appeared under this special background. But our two villages have fought for many years, and we have been grieving for a long time. This time Sand Shinobi's agreement to negotiate terms and conditions is also likely to be a strategy adopted to paralyze us. Danzo, who was sitting next to him without speaking, suddenly took the topic of third generation. His left eye was deeply focused on Yu in front of him, and he whispered, "And you, Yakushi Yu, are not only Sarutobi's disciple, and he is also the adopted son of Yakushi Nanoyu. Yakushi Nanoyu was once the best espionage ninja under me. You are her child, you should have inherited her espionage talent. Reliable intelligence is sometimes more lethal than powerful ninjutsu and weapons. So for this mission, we hope that you can sneak into Sand Shinobi as a spy to investigate whether the information about Sand Shinobi's peace talks is true." When the spy sneaked into Sand Shinobi. After listening to Danzo's words, Yu suddenly shrank her pupils. What is Sand Shinobi? Wind Country Sand Shinobi Ninja Village. That's one of the 5 great shinobu villages. Infiltrating into such a Longtan tiger's lair single-handedly, I believe that no matter which ninja it is a mission of a lifetime of 9 deaths. But if it's Sand Shinobi, maybe I can find the thing I want, but it's not necessarily. Thinking of this, Yu's retreating mind suddenly became firm. Yes. I won't let Master Hokage and the 3 senior leaders down. Almost without hesitation, Yu directly accepted this extremely dangerous mission. Very well, get ready, you will leave tomorrow. Seeing Yu accept the task without hesitation, the 3 Konoha executives present nodded in satisfaction. Ninjas who can immediately accept such dangerous missions are rare even in Konoha. Yu, the difficulty of this mission is S grade. At your age, this may be too harsh for you. Only third generation, at this time, looked at you with a little worry, and the expression on his face was a little struggling, but considering that you are a medical ninja, you also have excellent combat abilities. An age can be used as a good disguise, so. If it were not for the conditions that other ninjas on you could not replace, the dangerous mission of sneaking into the enemy ninja village, third generation would never risk letting a promising young ninja like you perform it. Don't worry, Mrs. Sarutobi. In other words, it's a disciple you like, believe in my ability. However, how did third generation know Yu's thoughts, only to see Yu Chong blinking lightly at him, and then instantly disappeared in place. What a quick instant technique! Seeing the speed at which Yu was leaving, the two Konoha senior consultants couldn't help but sigh again. Although Yu only used the ordinary instantaneous technique, the ordinary Anbu ninja could not disappear without a trace like him. Hey! Has this kid grown up again? Seeing Yu's strength inadvertently, Danzo snorted and his eyes were cold again. But Sand Shinobi is not an amusement park. If your genius disciple dies unfortunately this time, don't resent us then, Sarutobi. The next day, the country of wind. Sand Shinobi Ninja Village, the huge conference hall is falling into a suppressed silence. Master Feng Ying. Are we really going to surrender to Konoha? Finally, a Sand Shinobi Jainin couldn't help it anymore, and his expression broke the silence with excitement. Please pay attention to your words. Master Feng Ying naturally has his decision in consideration. Seeing this ninja's roar, Beiki, who was standing next to 4th Kazekage, immediately yelled at him. Although he is only 17 years old, the talented Beiki is already Sand Shinobi's Jainin. By now. Do we have any other better way? Facing this ninja's question, 4th Kazekage Luosha frowned deeply. Facing the defeat, facing the village and the country, Luosha also felt deeply unwilling to feel the tremendous pressure. Konoha's strength is stronger than ours. After we were defeated, Daimyo continued to cut funding, so that the village's combat power continued to decline. For today's plan, an alliance with Konoha is the only way out. If Sasori of the Red Sand does not leave. If 3rd Kazekage is not missing. The ending of this war, will it be different? Looking at Cho, who was sitting next to him with no expression, as if he had fallen asleep, 4th Kazekage Luo Shaxinjin asked silently. Well, that's the end of the matter, there is no retreat except for the alliance between Yahi and Konoha. However, at this moment, Cho, who seemed to have fallen asleep next to him, suddenly spoke, and made a final decision, but Sand Shinobi's ninja will not be defeated because of this. Now that the daimyo cuts the budget, then we are committed to cultivating a small number of elite ninjas in the village. Continue to maintain the status of Sand Shinobi's 5 major ninja villages. Damn it! Sand Shinobi's ninjas were not reconciled, but they had no room for refusal in the face of the decision jointly made by 4th Kazekage and Cho. But no one knows. Taking advantage of the fatigue of Sand Shinobi's defeat, a young man with a special purpose has stepped into the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. Chapter 66. The land of the Kingdom of Wind is an endless desert, full of wind and sand all year round. But the lack of food and water, and the harsh environment here have created a group of tough ninjas. There is Sand Shinobi. It was noon, and the sky was scorching hot. But at this time, a white-haired boy appeared several hundred meters above Sand Shinobi Ninja Village. Stepping on a thin thread that is almost imperceptible to the naked eye, he actually tied the tangible and innocent clouds in the sky, walking on the ground like a high altitude. Tenten is pretty good today. It's so cloudy, it just created the sky for me. Using sky's path to walk and jump constantly in the sky, you finally saw the center of the desert far below her feet. As if entrenched in a village formed by countless yellow mud buildings. It is the Sand Shinobi Ninja Village, one of the 5 largest ninja villages in the ninja world. Hokage's world is not big, and it took a day to drive with all his strength, and the Dusty Yu finally entered the boundary of Sand Shinobi Ninja Village. If you get closer, you will definitely be found. Landing in an open manner is no different from looking for death. Noting the reflections from the Sand Shinobi Ninja Village in the extreme distance from time to time, you knew that it was Sand Shinobi's scout ninja who was using the lookout to guard the guard. It seems I can only find a chance to get in. As he was thinking and meditating, the battle of a group of ninjas in the desert at his feet attracted Yu's eyes. Yes. Let's find them as a breakthrough. After seeing the situation under her feet clearly, Yu's eyes lit up, stepping on the thin transparent and invisible line under her feet, and quickly landed into the desert. Using string fruit's ability to walk and jump in the sky is certainly a very convenient and unrestrained thing. But if you are not proficient in the control, there is a risk of falling and death, and in the absence of clouds, you can't move in the sky. Go to hell. You Sand Shinobi. Two groups of ninjas are fighting in the desert. I saw a ninja wearing Rain Shinobi Village Forward Protector on his head, shooting out countless sharp chibans at Sand Shinobi in front of him. Wind-style great breakthrough. Facing Rain Shinobi's dying struggle, I saw Sand Shinobi Chnin's hands nodding, and a fierce whirlwind expelled from his mouth, blowing out all the Qianben in front of him. Hey! Sand Shinobi was defeated, yes. But you Rain Shinobi spies want to take the opportunity to get in, first ask me if Anazo can answer. After using the expert wind-style ninjutsu to fly all the Rain Shinobi in front of him, Sand Shinobi Chnin gave a smirk on the face of the ghost. In addition to the ghosts, there are 3 Sand Shinobi Chnin nearby, all of whom are guards at the entrance of Sand Shinobi Ninja Village. Today, the group of spy ninjas disguised by Rain Shinobi wanted to get in. Sand Shinobi was spotted by a few of them, so they intercepted and fought outside the village. Cough haha, the reaction is really slow. You have been fooled. However, after being knocked down to the ground, the head of Rain Shinobi showed a mocking smile on his face. Oops! Perceiving the different color on Rain Shinobi's face, Sand Shinobi Chnin was surprised, but it was too late to react. Boom boom boom! Including him, all 4 Sand Shinobi Chnin present fell to the ground. This is, you actually spread the poison into the air. The whole body was paralyzed and weak, staring at the headed Rain Shinobi, and saw that the ghost who fell on the ground was full of unwillingness. Are you going to pull the 4 of us to die together? Damn it! It's still too careless. Ha 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 ha. Since the incident was revealed, we never thought about going back alive. Seeing Sand Shinobi's unwilling kid, I saw the leader Rain Shinobi with a bleak but determined smile. If Sand Shinobi is caught and tortured by you, I think it's better to die like that. You don't have to struggle anymore. This is the poison given to us by Hanzo-sama before you set off. Follow us in the funeral. Ha 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 ha. The poison of Hands of the Salamander? Hearing that, the faces of the 4 Sand Shinobi ninjas of Diazu were all dead ashes. Hands of the Salamander, the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, is a ninja regarded as the apex of the ninja world and is known as a demigod. If it were his poison, it seemed impossible for them to see the sun tomorrow. Boom! But at this moment, a thin line exploded like a bullet, directly piercing the head of Chief Rain Shinobi in front of him, and blood mixed with his brain into the sand. This is... Seeing this sudden change, all the 4 Sand Shinobi ninjas present were stunned. My name is Yu, and Master Cho sent me over. You are poisoned, don't talk yet. Along with the childish voice, a young man appeared in front of the 4 of them. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a green chakra light group bloomed to treat them. Did Master Cho send over? Hearing the words of the strange boy in front of him, Sand Shinobi's eyes narrowed slightly, but his eyes were quickly attracted by Yu's superb medical ninjutsu. I saw that the hands of the feathers covering the green chakra light group were directly inserted into his body without hindrance, and the poison inhaled in the body was directly taken out. Okay, so amazing medical ninjutsu, thank you so much. Seeing the unfamiliar white-haired boy in front of him healed all four of them in a blink of an eye and pulled them back from the brink of death, and saw Sand Shinobi's ghost hiding his words and thanking him. Suffering extraction technique, a B-level medical ninjutsu that can see the root of toxins and pathogens harmful to the human body based on chakra, who perceives the chaos in the body, and remove them. You are welcome. Everyone is a ninja from the same village, so they should. Facing Gizo's thanks, Yu showed a friendly smile. Crack. But at this time, a sharp kunai was placed directly on his neck. Ninja from the same village. Hey, do you think I'm an idiot? After using Kumu to hold Yu's neck, I saw a trace of mockery on Sand Shinobi's face. There is such a strong medical ninjutsu at such a young age. Wouldn't I have heard of it if it was a ninja from the same village? Ah, it's really kind of revenge. Suddenly, Sand Shinobi's ghost hides his hand, but the expression on Yu's face remains unchanged. Instead, she shrugs helplessly. You don't believe me and there is nothing you can do. But I am indeed Sand Shinobi's ninja. I was sent by Cho-sama. Ghost, could we be mistaken? How can there be such a young spy? Seeing the calm expression on Yu's face, the other three Sand Shinobi present at the scene suddenly hesitated and looked at Oni Zhang and said, what if the Cho-sama really sent us to support us? Besides, he just saved him. Us. Humph, whether it's or not, you'll know if you take him back. You too sealed his chakra, no matter how strong this kid is, he can't escape. After speaking, the three Sand Shinobi tied Yu, temporarily sealed chakra on Yu with the sealed ninja, and led him to the direction of Sand Shinobi Ninja Village. Chapter 67. Sand Shinobi Ninja Village, Fengying Office Building. This is the most central building in Sunagakure, with an earthy yellow exterior. It is not only the high-level administrative center of Hokage and Sand Shinobi, but also the storage place of all the ninjutsu and information of Sand Shinobi. Master Feng Ying, Master Cho. This kid was caught outside the village just now. He said he was a ninja sent by his Cho-sama to support us. After escorting Yu into the Feng Ying office building, Sand Shinobi directly reported to 4th Kazekage and Cho. The ninja I sent out. No, I haven't seen this kid. Hearing this, Kyande was slightly astonished, and immediately reacted. His old and wise eyes stared at the tied Yu in front of him. Boy, which village did you send from? We. However, it was Yu Hippie's smiling face that answered Cho. Hey, your kid really is a spy from another village, so I can see through it in time. Hearing Chiyo's words, I saw Sand Shinobi Onizu looking at Yu with a grinning smile. Don't you say it? It doesn't matter. Sand Shinobi's torture department has some ways to make you speak. I was seen through. Faced with the threat of Sand Shinobi's ghost, Yu, who was tied up all over his body, was unmoved. Instead, he smiled helplessly. There was a hint of dangerous sharpness in his amber eyes. I want to force me to make this bad decision. Careful. Sensitively aware of the sharp brilliance in Yu's eyes, Cho, who was the most experienced in combat, was the first to react. Monochrome line. But it was too late. An extremely sharp thin line cut through the air, and Yu directly cut Sand Shinobi next to her waist into two parts. Protect Hokage-sama and Cho-sama. Seeing the sudden change in front of me, all the Sand Shinobi ninjas around immediately reflexed, and immediately surrounded 4th Kazekage Luasha and Cho. Anyway, using String Fruit's ability to instantly cut through the ropes and sealing ninjas on her body, Yu ignoring all the surrounding Sand Shinobi, and calmly said to the ghost who turned into a corpse at her feet, "Thank you for putting it. I successfully brought in Sand Shinobi. Apart from chakra, are there other methods of warfare?" A large number of Sand Shinobi ninjas swarmed into the huge room for a while, staring at Yu, who was surrounded by so many people, who was still unchanging. Saw Cho speak with great interest and asked, "What a funny kid, you call what name?" It deserves to be the shinobi flower that Sand Shinobi has buried for many years and has never decayed. It seems that no matter what kind of situation changes will not move you, Master Cho. However, you did not answer Chiyo's question head-on, and activated String Fruit's ability, kicked out 8 nearly transparent thin silk threads fiercely under his feet, and swept away the 3 ninjas surrounded by him. But the purpose of my coming today is not to assassinate you and Master Feng Ying. While talking, I saw that Yu's right hand became claws, and the 5 color strings that suddenly swung out directly cut the 2 Sand Shinobi's bodies that rushed up in front, and the blood soaked the floor under his feet. This is the truth, no matter how naive he is, he will not be so arrogant that he can successfully assassinate 4th Kazekage and Cho in the center of Sand Shinobi Ninja Village alone. 4th Kazekage Luo Sha, although he was assassinated by Orochimaru and died silently on the side of the road in the original book, it looks very useless, but in fact it is indeed an out-and-out cage-level ninja. And Cho, not to mention, is the grandmother of Sasori of Akasha, one of the best puppet masters in the Hokage world, who summoned the masterpiece of the puppet master's ancestor, Monzaemon, who even possessed one of them. The ability of the city. 2 cage levels at the scene, plus all the elite ninjas from the entire Sand Shinobi Ninja Village, it was almost the same for Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara. Be careful everyone. This kid is a bit tricky. Seeing that the feather in front of me killed so many ninjas in an instant, the one nearby Sand Shinobi was shocked and angry, and reminded everyone loudly. Oh? Isn't it for assassination? Hearing Yu's words, Cho looked silently at the white-haired boy who was besieged by countless Sand Shinobi ninjas in front of him. Then what is the purpose of sneaking into Sand Shinobi regardless of your life? Use the line to fight. But looking at the astonishing fighting power erupting in front of Yu, Cho still showed a strange color on his face. It's a unique ability. I didn't expect to catch a ninja with the blood limit today. Hey, it's too early to say this. Listening to the words of Cho next to him, I saw a hint of playfulness at the corner of Yu's mouth. Speaking of the bullet string launched at high speed from his finger, it exploded another Sand Shinobi's head. Let's talk about it when you can really catch me. This kid. Could it be that he thought he could escape from here? Feeling the confidence in Yu's words, Cho was stunned. There are 2 cage-level ninjas, she and 4th Kazekage Rasha, and there are so many Sand Shinobi elites. Does this white-haired kid really think he still has room to struggle to escape? Enough. It's so ugly. At this time, a deep voice rang out, and it was 4th Kazekage Luasha standing next to him. Seeing that so many Sand Shinobi elites were present, it was not even possible for a 7 or 8-year-old boy to be able to hold down a 7 or 8-year-old boy. Luo Sha finally felt that the face on his face couldn't hold back. This is Feng Ying's meeting room. What a decent chaos. Magnet-style Sans Shuriken. As soon as the voice fell, 4th Kazekage Luo Sha shot directly. Large expanses of golden sand gushed out of the air, and in a blink of an eye, countless sharp shurikens were formed, and they shot at the feathers that were fighting a group of Sand Shinobi in front of them. Magnet style is the secret blood limit of Sand Shinobi. The magnetic force in chakra is used to control the denser placer gold. 4th Kazekage Luasha can even use magnet style to suppress the runaway one-tail Shao crane, which shows the power. Line not shield. Feng Ying's shot is no trivial matter. Feeling the powerful ninjutsu used by 4th Kazekage Luasha, Yu stretched his hand forward and released countless thin lines to instantly form an unbreakable defensive shield. Ding! 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 The astonishingly powerful Jinsha Shuriken exploded on the knotted shield in front of Yu, and suddenly bursts of crisp metal crashing sound. Thread knot shield. This is a protective shield made of special texture threads made by feather, strong enough to block most physical attacks. Since you still want to fight stubbornly, then just kill Yu directly. Seeing Yu actually blocking his ninjutsu in front of him, 4th Kazekage Luasha's face felt even more embarrassed, and the killing intent burst into his eyes. Magnet-style Jinsha waves. The cage-level ninja shot angrily, and saw a large amount of dust pouring up from the entire Fengying meeting room, like a huge rolling wave that surrounded Yu from all directions. Hey! I'm ashamed of Gaara's father, he is a cage-level character after all. Facing the huge wave of sand gold that was surging back from 80,000 in all directions, Yu had no room to escape, and was directly wrapped in it. Jainin couldn't help showing a look of helplessness on his face. Can't use all abilities like the main body, it's not an opponent at all. Ontology? What's the meaning? Hearing the words spoken by Yu before his death, Luo Sha, Cho, and Sand Shinobi who were present were all taken aback. Could it be, this kid? Especially 4th Kazekage Luosha. Just as the spikes made of gold dust pierced Yu's body, the expression on his face suddenly changed. Chapter 68. String. It's actually a line again. Looking at the feather that was killed by 4th Kazekage Rasha in front of him, the corpse gradually became a tangled thread. Sand Shinobi was present, with wonderful expressions on his face. Clone technique? There is no flaw at all. Looking at the feather that turned into a ball of thread on the ground, 4th Kazekage Luosha couldn't help but be stunned. No, this is more like a doll made with thread. Able to speak and fight. It seems to be no different from a real ninja. At this time, Cho, who was standing next to him, spoke, and the eyes of the old and wise eyes flickered, and the abilities that Yu had just demonstrated made her very interested. The body can create lines to fight. If Sand Shinobi's puppet master can also have this ability, what will happen? Oops! Thinking of this, Chide exclaimed suddenly. What's wrong? Seeing Cho seemed to think of something suddenly, 4th Kazekage Rosa frowned. Hurry up to the Tibetan Yuan. This kid's goal is not us at all. After speaking, Cho was the first to rush out of the Fengying meeting room. Tibetan scroll place? 4th Kazekage Luosha's face suddenly changed. This is where Sand Shinobi collects all the secret art scrolls and important materials. At the same time, Sand Shinobi Ninja Village, Hidden Scrolls. This originally heavily guarded forbidden area, at this moment, there are several Sand Shinobi guard corpses lying all over the door, without a trace of wounds on their bodies, the feathers that have successfully sneaked and used chakra scalpel to directly wipe their necks. So many scrolls. Where is that thing placed? In the hidden scroll house where the candles are lit, all the ninjutsu and mystery materials of the Sand Shinobi Ninja Village are densely stored. Yu was walking slowly in it, looking around the bookshelf to search for what she was looking for. Although using the line clone to divert Sand Shinobi's attention. But we have to hurry up. If you get caught, you will definitely die. After searching for a long time, but did not find what he was looking for, feeling the movement from the Fengying building not far away, Yu's footsteps began to rush. Shadow Knight String. Yu prefers to call this trick a line clone. Twist the thin silk thread made by itself in midair and combine it tightly to create an avatar made of thread. The appearance of the line puppet is exactly the same as the capable person himself, just like his own clone or clone. The capable person can freely manipulate the doll to use any of his own moves, and the doll can even speak under manipulation. You can use yourself and the doll to flanking each other, or make the puppet a stand-in doll to prevent the deity from being attacked. And because the line-handling puppet is made of lines, it won't get hurt, even if its head is cut off, it will be fine. It is a far more perfect clone than most clone techniques in this world. However, if the puppet is attacked or fatally wounded, the capable person in the distance will not be able to control it again, and can only be controlled by approaching the puppet again. That's right, you just used Sand Shinobi to hide a few of them and successfully sneaked into the center of Sand Shinobi Ninja Village. Taking advantage of their careless mind when they saw that they were blocked by chakra, they released their avatars to go to the Fengying building for interrogation on their behalf, and by the way created chaos to attract all Sand Shinobi's attention. And Yu's body sneaked into the Tibetan archives at this time when the guards were the weakest, a seamless infiltration plan and adjusting the tiger away from the mountain. This is, Found it. Just when you had begun to hear the footsteps coming from outside the Tibetan house, he finally found the two things he was looking for. One is the book of puppets placed in the deepest part of the hidden scroll, and the other is the mysterious red scroll hidden behind the scrolls of puppetry. That kid really is here. Don't let him run. Catch him quickly. But at this time, a large number of Sand Shinobi had poured into the Tibetan scroll house, and the entire Tibetan scroll house was surrounded by water. The feathers with 2 scrolls were found inside. The book of puppets? There is another one. Hurry up and stop him. Cho and 4th Kazekage Luasha also entered the Tibetan scrolls at this time. After seeing the 2 scrolls in Yu's hand, their expressions suddenly changed. Puppetry fighting. When the voice fell, Cho, who was older than 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, shot instantly. The 5 fingers flicked flexibly, immediately releasing 5 blue chakra lines, manipulating 5 sharp kunao to stab the feathers not far away. Chidori Star Break. However, at this time, the sound of thousands of birds singing in unison sounded out of thin air. A bluish-white lightning flashed from the dim hidden scroll in front of everyone, and Yu, who had been prepared, instantly released 1,000 birds and threw it out fiercely. Sizzle. Boom. In the shocked gaze of a group of Sand Shinobi, the huge wall of the Tibetan scroll in front of them was first surrounded by electric light, and then suddenly exploded. He was directly knocked out of a big circle by Yu's move. Not only that, but also the Sand Shinobi who were surrounded by them. They were stunned. Oops. Hurry up and stop him. Can't let him go. Seeing that Yu had managed to break through so many Sand Shinobi urns to catch turtles, Cho and 4th Kazekage Rosa directly caught up with them and acted swiftly. Have you caught up so soon? But it's too late. It seems that God is also on my side today. The Yu who had broken through and rushed out of Zhangwan didn't get entangled with Sand Shinobi who rushed around. Looking at the particularly clear blue sky and white clouds in the sky, he saw that he directly used sky's path without hesitation. The invisible and transparent thin thread bound the clouds in the sky, and stepped on the void and jumped up into the sky above Sand Shinobi Ninja Village. That kid can fly. Seeing the feathers jumping high above the head quickly, Sand Shinobi, who was surrounded by countless feet, was dumbfounded. Don't be silly. Hit that kid down. Immediately notify the pursuit troops. 4th Kazekage Luasha, who had arrived in time with Cho, reacted extremely quickly and gave the order at the first time. By the way, he shot countless Jinsha shurikens at the feather burst that was constantly fleeing high in the sky. Cut. It's really lingering. After all, it is Sand Shinobi, one of the 5 largest ninja villages. Even if he took advantage of the high altitude to leave, Yu dodged from the left and right, but was still wounded by 4th Kazekage's sand shuriken. Not only that, but saw countless shurikens under his feet mixed with detonating charms chasing. Even if he uses a thread knot shield, it is difficult to completely resist. In this case, then give you a gift before leaving. The pain from her body made Yu gritted her teeth a little bit fiercely, and suddenly activated the chakra in her body. There was a divine hidden rays nan emitting blue light on her right hand for an instant. Wow! After injecting the chakra with water properties, rays nan, the god hidden in Yu's hand, suddenly formed a high-pressure spiral water gun that kept roaring. Chapter 69. Water-style hard whirlpool water blade. Although it is particularly difficult to use water style in places like Sand Shinobi where there are deserts all around. But under Yu's full shot, the high-pressure water gun condensed in his hand still exudes an astonishing momentum. That's water style. Seeing that Yu, who was far away in the sky, used the water style in the desert, and the ultimate water style of the S-class profound meaning level, the expression on Chiyo's face was stunned. The nature and form of chakra have reached that level. Where is that kid sacred? Even though the two sides are separated by a distance of more than 100 meters, all Sand Shinobi present can clearly feel the sound of the waterfall flowing from overhead. Not good. All spread out. Perceiving this amazing ninjutsu in Yu's hand, at this moment, the expression on 4th Kazekage Luasha's face changed wildly, and Sand Shinobi immediately dispelled the surrounding Sand Shinobi. Earth-style Turyu wall. At the same time, both hands immediately formed a seal and pressed hard on the ground. The earth kept shaking, and in a blink of an eye a row of huge earth walls rose high. In addition to magnet style, Luo Sha is also a superb earth-style ninja, using earth style to restrain water style, which is an unchanging truth in the ninja world. Boom! But in the next second, the high-pressure water gun in Yu's hand was thrown out. Suddenly disappeared midway, after passing through the huge earth wall made by 4th Kazekage Luasha, it reappeared out of thin air, and it was enlarged into tens of meters like a majestic waterspout that connects heaven and earth. Sand Shinobi in the room only felt a rumbling in his ears, then a pain in his body, and then immediately lost consciousness. Using this level of water style in the desert. Damn, we must find out who that kid is. Looking at the majestic and raging waterspout, a group of Sand Shinobi ninjas and the surrounding buildings were all sucked in and twisted into pieces. Suffering such a huge loss for no reason, 4th Kazekage Luo Sha's somber gaze was almost dripping with water. Escape, escaped. Facing Fukage-sama and Cho-sama, there are so many Sand Shinobi elites. The dust fell, looking at Tsunagakurko, whose corpses were all over the field and destroyed, and looking at the vanished feathers above the sky, I saw the young Sand Shinobi Jainin Baki whisper in shock, when did such a guy appear in the ninja world? Baki! Go ahead and arrange the pursuit troops. At this time, 4th Kazekage, who was gloomy, gave an order in a deep voice, even if you dig the ground, you must find that kid for me. Never let him leave the scope of the Kingdom of Wind with those two things. Yes. Knowing that the matter was urgent, Baki responded with a deep voice, and then his figure disappeared in a flash. Be sure to chase it back. That kid took away not only the book of puppets. Seeing Baki leaving, I saw Cho standing behind Luasha muttering to herself. Some of the absent eyes showed that she was not at peace at the moment. There is also a scroll about that taboo secret technique. 3 days later, the border between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Sichuan. The clear sky was as blue as washing, and there was no cloud in the sky. Yu was sitting in a dense forest taking a nap, using medical ninjutsu to heal his wounds by the way. Sent so many ninjas to chase me. It seems that I really made Sand Shinobi annoyed this time. A green chakra bloomed on his hand, all the large and small wounds on his body had recovered as before, and a wry smile appeared on Yu's face. After escaping from Sand Shinobi Ninja Village, Sand Shinobi immediately dispatched a large number of elite ninjas to form a pursuit force to hunt him down. It just so happened that the border between the country of Wind and the country of Sichuan was blue by the wind all the year round, and there were few clouds in the sky, so Yu had no choice but to rush back to Konoha by land. But successfully got these two things, everything is worth it. After he treated himself, he took the 2 scrolls in his arms, and Yu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Scorch style over steaming. However, at this time, the sudden sound from the gloomy jungle made Yu's muscles tighten and instantly became vigilant. Boom! A large group of dimly colored fireballs illuminated the entire forest. With the violent explosion, the entire ground where Yu was before was blasted out of a huge crater. Not only that, all the surrounding trees were drained by the huge fireball and turned into flying ashes. Hey! Observation and reaction are very keen. But you can't escape. If you know what you took from us, Sand Shinobi will return obediently. An unfamiliar voice sounded in the jungle, and only a tall and burly Sand Shinobi walked out of the shadow beside him. In addition, there were more than a dozen other Sand Shinobi who slowly surrounded them. It was the assassination pursuit unit sent by Sand Shinobi. Oh? Give it back to you. Then you Sand Shinobi will let me go. Seeing the appearance of a dozen Sand Shinobi, I saw Yu standing in the air above their heads for some time. Stepping on an invisible and transparent thin thread, with a mocking look on his face, he looked at the group of Sand Shinobi under his feet. Scorch style. What is the relationship between this guy and Sand Shinobi's Yakura? At the same time, looking at the tall Sand Shinobi headed by her feet, Yu secretly warned. Scorch style is the blood inheritance bounded by the combination of the wind attribute and the fire attribute chakra nature transformation, which is more powerful than ordinary fire style ninjutsu. If you didn't avoid the huge fireball just now, it must have evaporated all the water in the body and turned into a mummy. Let you go. Ha 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 ha, what a naive kid. Hearing Yu's words, I saw the tall Scorch-style ninja Yezhang burst out laughing. His stubborn face was full of ferociousness, infiltrating Sand Shinobi, assassinating Feng Ying and the elder advisor, stealing Sand Shinobi's secrets, so many felony, do you think we will let you go? Hehe, then you still say a fart. Although he knew it was so, but hearing what Sand Shinobi Yezhang said at his feet, Yu couldn't help turning a Byakugan over, taunting him mercilessly. Hey, really a sharp-toothed kid. Wait for me to catch you and turn you into a corpse, I see how hard your mouth is. Being ridiculed by the 7 or 8-year-old kid in front of him, a red light flashed in Yezhang's hideous eyes, and his hands began to seal. Scorch style again. Seeing Yezhang Jian at his feet, Yu standing in midair suddenly felt tight, and subconsciously raised his right hand, trying to grab the ability to activate string fruit before his opponent. Wow! But at this time, a sharp and violent breaking sound came from behind him, causing the hairs of Yu's body to explode. I saw that he conditioned his right hand into a claw, turned around and swung out the extremely sharp 5-color strings. Clang! The crisp metal crash sounded. I saw the sneak-attacking ninja raising 2 huge square shurikens in his hands, which could withstand Yu's turn around. So that's it, are all the ninjas below our decoys? After successfully blocking the sneak attack from the back of the ninja, Yu suddenly understood the tactics of this group of Sand Shinobi. Chapter 70. Scorch-style Jainin led a dozen Sand Shinobi in a frontal raid, while another Sand Shinobi Jainin deterred and lurked behind. If it weren't for his timely response, he had obviously been ambushed by this group of Sand Shinobi. After all, it is one of the top 5 ninja villages, and Sand Shinobi, known for being an elite ninja, cannot be underestimated. After understanding the tactics of Sand Shinobi's pursuit of the troops, and realizing that he was facing 2 Jainin and a dozen elite Sand Shinobi at the same time, Yu suddenly became vigilant for 12 points. Bang! Bang! Kang! The figures are staggered, and the assaulting Sand Shinobi Jainin uses a ninja to block Yu's 5-color strings. I saw his body tumble in midair flexibly, and fell in front of Yu to perform superb physical skills. The two reunited at once, and they had already collided several times in midair within the time of a breath. Leg shave string. Although he is still young, physique has always been Yu's strength in training. After avoiding the huge square shuriken in Sand Shinobi Jainin's hand, Yu's body suddenly whirled in midair, kicking out 8 almost transparent thin silk threads directly in the air. Boom! Unexpectedly, Yu was able to use string fruit's abilities while performing physical skills. This Sand Shinobi Jainin hurriedly blocked 2 huge square shurikens in front of him, only to feel a strong surge, and the whole person could not stop being blown out. There is such a physical skill at such a young age, and it also perfectly combines the blood inheritance boundary. Boy, which village are you a ninja? His body flew a few meters away, and his back hit a big tree heavily. I saw this Sand Shinobi Jainin spit out a trace of blood, his eyes fixed on the white-haired boy in front of him. Although Yu enjoys the name of genius in Konoha, it has not yet reached the point of being famous in the ninja world. Sand Shinobi, who was at war with Konoha, did know that Konoha's 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted another closed disciple last year, but they may not be able to connect the legendary Hokage disciple with the white-haired boy in front of them. Dead man, is it necessary to know so much? At this moment, Yuki lightly floated on the ground and said calmly. Haha, arrogant kid, you dare to be tough when you die. Everyone here is Sand Shinobi's assassination elite. I want to see who will die. Seeing you falling to the ground from mid-air, Scorch-style ninja Yazang immediately surrounded a dozen Sand Shinobi elites around him. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the furious 4th Kazekage Luasha has already given the order to die, and today they will kill you or take it back anyway. Illusory technique, darkness technique. The battle was on the verge. Facing the 2 Sand Shinobi Jainin and a dozen Sand Shinobi elites who rushed up around him, Yu had just landed on the ground and his hands had begun to seal quickly. Suddenly, Sand Shinobi's eyes went black, and a large dark environment invisible to the naked eye enveloped them. For an instant, all Sand Shinobi who were present temporarily lost their vision, and there was a panic in their movements. It's illusion. I can't see anything. Sand Shinobi hurriedly shouted. During the battle, the eyes suddenly lost their vision, and it was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything, and it was inevitable that they would be in a hurry. Illusion and darkness technique. This is the super advanced illusion handed down by Konoha first Hokage Senju Hashirama. It is one of the ninjutsu that you learned from 3rd generation in the past year or so. This illusion technique is similar to the Nirvana abode technique used by Yakushi Kabuto in the Chunin exam in the original book. It is an illusion technique that is released to the group at a middle distance. The user creates a dark environment, blocks the opponent's vision, and takes away all light. In the dark world that is like black silk and satin, even the most powerful people will be forced to act and be restrained. Don't panic everyone. Get close to your companions and inject chakra into each other to disrupt the control of the illusion. Worthy of being the Jainin elite of the 5 major ninja villages, Scorch-style ninja Yazang immediately proposed a solution. But Yu's movements were faster than them. When they were performing the illusion technique, Yu's hand had another ninjutsu seal. Lightning-style thousand birds sharp gun. A violent blue-white electric current condensed in Yu's hands, and in a blink of an eye a lightning blade of nearly 10 meters long was formed. With a sudden swing of Yu's arm, while cutting off the surrounding trees, he directly cut the 5 Sand Shinobi elites present next to him in 2. The blood penetrated the forest floor. Damn it! He killed so many people. What a great illusion and lightning style! Finally broke free from Yu's illusion. Seeing that the elite of Sand Shinobi's pursuit unit was killed by feather in a single face, I saw Scorch-style ninja Yazang and another Sand Shinobi Jainin were frightened and angry. Be careful, don't be careless. The ability to escape from Zhang in the presence of Master Feng Ying and Chosama. This kid's strength is definitely not simple. Shen Sheng reminded his companions that Scorch-style ninja Yazang pulled out the giant ninja behind him. Square Shuriken. The moment Yazang's words fell, Sand Shinobi Jainin, who was standing next to him, had already taken action. With a sudden flick of both hands, 2 huge square shurikens cut through the air, and quickly whirled towards the feathers in front of Yu. Zhen. A strand of white hair was cut off by a sharp giant shuriken. Facing Sand Shinobi Jainin's fierce attack, Yu reacted very quickly. His body jumped up in the air, a slight difference between the 2 square shurikens. Go to hell! Kid! A vigorous roar sounded, and I saw that the tall Scorch-style ninja Yazang had rushed in front of Yu, and the giant shinobi sword in his hand was like a door, slashing toward Yu fiercely. 5 color strings. At the moment, Yu raised his hand and struck out 5 invisible sharp thin lines, and directly hit the huge blade that Scorch-style ninja Yazang had chopped off. Kang! The sound of fierce metal collision is endless. Although Yu's body has been transformed by string fruit, no one can match his physical training base at the same age. But the Scorch-style ninja Yazang's tall and burly body occupies an absolute advantage, and he keeps pushing forward with Yu's body. You are fooled. Sand Shinobi's chasing forces are not the only ninja with the blood limit. Staring at the receding Yu in front of him, I saw a successful smile on the rugged face of the Scorch-style ninja Yazang. What? Hearing the words of the Scorch-style ninja Yazang, Yu suddenly felt a strong crisis in his heart. The body was about to react, but at this moment, he was suddenly stunned. This is... At this moment, Yu felt that his senses had become more acute than ever. It seemed that all the movement around the body fell into his five senses. Chapter 71. At this moment, Yu could clearly see. The two huge square shurikens that have just passed by, seemed to be pulled by a strong magnetic force, and they spun back and shoot swiftly toward their back. Magnetic? So that's it. It seems that in order to chase me down, Sand Shinobi has really spent a lot of money this time. After seeing the huge square shuriken flying behind him, Yu suddenly felt in a daze, and glanced at the Sand Shinobi Jainin standing next to him. Not only sent a Scorch-style blood succession ninja, but also a magnet-style blood succession ninja. You guessed right, the Sand Shinobi Jainin who just played against you was a magnet-style blood-skilled ninja. It's just that the way he uses magnet-style is different from 4th Kazekage Rosa. Rosa uses magnet-style chakra to manipulate dust and fight, while Sand Shinobi Jainin uses magnet-style chakra to manipulate metal ninjas to fight. His unique magnetization technique can magnetize what he touches, and it can also transfer what he touches to other objects. Through the physique fight just now, this Sand Shinobi Jainin magnetized Yu's body, so the ninja he launched will accurately hit Yu's body anyway. No one can escape my magnetization technique. Just die obediently, kid. Seeing that Yu was aware of her attack, she saw a confident smile on the corner of the face of the magnet-style ninja Moi standing next to her. No one can escape. Too much to sit and watch the sky, boy. Hearing the confident words of magnet-style ninja Moi, the corners of the feather mouth raised in disdain, and bursts of strong electric currents began to radiate from all over his body. Lightning-style Chidori. The endless and gorgeous violent currents bloomed in the air, and Yu directly released the Chidori current without hesitation. Unleashed lightning style from the whole body? This kid. The Scorch-style ninja Yazang, who used a giant blade against Yu, felt bad when he saw the powerful lightning style released from Yu. His body retreated quickly, but his right leg was still paralyzed by the strong electric current. Bang dang! But what makes it even more difficult for the magnet-style ninja Moi next to him is that the huge square shuriken that he used magnet-style to fly out, after being hit by the Chidori flow released from Yu's body, it slammed directly. Fell to the ground. It looks no different from ordinary shurikens. How can it be? I have obviously magnetized your body with the magnetization technique. You can't escape my attack. Seeing this scene, I saw magnet-style ninja Moi's eyes widened. Ordinary ninjas couldn't get rid of his attack at all. With this magnet-style ninjutsu, he didn't know how many powerful ninjas he had killed in the past. But now that the same ninjutsu dealt with the boy in front of him, it failed for no reason? There is nothing impossible in this world. Don't you know that powerful current can demagnetize? Looking at the magnet-style ninja Moi with an unbelievable expression, Yu felt indifferent. Besides, heating and impact will cause the magnetic field to become inconsistent in the direction of the magnetic field, and the magnetism will weaken or disappear. But forget it, it is difficult for me to explain to you based on your IQ. Facing the magnet-style ninja Moi who could not accept this fact, Yu seemed to be a physics professor at this moment, mocking him mercilessly. Damn it! Shut me up, kid! Feeling the foolish gaze in front of him, magnet-style ninja Moi suddenly became angry. He simply gave up his magnet-style ninjutsu and directly took out a large chain of chains that linked countless sharp square shurikens, and rushed towards Yu. Physique. Looking at the magnet-style ninja Moi who rushed up quickly, Yu was still immersed in the wonderful feeling just now. At this moment, he only felt that his five senses were infinitely enhanced and magnified, and the magnet-style ninja Moi could not escape his own detection and capture in every move in front of him. Even in the next second, he could predict in advance what physical maneuvers and attacks Moi would make. Could it be, this is it? Instantly bowed his head, avoiding a whip leg of magnet-style ninja moi like an unknown prophet. Suddenly a flash of lightning flashed in Yu's mind, and his amber eyes widened. Finally awakened. Without warning, the devil's voice suddenly sounded in Yu's heart. But at the same time, facing 2 Jainin and the other 5 or 6 Sand Shinobi elites at the same time, Yu Wuxia ignored what she said. Damn! How did this kid's physical skills suddenly become more powerful? Several figures in the woods quickly staggered and collided. I saw 2 Jainin and the other 5 or 6 Sand Shinobi elites constantly displaying their superb physical skills to pinch feathers. But watching Yu dodge the counterattack flexibly in front of him, all Sand Shinobi present became more and more frightened. In their eyes, the white-haired young man in front of him seemed to have suddenly turned on the plug-in. Not only did his physical skills move incredibly fast, but he was also able to predict their attacks every time. I see. Is it a relationship transformed by string fruit? I didn't expect to be able to awaken Haki even in the Hokage world. Calmly faced the siege of 2 Jainin and 5 or 6 Sand Shinobi elites. Where does Yu still don't understand the changes in his body? In all likelihood, he must have awakened the observation Haki in One Piece. Haki is a potential power possessed by all humans in the world of One Piece. This kind of power is an innate ability, and it is the same as the nihilistic concepts of momentum and deterrence, and it exists just like instinct. It's just that most people don't realize this power, or they can't use it in their lifetime. In addition to Conqueror's Haki, both Armament Haki and Observation Haki can be stimulated to obtain this power through practice, and they can also be continuously practiced and strengthened. For example, the Observation Haki that Yu is now awakened can make the 5 senses extremely sharp, can detect the changes in the breath and emotions of surrounding creatures, and can also be used to foresee and avoid danger. As long as the creature is still alive, the body will make special sounds. Observation Haki can use these sounds to predict the opponent's next move and position, and the range can be enlarged after practice. You guys get out! Seeing that so many people joined forces for a long time and couldn't get the feather in front of him, the violent Scorch-style ninja Yazang finally became impatient, and his hands quickly became impatient. Scorch-style Great Fire! Suddenly took a deep breath, and after all Sand Shinobi in front of him dispersed, I saw Scorch-style ninja Yazui directly expelling a large yellow flame. The feathers quickly flooded along the ground like a fan, and all the objects passed by were turned into ashes. Chapter 72. Useless. From the moment you chased me down, your ending is doomed. Facing the Super Scorch-style ninjutsu released by the Scorch-style ninja Yazui, Yu did not evade, raising his hand to shoot a thick line. XS Whip String. The extremely sharp lines cut the ground beneath the feet, and in all Sand Shinobi's unbelievable gaze, the XS Whip String swiped by the feathers in front of him met Yabubu's ninjutsu. Boom! There was a dull explosion. The XS Whip String, which Yu hand swiped with all his strength, cut through the Scorch-style flames released by the Scorch-style ninja Yazui directly from the middle. This. Seeing the power erupting from XS Whip String, Scorch-style ninja Yazang was stunned. Is this also his blood succession limit? Whizzing! Not waiting for Sand Shinobi to recover from the shock, I saw that Yu was unrelenting, and quickly waved the super long XS Whip String in his hand, cutting the few Sand Shinobi elites and the surrounding trees in half. Damn it! Be careful! The scene was bloody. Seeing a few more Sand Shinobi elites die in Yu's hands in a blink of an eye, only myself, Yazang and another Sand Shinobi were present. I saw magnet-style ninja Moi roared, and the center of gravity sank and rushed towards Yu. This is his judgment after all the battles. The feather in front of him wields such a long XS Whip String in his hand, then close combat will be the best solution to limit Yu's performance. Rabbit fur needles. But at this time, a few sharp thin lines in the air wrapped chakra, piercing the air and accurately piercing the main meridian points of Moi's body, instantly sealing his actions. After awakening Observation Haki, you can fully observe the subtle movements of the opponent's body at any time, and finally completes this trick completely. The body can't move anymore. The body meridian points were pierced by feathered rabbit hair needles. Magnet-style ninja Moi was surprised to realize that his body was unable to move. Sizzle. Seizing this opportunity, the excess whip string waving in Yu's hand cut his body without mercy. Body replacement technique. But after killing Moi, the expression on Yu's face did not relax at all. Because Moi, who was cut open by him, instantly turned into a broken wooden stake. As expected of Sand Shinobi's Jainin elite. Sure enough, Yu's observation haki immediately sensed that the danger was approaching. I saw the magnet-style ninja Moi, who appeared again, quietly came behind him. It's over, kid. With a deep voice in his mouth, Moi's sharp shuriken chain relentlessly slammed toward Yu. Is it over? Perhaps you are right, it is indeed over. Observation haki clearly saw the attack coming from behind him. At this moment, Yu's body did not evade, because he felt a completely unfamiliar power gushing out of him. Clang! With the crisp sound of gold and iron crashing, magnet-style ninja Moi's eyes widened in disbelief. I saw Yu in front of him, his hands suddenly covered with a layer of dark mysterious material, which strengthened the strength and hardness of his hands to an incredible level, and even grabbed the sharp endurance in his hand with bare hands. Really? Armament haki is also awakened. Looking at the mysterious black matter covering his hands, Yu couldn't help whispering. Through this newly awakened armament haki, Yu only felt that the attack power and defense power of his hands had been increased several times. What the hell is this? Looking at the mysterious black matter covering Yu's hands, magnet-style ninja Moi had not had time to react from the shock, and a group of black thin lines launched at high speed had already penetrated his head like a bullet in an instant. It seems that the ability of string fruit has also been enhanced by armament haki. Looking at the fallen corpse of magnet-style ninja Moi in front of him, Yu silently retracted his palm, which seemed to be wearing a black glove. After the armament haki was wrapped around the bullet string, the power was obviously raised again. Moi! The roar sounded in the woods. Seeing Sand Shinobi's Jainin elite magnet-style blood succession-bound ninja Moi was killed by Yu, the only remaining Scorch-style ninja Yazang and another Sand Shinobi suddenly looked torn apart. Boom! In the next second, the ground beside Yu exploded. I saw that the furious Scorch-style ninja Yazui had fallen from mid-air, and the huge blade in his hand severely slashed, but the feather of observation haki's perception avoided his attack. Now you two are left. Let me send you two down with them. Predicting Yazang's movements and attacks in advance, Yu's eyes were cold, and his right hand claws into claws to grab it with a merciless blow. 5 color strings. The 5 color strings wrapped around armament haki's sharpness have been greatly enhanced, even if the Scorch-style ninja Yazang swung his sword to resist, several deep wounds were still cut out on his body. Damn it's kid! His body was severely injured in an instant, and Yazang couldn't help but retreat through gritted teeth. Captain Yazang! At this time, the last Sand Shinobi elite next to him exclaimed, and directly raised the taishao in his hand and rushed to Yu's side, swinging the sword to support Yazang. I can't help myself. Seeing the Sand Shinobi standing next to him hindering him from chasing Yazang, Yu's eyes turned into cold light, and he lifted his feet and kicked out 8 thin silk threads entwining armament haki. Leg shave string. Sand Shinobi hurriedly raised the sword to resist, but the power of the silk thread entwining armament haki was far beyond his imagination. With a bang, the sharp sword in his hand broke. I saw that Sand Shinobi was kicked into a cloud of blood mist by Yu. The body was divided into 2 parts in the air, and a bright red bloodline was sprinkled on the ground. Only you are left. After killing Sand Shinobi next to him in one move, Yu stared at the lonely Scorch-style ninja Yazang, with unspeakable irony in his eyes. Damn kid! Anyone killed the entire hunting troop alone. He supported his tall body with the giant blade in his hand, and stared at the white-haired young man who looked like a demon in front of him. There were Sand Shinobi's corpses all around. At this moment, I saw the scorch-style ninja Yezhi's face pale, and his expression was indescribably bitter. Which village are you a ninja? In fact, who can think of it? 2 Jainin who are in the line of blood, plus a dozen Sand Shinobi assassination elites, formed a chasing force to hunt down a 7 or 8-year-old boy, and the end turned out to be counter-killed to the end. Make him a ninja. If such a thing is not personally experienced, who would believe it? Go down and ask them. Facing the last remaining Sand Shinobi Yafu in front of him, Yu apparently had no intention of answering his last words, and his hands quickly sealed. Chapter 73. Ba ba ba. The singing of thousands of birds resounded through the woods. Using the little chakra left in her body, Yu decisively released Chidori. A large amount of dazzling lightning current condenses on the palm covered by the black armament haki, which looks unusually splendid. After coming out of the Sand Shinobi ninja village, he fled for 3 days, and fought alone with Sand Shinobi's pursuit and assassination unit until now. Even if Yu's physical strength is strong, and there is more chakra, it is the end of the battle at this moment, especially after passing through the country of Sichuan to the country of fire, it will take a long way to go. So the next blow he must completely kill the scorch-style ninja Yezhang in front of him. I have never seen such a ninjutsu. To put such a large amount of lightning-style chakra in your hands. Looking at the astonishing power of the Chidori released by Yu in front of him, Yezhang firmly grasped the giant blade in his hand. His ferocious eyes were full of complexity and determination. If you successfully escape from the country of wind, perhaps you will become a famous figure in the world of ninja in the future, right? Yezhang knew very well that the next blow was the moment when he and the white-haired boy in front of him had a life and death. It's a pity, you can't see that day. The indifferent words in his mouth were spoken, and at the moment the leaves fell in front of him, Yu shot. With a bang, the ground beneath his feet was crushed, and the whole person turned into an electric light and dashed out. So fast. Facing the entire body of cells in front of him, the speed and momentum of the lightning-style chakra's activation have increased to the ultimate feather. Yezhang's eyes suddenly flashed with horror. Then he gritted his teeth and raised the giant blade in his hand, and rushed straight up. When we meet on a narrow road, only the indomitable belief in victory can make the last person alive. Boom! A dull crash sounded. The sprinting two finally smashed together fiercely, but quickly passed by. On the border of the country of wind and the country of river, fall in the colorful woods. I saw Yu and the scorch-style ninja Yezhang standing on their backs, staggered a few meters. The small figure and the tall figure formed a sharp contrast. It hurts. But it's finally over. Looking down at the wound cut on his chest by the ninja, the expression on Yu's face relaxed for a while. Boom! As the voice in Yugakai fell, I saw the tall body of the scorch-style ninja Yezhi, who was standing not far behind him, fell straight to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A bloody hole has appeared in his chest. The feathered Chidori directly penetrated his heart. Worn out. After finally annihilating the ninjas of Sand Shinobi's pursuit unit, Yu sat on the ground with no image. About Haki, don't you plan to explain to me the devil? Thinking of observation Haki and armament Haki who had just awakened in the battle, Yu questioned the demon in his heart. Didn't you already figure it out? What else can you explain? Facing Yu's question, the demon in his body turned Byakugan. Your body has been transformed by my demon law. Your body is already different from the human beings in this world. It's not weird to awaken Haki's ability in battle, right? What about Conqueror's Haki? Hearing the devil's completely irresponsible explanation, Yu asked helplessly, will I also awaken that outrageous ability? Speaking of the legendary Conqueror's Haki, and imagining that his tiger body was shocked and the king's aura was overflowing, and the surrounding enemies were falling down, Yu couldn't help but start to fantasize. Conqueror's Haki is the chosen one among millions of people in One Piece, and has the qualifications of being a king over 10,000 people. Different from armed color and seeing and hearing color, even if conquerors can be controlled freely, it cannot be strengthened by exercise. It can only be strengthened by the user's own growth. This is an innate spirit, which cannot be obtained through acquired practice, and can only be determined by fate. Looking at the entire One Piece world, there are only a handful of people who can own Conqueror's Haki. Conquerors. With your qualifications, maybe you will be able to awaken in the future. Feeling Yu's reverie, the devil's as always lazy and enchanting voice directly dispelled his thoughts. But compared to the illusory conquerors, you should first cultivate the armed color and seeing and hearing color. After all, in this world, these two are the abilities that can really help you fight. After splashing a basin of cold water, the devil only explained to him. For example, observation haki. In the early stage, it can predict danger and predict the opponent's next move and position. The second stage can expand the range of perception, and can speak to others and dialogue with the soul. The third stage can reach the realm of listening to the sounds of all things and reading others. The deepest thoughts and secrets in my heart. Armament haki, the first stage can be wrapped around a weapon or hardened your body to enhance power and defense. The second stage can make armament haki cover your whole body to achieve the purpose of whole body strengthening. And the third stage can actually form armament haki. Armor to cover the whole body, and use the power of the flesh to ultimate. This, so awesome. After hearing the devil's explanation, Yu opened her mouth blankly. He never knew that observation haki and armament haki had such a clear classification. So, cultivate hard, now your haki is at the beginning level. Seeing Yu's dumb look, the devil attacked him in an angry manner. In addition, there is one more thing. After listening to the devil, Yu suddenly looked serious. What's the matter? Seeing Yu's serious expression, the devil couldn't help but be stunned. Why are you lying to me? Yu questioned her with a serious face. What did I lie to you? The demon inside his body looked blank. Obviously he is a poor milk loli, why do you want to lie to me is a busty Oni-san. I saw you speak righteously and continued to question her. Go to hell. UBD. Hearing this, the demon in Yu's body was immediately embarrassed and furious. When did I tell you that I am Oni-san? It's you who are thinking about it, and. Speaking of this, I just listened to the voice of the demon Gowlang Sundara suddenly became as thin as a mosquito, and people will grow up, okay? Puff. Facing the sudden change of the devil's style, Yu almost choked on her saliva. Well. Although it's not the same as I thought, it's also good. After all, there is true love in the world, flat-chested loli is also cute. He got up and cleaned up the wound briefly, and stepped on the corpse of Sand Shinobi. I saw the corners of Yu's mouth chuckling comforting the demon in his body, and his body gradually moved towards the depths of the woods. Go to hell. In the evening sunset, no one can see a black, long, and straight enchanting girl with her teeth and claws dancing in Yu's body. Chapter 74. In a blink of an eye, 2 months passed. In the past 2 months, apart from the Ninja World War which is still in full swing, there seems to be no new changes in the ninja world. On this day, there is an unmanned mountain in the Land of Fire. Finally finished. Inside a makeshift house. I saw you looking at the 2 figures in front of him with excitement. To be precise, they were 2 puppets. One was tall and mighty, the other was thin, and was wearing a black cloak similar to the black ninja sweater worn by you. The large black hat concealed the faces of the 2 puppets, and the appearance of the 2 puppets gave people an indescribable darkness and weirdness. It was Sand Shinobi Jainin who was killed by you 2 months ago. Moi. After completely annihilating Sand Shinobi's pursuit troops, you who entered the territory of Fire Nation did not rush back to Konoha, but specially found a secluded place with no one to concentrate on practicing and researching the puppet that Sand Shinobi finally took out. The Book of Puppets and the Secret Art of Human Puppets. It took a full 2 months, and you finally mastered the technique of puppets and learned how to make puppets, and the 2 puppets of Scorch style and Magnet style who succeeded the Boundary Ninja were his first time. 2 works created. so, let's try it first to see how powerful it is. Looking at the two puppets he had created in front of him with satisfaction, Yu had no time to see their power. Puppetry amber. Thinking of this, I saw Yu's index fingers beating flexibly in both hands. A blue chakra line flew from the fingertips of 10 fingers, connecting the bodies of the two puppets in front of them. This is not ordinary puppet manipulation, but the top secret technique recorded in the Book of Puppets by thousands of generations. Use the chakra line to control any person or puppet. When there is no puppet, you can also use the powerful control ability to draw materials on the spot to form a powerful puppet control technique for a 10-man battle group. It is a skill that cultivates the puppet technique to the ultimate and gets rid of it to a certain extent. The dependence of the puppet master on the puppet. Scorch style over steaming. Under the control of the Yu chakra line, the puppet made by the Scorch style ninja Yazang moved. Jian was completed in an instant, and there were 2 more yellow and hot fireballs directly above his hands. Boom! The fireball flew out, and a huge hole was directly blasted out of the wall of the house where Yu was located. All targets hit by the fireball in front of him were all evaporated and turned into ashes. Magnet-style sand iron. The man puppet made by magnet-style ninja Moi on the other side was not idle. The magnet-style chakra in his body was activated, and countless black sand and iron scattered around his body. Boom boom! Countless black sand and iron formed shurikens, and instantly shot a big tree in the yard outside into a sieve. It is different from the magnet-style ninja Moi's way of using magnet-style. Yu appreciates the way the magnet-style is used by 3rd Kazekage, which is known as the strongest wind shadow in history. So Yu slightly improved the human puppet made by Moi, and used its magnet-style chakra to manipulate the poisonous sand iron. The power is good. Seeing that the 2 human puppets he had created could perfectly use their respective blood inheritance boundaries, Yu nodded in satisfaction. Unlike Sasori of the Red Sand in the original book, Yu did not design and install various mechanisms and hidden weapons for his puppets. He paid more attention to the quality of the puppets themselves and the ninjutsu they retained during his lifetime. But this level is not enough. Although having 2 human puppets with blood succession boundaries is the icing on the cake for Yu, he really wants more than this. Devil, now that my chakra has reached the level of Jainin. According to what you said before, I should be able to get 3 new demonic laws now, right? Looking at the 2 blood succession boundary puppets in front of him, Yu opened his mouth to call out the demons in his body. Sure. I didn't expect you to learn the secret technique of human puppets so quickly. The demon appeared in response, and looked at the 2 puppets in front of Yu with interest. I'm really looking forward to. Let me see what kind of demonic law you will draw. As he spoke, Yu only felt a familiar force suddenly flooding into the 2 blood succession boundary puppets in front of him. The puppet, who was originally inanimate, immediately vaguely established an inexplicable connection with himself at this moment. That's it. Feeling the familiar power pouring into the puppet she made, Yu couldn't wait to open her eyes wide. How about it? Is it the law of Logia Devil Fruit? Among all Devil Fruit's abilities, what Yu is looking forward to most is Logia's Devil Fruit ability. As we all know, Logia Devil Fruit's ability is immune to physical attacks, has strong attack power and wide coverage, which can be called a humanoid mobile natural disaster. The most representative ones are the Naval Headquarters 3-in-1 Piece Admiral, Frozen Fruit, Lava Fruit, Sparkling Fruit, each of which has the power to destroy the world. No, neither is Logia. However, when the devil rang out, he immediately poured a basin of cold water. But I have to say that your kid is lucky, because each of these 2 demonic laws is not inferior to Logia you want. Even, if well developed, it is more powerful than many Logia's demon laws. Seeing that Yu's whole body was like the eggplant that Zhuang had beaten, the demon's enchanting tone contained a hint of ridicule. Stronger than Logia? Is it? Hearing the devil's words, Yu's 10 fingers jumped on the blue chakra line, impatiently manipulating the 2 puppets in front of him. The first is the puppet of Scorch style. The tall and burly body raised the palms under the control of Yu, and the soft pads like bear paws instantly appeared in the palms of both palms. Pressure gun. In Yu's unbelievable gaze, the puppet of Scorch-style blood succession boundary took a palm shot. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted, and the air in front of me was fiercely blown out. With a bang, the ground in front of him was directly blasted out of a bottomless pit in the shape of a bear's paw. Although the shape looks very cute, you can hardly imagine what it would be like to hit a person with such a palm in the air. This, fleshy ball fruit. It turned out to be the law of flesh ball fruit. Seeing this amazing power, Yu was stunned. What is the meat ball fruit? It is the ability of Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea in One Piece. In Yu's eyes, this is simply an omnipotent devil fruit ability. Perhaps as the devil said, it's not Logia but surpasses many Logia. Chapter 75. The bear's paw-like pads in the palms can bounce off anything. The air can bounce at the speed of light into a bear palm-shaped shock wave and continuously penetrate the object. You can shoot the target directly to the other end of the world, and transfer the target's space. It can instantly bounce the air around the body to achieve the effect of instant movement. It can even bounce off the energy that exists in non-material forms such as pain, fatigue, and injury, and restore the target's body to its best state. As long as it is something that exists, the ability of the fruit of the flesh ball can bounce it all away. Only unexpected, nothing impossible. If you want you to evaluate the person with the best ability to develop devil fruit in One Piece, Yahui will vote for Doflamingo and 1 vote for Bartholomew Kuma. How about it? This time the Devil's Law hasn't disappointed you, right? Seeing Yu's expression of excitement, the Devil's tone was like a kid asking for credit. Not bad. Seeing that the human puppet of Scorch-style blood succession boundary had been completely integrated with the ability of the flesh ball fruit, Yu only nodded with satisfaction, and moved his eyes to the other human puppet in front of him. Now let me see what another demonic law is. The voice fell, and with the manipulation of the chakra line, the magnet-style blood succession limiter puppet in front of Yu also moved. Protective barrier. Under Yu's control, he saw the magnet-style blood succession limiter puppet's middle and index fingers overlapped with each other, with his hands folded in front of him. When Devil Fruit's ability was activated, a huge barrier was formed in front of Yu with a length of 10 meters and a width of 5 meters, like transparent glass. This is the ability of the barrier fruit. Looking at the huge transparent barrier that appeared out of nowhere in front of him, Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. He recognized the ability of this devil fruit at a glance. It was the ability of Bartol Romeo, the protagonist of One Piece, Luffy's #1 brain fan. Although Beta Romeo is just a rookie, the ability of the barrier fruit is known as the absolute defense in One Piece and is one of the most buggy super abilities. At present, no attack is known to break the defense of the barrier fruit head-on. The only weakness is that there is a certain upper limit on the total area of the barrier released at the same time. But Yu knows that these weaknesses can all be overcome with his own development and practice. After all, Devil Fruit's ability development has no limits. If you cultivate all of these Devil Fruit's abilities to the stage of Devil Fruit's awakening, or even higher, what will it be like? Chidori Star Break. The ear-piercing chirping sounded. In order to test the defense power of the barrier fruit, I saw that Yu directly threw out the Chidori from his hand. Boom! With Yu's full strength, I saw that the powerful current of the Chidori in his hand directly bombarded the huge barrier in front of him. But what made Yu felt astounding was that the barrier that looked like glass in front of him was untouchable, completely resisting the full blow of the Chidori in his hand. Good pervert defense. Seeing that he couldn't shake the barrier in front of him with a full blow, Yu couldn't help but exclaim. A barrier is a barrier. It is not something like glass or a wall. It is a conceptual existence. In theory, no physical means can break it. Yu guessed that perhaps only Paramecia Devil Fruit Shock Fruit, which is known as the strongest, could break this barrier with the ability to shatter everything. But of course, in the final analysis, Devil Fruit's abilities ultimately fight for their respective realms and developments, and there is no difference between good and bad. Very good. With such human puppets as Flesh Ball Fruit and Barrier Fruit, now I have the power to fight even against cage-level opponents. After personally testing the Devil Fruit abilities of the two blood succession puppets, Yu's face showed unconcealed excitement. You know, in addition to using the chakra line to manipulate human puppets, you can also use the ability of Parasite String to remotely control human puppets and let them fight according to their own will. In other words, Yu now has two more super thugs who have the limits of blood inheritance and the ability of Devil Fruit. Moreover, the devil laws on the human puppets will evolve along with the devil laws on Yu. To what level is Yu's string fruit ability training developed, then the Devil Fruit ability on the human puppets will also be synchronized to what level. As Yu continued to practice and improve his strength, surpassing all the opponents in this world was just a matter of time. The ability of the Flesh Ball Fruit. I will call you Violent Kun. The powerful puppets all have their own names, so Yu also thought about giving two appropriate names to his two puppets. As for the ability to Shield Fruit, the four guardian angels in the Bible except Michael have all become fallen angels, so just call you Michael. Anyway, Western culture is also popular in the Hokage world. Feather doesn't think there is anything wrong with Michael's name. If you have time to think of a black brother in Cloud Shinobi village next door who sings bad rap, everything will be relieved. Summoning technique. After naming his two puppets, Yu directly used the summoning technique, and the Storm Kun and Michael in front of him immediately turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Summoning technique belongs to sea-level ninjutsu, is a kind of space ninjutsu. The first type is the blood contract summoning, which can sign a blood contract with the creature to be summoned. When needed, the creature can be summoned to help oneself fight, such as the summoning beast signed by Sunin and the three celestial sacred sites. The second type is non-blood contract summoning, which can summon artifacts stored elsewhere to assist in combat, such as Tenten's Ninja Scroll and Orochimaru's Impure World Reincarnation Technique. However, unlike the way ordinary puppet masters use scrolls to store puppets, Yu did not choose to store his puppets in the scrolls like Sasori and Kankuro in the original book. Instead, Uchiha Sasuke from the study and the original book printed the summoning technique directly on his wrist bandage. In this way, not only is it more convenient to fight, but it also avoids the risk of losing the scroll. So, Devil, don't forget that you still owe me a devil's law. I got two heaven-defying demon puppets. Yu was obviously in a good mood. At this time, he didn't forget to tease the demon in his body. I will create a suitable puppet next time, hoping to draw the Logia I want. Devil Fruit ability. Understood, stop talking nonsense. Hearing Yu's words, just listen to the devil impatiently urging him, you should hurry up and improve your strength, and strive to get more demonic laws from me. Chapter 76. Indeed, as the devil said, Yu has now reached the Jainin level chakra, and can get 3 extra demonic laws from the demons. But if Yu succeeds in raising chakra to cage level, then he can get the 4th law of the devil. If you use the ability of string fruit to manipulate 4 puppets with the ability of devil fruit, Yu is completely confident to slay any cage level powerhouse in the Hokage world. It's been 2 months since I left Konoha. Although Sand Shinobi is quiet. But I think Mr. Sarutobi and the 3 Konoha executives are already in a hurry. It's time to go back. Thinking of this, Yu simply packed up his belongings, then set a fire to burn the entire house, wiped out all traces related to him, and set off on the road back to Konoha. During this time, Yu also paid attention to the news from Sand Shinobi. 2 months ago, a mysterious teenager sneaked into the Sand Shinobi ninja village, attempted to assassinate 4th Kazekage Rasha and Sand Shinobi Elder Cho, killed a large number of Sand Shinobi and stole Sand Shinobi's secret scrolls, and then wiped out the news of Sand Shinobi's pursuit of troops. It spreads wildly in private in the Kingdom of Wind. Almost all Sand Shinobi knew about this incident, but it did not spread to other ninja villages, because this incident was suppressed by the top of Sand Shinobi. After all, Sand Shinobi is one of the top 5 ninja villages. It was infiltrated by a 7 or 8-year-old boy and successfully stolen the secret scroll, and the elite ninja chasing troops sent were all annihilated by others. Such news, Sand Shinobi's senior management, would never let it pass. Sand Shinobi, who had just experienced a severe injury in the Ninja World War, was even worse after this incident. If the news spreads, it will definitely attract the prying eyes of neighboring enemy countries and cause new turbulence in the ninja world. Konoha, I'm back. A few days later, early in the morning, a special guest was welcomed at the gate of Konoha Shinobi village. Looking at the 2 huge wooden doors in front of Konoha's door, they were still so majestic, and you couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in her heart. Although he is a traverser, facing this place where he has lived for several years, after all the people and things he remembers exist in this small village, Yu inevitably still brings some emotions. Please show your pass. Although Yu's forehead protector had already identified the ninjas in his village, according to the usual rules, the 2 gatekeepers Chnin stopped Yu. Here, this is my pass. Yu took out a pass from her body and handed it to Chnin, the gatekeeper. It turns out that Yakushi Yu is special Jainin. I'm sorry to offend, please go in. After reading Yu's pass, the goalkeeper Chnin suddenly grimaced and said politely. Oh, thanks. Ignoring the 2 Chnin again, Yu stepped into Konoha's door. As soon as I walked in, I saw the turbulent flow of people and the bustling shops inside, and the laughter and cries were endless. Yu, who had already entered the village, did not notice that the 2 Chnin guarding the gate behind him had already started a heated discussion. Is it him? Chnin said curiously. Of course it is him. Have you ever seen a special Jainin younger than this age? This is another Chnin's voice. The youngest special Jainin in Konoha's history, a rare genius in the ninja world. Why don't I know when he left the village? The previous Chnin asked suspiciously. Hi. You don't even know this. Master Hokage and some of Konoha's senior officials sent him out to perform secret S-level missions. But looking like this, I don't know if he has successfully completed the task. Another Chnin said with envy. Isn't it? S-level mission. I heard that he is only 7 years old. Both are ninjas, so the gap is so big. The previous Chnin said blankly. Ignoring the discussion of the 2 Chnin behind him, Yu has already stepped into the bustling and familiar street of Konoha. After this espionage mission in the ninja village Sand Shinobi, the Kingdom of Wind, confronting the cage-level powerhouses and fighting with the elite ninjas of Sand Shinobi's pursuit troops, Yu's momentum is more condensed. With dazzling white hair and a black ninja sweater, the perfect face attracted the attention of pedestrians on the street. Forget it, I guess Mr. Sarutobi and they are already waiting. Let's go to the Hokage office to report on this mission. Originally, I wanted to go back to the Konoha orphanage to see the Dean Yakushi Nanoyu and other friends, but it still matters to think about it. So Yu stepped directly into the path in the woods next to him and walked towards the Hokage office building. About 5 minutes. Not long after walking along the unmanned forest path, the observation haki on Yu suddenly sensed that the danger was approaching. Swish swish. Several screams of piercing air sounded, and only 5 or 6 shurikens shot directly at the back of Yu's heart. But what was surprising was that Yu seemed to have eyes behind his back, and he avoided all the shuriken attacks with a slight shake of his body. Zhen. Although she was very surprised at Yu's reaction speed, a sharp blade flashed in the air. I saw a ninja with a patterned mask on his face had come behind Yu, and the sharp sword in his hand stabbed at Yu's back without mercy. Really bold. Although I don't know why you want to assassinate me. Observation haki clearly caught the attack from behind, and the corners of the feather mouth raised a trace of disdain. Armed color and hardening. In the surprised gaze of the ninja behind him, I saw that Yu's left hand was instantly covered with a layer of black material, and with a clang, he directly grabbed the sharp and even poisonous sword in his hand with his bare hands. But this concealed assassination method. I really haven't grown a bit, Root. Staring at the ninja with a patterned mask in front of him, his amber eyes narrowed slightly, and the gaze that revealed it was chilling. Boom. The voice fell, under the incredible eyes of the ninja in front of him. I saw that you covered Armament Haki's left hand and squeezed it hard, and even squeezed the sword in his hand forcibly. Unexpectedly, I gave my sword to. Seeing that the weapon in his hand was actually squeezed off by the hand of you in front of him, the Root Organization ninja didn't have time to react from the shock, and his eyes widened again. What is this? It seemed to hear a beast roar like a dragon roar that shook the soul. Among the pupils of the root tissue ninja suddenly dilated, Yu was raised by the dark palm covered by Armament Haki. Dragon Claw. The index finger and middle finger of the right hand are bent together, the distance between the ring finger and the middle finger is separated, the ring finger and the little finger are bent together, and the thumb is slightly bent forming a three-fingered dragon claw posture, with the force of shredding everything and rushing towards him. Boom. Chapter 77. Boom. He was hit head-on by the dragon claw formed in the hand of the feather in front of him. I saw the Root Organization ninja leave his feet on the ground, his body bent in mid-air, and a hole was directly exploded in the clothes on his back. All the internal organs were crushed into powder by the shock, turned into a blood mist and sprayed out. After flying out more than 10 meters away, he fell to the ground and no longer breathed. Dragon Claw. Yes, it is exactly the Dragon Claw fist that you studied and practiced by the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon in One Piece. It was specially created by you to smash the world's strongest enemy and practiced the sharp claws whether it is a body or a weapon, as long as it is hit by Yu's Dragon Claws, it will be crushed into pieces. Although this set of special physiques is still just a rudimentary form, as long as Yu continues to practice and study, it may not be certain that he will be able to counter the power of Zixiang and even Yegai in the future. Come out all! I have seen you. After killing the root ninja in front of him with a single blow, Yu stood there and spoke calmly. His observation Haki had long noticed that there were other ninjas hidden around him. To a large extent, the awakening of observation Haki, this ability similar to advanced perception, has completely freed you from the shackles of relying on eyes to fight. Swish swish. Sure enough, as soon as you finished speaking, several figures flashed quickly in the air. 3 ninjas with patterned masks on their faces surrounded him directly. What does that old ghost Danzo mean? Just after completing the mission and returning to the village, he was assassinated by the ninja under Danzo's root organization. You couldn't help frowning, thinking about Danzo's old fox's intentions. There is an order. I can't let you go to see Master Hokage alive, it's offended. 3 people surrounded the feather group, and saw one of the ninjas talking and taking out his own weapon. Unlike the Konoha Anbu ninja directly under Hokage, the masks worn by the root members are more colorful, not limited to imitating animal faces, but also other special patterns. Well, although I don't know what the old guy Danzo is thinking. But it's not bad to check out my latest masterpiece with the 3 of you. Summoning technique. After finishing speaking, Yu directly pressed the palm of his hand on the bandage of his wristband, and the dense black technique was extended, directly launching the summoning technique. Boom! Boom! 2 clusters of white smoke came out with a slight explosion. 2 puppets wearing black cloaks, Baokun and Michael, appeared directly on the left and right sides of Yu. What is this? Seeing the 2 mysterious black figures suddenly summoned by Yu in front of them, the 3 root tissue ninjas around were shocked, and their bodies subconsciously took a half step back. If you want to travel, where do you want to go? Staring plainly at the root organization ninja closest to him, Yu suddenly said something that made him somewhat inexplicable. Don't talk nonsense with him, hurry up and kill him. Although the 2 mysterious figures Yu summoned made them feel a little uneasy, thinking of the cruel orders and regulations in the root organization, the ninja did not hesitate to directly raise the weapon in his hand. Space transfer. Just as soon as he finished speaking, the root organization ninja felt a flower in front of his eyes. A tall and burly black figure had appeared in front of him out of thin air, and his palm-like palm was raised high. What speed is this? When did it appear? Ryut-kun bounced the air around his body to show the instant movement, so that the root tissue ninja could not react at all. This kind of similar thought just came to mind in my mind, and I saw the violence in front of me. The huge bear paw has fallen abruptly. Boom! A slight collision sounded, and Bayo-kun shot the root organization ninja flying out with a palm. The whole body was surrounded by a bear palm-shaped shock wave, and the root organization ninja disappeared into place in an instant. When the other two root organization ninjas at the scene reacted, their companions had turned into stars and disappeared on the other side of the sky. Disappeared. What happened just now? I saw my companion being violent. Kun flew to the sky with a palm and turned into a meteor. Disappeared. The two remaining root organization ninjas glanced at each other, feeling like they were dreaming. Bayo-kun has taken him to the other end of the world. In theory, the person just now has completely disappeared from our lives. Looking at the two shocked and sluggish root tissue ninjas in front of him, I saw Yu leisurely standing in place with her hands on her chest, with a playful smile at the corners of her mouth. Sure enough, the power of Violent Kun didn't let him down. He could fly high in the sky for 3 days and 3 nights when he was hit by the fleshy ball fruit's ability. The guy who fell on the other side of the world would undoubtedly die, and there was no suspense. Wind style wind cutting technique. Fire style fire dragon fireball. The two root organization ninjas who reacted from the shock did not hesitate. They saw both hands forming a seal at the same time, and in a blink of an eye they released powerful fireballs and extremely sharp wind blades toward you. The harsh training of the root organization allows the two ninjas to cooperate seamlessly. The C-level wind style and the B-level fire style have almost reached the level of A-level ninjutsu. Useless. However, Yu still stood in place with the fireball and wind blade slamming in front of him, even if he didn't even have the intention to move a step. Protective barrier. Under the control of Parasite String, Michael standing behind Yu's middle finger and index finger of both hands overlapped with each other, and his hands were folded in front of him. The ability of the barrier fruit was activated, and a huge barrier that was 10 meters long and 5 meters wide like transparent glass instantly appeared in front of Yu. The furthest distance in the world is not the distance between life and death. It's that I stand in front of you, but you can't hit me at all. Following the words spoken indifferently in Yugakai, the two root organization ninjas opened their eyes unacceptably. I saw the super ninjutsu released by the two wind styles and fire style, bombarding the huge transparent glass-like barrier in front of you, and even the slightest trace of damage disappeared without being produced. How can it be? What kind of ninjutsu is that? In the face of the desperate absolute defense of the protective barrier, the two root organization ninjas simply couldn't believe it. Wow! At the moment when the two root organization ninjas were shocked and lost, the tall and burly figure of Bayo-kun moved and stood in front of them again. No, do not want. The struggling words in the mouth have just been uttered, only to see a ninja of the root organization has been shot and flew out by the storm just like his previous companions. It has directly turned into a meteor and completely disappeared from this world. Damn! Unexpectedly, Yu's strength was terrifying to such an extent, the last remaining ninja gritted his teeth and knotted his hands. In any case, he had to complete the task assigned by Lord Danzo. Chapter 78. Boom! It's just that the seal on the hand of this root organization ninja hasn't finished yet. Michael in front of him directly pushed the huge protective barrier, and under the control of Yu Parasite String, he suppressed his whole person on the wall behind him. You are the only one left. With such powerful demon puppets as Bayo-kun and Michael, Yu almost doesn't need to do it himself. At this time, I saw Yu put his hands in kabuto, and walked leisurely in front of the root organization ninja to look at him like a walk in the afternoon. Come on, tell me. Why did Danzo want you to assassinate me? Staring at the ninja whose face was broken and crushed by the huge protective barrier, Yu asked indifferently. We are the root has no name, no feelings, no past and no future. Kill me, I can't go against the organization's order to reveal the information to you. Facing Yu's problem, the root tissue ninja, who was firmly crushed on the wall by the huge transparent barrier, said with a numb face. There is no past and no future? After chewing the meaning of this sentence carefully, he raised his eyebrows slightly when he looked at the ninja feather in front of him. Okay, I get it. In that case, let me ask Danzo myself. Boom. After speaking, the entire protective barrier was stained red with blood. Unable to ask for the information he wanted, Yu let Michael's protective barrier directly crush the root organization ninja in front of him. Danzo, really interesting. Since you want to play, then I will play with you to the end. Counting the time he graduated from the ninja school, Yu had been in contact with the ninja of the root twice. This time I was assassinated by the root ninja for no reason. Even the clay figurines are three-pointed fire, let alone you? Looking at the blood mist in the air in front of me, I saw the arc of a sneer at the corner of the feather's mouth, like a demon. Hokage office. It has been so long since Yakushi Yu was sent to Sand Shinobi. Nothing happened, couldn't it have been caught by Sand Shinobi? It was still the third generation, Mitokado Homura, Udaten Koharu and Danzo sitting in the meeting. 2 months have passed since Yu was sent to Sand Shinobi to investigate intelligence, but no news came. It's hard to say. After all, Sand Shinobi is also one of the top 5 ninja villages. It's not uncommon for such a strict guard to be caught and interrogated. Thinking of the strict guards of the 5 powers of Shinobu village, Mitokado Homura couldn't help but sighed. Seeing that such a young genius in the village might fall, even he couldn't help feeling a trace of regret. Don't make a conclusion too soon. Now the news has not come, besides, I have confidence in Usse. Of the 4 people present, only third generation took a puff of cigarette silently, with complex looks gleaming in the muddy and wise eyes. Finally, in his later years, he accepted a close disciple who was so talented and horizontal. If there were any accidents because of this mission, it would be a big blow to him. At this moment, a gust of wind blew through the window. I saw a figure quietly appearing in the office. After all, Mr. Sarutobi knows me better. A childish voice with a little frivolous voice sounded in the dull Hokage office. Feather. After seeing the person, third generation couldn't help but froze for a while, and he appeared as soon as he muttered. And this way of appearing silently. It seems that this kid's strength has improved a lot. Yakushi Yu. Third generation didn't look angry about Yu's frivolous behavior when he suddenly appeared in Hokage's office. Instead, several other old-fashioned Konoha executives frowned slightly. I saw Udaten Koharu open his mouth and said, "You just came back. We are discussing your confidential mission this time. Do not humiliate the mission has been successfully completed. This time I successfully sneaked into Sand Shinobi, judging from the information I found." He didn't care about the strange gazes of the high-level Konoha in front of him, and only saw Yu's face calmly reporting the mission. The Wind Nation daimyo has begun to reduce the funds and materials for Sand Shinobi. It seems that Sand Shinobi has already planned to truce with us Konoha. Since the strength has been continuously improved, especially after the creation of 2 demon puppets, they have begun to have the qualifications to challenge the cage-level powerhouse. Yu's mentality has also changed accordingly. Without so many constraints before, his words and deeds have also become free from the heart. While reporting on the mission, Yu's gaze was also secretly looking at Danzo, who was sitting next to Udaten Koharu. I saw Danzo's face as usual, as if nothing happened, as if the ninjas who had assassinated him were not sent by him. "Sand Shinobi guys, are you finally going to truce and form an alliance with us?" "Haha, great! You did a great job this time. After listening to the good news that you brought back, I saw third generation burst into laughter and praised you in front of him without hesitation. Konoha had to face the pressure of the other four powers on the battlefield at the same time. If Sand Shinobi launches war and ally with Konoha, there is no doubt that the burden on them will be reduced a lot. If Sand Shinobi stands by our side in the truce. Next, we only need to deal with those guys in Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. The battle will be more successful. After listening to Yu's mission report, the other two Konoha executives couldn't help nodding their heads. Sarutobi, it seems that this time your newly recruited disciple has done a good job. If you train well, you will definitely become a pillar like Sunan in the near future. The praise of the other two Konoha executives to you obviously made third generation very useful. I saw third generation put down the pipe, looked at you with satisfaction, and said in a soft tone, the long journey from the country of wind to the country of fire, the secret mission of these 2 months has been hard for you. S-level tasks are not something that everyone can complete independently. Go back and take a good rest. Then relax and work in the medical class, and it will be a holiday for you. Should work be a holiday? The old man of third generation really refused to let go of a little bit of labor. Hearing what third generation said, you couldn't help but spit out in his heart. But speaking of hard work, apart from Sand Shinobi's sneaking work at the beginning, the escape from 4th Kazekage Luasha and Cho, as well as all the ninjas of the entire Sand Shinobi ninja village, is indeed very thrilling. For the rest of the time, you didn't do anything else. After annihilating Sand Shinobi's chasing forces, you found a secluded place and was busy studying the Book of Puppets and the secret arts of puppets. Even the news that Sand Shinobi plans to form an alliance with Konoha is the inevitable result that you already knows from the original work. In that case, then I will leave first. After speaking, you nodded slightly and bowed out of Hokage's office. Just before leaving, he took a deep look at Danzo who was sitting next to him. Chapter 79. Oh yes, Master Danzo. On the way here, I met 4 interesting guys. They don't seem to want me to complete the task and come back alive. I wonder if you know them. When he exited Hokage's office and walked to the door, you seemed to remember something suddenly, and looked back at Danzo with interest. Hey, I don't know what to say. I don't understand what you are talking about at all. Seeing you actually mentioned the matter in front of third generation and the other two Konoha executives in the office, Danzo narrowed his eyes, but his mouth was dripping. It's really an out-and-out old fox, pretend, you must continue to pretend. Looking at Danzo, who was deep in the city mansion in front of him, you kept sneering in his heart. Oh? It seems that Lord Danzo doesn't know him. That's really a shame, because I have sent all 4 of them to the west. However, seeing Danzo denying directly, you didn't care, deliberately disgusting him face to face with a look of regret. In fact, Danzo is a high-ranking leader with real power second only to Hokage in Konoha. He is also a young teammate of third generation and 2 other Hokage consultants. He also has his own independent organization route. Although he has made a qualitative leap in strength now, he is still too young and not qualified enough, and he has no accumulation of military exploits, and his status is far from Danzo. You planned to wait until he had a firm foothold in Konoha, and it would not be too late to trample this old fox to death. As for Danzo's purpose of sending someone to intercept him this time, even without asking you, he can guess 1 or 2. Compared with Sand Shinobi's defeat and surrender in Konoha's alliance, Danzo, as the main battle faction, obviously hopes that ninja will maintain the chaotic situation, so that he has the opportunity to weaken the strength of the Hokage faction and take the opportunity to board the position of Hokage. It was precisely because of guessing Danzo's intentions that you felt even more disgusted with this old guy's behavior. What shit was to protect Konoha, you could see through his essence at a glance. In the original book, the Sharingan, who helped to destroy the entire Uchiha clan and got an arm, was also for Konoha? Where did he go during the Nine Tails invasion? Where did 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato go when he died? Where did Pen go when he brushed Konoha alone at 6 paths? These indelible stains are the reason why even Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Obito can whiten, but Danzo is the only one who can't whiten them. Humph. Sure enough, after hearing Yu's words, Danzo snorted coldly, but it was not easy to attack directly, but the left eye that was exposed outside was a bit colder. Although there will be no emotions due to the sacrifice of the Geninists, the few ninjas sent out just now are all elites in the root organization. I did not expect that Yu's strength has been raised to the point where they can kill them all. Even Danzo will inevitably feel a pain. Danzo? Hearing the vague conversation between Danzo and Yu, third generation frowned and looked at Danzo. Although I have some understanding of what Danzo does in daily life, third generation never imagined that Danzo's actions could be blatant to this point. However, due to the current situation, third generation did not choose to directly question Danzo, because he knew that the other two Konoha executives would choose to stand on Danzo's side to check and balance himself, so even tearing his face at this time would not make any sense. It really doesn't work if you don't accept the old. The young people nowadays are really better than the other. Seeing Yu walking out of Hokage's office, third generation suddenly sighed. Perhaps, after this war is over, I should consider retiring. This third ninja war broke out, and finally the third generation, who has been in the ninja for decades, gradually realized that he was incapable. Konoha had reached the time to update. For example, Namikaze Minato, the brightest emerging star in this war, is one of the best candidates for third generation. Hearing the sigh of third generation next to him and the warning hidden in the words, Danzo, who was silent next to him, subconsciously squeezed the crutches. His left eye that was exposed was deep as water. After experiencing the country of wind and his party back to Konoha's Yu, life seemed to be calm again. The news that Hokage and Konoha's senior executives explained the S-level mission independently naturally caused the ninjas in the village to have a crazy discussion. On this day, Yu sat alone in the office of the Konoha medical team, tossing the 2 talisman papers in front of him. Because of the outstanding medical ninjutsu relationship, even though Yu is still young, his status in the medical class has risen sharply. This independent office is the place where Konoha Medical Division specially vacated him, and the work that usually requires treatment, Yu is assigned to his shadow clone to perform outside. It's totally unreasonable, the same as all talisman paper. Why can the detonation talisman be made into simple talisman paper, but the healing technique can't do it? Staring at the 2 talisman papers in his hand, Yu thought hard and frowned. Seeing that ninjas usually use the detonation talisman in battle, this kind of ninja is both convenient and practical. So Yu had a fantastic idea. Since the detonating talisman can seal explosive gunpowder in the talisman paper, can he seal the medical ninjutsu in the talisman paper and make a similar medical talisman? Such a concept undoubtedly has epoch-making significance for the entire ninja world. But after several days of tossing, Yu found that he had encountered a technical problem. No matter how he tried, he couldn't seal the medical ninjutsu, which exists in the nature of chakra, into the rune paper. Forget it, my head hurts. I'll study it slowly next time. It seems that turning the idea of a genius into reality is not so simple and accomplished overnight. Throwing away the 2 talisman papers in his hand, Yu rubbed his somewhat swollen temples. He picked up the white coat of the Konoha medical team next to him and put it on his body, and went for a walk. After a meal, the sun is just right. Walking on the streets of Konoha in the afternoon, Yu's heart is full of comfort and leisure. The shade of the trees on both sides and the fragrance of birds and flowers, there are 2 and 3 passers-by on the road, and occasionally there are children dreaming of ninjas chasing and playing. The weather is so good. Putting his hands in kabuto, and strolling lazily among the woods, looking at the exceptionally clear blue sky and white clouds above his head, Yu had to sigh. The air in Hokage's 2-dimensional world is so fresh that it is far from comparable to the city he lived in his previous life. Bang! 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 Yu, who walked to a practice range unknowingly, was attracted by the sound of violent collisions. Walking to the edge of the practice field, I saw the big tree in the middle of the field through the iron net feather, a green figure sweating profusely, hitting the tree with all his strength. Every move can produce a strong wind, and every hit on the trunk will drop a large leaf of leaves, and the mouth is still motivating itself. If you can kick 10,000 times today, go to a duel with Kakashi tomorrow. If you win tomorrow, run 20 laps around Konoha. If you lose, do 5,000 push-ups. This is Guy. Although I have known the diligence of Might Guy a long time ago after reading the original work Yu is still shocked when he really sees this scene with his own eyes. In such a leisurely afternoon, he is still practicing hard alone. And Yu knows that he usually sets some strange rules for himself. For example, if you want to run 500 laps around the playground today, you can do 2000 push-ups if you can't do it, and squat 1000 times if you can't do 2000 push-ups. Once completed, you are qualified to challenge your opponent Kakashi. If you continue to exercise like this self-masochistic crazy for a long time, even an ordinary person with no talent will become very strong. After all, this is the world of the second dimension. Chapter 80. I saw such a scene with my own eyes. You finally understood that it was absolutely not unreasonable for Guy to surpass Kakashi in the later period. One was a genius ninja who was famous in his childhood, and the other was a crane tail who had no ninjutsu talent in his youth. Anyone who has seen Hokage knows that Kakashi was definitely a talented ninja when he was a teenager. He graduated from ninja school at the age of 5. No one has ever broken this record. He became Jonin at the age of 12 and developed an A-level ninja alone. The art of Chidori is nothing short of the limelight. But since Obito died and later killed Lin with his own hands, Kakashi's whole person fell into a state of depression, until Shifeng passed. In the middle of more than 10 years, Kakashi's strength only increased from Jonin to elite Jonin, and his footsteps remained stagnant. In the later period, it was completely surpassed by 3 disciples, and the 4th Ninja Wars dragged down the protagonists. Sharingan was taken away by Uchiha Madara and Sharingan didn't even have the ability to resist. In the end, all members of the 7th squad were forced to open the game, and Obito could come back to lend Kakashi a pair of Sharingan when he died, but those couldn't conceal the paleness of Kakashi's mid and late stage strength. And Guy, who had no ninja talent since he was a child, has gradually caught up with Kakashi's pace through hard work day after day and year after year. Although I always yelled all day that I would defeat the genius ninja Kakashi, but in the later stage, the 8 inner gates formation broke out silently. The fighting power once suppressed the 6 paths Uchiha Madara, which surprised countless audiences and was honored by countless readers. King Guy. Anyone who works hard deserves to be respected. Although Guy's strength is not as good as himself, he reminded you with practical actions never let go of his footsteps. Swish swish. Just as you was watching Might Guy's practice, suddenly there were a few sharp breaking noises in the air. I saw the 6 kunai turned into black streamers, shooting quickly towards you from all angles. Clang clang clang. Not only that, the 6 kunai collided with each other in mid-air. Suddenly, it changed a trajectory that was unpredictable, and in the middle of it, it changed its angle to shoot at you. Observation Haki noticed this sudden attack, and saw Yu's body sway slightly, and all the 6 sharp kunai brushed past, and they were nailed to the ground under his feet. Anbu's ninja. Seeing clearly that the ninja who suddenly attacked him was an Anbu ninja wearing a cat face mask, Yu couldn't help frowning. But the next second, looking at this Anbu ninja's body similar to his own, Yu seemed to have noticed something, and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised slightly. Puppetry fighting. There was no lag in the movement of his hand. In the surprised gaze of Anbu ninja, he saw the 5 fingers of Yu's right hand beating flexibly, and the fingertips suddenly burst out of 5 blue chakra lines. He even provoked the 5 kunai nailed to the ground, and quickly manipulated several sharp arcs to shoot at him in the air. This is the essence of the puppet technique recorded in the Book of Puppets by the Thousand Generations, which has been thoroughly integrated by you in the past 2 months. Using the chakra line to manipulate my kunao. This Anbu ninja obviously didn't expect you to use Sand Shinobi's famous puppet technique to manipulate his own kunao. At the moment he was stunned, the 5 kunao controlled by the chakra line had already shot in front of him, and the speed and agility were far beyond that of ordinary shooting kunao. Instant technique. But the reaction of this Anbu ninja was not slow. He even directly displayed the instantaneous technique at a critical juncture, avoiding use constant manipulation and shooting. Clang clang. Under the control of the chakra line, the 5 kunao continued to chase and shoot in the air, only to see Anbu ninja continuously performing the instant technique to avoid, and his figure was slightly embarrassed. You can't hide it. Looking at the Anbu ninja who was incomparably fast with the instant technique, bright light burst out of his amber eyes, and the chakra line he was manipulating in his hand suddenly rose. Observation Haki caught the opponent's movements in advance, and saw that the 5 sharp kunao iwa directly penetrated Anbu ninja's body under the control of you. Crack quack! But with a stern cry, countless black feathers fell to the ground. I saw the Anbu ninja who was stabbed in front of him, his body turned into crows and flew around. Crow! Seeing this scene, Yu widened his eyes in astonishment. Boom! Boom! At this moment, 2 slight explosions sounded around Yu's body. As 2 groups of white smoke emerged, Anbu ninja directly released 2 shadow clones that were exactly the same as his own. Flash double. After releasing the 2 shadow clone, only 3 identical Anbu ninjas pulled out the short sword on their backs, and they performed the instantaneous technique at the same time, turning into 3 extremely fast phantoms and rushing towards the middle feathers. This move, called the double flash on the surface, it seems to create 2 shadow clone to attack the enemy with physical attacks, but in fact the body can be arbitrarily replaced between the 3, with super fast instantaneous technique and superb short sword swordsmanship attack. The ordinary ninja will be cut under the sword almost in an instant. Lightning style thousand birds flow. Facing the 3 Anbu ninjas' rapid attacks from 3 directions at the same time, Yu did not hesitate to directly display the Chidori current, releasing strong electric currents all over his body. Boom! Boom! 2 Anbu ninjas collided with Yu's Chidori and disappeared directly into 2 clouds of white smoke. But the remaining body seemed to understand Yu's ninjutsu nature very well, and his body suddenly stopped outside Chidori's attack range. If my estimate is correct, your move should be a high-level ninjutsu that releases lightning style from your whole body and knocks down all your close opponents with electric current, right? The Anbu ninja, who stopped and stood still, had already started to seal his hands, and his blood-red eyes under the cat's face mask stared at the violent current shining feathers before him. Since the last time I suffered a loss, I have come up with such a method. I think you will not be able to resist my next wave of attacks anymore. Fire style Phoenix Fire technique. At the same time as the voice fell, Jian was completed in his hand, and the Anbu ninja opened his mouth and sprayed 2 hot balls of fire towards the feathers in front of him. I really can't underestimate it. Facing the 2 fireballs bombarded in front of him, Yu, who had not yet completely subsided the violent current, showed a wry smile. It turns out that the 2 shadow clone attacks just now are just decoys. The purpose is to release the Chidori flow, and then the body attacks while using ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, after seeing me use it once, he can immediately figure out the attack range of Chidori, and come up with such a way to target my ninjutsu. You also didn't expect that the other party had only seen him use Chidori once, and he could immediately think of such a way to crack the response. I'm sorry, Yu, I can finally beat you from your hands today. Looking at Yu, who was about to be hit by a fireball, Anbu ninja couldn't help but smile. Really? Then you take a closer look. Just as he was about to be hit by a fireball, Yu showed a playful smile on his face. Could it be that he? Anbu ninja was surprised. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, I saw that the feather hit by 2 fireballs turned into a puddle of water and fell on the ground. Water body. Immediately aware of the bad news, and feeling the fluctuations from the top of his head, the Anbu ninja suddenly raised his head and ejected the last ball of fire in his mouth. Responds quickly. It's a pity that the action is too slow. Facing the fireball ejected by the Anbu ninja at his feet, Yu appeared in the air above his head, and his hands were already printed. Chapter 81. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb Technique. With Yu's soft drink, facing the fireball ejected by the Anbu ninja under his feet, a large amount of water emerged out of thin air behind Yu. In the blink of an eye, it gathered in mid-air to form a huge roaring water dragon, which directly rushed the Anbu ninja under his feet along with the fireball. Although water style restrains fire style, but the power of this ninjutsu. Yu, it seems that through the cultivation of Master Third Hokage, your super ninjutsu talent has been fully utilized. Feeling the powerful power of Yu's water style ninjutsu, a wry smile appeared under the mask of the Anbu ninja that was flushed by the roaring water dragon. But, you underestimated me. I underestimated the power of the Uchiha clan. But the voice fell, and in the blood-red eyes exposed on the Anbu ninja cat's face mask, a pair of black double-hook jade was spinning frantically. Wow! In Yu's surprised eyes, the Anbu ninja washed away by his water style turned into a pool of water and dispersed. You actually copied my ninjutsu. Seeing the water and feathers in front of him, he couldn't help being stunned. The blood-red Two-Tomo Sharingan just lingered in his mind. So that's it. Has Sharingan evolved into a double-hook jade? It seems that you are not standing still, and the speed of improvement is so rapid. As he said, you didn't need to turn his head, observation Haki had already noticed the figure behind him. You are too humble. Speaking of progress by leaps and bounds, who can be up to you? As the familiar voice sounded again, I saw Anbu ninja come behind you, waved the extremely sharp short sword in his hand, directly slashed out a icy cold light. Short sword swordsmanship. With superb swordsmanship combined with the extraordinary dynamic vision of Two-Tomo Sharingan, coupled with the extremely skilled instantaneous technique, this Anbu ninja burst out of an ordinary ninja with physical skills that could not be stopped. This is. But what surprised him was that in the face of his full burst of physical attacks, Yu in front of him seemed to completely see through his movements, and easily avoided all his attacks. This guy actually closed his eyes. And an even more shocking scene of Anbu ninja appeared. The Yu in front of him not only avoided all his attacks, but even closed his eyes directly. How can it be? Chnin couldn't help but whispered, Yu's strength already made him somewhat incomprehensible. How impossible! I closed my eyes and used observation Haki to gain insight into all the attacks of the Anbu ninja in front of me. At this moment, hearing the exclamation from the opponent, Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Grasping the moment Anbu ninja was shocked and lost, he saw Yu sinking his body and quickly swinging out, and the high whip leg directly drew towards the opponent's head. Oops! Facing the sharp physique that suddenly burst out in front of him, Anbu ninja was shocked, and the sharp short sword in his hand subconsciously slashed out. However, what he didn't expect was that Yu's round kick turned out to be just a false move. After the kick was kicked out, it was quickly replayed. After Anbu ninja slashed away, Yu suddenly turned around and kicked out the other leg with all his strength, and a whip leg was drawn directly on his face. Snapped. After being drawn in the cheek, the Anbu ninja flew out directly, drawing a long track on the ground. Feather. Who is that guy? I'm here to help you. At this time, Might Guy in the nearby practice field was also attracted by the battle here. Seeing Yu was fighting with a strange Anbu ninja, he immediately rushed over to help. No need. However, Yu stopped him directly with two sharp glows in his eyes, because, it's over. Wow! As soon as Yu's voice fell, a continuous roaring waterfall sounded. I saw a high-pressure water gun continuously spiraling and condensing in his hand. Water-style hard whirlpool water blade. It's so exaggerated, it's the ninjutsu last time. Seeing the hard vortex water blade condensed in Yu's hand in front of him, Guy rushed over and stopped subconsciously. He will never forget the horrible water-style ninjutsu that once killed more than a dozen mist ninjutsu in an instant. What a joke! Chakra nature transformation like that. The Anbu ninja, who flew out, looked at the constantly roaring high-pressure water gun in Yu's hand. Sharingan couldn't help but widen the double god jade. He was shocked to realize that with his pupil power, he couldn't see the frequency of the ninjutsu attack in Yu's hand at all. What level of water-style ninjutsu is that? This guy Yu is planning to kill me. Boom! Just before he resisted, Yu had already thrown out the hard vortex water blade in his hand. A huge waterspout rose on the ground, directly and violently blasted in front of Anbu ninja. The powerful rotation continued to wreak havoc, as if the power of a hurricane directly blasted his whole person out like a cannonball. After the dust settled, some ninjas who were cultivating in the surrounding practice ground were directly scared and sat on the ground, staring blankly at the already unrecognizable ground in front of them. The muddy water stains on the ground and the huge pothole in the middle constantly reminded them. What happened to them just now? This power! It's stronger than last time. Guy, who was stunned, stared blankly at the spotless feathers on the side of the drill field. I'm sorry to take a bit harder, but the power of this technique is really difficult to control. Looking at the Anbu ninja who was thrown out in front of him and hit the big tree severely, Yu said a little sorry, but the smile on his face was unapologetic. However, he had indeed closed his hand just now, instead of directly aiming the hard vortex water blade at the opponent, but aimed at the ground under the opponent's feet, using the powerful impact of the hard vortex water blade to blast the opponent fiercely. Cough cough cough, really embarrassed like never before. Some embarrassing coughs sounded, and I saw Anbu ninja sitting weakly under the big tree, with a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. The cat face mask on his face was shattered, revealing a sunny face, the scarlet two-tomo Sharingan shining brightly. That's right, after graduating from ninja school with you, he entered Uchiha Shisui, who is directly under Hokage's Anbu. What a terrifying water-style ninjutsu! If you guessed correctly, your kid should have recognized me early in the morning, right? After trembling and standing up from under the big tree, Shisui's wry smile on his face grew stronger. Unexpectedly, the gap with you is still getting bigger and bigger. Unexpectedly, I have performed so many difficult tasks in Anbu over the past year, but I still haven't been able to catch up with you. Shisui thought helplessly. Chapter 82. Don't be so discouraged, Shisui. When your Sharingan reaches a higher level, I believe your strength will definitely change by leaps and bounds. Yu's words are not comforting Shisui. He is not referring to three-tomo Sharingan, but the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Every Uchiha clan who turns on Manjiki Sharingan has a reborn improvement in strength, and will instantly reach cage-level combat power, and the ability will enter a stage of rapid improvement. The instantaneous Shisui in the original book is even more so. He awakens the strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods, and his weak crown has directly become the strongest ninja in the contemporary Uchiha clan. A higher level Sharingan. Shisui subconsciously thought that Yu was referring to three-tomo Sharingan. After all, he had not discovered the secret of Manjiki Sharingan at this time. But you didn't even use the blood succession boundary just now, did you? Recalling the strength that Yu demonstrated in the battle just now to completely crush him, Shisui inevitably felt a sense of frustration. Although his personality is plain and gentle, he has shown amazing talents since he was a child. The fact that he was hailed as a genius was stepped on the soles of his feet time and time again by his peers, which still made him somewhat unacceptable. Alright. At this age to reach this level, you are already a leader in the entire history of ninjas. Feeling Shisui's secret gaze in front of him, Yu touched his nose to comfort him. This is the truth, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Namikaze Minato, these original genius ninjas. If they don't die young, no one can imagine what their future achievements will be. But one thing for sure is that cage level is definitely not their end. It's just that you, a traverser, is a special exception. His extraordinary talent, the help of the Devil's Law, the understanding of the world, and the hard practice of day and night cultivating make it impossible to measure by common sense. Monster! What a wonderful battle! As Yu and Shisui were talking, a steady and thick voice suddenly came from the side. Senior Shinoshook. The two turned their heads and saw a tall and burly Anbu ninja with a rabbit face mask on his face, slowly walking towards them, and Shisui, who was standing next to Yu, recognized the identity of the other at a glance. Shinoshook? Could it be? Hearing Shisui's address to the other party, Yu was slightly startled, and an unfamiliar name suddenly appeared in his heart. You are Yu, right? After walking in front of the two, the tall Anbu ninja looked down at Yu. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I wouldn't believe that there would be a ninja more talented than Shisui in this world. It seems that the old man has accepted another incredible disciple. It really is him. Hearing what the other party called third generation, Yu was completely sure of his identity. Sarutobi Shinoshook, third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son, Sarutobi Asuma's elder brother, future Konohamaru's father, a ninja who has never appeared in the original book. In this period, he hasn't died yet. He is one of Konoha Anbu's strongest elite Genin, making superb earth-style and fire-style ninjutsu, and he is also the captain of Shisui. It turned out to be Shinoshook-senpai. I have been listening to Mr. Sarutobi mentioning you, and I finally saw myself today. After recognizing the identity of the other party, Yu nodded slightly and saluted. The other party did not take off the mask on his face. This is Konoha Anbu's rule. When performing tasks, he must not show his true face, and he can only call each other action codes. Now that he and Shisui call each other by their real names, it actually violates Konoha Anbu's rules. Feather. Are you okay? At this time, there was a burst of tender voice. Seeing the battle taking place here, I saw a shadow rushing over from not far away. He has long black slightly curly hair, a pair of red enchanting eyes, and he is wearing a red-lined white ninja skirt. It looks pure and charming, attracting the attention of a group of passers-by. Red. Sister Hong. Looking at the gorgeous girl who ran all the way to her, Yu's amber eyes widened slightly. Scared me. I saw you fighting people here just now, so I ran over. Are you okay? Seeing that Yu was unscathed, the girl Xi Hong breathed a sigh of relief, without concealing the caring expression in her eyes. Ahaha, let's go first, Shisui. Don't get in the way of them both here. Seeing the appearance of Xi Hong, I saw Sarutobi Shinoshook next to him laughing, pulling Shisui's instant technique and disappearing directly. Yu and Yurihong, who stayed in the same place, looked at each other, and the atmosphere was even more embarrassing. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Sister Hong. After watching Sarutobi Shinoshook leave with Shisui, the surrounding area suddenly became quiet, so Yu opened his mouth and tried to relieve the dullness. Humph, of course you don't need my care. Yes, where was your little girlfriend last time? Why didn't you see her today? However, hearing Yu's polite words, Xi Hong snorted softly, and her little mouth was slightly unhappy. Ahem. Usse Zian. Seeing Yurihong's unhappy look, Yu almost choked on her saliva. He didn't expect that the last time he was in the ninja hospital, Yurihong would keep remembering it until now. She's not my girlfriend, how could she have a girlfriend at such a young age? Although he explained this way, Yu felt more and more guilty. The level of premature love in this world is far from comparable to the society of his previous life. Thinking of the pictures of the past together, Uzuki Yuin's obvious love and affection for herself, Yu, who has an uncle's soul, is a bit hard to accept that she will meet at such a young age. A teenage loli is in love. So it's not your girlfriend. Hey! Tell me earlier, what made me think it was. However, Hearing Yu's explanation, Yuri Hong, who was still a little unhappy just now, suddenly smiled. Ignoring Yu's struggle, she stretched out her snow-white arm to hook Yu's neck directly, dragging him toward the street in the center of Konoha. Where can I go, Sister Hong? Her face was squeezed on the girl's breast, and she felt a fragrance that seemed to be nothing, and her youthful and energetic feather couldn't help but flush with her ears. Go. I ask you to eat Konoha's best meatballs. But the girl Yuri Hong didn't realize it, and continued to drag Yu forward. As the sun sets, the two figures on the road drift away. At night, when it's silent, the Konoha orphanage, which usually turns off the lights, is still lit in the lobby of the wooden house today. Have not seen you for a long time. The complexion is getting worse, Yanaiyu. The appearance of three uninvited guests wearing black cloaks made the atmosphere in the whole hall heavy. Chapter 83. There is a rectangular guest table in the lobby. Yakushi Nanoyu is sitting in the middle. The fat Aunt Yana and the old man Fukamura stand behind her, watching the three uninvited guests appearing in front of her with vigilant faces. Hedgehog-like black hair, white bandages on the right eye and right hand, a crossed scar on the chin, and the unspeakable shadow and deepness of the exposed left eye. The man sitting in front of Yakushi Nanoyu was no one else, but Shimura Danzo, one of Konoha's top leaders. Not only that, the two ninjas standing behind Danzo, one with long black hair, a pair of evil snake eyes engraved on his pale cheeks, the other wearing a pair of black sunglasses, and a purple mark painted on the corner of his right mouth. It is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunnins, and Abarame, another master of the Abarame clan. Unexpectedly, you, known as the Walking Witch, are now willing to be a nanny here. Looking at Yakushi Nanoyu who was haggard in front of him, Danzo held his chin with one hand and said in a deep voice to break the silence. I have already abandoned that name. And I have already negotiated with Konoha about the aid. What are you doing now? Staring at the uninvited Danzo and the two terrifying ninjas under him, Yakushi Nanoyu frowned deeply. Once you were the first elite in the espionage department, did you become so ignorant after leaving your roots? I'm here this time, not just for aid. Feeling the obvious resistance in Yakushi Nanoyu's eyes, Danzo straightforwardly stated the purpose of today's trip. We have information. The Uegakure gang intends to launch a large-scale battle plan during the current war period. Now you need to sneak into Uegakure to investigate whether this information is true. If it is true, I hope you will investigate the time and place of the operation and the specific content of the operation and report it to us. This time should be a long-term mission. At this time, Abarame Toyin, who was standing behind Danzo, took Danzo's words and explained his intentions to Yakushi Nono. You found the wrong person, I am no longer a member of your roots. It's just that Abarame hadn't finished speaking, but Yakushi Nanoyu directly interrupted him. You don't understand how important the dean is to the orphanage and the children. The dean worked hard to raise funds, and finally managed to keep this place. At this time, the old man Fukamura, who was standing behind Yakushi Nanoyu, couldn't help but said excitedly. And such a dangerous task, can't you just send someone from your roots to do it? Why do you have to let the dean do it? Similarly, the fat Aunt Yana, who was standing next to the old man's deep village, also spoke. Because the only one who can handle this long-term task is the walking maiden. Facing the questioning of the two assistant dean of the orphanage before him, Danzo also raised his tone, in the roots now, there is no spy better than her. A mediocre ninja will only end up with a nervous breakdown or turn to the enemy. But if it were this woman, I believe she would never betray Konoha. Looking at Yakushi Nono who was sitting across from him, Danzo's left eye was slightly narrowed, revealing a dangerous spirit. Looking at your expression, you seem to understand. That's right, Yanaiyu, if you refuse, the orphanage will never receive funding in the future. It seemed that the lines had already been correct, and I saw Abarame who was next to him in a deep voice threatening. This, how can this be done? Third Hokage-sama has already agreed, he can't allow this to happen. Hearing the threat of Danzo and Abarame fighting, the fat Aunt Yana who was standing behind Nono couldn't help it. I think this orphanage seems to be easy for thieves. I advise you to hire a bodyguard to prevent money from being stolen. It is not enough if you have money. It had been expected that the three of Yanai would react like this, and they saw Abarame Doso voice threatening coldly. By the way, don't let the children be stolen. After all, these unidentified children have some use value. At this time, Orochimaru, who had been standing behind Danzo, also spoke. The low and hoarse voice was accompanied by the threats revealed in the words, and the cold snake eyes made people shudder. You are too shameless. What a ninja like this! Seeing Danzo in front of him, the dignified Konoha executives actually did such a thing, and the old man Fukamura next to him was furious. It's you who don't know the truth. Hearing Fukamura's scolding in front of him, Danzo raised his voice and interrupted him. A sickly obsession flashed in his eyes. As long as it is to protect Konoha, this price is not worth mentioning. I see. Faced with the threat of Danzo and the group of three people, the silent Yakushi Nanoya finally spoke. Dean. Could it be that you? Seeing Yakushi Nanoya's compromise, Yana seemed to want to persuade her. It's because you are not unfeeling enough to do this, you really are not suitable for the roots, Yanai. Seeing Yanai's compromise, Danzo smiled with satisfaction, but couldn't help sighing. Cheeky, such words can also be said. Staring at the brazen Danzo in front of him, Fukamura couldn't help gritting his teeth. In addition, in order to obtain this information, one of my subordinates died. I will pick a child from here to add it. As if he hadn't heard the deep curse at all, as the leader of Root, Danzo had already smoothed out these extra emotions. Realizing that someone outside the hall was eavesdropping on their conversation, Danzo's heart moved and he deliberately spoke. Initially, the one I liked most was Yakushi Yu, but it was a pity that Sarutobi was the first one. In short, we will prepare for the future expenses, so the money this time will be exchanged for that kid named Yakushi Kabuto. Speaking of the name Yakushi Yu, Danzo's eyes were gloomy again when he remembered that he was taken a step ahead by his old rival Sarutobi Hiruzen. You? Kabuto. Don't take an inch. I have agreed to your request. I won't give you any of the children here. Hearing Danzo's rude request again, Yakushi, who had been gentle and graceful, finally became emotional. She treats every child in the orphanage as her own, and she will not allow them to be harmed no matter what happens. Unexpectedly, this place is so lively today. Just when several people in the hall were arguing, a clear voice broke the weight of the scene. There is another kid. Hearing the sudden voice, Danzo and Orochimaru were taken aback. They could perceive that Yakushi Kabuto was hiding outside the hall and eavesdropping on them, but they did not perceive that there was another kid outside at this moment. Chapter 84. Do you do anything to protect Konoha? Hehe, there must be a limit for the grand sounding. In everyone's surprised eyes, only a young man with white hair and a handsome face came in from the outside of the hall. Wearing a black ninja sweater, his amber eyes seemed flat, but his tone seemed like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. Although I have read the original work, I have a general understanding of Danzo's shamelessness. But now that I have seen with my own eyes, Yu still feels that his worldview has been refreshed. There is such a shameless person in the world. Feather. Seeing the boy coming in from the outside, Yakushi Nono and Yana yelled out loudly. It's you. Similarly, Kabuto, who was hiding outside the hall and eavesdropping on all the conversations just now, did not expect Yu to appear suddenly, and his eyes widened in surprise. So it's you, kid. Danzo was slightly surprised when he saw that the Yu he just mentioned appeared suddenly at this time, but he quickly recovered his calm. Although he is a disciple of Third Hokage. But you are just a special Jainin, please pay attention to your attitude when talking to Lord Danzo. Danzo's castle was very deep, but hearing Yu's mocking words, a Baramaduyan next to him slammed and stopped in front of him. A Baramaduyan 21 years old, Jainin of the Root Organization, and Orochimaru of this period are both Danzo's subordinates. Fighting strength and intrusion skills have been outstanding in the past Anbu. Roll. But facing the Root Organization Jainin, who was in front of him, Yu didn't seem to see him at all. He continued to walk forward, but spit out a word coldly in his mouth. Roll? Abarame was stunned when he heard the 7 or 8-year-old white-haired boy uttering the word roll to him. Even though his time at Root has allowed him to smooth his emotions enough, but at this moment he was still irritated by the arrogant young man. It seems that the achievements you have achieved in Konoha in the past 2 years have made you a little bit of respect and inferiority. In that case, let me make you sober. With an angry sneer at the corner of his mouth, he saw that Abarame had disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Yu as a ghost, and quickly grabbed Yu's neck with one hand. He wanted to hold this defiant arrogant little demon by his neck and lift it up. Do not want. Seeing Abarame's behavior, Yakushi Nanoyu who was next to him immediately stopped. Boom. But it was too late, and the dull crash sounded. But to the surprise of all of them, the Yu in front of them actually grabbed Abarame's wrist with one hand. Armed color and hardening. The pitch-black armament haki covered Yu's right hand, and after grasping Abarame's wrist, Yu's body began to twist like a whirlwind in mid-air. Oops! Unexpectedly, a 7 or 8-year-old little ghost technique could be so powerful. Abaramaduyan, who underestimated the enemy, wanted to withdraw his wrist, but found that his wrist seemed to be welded by cement. Boom! When he reacted, the feather-black ninja sandals had been infinitely enlarged before his eyes. The unmatched power of the newly cast exploded on Abaramaduyan's face, and Yu covered armament haki's kick and kicked him out. With a bang, the window of the orphanage cabin was smashed, and the shells flew to the grass outside. Whoosh! At the same time, I saw Yu's figure move and immediately disappeared into the hall. Yu actually kicked Do Liuyan away. Unexpectedly, apart from medical ninjutsu, this kid is also unambiguous in fighting. Seeing that the physique bursting out of the feathers in front of me suddenly kicked away the Jainin elite Abarame in the Root Organization, I saw a hint of surprise on Orochimaru's face. Hey, Do Liuyan is too underestimating that kid. Hearing Orochimaru's surprise next to him, Danzo snorted in a deep voice, but he wondered what kind of ninjutsu the mysterious black substance covered on Yu's hand was just now. As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo and Orochimaru also used the instant technique and disappeared directly into the hall. Quick, stop them! At this time, seeing Yu and Danzo all leaving the wooden house, the three of Yakushi Nono and Fukamura Ena hurriedly chased them out. Damn kid! It made me embarrassed in front of Danzo-sama and Orochimaru. After struggling to stabilize his figure and land on the grass outside, I saw that Abaramaduyan's right cheek was already swollen. Through the black sunglasses, staring at the feather that appeared in front of him using the instant technique, the anger in his heart almost overflowed his chest. Having said that, the loss just now made Abaramaduyan calm down and realized that he underestimated Yu's strength too much. As the Root Organization Jainin elite, he was hit by Yu's explosive physical skills, which shows that the white-haired boy in front of him will only be stronger than the rumors. Obviously I told you to go, why didn't you listen? Everyone in the orphanage is sleeping. Then kill you here. Suddenly appeared on the grass outside, only Yu said indifferently, and gradually walked towards Abarame in front of him. At the same time, Danzo and Orochimaru also appeared on the grass next to them, and the three of them also chased out Yakushi. Kill me! I was kicked by you just now. It seems that you misunderstood my strength. Facing Yu's increasingly arrogant tone, the veins on Abaramaduyan's forehead burst. Secret arts and bad worm. After speaking, I saw Abarame's voice and seal, and immediately began to emit countless dense insects, which filled the air like black smoke. A secret technique of the Abarame clan. Okay, then I'll let you stare at you. Seeing Aberame Dolioyan displaying the secret technique of the Aberame clan, Yu's eyes flickered. Perceiving the arrival of Danzo and Orochimaru next to him, he folded his hands on each other and directly activated the summoning technique on the wristband bandage. Boom! Boom! Along with a slight explosion and 2 clouds of white smoke, I saw Baokun and Michael directly behind Yu, wearing a black cloak. Puppet doll. Seeing the 2 black figures that Yu suddenly summoned in front of me, Orochimaru's face next to him was stunned. As one of the legendary Sunin, he naturally recognized at a glance that this is the famous puppet art of the ninja village Sand Shinobi, the Kingdom of Wind. Puppetry. So that's it. Hey! It seems that this kid didn't report truthfully about the secret mission of sneaking into Sand Shinobi last time. Seeing the 2 puppets summoned by Yu, Danzo suddenly snorted, and his heart began to doubt. Puppetry? Ha 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 ha. After all, it's just a kid. Don't you know that the secret technique of our Aberame clan is the nemesis of puppet technique? After seeing the 2 figures that appeared behind Yu clearly, Aberame Dolioyan suddenly couldn't help laughing. Chapter 85. This is not a lie. Although Sand Shinobi's puppet technique is powerful, the Konoha Aberame clan's worms can destroy the joints and machinery of the puppets, making them unable to control the battle normally. The battle between Aberame Shino and Kankuro in the original book is a good example. Space transfer. It's just that Aberame hadn't finished laughing, he felt a flower in front of his eyes, and the tall figure that appeared in front of him out of thin air suddenly stopped his laughter. This speed, how is it possible? I still haven't understood how the puppet in front of me suddenly appeared. I saw that the bear paw raised high by the Storm-kun had fallen to Aberame. Boom! The impact produced by the ability of the fleshy ball fruit is unimaginable, and Aberame, who was slapped by the palm of the storm, directly turned into a pool of powder. No, it's not a powder, it should be said that it has turned into countless black bugs and suddenly dispersed in the air. A worm clone. After all, he is a master at Gen, and he really has 2 brushes. Seeing that Aberame, who was slapped in front of him by the violent kun, turned into a worm and dissipated, the plain complexion on Yu's face remained unchanged. After all, it is the Jainin elite in Danzo's root organization. It would be strange if they didn't have this strength. Go to hell, kid! Send bad worm hurricane! Aberame's fighting voice sounded again, and he had appeared in the midair behind Yu, manipulating countless worms around his body to form a black tornado and biting at Yu crazily. Useless! Bugs are not valid for me. Facing the black caterpillars biting from the black tornado, Yu stood still and did not evade, directly spreading his hands and releasing a gorgeous electric current all over the body. Lightning-style Chidori. Sure enough, the black tornado formed by the worm was hit by the violent electric current released from the whole body of Yu. All of them turned into coke in an instant, and they were electrocuted and dropped on the grass. The pungent smell filled the air. Also, the battle is over. As Aberame Dolioyan was surprised at the powerful lightning style released by Yu's body, Yu's calm and indifferent voice sounded again. Fighting voices. Above you. At this moment, Orochimaru, who was watching the game next to him, couldn't help but reminded Aberame to keep his voice above. Hearing Orochimaru's voice, Aberame Toyin was startled and looked up subconsciously. I was shocked to see the Storm-kun's terrible figure had appeared above his head at some point, and the eyes of the puppet under the moonlit night reflected 2 terrifying red lights. Damn! When did this guy appear on it? Before Aberame wanted to understand how the meatball bounced off the air to realize instant movement, I saw the sky above his head. The bear paw in Kun's hand was blasted out with a violent blow. Pressure gun. With the palm of Baokun in the air, all the air in front of Aberame Dolioyan's eyes was ejected. The terrifying bear palm-shaped shock-wave instantly penetrated his body and directly shook all his internal organs into a cloud of blood. With more power, I saw the pressure cannon fired by the Storm-kun, which made a bottomless bear's palm-shaped pit in the grass under my feet. Silence. Silence as death. Looking at the blood mist floating in the air and the corpse of Aberame lying on the grass, even Danzo and Orochimaru beside them couldn't help frowning. The instant movement demonstrated by Yukon's ability to use the fruit of the flesh ball just now made it too late for the two cage-level ninjas to stop it. Aberame Dolyuyan, a Jainin elite of the Root organization, was killed directly in front of the two of them, and he was still a 7 or 8-year-old kid. Killed Dolyuyan so easily. Could it be that the strength of this kid is already? Although calm on the surface, looking at the white-haired boy standing on the grass with Kabuto with his hands in front of him, at this moment Danzo's heart has set off a stormy sea. Why doesn't he need to use the chakra line for puppet manipulation? Interesting, really interesting. How many secrets does this kid have? And Orochimaru next to him, with long and narrow snake eyes staring at the feathers in front of him, his eyes exuded intense curiosity, and he couldn't help but spit out his long tongue, which made his whole body chill just as it looked. Feather. At this time, Yakushi Nanoyu and Yana Fukamura, who were on the other side, were shocked and speechless when they saw that Yu had acted resolutely and directly killed Aberame, the Jainin elite under Danzo. Okay, so awesome. Only Yakushi Kabuto, who was hiding in the wooden house of the orphanage, stared at him, looking at the mighty and incredible feathers on the grass outside. Without moving a finger, he could manipulate the puppet to kill a Jainin elite in the Root organization. The young Kabuto couldn't imagine how he could do it like you. This kind of indiscriminate means. If you don't want me to stab Sarutobi teacher, it will make everyone unsightly. Manipulating the violent Kun powerfully killed Aberame to linger. Under the bright moonlight, I saw you on the grass with his hands in Kabuto, staring at Danzo and Orochimaru in front of him with cold eyes. You two quickly take this guy's body and get out of here. What about Shimura Dan's? What about Orochimaru? As long as they dare to threaten Yanaiyu and the orphanage, you will never be polite to them. Facing two cage-level boss characters at the same time, Yuyu's current strength naturally did not have any confidence to fight. But Yu is absolutely sure to make a movement to attract all Konoha's ninjas, and let everyone see what kind of monsters these two guys are. He, such a powerful puppet technique, it killed Dolyuyan all at once. Hakun really deserves to be Konoha's strongest genius. I am really more and more interested in you. Hearing Yu's unceremonious words in front of him, Orochimaru beside Danzo let out a deep, hoarse laugh. Licking his long tongue, the eyes of the golden and narrow snake eyes were very evil, and he made no secret of his strong interest in you. But you must not think that killing a Jainin will prove how capable you are. In front of the real cage-level ninja, these are just pediatrics. The low voice in his mouth fell, and Orochimaru's eyes condensed, and the murderous aura on his body erupted like a mountain whistling at tsunami. Invisibly, as if a gust of wind swept across the grass, the cage-level ninja's aura was fully revealed, and there was a burst of flying sand and rocks on the surrounding ground. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin. This guy, is he ready to take a shot? Facing the terrifying murderous aura that erupted from Orochimaru in front of him, Yu seemed to see the man in front of him turned into a python entrenched in the sea of blood in the corpse mountain, and he wanted to swallow his whole life at any time. This is the aura of a cage-level powerhouse, and this is the majesty that can be cast by killing thousands of ninjas. No wonder that in the original Chunin exam, Uchiha Sasuke, who faced Orochimaru in the Death Forest, was directly shocked by the murderous aura emanating from Orochimaru so that he could not even move his body. Chapter 86. Puppetry Amber. Facing the terrifying murderous aura and power erupting from Orochimaru in front of him, Yu didn't hesitate, his hands and 5 fingers beating flexibly. 10 blue chakra lines burst out, and the 2 puppets of Kukun and Michael behind him were left and right, guarding him in the middle like a guard. It is different from Aberame, who was killed by himself just now. Orochimaru is a real cage-level powerhouse and the strongest boss in the early stage of the original. Facing such a powerful opponent as the legendary Sunin, Yu did not allow any carelessness or negligence. Although it is more convenient to use parasite string to manipulate human puppets, it allows the puppets to act and fight completely on their own will. But Yu occasionally uses the chakra line to manipulate the puppet, because sometimes the puppet itself cannot complete the action, the chakra line can force the drive. For example, suppose the enemy is at point A and Yu's puppet is at point B, then you can use the chakra line to let the puppet fly directly to point A to fight the enemy. Compared with the more convenient parasite string, this is the only advantage of traditional chakra line puppet fighting. Oh? 2 puppets. I heard that Yukon also has a special blood succession boundary line escape. It seems that I finally have the opportunity to see it today. Seeing the battle posture of Yu manipulating the 2 puppets in front of me, Orochimaru's long and narrow snake eyes narrowed slightly. He had already seen the terrifying combat power of the Stormkun's powerful bombardment of Abarame, but there was another puppet beside Yu that had yet to show his ability. In addition, Yu itself has not yet shown the rumored line to escape the blood to continue the limit, so even Orochimaru did not dare to underestimate the 7 or 8-year-old boy in front of him. You don't need to do anything like this, Orochimaru. Seeing that a battle involving cage-level ninjas was about to break out under the moonlit night, Danzo, who was standing next to him, suddenly spoke to prevent Orochimaru from taking action. Yakushi Yu, I didn't expect your strength to have reached this level. It seems that the last time you sneaked into Sand Shinobi, you benefited a lot. But this also shows that I hadn't seen it before, and your talents are still above Uchiha Shisui. At the same time, Danzo's gaze turned to Yu who was in front of him, and the left eye that was exposed was deep and gloomy. But no matter what, the mission of infiltrating Iwagakure this time requires Yu to perform. And the kid hiding in the house now peeking, we have to take it away. Swish! As Danzo's voice fell, dozens of figures flashed across the grass around the crowd, surrounding the entire Konoha orphanage. The uniform ninja costume and uniform pattern mask are exactly the ninja cultivated by Danzo's root tissue. This old guy actually brought so many people. Seeing dozens of root organization ninjas suddenly appeared around, Yu was shocked. He doesn't care, even if he is besieged, he can still use Sky's path to escape, but Yakushi no and the children in the orphanage. It looks like you already understand the current situation. Yes, if you refuse, these ninjas will kill all the children in the house. Looking at Yu, whose complexion changed in front of him, Danzo spoke in a deep voice, and the threat was self-evident. Damn old guy, you dare to try one of their hair. Facing Danzo's threat, Yu suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes cold as if it could condense the air. He has never been so desperate to kill someone like he is now. Danzo's despicable behavior has completely ignited the anger in his heart. Enough. Let's stop here, I promised your request. But at this moment, Yakushi Nanoyu who had been silent next to him suddenly spoke. The dean. Seeing that Yakushi Nanoyu actually agreed to Danzo's request, Yu was stunned. No need to talk about you. In any case, I won't let those kids get hurt in any way. Looking at the orphanage hut not far away, I saw a firm look on Yakushi's face. I just want to wrong you and Kabuto. Just looking at Yu in front of him and Kabuto who walked out of the wooden house next to him at this time, Yakushi Nanoyu's face showed a trace of guilt. What's up? Why did you still embark on this path? Hearing the decision made by Yakushi Nanoyu in front of him, Yu couldn't help clenching his fist when he saw that his most worried thing was inevitable. How familiar is this picture? In the original book, Yakushi Nanoyu was forced to go to Iwagakure to perform a spy mission, while Yakushi Kabuto was taken into the roots and became a ninja active in Konoha. In the end, Danzo used a strategy to plan Kabuto and Nanoyu to kill each other, and Kabuto, who once again lost his life, was invited by Orochimaru to join Otonin village. Why? Why did things turn out to be like this? Faced with Yakushi Nanoyu's decision, faced with the unalterable fact in front of him. The nails of both hands were deeply embedded in the flesh, and an inexplicable anger surged in Yu's heart. He was angry that he was not strong enough. If his strength is already as strong as Senju Hashirama or Sage of Six Paths, what if Danzo threatens those children in the orphanage? As long as you have a thought, the wood style that changes the landscape and the truth-seeking ball that annihilates everything, Danzo and these ninjas can all evaporate in an instant. So in the final analysis, being weak is the original sin. All conclusions are because I am not strong enough to protect the people I value. Even at the same age, no one can do better than himself. But in terms of the entire ninja world environment, he still wasn't a real powerhouse. Hey, Yaneiyu, you really know the truth. Ignoring the feather that seemed to have lost his soul in front of me, Danzo gave a deep smile and asked the ninjas of the surrounding roots to take Kabuto out of the house. After all, this kid named Kabuto doesn't necessarily want to be a Konoha ninja, am I right? Looking at Kabuto who was brought in front of him, Danzo looked at the boy with his profound eyes. The young Kabuto looked up at Danzo in front of him timidly, his eyes under the glasses were silent. Hey! Kabuto! You fellow, do you want to abandon our fetters over the past 3 years? Come back to me soon. At this moment, a familiar voice came, and I saw that usse had been standing at the door of the orphanage hut for some time. In addition to him, other children in the orphanage also came out one after another. They were all awakened by the fighting outside just now, and they happened to see Kabuto being taken away by Danzo. Chapter 87. Of course I will not forget everyone. But I am more suitable to be a ninja, and I also want to study medical ninjutsu in depth. Hearing the call from Urushi behind him, Kabuto's figure following Danzo and they left trembled slightly. But Kabuto turned around with a gentle smile like Yakushi Nanoyu's face. Has everyone forgotten the rules of the orphanage? It's time to go to bed now. For the dean or for everyone. No matter what, I must first agree to their request. Seeing Danzo and the others use the children of the entire orphanage as a bargaining chip to threaten Nono and Yu, Kabuto's hands hidden in his sleeves couldn't help clenching tightly, showing that his mood at the moment was not calm. Then, Yaneiyu, we will take this child away. 3 days later, you will meet up at the root base, and I will arrange for you to go to Iwagakure for a mission. After achieving the purpose of this trip, Danzo opened his mouth and finished speaking, and immediately turned and left with Kabuto and a group of root organization ninjas around him. What a pity! You-kun. It seems that today there is no chance to see your blood inheritance limit. Just when he passed by you, Orochimaru stopped and glanced at him, with a wicked arc of the corner of his mouth, but there is another chance, I hope you won't let me down by then. However, facing Orochimaru's words, I saw you who was still standing in place, but seemed to be unaware of it. I swear. At this moment, you, who had been standing there as if she had lost her soul, suddenly spoke. Danzo, if Yaneiyu and anyone in the orphanage lose a hair, I swear by that time I will kill all of your people up and down, including you. On the grass outside the wooden house of the Konoha orphanage on a moonlit night. Looking at the group of Danzo who left with Kabuto in front of them, almost every word spit out from Yu's mouth was squeezed out between his teeth. At this moment, the amber eyes seemed to be dyed red with blood, and the pale hair was like evil spirits and Shura from the 9 nether realm. The look in this kid's eyes. Hearing Yu's determined and resolute words behind him, I saw the leaving Danzo's footsteps. He turned his head and met Yu's twin pupils that looked like ghosts, and even he couldn't help but feel stunned. Master Danzo, do you need us to kill that kid? Hearing that Yu even dared to threaten their leader Danzo like this, a root organization ninja next to him bowed his head to ask for instructions. No need, let's go. Hearing this, Danzo, who withdrew his gaze, shook his head. Judging by the strength that Yu showed today, none of the ninjas present would be Yu's opponent except him and Orochimaru. If it's this kid grow at this rate, maybe in the future. Thinking of Yu's growth rate that can't be measured by common sense, Danzo's palms hidden in his sleeves clenched unintentionally. He never thought that one day he would feel such a threat in a 7 or 8-year-old kid. I'm sorry. Watching Danzo and his group leaving with Kabuto finally disappeared into the night. At this time, Yakushi Nanoya walked up to Yu, apologized on his haggard face. In the face of Danzo and Gen's threats, compared with Yu's unrelenting attitude, her compromise really seemed weak. But as the dean of the orphanage, she couldn't help watching those children in the orphanage get murdered, so just like in the original book, she could only choose to compromise. No, Dean. It is not you who should apologize, but the guys who rot in Konoha. Listening to Yanai's apologetic words, Yu Moran shook his head, and there was no wave in his clear eyes. Just as people will decay, the country will eventually go to ruin. Even the seemingly prosperous Konoha has a corrupt and dark side. The demons draped in human skin are rampant and domineering. Konoha's branches are indeed shiny, but the roots are dark. When there is light, there is darkness. In the original work, Konoha's roots are absorbed as nutrients by the Uchiha clan is the best example. From a certain point of view, this is really a hypocritical village. Yu thought with some boredom in his heart, and then relieved the summoning technique casually, taking back the Storm-kun and Michael behind him. Although under the duress of Danzo and Gen, Yu chose to compromise, Kabuto was also taken away by Gen's people. But fortunately, after his intervention tonight, things have changed a little differently after all. In the original book, Danzo threatens No and Kabuto with children from the orphanage, and they have no choice but to be slaughtered. But now it is different from the original, at least while Danzo threatens No and the others, Yu's existence is also threatening Danzo and the others. In the following time, as long as Yu shows the stronger strength, coupled with the identity of the third Hokage disciple, Danzo and the others will also be jealous. Relatively speaking, the safer Yanaiyu and the children of the orphanage will be. Maybe at this time someone will say, can't tell the third generation about it. In fact, it's not that simple, because even if you tell third generation, if Danzo and Gen go jump over the wall and want to attack the children in the orphanage, who can stop Konoha? Obviously that is not something that Yu and No would like to see. So in the final analysis, power is the essence of everything in this world. Power. Thinking of this, Yu couldn't help muttering in his heart that with his current strength, he could sweep all Janin-level opponents and even challenge Cage-level ninjas, but this alone was not enough. Is Konoha's White Fang strong enough? Not only has his strength reached Cage level, but even the legendary Sunin has to respect him for 3 points. But what happened? Because he gave up the mission, he was squeezed out by his companions in the village. In the end, he could not bear the rumors and chose to commit suicide. It is enough to show that the cruel system and rules of the ninja world are completely capable of killing a Cage-level powerhouse without blood. What about the strength of Cage level? In the face of fate, it is just a stronger ant. This is true of White Fang in the original book, and so is Uchiha Shisui. Therefore, only when one's own strength completely surpasses Cage level, and is so powerful that it can break the whole system and jump out of all the rules, then things will change. Feather. After coaxing all the awakened children in the wooden house back, looking at Yu who was silent under the moon night, Yanaiyu couldn't help but look worried. After experiencing what happened tonight, faintly, she could feel that the teenager's mentality had undergone a huge change. Don't worry about me, take care of yourself while Uegakure is on duty. Feeling Yanai's worry, Yu Shen looked at her deeply, then turned and left without looking back. Are the rotten ninja cane and Konoha roots? It's really interesting. Hopefully, before I show myself in a stronger posture, I can continue to maintain that hypocritical appearance, otherwise it would be too boring. On the edge of the desolate Konoha, Yu's wanton laughter sounded under the moonlit night. The figure of a young man drifted away in the night.